It was noon in Jiangnan City, and under the blazing sun, waves of heat rippled across the ground. In the central square, the uniquely designed Jiangnan City Talent Awakening Center stood tall and solitary. Next, Suze. A loud, commanding voice echoed through the hall. From the crowd emerged a young man, slightly nervous as he approached the awakening platform. Staring at the massive crystal ball before him, he knew this moment would determine his fate. 16 years ago, Suze had crossed into this world. Initially, he thought he could rely on his knowledge advantage to become a writer and live a prosperous life. He quickly realized how wrong he was. This was a mystical world of cultivation. Every citizen, upon turning 16, was required to undergo the talent awakening ceremony. Those who succeeded could become cultivators, while those who failed would remain ordinary people. As the ceremony began, dazzling light burst forth from the crystal ball, enveloping Suze entirely. He felt a warm sensation, as though soaking in a hot spring. A few seconds later, the radiant light faded. Both the staff and Suze fixed their gaze on the crystal ball, awaiting the results. Moments later, the crystal ball flickered, and a thin beam of light touched Suze's brow, transmitting information directly into his mind. Awakening successful. Talent: Beast Tamer, Martial Cultivator. This rare dual talent filled Suze with excitement. Beast Tamers primarily relied on contracted spirit beasts in combat, while martial cultivators harnessed the energy of the heavens and earth to strengthen their own bodies. Most people could only awaken one talent, but dual talents allowed individuals to pursue two cultivation paths simultaneously. However, the immense resource consumption made this choice rare. After registering his identity, Suze was assigned to Jiangnan City First Advanced Academy and instructed to report in 3 days. Walking past the sea of parents waiting outside, a hint of loneliness flickered in his eyes. 10 years ago, his parents had disappeared while exploring an extra-dimensional space, leaving no trace. Everyone knew what disappearance in such places truly meant. Late at night, standing on the balcony and gazing at the city lights, Suze watched the hands of his watch past midnight. He softly said to himself, "Happy birthday." At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in his mind. As the system successfully bound to him, a torrent of information flooded Suze's brain. This god-tier beast taming system had a terrifying feature: cultivation feedback. It allowed him to transfer his cultivation to a spirit beast and receive a return of 2 to 100 times the investment, usable once daily. Moreover, upon reaching certain levels, he could modify creatures, theoretically transforming even a pig into a pure-blooded Chilan. In this world, cultivators were divided into different paths, including martial arts, sorcery, and beast taming, each requiring specific talents. Beast tamers had the most challenging path, as they had to nurture powerful spirit beasts while investing massive resources. Suze, who initially planned to focus solely on martial cultivation, now resolved to pursue both paths with the system's aid. His first priority was to find a spirit beast to contract. Suze decided to visit the Jiangnan City Spirit Beast Breeding Center. Although the center only offered spirit beasts with ordinary bloodlines for free, with the system's feedback and modification abilities, having the azure dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, the vermilion bird on his shoulder, and the black tortoise beneath his feet was no longer an impossible dream. The next morning, Suze sprang out of bed and quickly finished his morning routine. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Today was the day he would visit the Spirit Beast Nurturing Center. In this world, while cultivation systems flourished, technology was equally advanced. Suze boarded a high-speed magnetic levitation train and arrived at his destination in just half an hour. The Spirit Beast Nurturing Center stood tall and imposing. Suze briskly made his way to the entrance. After the staff meticulously verified his identity as a beast tamer, they guided him into the main hall. He walked through a long corridor until his view suddenly widened. A massive indoor space unfolded before him. Rows of transparent glass enclosures were neatly arranged, resembling an enormous honeycomb. Inside each glass enclosure was a young spirit beast. The electronic screens outside displayed detailed information, including their names, grades, and bloodlines. As Suze scanned the enclosures, his system ability activated. Lines of glowing white text appeared directly on his retina, listing the detailed attributes of each spirit beast. Scarlet Flame Snake, Juvenile, Bloodline Grade F, Special Bloodline, None, the system coldly evaluated. The kind of creature you can find in any random patch of grass. In one word, trash. Suze frowned slightly and continued walking. Azure Wind Ox, Juvenile, Bloodline Grade E, Special Bloodline, None, the system's voice sounded again. An ordinary Azure Wind Ox. It's better suited as a food source than a contract spirit beast. Its eye meat is tender and juicy, with a rich texture. Just a pinch of sea salt and a quick sear to medium rare, an unparalleled delicacy. Suze couldn't help but swallow at the thought, but quickly shook his head to dismiss it. He kept moving forward, his gaze landing on a golden shell turtle. The system immediately offered its assessment. Apart from its shell being useful as a medicinal ingredient, it's utterly worthless. Suze wandered through the marketplace for quite some time, but failed to find a satisfactory spirit beast. The system's standards seemed overly stringent. He had initially taken a liking to a few spirit beasts, but after reading the system's harsh evaluations, he could only sigh and move on. Finally, Suze arrived at the rarely visited unhatched section. This area carried greater risks, akin to opening a mystery box, so most people avoided choosing spirit beasts from here. However, with the system at his side, Suze felt confident. His eyes scanned the rows of spirit beast eggs until one, about the size of a goose egg, caught his attention. The system's voice immediately chimed in. Name: Azure Jiao Snake. Stage: Unhatched, Bloodline Grade E. Special Bloodline. An extremely faint trace of Azure Dragon bloodline. For the first time, the system's tone carried a hint of excitement. Dragons are inherently noble. Many scaled spirit beasts carry traces of true dragon bloodline, to varying degrees. However, this one contains the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts, granting it a sliver of extraordinary potential. With the right opportunities, there's a chance to extract and refine that trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, achieving a higher form of existence. Suze's eyes lit up with excitement. He knew he might have found his ideal spirit beast companion. Suze's eyes lit up as he quickly approached the beast egg of the Azure Serpent. The system revealed that it was a spiritual beast carrying the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. In mythology, the Azure Dragon is one of the supreme 4 divine beasts. If this trace of bloodline could be extracted, the Azure Serpent could not only evolve into a true flood dragon, but might even grow into a divine dragon in the future. Excitement bubbled in Suze's heart. With the support of the god-tier beast taming system, nurturing such a spiritual beast would be effortless. Without hesitation, he chose this beast egg, despite the elder in charge of registration repeatedly confirming and warning him that he might waste his one free selection opportunity. However, Suze was confident in his decision and stood firm. After completing the registration, Suze hurried home eagerly. He carefully extracted a drop of his blood and let it fall onto the egg's shell. To his amazement, the shell seemed to possess a magical quality, instantly absorbing the blood. In the next moment, Suze felt a mysterious connection, as if a bond had formed between him and the small life inside the egg. The contract is complete, Suze murmured to himself. With the system's assistance, the usually complex ritual of forming a contract was completed in an instant and appeared to be even more stable than traditional methods. Next, Suze sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He activated his technique, attempting to draw spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Soon, a warm current flowed into his body, nourishing his meridians and strengthening his physical form. After circulating the energy through his body for one full cycle, it gradually settled into his dantian. Suze tirelessly repeated this process, guiding the spiritual energy to continuously temper his body. After nearly a full day of cultivation, he finally opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Standing up, he stretched his limbs, his joints cracking audibly, and his muscles gleaming with a powerful sheen under the sunlight. In his dantian, streams of pure spiritual energy flowed steadily. True chi within the body, body refinement stage 1. Suze thought with delight. He had finally stepped onto the path of cultivation and officially become a practitioner. After a simple meal, Suze turned his attention to the Azure Serpent egg beside him. Now that he had some cultivation progress, why not attempt an energy infusion? Acting on the thought, he extended a finger to lightly tap the egg shell while silently chanting in his mind. The system immediately responded. Ding! You have infused 1 day's worth of cultivation into the Azure Serpent. Activation of the Energy Infusion Cashback feature. Cashback multiplier is being randomly selected. Congratulations! The cashback multiplier for this infusion is 20 times. Cashback ability activated. You have gained 20 days worth of cultivation. In an instant, a surge of pure and immense spiritual energy flowed into Suze's meridians, filling him with overwhelming joy. A surge of spiritual energy, equivalent to 20 days of arduous cultivation, suddenly coursed through Suze's meridians like a warm current. It felt as though his entire body was immersed in a hot spring, enveloped by a soothing warmth that brought indescribable comfort. His strength surged dramatically, leaping from the initial stage of body tempering level 1 directly to the peak of the same level, just a step away from breaking through to body tempering level 2. This seemingly minor advancement was, in fact, immensely significant. Just yesterday, Suze had been an ordinary person with no cultivation ability to speak of. Achieving the peak of body tempering level 1 in a single day was a feat reserved for Ancient century prodigies. To put it into perspective, an ordinary cultivator would require at least a month of grueling effort to progress from body tempering level 1 to level 2. As Suze reveled in his newfound strength, a crisp cracking sound jolted him back to reality. He turned sharply, A glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes, the eggshell of the azure serpent egg had started to crack. The hatching was finally happening. Crack, 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 the breaking sounds grew more frequent. The cracks on the eggshell multiplied until the final piece fell to the ground. A small, emerald green serpent emerged, letting out a faint hiss as it curiously observed the unfamiliar world around it. Before long, its gaze landed on Suze. Though its intelligence was not yet fully developed, it instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of closeness to him. At that moment, lines of information appeared before Suze's eyes. Name, Azure Serpent. Level, Juvenile. Bloodline grade, E. Special bloodline, a faint trace of Azure Dragon bloodline. Ability, 4 symbols. Azure Dragon escape technique incomplete, harnesses the power of wind and clouds to achieve unparalleled speed, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. Note, when the contracted beast's bloodline concentration reaches a certain threshold, it will unlock hidden inheritances within the bloodline, automatically completing any incomplete abilities. Suze gently held the Azure Serpent in his palm, inspecting it closely before saying, "I'll call you Xiao Qing from now on." Xiao Qing seemed to understand, rubbing its head affectionately against Suze's hand. After slithering around his palm a few times, it coiled itself around his wrist, resembling an exquisite green bracelet. Feeling the cool sensation against his wrist, Suze smiled faintly and then sat down to resume his cultivation. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, power was paramount. Strengthening himself was always the right choice. The more cultivation he gained today, the greater the return he would receive during the next energy infusion. This was particularly impactful during the early stages when his cultivation base was still relatively low. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. A ray of morning sunlight filtered through the window, bringing a touch of warmth to the dim room. Suze opened his eyes and ended his cultivation session. Decades of living as an orphan had forged his unyielding determination. Even with the advantage of the system, he maintained an extraordinary level of effort and discipline. At this moment, only one thought filled Suze's mind: to become stronger. Only by growing stronger could he hope to uncover the whereabouts of his parents. Though logic told him that after so many years, their chances of survival were slim, he was resolved to find the truth alive or dead. Without a definitive answer, he would never find peace. A new day had begun, and the cooldown for the energy infusion had ended. Determination burned in Suze's eyes as he prepared to face the next challenge in his journey of cultivation. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely. Suze gently stroked Xiao Qing's scales, closed his eyes, and began the energy infusion. A surge of immense spiritual power flowed from his palm like a tide, pouring into Xiao Qing's body. You have infused 21 days of cultivation into the Azure Serpent. The system's notification echoed in Suze's mind. The energy infusion cashback feature has been triggered. Cashback multiplier is being randomly selected. Congratulations. The multiplier for this infusion is 10 times. Cashback ability activated. You have gained 210 days of cultivation. Suze calculated silently. Luck, he thought, neither too good nor too bad. Before he could finish the thought, a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy burst forth, surging into his body like a breached dam. Suze felt his entire body resonate as a series of muffled sounds erupted from within him. The astonishing energy coursed through his meridians like a raging storm, sweeping away countless impurities. In the blink of an eye, Suze's body was covered in a thick layer of black impurities, emitting a foul stench. This was the hallmark of the cleansing of muscles and marrow, a phenomenon that only occurred upon reaching the 5th level of the body tempering stage. Through this purification, his physique would undergo a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, reflexes, and resilience. A smile tugged at Suze's lips, brimming with satisfaction. In just 2 days, he had leapt from an ordinary person to the 5th level of body tempering, a speed unparalleled in the cultivation world. Such progress would be impossible without the aid of extraordinary elixirs or treasures. Xiao Qing seemed to sense its master's joy and also noticed the changes in its own power. A portion of its intelligence awakened, and its eyes now gleamed with an unprecedented liveliness. As Suze focused his gaze, a series of messages appeared before him. Name, Azure Serpent. Level, F. Initial stage. Special bloodline, traces of Azure Dragon bloodline. Ability, 4 symbols. Azure Dragon evasion technique incomplete. Xiao Qing's strength had advanced significantly, evolving from its juvenile state to the Flevel initial stage. This was the ranking system for spiritual beasts, corresponding to the cultivation stages of humans. The Flevel aligned with the body tempering realm, with subsequent levels following this structure. Unlike humans, however, a spiritual beast's potential heavily depended on its innate talent and bloodline, which determined its upper limits. As a result, spiritual beasts often held an edge over human cultivators at equivalent levels. Just as Suze reveled in his achievements, a pungent stench assaulted his nose. Only then did he realize his body was covered in filth. He quickly rushed to the bathroom to cleanse himself. 10 minutes later, Suze emerged from the misty bathroom. Through the lingering steam, his muscular physique was faintly visible. The most notable transformation in the body tempering stage was the comprehensive enhancement of the physical body muscles, bones, blood, and meridians all underwent a metamorphosis. This stage was crucial for laying a solid foundation, as a stronger foundation would lead to greater achievements in the future. However, building a strong foundation required a proper cultivation technique. Suze was currently practicing the most basic guiding method, which, strictly speaking, wasn't even a true cultivation technique. It was merely a rudimentary way to channel spiritual energy. While it sufficed for now, relying on it long-term would make progress increasingly difficult, even with the system's cashback feature. After some thought, Suze decided to visit the Jiangnan city's cultivator library to try his luck. As a newcomer benefit, anyone who successfully awakened their cultivation talent could choose one cultivation technique there for free. While most techniques in the library were rather mediocre, they would still be far superior to the guiding method he was currently using. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, but Suze had already risen, quietly awaiting the arrival of noon. As the clock struck 12, he felt a stirring of spiritual energy within him. The cool down of the infusing process had finally ended. Taking a deep breath, Suze closed his eyes and began the day's infusion ritual. He focused his consciousness on the azure-scaled serpent beside him, silently chanting in his heart. Infuse 200 days of cultivation into the azure serpent. In an instant, a warm current surged out from his body and poured into the azure serpent. At that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Infusion cashback feature triggered. Randomly selecting cashback multiplier. Congratulations. The multiplier for this infusion is 2 times. Suze's heart leapt with joy as the cashback ability activated. A surge of even more abundant spiritual energy flooded into his meridians like a tidal wave. He could clearly feel that he had gained a total of 400 days of cultivation. The exhilarating and familiar sensation swept over him once more. Suze felt a vast spiritual energy coursing through his veins, instantly propelling his strength to a new level. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within, as if lightning had struck. Suze's muscles swelled, brimming with explosive power. To his astonishment and delight, he realized that he had broken through to the 7th stage of the body refinement realm. Beside him, the small azure serpent quivered in response. It basked in the sudden influx of spiritual energy, feeling an almost euphoric comfort. Though it didn't fully understand what was happening, its instincts told it that this was closely tied to its master. Gleefully, the little serpent nuzzled Suze's fingers with its head before drifting into a deep slumber, seemingly preparing to break through its own limits and absorb the unexpected gift of cultivation. Suze clenched his fist slightly, carefully sensing the changes within his body, though his brow furrowed unconsciously. He realized that his rate of advancement seemed to have slowed. 400 days of cultivation had only elevated him from the 5th to the 7th stage of the body refinement realm, a speed that was no longer as astonishing as before. However, if anyone else knew what Suze was thinking, they'd likely be spitting blood in frustration. After all, Suze had only awakened 3 days ago, yet he had already transformed from an ordinary mortal into a 7th-stage body refinement expert. Such rapid progress would leave even ancient millennium prodigies in awe, let alone ordinary cultivators. Shaking his head, Suze decided not to dwell on it. His priority now was to find a cultivation technique suited to him. He had already set his sights on a goal not flashy or complex techniques, but one that emphasized solid fundamentals. He longed for a method that would lay a strong foundation for his future cultivation. Only then could he walk further and grow stronger on the path ahead. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system sounded in his mind once more. Ding! Host's accumulated cultivation time has exceeded 1 year, meeting the requirements for the newcomer gift package. Commencing distribution now. Suze raised his eyebrows in pleasant surprise. A newcomer gift package? I didn't expect such a nice bonus. Before he could finish his thought, the space before him rippled slightly, and a black-covered book materialized in his hands. As Suze examined it, he realized it appeared to be a secret manual. His heart, surged with excitement, had been worrying about finding the right cultivation technique, and now the system had delivered it right to him. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the manual seemed plain and unassuming, with only a few small characters on the cover. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Suze's eyebrows arched as a sense of awe washed over him. The name alone exuded an inexplicable grandeur. At the same time, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. A cultivation method from another realm. Grade, unknown. Note: due to differences in spiritual energy quality between the two worlds, the ratio of spiritual energy in the host world to that of the other realm is 1,000 to 1. Suze's brow furrowed in disbelief, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Such a vast disparity was almost unfathomable. He couldn't help but ponder what kind of technique could cause such an immense difference in spiritual energy, and more intriguingly, what kind of place was this so-called other realm? Could it truly be the legendary celestial world? Suze flipped through the cultivation manual in his hands, his brows furrowed. Based on his understanding of this world, ascension seemed like nothing more than an unattainable legend. However, as he began to carefully read through the dragon elephant body refinement technique, he was struck by the astonishing power it described. One arm capable of lifting billions of pounds. And that's just the first stage? Suze muttered to himself, skimming through the manual in disbelief. Suddenly, he discovered a frustrating problem: the manual was incomplete. The dragon elephant body refinement technique only contained methods for the body refinement stage and the foundation establishment stage, with all instructions for the higher realms completely missing. Holding the incomplete manual in his hands, Suze was deeply conflicted. Despite the absence of techniques for the golden core stage and beyond, he was acutely aware of how solid the foundation this technique could provide. It originated from another world, and was likely from a plane far superior to the one he currently inhabited. I already have the system as a cheat. If I also cultivate such a powerful technique, wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Suze's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed a path to the pinnacle. He suddenly realized that this cultivation technique might have been deliberately chosen for him by the system. The beginner's gift pack only included this one manual, and it seemed unlikely that the system would intentionally give him an incomplete one. Suze speculated that the rest of the technique might still be locked within the system, waiting to be unlocked at a later time. With his decision made, Suze abandoned his plan to visit the Jiangnan City Library and eagerly began cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique. The philosophy behind this technique was entirely different from conventional cultivation methods. It required the practitioner to view the human body as composed of 48 million microscopic particles, each one a dragon elephant seed, that collectively formed a true dragon elephant. Because this technique originated from another world, it had extremely high requirements for spiritual energy. Each dragon elephant seed required a vast amount of high-quality spiritual energy to activate. Once a seed was activated, the practitioner would gain the strength of a dragon elephant. Although Suze wasn't sure of the exact power of a dragon elephant, he was certain it far surpassed any known creature in this world. The terrifying aspect of this technique was that, without extraordinary opportunities, cultivating it in this spiritually deficient world was nearly impossible. Ordinary people might spend years of arduous training without activating even a single dragon elephant seed, let alone achieving the number needed for breakthroughs. Some might even exhaust their lifespan before activating enough seeds. But for Suze, these obstacles were not an issue. With his ability to receive feedback from the system, even if the quality of spiritual energy was insufficient, he could make up for it with sheer quantity. If a few years won't work, then how about a few decades? Or even centuries? Suze thought confidently. There's no way centuries of cultivation wouldn't be enough to activate a single dragon elephant seed. With this belief in mind, Suze sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique. His body trembled slightly, as if an invisible energy was coursing through him, marking the beginning of a long and arduous journey of cultivation. Following the method described in the cultivation technique, Suze began meditating. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into his body, imagining himself as 48 million tiny particles, each like a dragon elephant seed brimming with infinite potential. As his breathing gradually steadied, he started channeling the technique. The dragon elephant body refinement technique was notoriously difficult to master. It typically took an average person 6 months to a year just to grasp the basics. However, Suze was different. Despite having awakened only a few days ago, the system's support had already granted him over a year's worth of cultivation. This pure energy acted like a catalyst, allowing him to progress at a pace far beyond ordinary practitioners. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed within Suze's body, as if an invisible beast was roaring in the void. Waves of pure spiritual energy surged like a breached dam toward one particular dragon elephant seed, attempting to activate it. Yet, even after depleting a third of his spiritual energy, the seed remained unresponsive. Shocked, Suze finally understood why this technique was so challenging to cultivate. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to give it his all, pouring every last drop of spiritual energy into it. At last, when the final trace of energy entered the seed, a crisp cracking sound broke the silence. In an instant, radiant golden light burst forth from the fissure, piercing through Suze's body and illuminating the outside world. Amid the flickering brilliance, a colossal divine elephant materialized. Its size was immeasurable, standing tall enough to bridge the heavens and the underworld, with its head reaching the farthest corners of the universe. With a sweep of its long trunk, it gathered an entire galaxy. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos. This was the legendary ultimate being the dragon elephant. The dragon elephant seed was fully activated, and an indescribable power surged into existence. Bathed in golden light, Suze's clothes fluttered despite the absence of wind, and his muscles swelled, exuding explosive strength. Within his body, streams of pure golden energy replaced the previous white energy, circulating automatically along his meridians, completing a full cycle without his conscious effort. Within a radius of several hundred meters, spiritual energy flowed towards Suze's room like streams converging into a vortex. At this moment, he was like a black hole for spiritual energy, ravenously devouring everything around him. However, to his shock, instead of his cultivation level increasing with this influx of energy, it began to plummet at an alarming rate. From the sixth stage of the body refinement realm, to the fifth, to the fourth in the blink of an eye, Suze had fallen all the way back to the first stage of the body refinement realm. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of disbelief in his gaze. What was happening? Not only was this technique difficult to cultivate, but now, after succeeding, his cultivation level had completely collapsed. On the verge of despair, Suze quickly examined his internal state, desperately searching for the cause. However, after a thorough inspection, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, he soon noticed a striking change: his vital energy had turned golden. Not only that, but Suze could clearly feel the power of the golden energy was far superior to the white energy he used to wield. If quantified, just a strand of the golden energy was equivalent to 100 strands of the white energy, difference as vast as the heavens and the earth. Suze clenched his fist and punched into the air. Boom! The air compressed instantly, and the deafening sound reverberated. Relying solely on his physical strength, without utilizing any energy, this single punch left Suze astonished. So this is the power of the giant elephant, he murmured, staring at his fist in disbelief. Although his cultivation level had declined, his strength had increased significantly. He deeply realized that his former self, prior to cultivating the dragon elephant body refining technique, would now seem laughably weak. Even without using energy, his physical strength alone could easily crush his past self. If he combined it with energy, it would be far more than just a simple defeat. Suze threw several more punches, this time adding a bit more force. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds echoed continuously, as if firecrackers were being set off indoors. Finally, he channeled a trace of golden energy, and in an instant, the phantom of a massive golden elephant materialized behind him, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Crash! The windows shattered on the spot, with shards of glass falling to the ground. An invisible shockwave surged out of the room, striking a large tree in the courtyard. Crack! The tree, so large it required 2 arms to encircle, groaned as a massive crack split its trunk. It then snapped in half, and its towering crown crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. Suze stood frozen, wide-eyed at the masterpiece before him, unable to believe the extent of his strength. At the first level of body refinement, how could he possibly break a tree in half with just the force of his punches? Yet he had done it effortlessly. The little green snake coiled around Suze's wrist shrank back, clearly startled by the astonishing display. It had always resided within Suze's body and could sense the terrifying power even more vividly. This was no strength an ordinary person could possess. In comparison, the snake was more inclined to believe that Suze was the real monster. After repeated tests, Suze finally felt reassured. Despite his cultivation level dropping, his strength had not diminished but instead grown. This was undoubtedly a good thing and served as proof of the dragon elephant body refining technique's immense potential. It was far more extraordinary than an grade technique could ever be. Suze had a vague feeling that if he continued cultivating, his future achievements would be unimaginable. One day, even if a celestial being were to descend, he might be able to defeat them with a single punch. Of course, all this depended on Suze being able to continue cultivating. The current dragon elephant body refining technique he possessed was incomplete, and the whereabouts of its subsequent parts were unknown. I must find a way to complete the dragon elephant body refining technique. Suze resolved firmly in his heart. The night had grown late, and it was time to rest. Tomorrow, he needed to report to school. Suze felt a sense of anticipation for the new chapter in his life. After some thought, he decided not to train further tonight. Firstly, he wanted to ensure he was fully energized for the next day, and secondly, he realized that after activating one dragon elephant seed, it had become increasingly difficult to awaken more seeds through training alone. The only solution was to rely on the ability to trigger energy feedback, but this skill could only be used once a day. With that in mind, Suze stretched lazily, performed a quick wash, and lay down on his bed. Before long, he had drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Suze took a deep breath and began his cultivation for the day. Placing his palm gently on the head of the azure flood snake, a stream of golden energy slowly flowed out. Suddenly, a surge of powerful feedback energy rushed into him, causing the chi within his body to churn like a river breaking through its banks. Energy feedback. Suze was delighted but quickly felt a hint of disappointment. only threefold. Even so, the accumulation of 3 years of cultivation made Suze feel significant changes within his body. He closed his eyes, sensing the golden chi settling in his dantian. Suddenly, a faint crack sounded, and Suze immediately realized that one of the dragon elephant seeds had begun to activate. Finally, some progress, Suze murmured to himself. But this is just the beginning. Thinking about the nearly 50 million seeds still waiting to be activated, Suze couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, clenched his fists, and the air between his fingers compressed with a series of sharp pops. The strength of two giant elephants, not a bad start. Half an hour later, Suze arrived at Jiangnan City's first advanced high school. This cultivator school wasn't large, with only a few hundred cultivators in total. Following the map, Suze located the classroom for Class 3, Grade 1. Pushing open the door, he found only a few students inside. Suze's gaze casually swept across a stunningly beautiful girl, but quickly withdrew. In his mind, he silently recited the first page of the sword manual. Keep your heart free of distractions, and your blade will move like a divine force. The teacher who had led him there turned to the girl and said, Lin Miaoi, please explain some of the important points to this new student. I have other matters to attend to. With that, the teacher left the classroom. Lin Miaoi walked up to Suze with a smile. Hello, my name is Lin Miaoi. I'm Suze, he replied briefly. I thought no one else would join, but here you are, Lin Miaoi said. Suze asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Are there always so few people in our class? Lin Miaoi patiently explained, not exactly. It's just that most of the students have already left earlier. You came a bit late, so you didn't see them. But it's no big deal, our school uses a credit system. All the courses are self-selected, so classmates aren't necessarily in the same classroom. At this point, Lin Miaoi pointed to herself with a playful smile. As for me, I'm a pill alchemist, so I've been spending my time studying the basics of pharmacology. A confident smile spread across her face, and Lin Miaoi's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly proud of her identity as an alchemist. Suze couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, silently astonished. An alchemist? No, that was a rare talent. Among those who successfully awakened their abilities, martial cultivators made up the majority, while beast tamers and sorcerers were already considered uncommon. But alchemists? Their rarity far surpassed the others, to the point where they were 1 in 10,000. In this world, alchemists held an enviable status. After all, even the mightiest warriors couldn't avoid injuries, let alone the countless bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. In such moments, the value of an alchemist became undeniably apparent. Suze's thoughts shifted subtly. While it wasn't out of romantic interest, befriending a skilled alchemist could undoubtedly bring countless advantages in the future. Lin Miaoi spoke with enthusiasm, sharing with Suze many things he wasn't aware of. She mentioned that the school library housed a vast collection of cultivation manuals, and as long as certain conditions were met, students could borrow a few. As she spoke, she also introduced Suze to several other classmates. Before long, Suze found himself deep in conversation with the group. They quickly bonded over shared topics, and in no time, he felt at ease among them. Through their discussions, Suze acquired plenty of valuable information. For instance, Lin Miaoi, this lively and cheerful girl-next-door type, was recognized as a prodigy among this year's awakened individuals. Whether it was her appearance, family background, strength, or talent, she excelled in every area, leaving little to criticize. Lin Jie comes from a prominent family and has been training since she was a child. On top of that, she's incredibly diligent. There's no way we can compare, one classmate remarked with admiration. Exactly. I bet 3 months from now, during the assessment, Lin Jie will definitely qualify to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, another chimed in. Suze keenly picked up on the key terms and immediately asked, assessment? Demon Suppression Tower. Blushing slightly from the praise, Lin Miaoi's eyes lit up at Suze's question. She eagerly explained, the Demon Suppression Tower is a vital stronghold in Jiangnan Province. It holds countless demons and serves as a training ground for young elites. Training there can rapidly enhance one's strength. The assessment is held to select those qualified to enter the tower. When the time comes, students from all the cultivation schools in Jiangnan Province will participate. It's a grand event. Suze nodded thoughtfully, piecing together the details. At that moment, a chubby boy nearby added, that's not all. The top performers in the assessment also get amazing rewards. Artifacts, treasures, elixirs, you name it. Any one of those would sell for a fortune. Lin Miaoi suddenly realized and nodded in agreement. That's right. Those rewards are incredibly valuable for newcomers. But the most precious reward is the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. The opportunities and gains inside are truly priceless. Suze gave a soft and proceeded to ask more about the specifics of the assessment, including the qualifications, timing, and location. To stay connected, they decided to create a group chat using a social app. What's the number again? I didn't catch it earlier, Suze asked. A girl glanced at her screen and read out the number in a clear, melodic voice. 1 Sashitate Fivion 45. Yep, that's it. Lin Miaoi, a girl blessed with a wealthy family background, exceptional beauty, and extraordinary talent in cultivation, showed no trace of arrogance often associated with prodigies. Her kind and approachable personality helped Suze quickly acclimate to the campus environment under her guidance. Unlike us, who possess special talents, ordinary martial artists usually don't attend school, Lin Miaoi explained as she led the way. Most of them choose to train on the outskirts of the wild forest. Suze nodded in understanding. The wild forest, a haven for monstrous beasts, also served as a trial ground for human cultivators. However, surviving there required at least the 5th level of body refining. Otherwise, venturing into the forest would only result in becoming food for the beasts. Half an hour later, with Lin Miaoi's assistance, Suze successfully completed all the enrollment procedures and officially became a student at Jiangnan City's first advanced high school. Lin, I really can't thank you enough, Suze said sincerely. With everything settled and no immediate tasks at school, Suze decided to head home. There aren't any formal classes right now, just some lectures by the teachers, Lin Miaoi reminded him. You can skip them if you're not interested, but be sure to attend the opening ceremony in half a month. That's when we'll officially receive our cultivator certifications, and it's very important. Got it. Thanks for the reminder, Suze replied with a serious nod. After bidding farewell to Lin Miaoi, Suze left the school and went straight home. He immediately powered up his computer, logged onto the Jiangnan City Cultivator's official website, registered an account, and purchased a ticket to the wild forest. After training for so long, he was eager to test his strength. Although he appeared to only be at the 1st level of body refining, his golden true energy and the strength of 2 giant elephants made him confident enough to face even those at the peak of body refining. The next day, Suze transferred a year's worth of cultivation to the Azure Serpent. Suddenly, his cashback ability was triggered. The system displayed a 10-fold return, instantly granting Suze 10 years of cultivation. His true energy surged, his muscles swelled, and his body absorbed spiritual energy through every pore, finally breaking through to the 2nd level of body refining. However, 10 years of cultivation still weren't enough to activate a single dragon elephant seed, causing Suze to frown slightly. As he pondered, a change in Xiaoqing caught his attention. Name: Azure Serpent. Level: F-Class Mid-Tier. Special Bloodline: Trace of Azure Dragon Bloodline. Skill: 4 symbols Azure Dragon Escape Technique incomplete. After several transfers of cultivation, Xiaoqing had finally leveled up. Its intelligence had advanced further, its eyes gleamed with liveliness, and its expressions conveyed a wider range of emotions. Suze gently stroked its head and teased. Looks like your talent isn't that great either. It took over 2 years of cultivation transfers just to reach F-Class Mid-Tier. Xiaoqing seemed to understand his words, lifting its head indignantly and turning away from its master in a huff. Such a temporary, acting like a woman, Suze said with a wry smile, finding it amusing that even a spiritual beast could be so difficult to please. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Suze set out on his journey. Suddenly, a streak of azure shot toward him at high speed, coiling nimbly around his wrist. Xiaoqing was eager to explore, its beastly nature driving its desire to roam the wild forests. A direct shuttle from the city to the forest outskirts was available, and Suze boarded it using his identity as a cultivator. The vehicle was packed with young people, most of whom were at the 4th level of body refinement, with only 2 at the 5th level. Such strength was only sufficient for roaming the forest edges. Venturing deeper required at least the 8th level of body refinement. After half an hour, the vehicle came to a stop. As Suze stepped off, the rich scent of earth filled the air. Before him stretched an endless forest, with towering trees reaching heights of tens or even hundreds of meters. The stop was bustling with activity, not just a temporary resting point, but also a lively trade market where cultivators returning from the forest sold their spoils on the spot. Suze didn't linger. After choosing a direction, he plunged straight into the dense woods. As soon as they entered, Xiaoqing let out an excited hiss and slid off Suze's wrist, joyfully scurrying across the ground. Its speed quickly increased until it became a streak of green lightning darting through the forest. Suze didn't restrain it, but followed closely behind. For spirit beasts like Xiaoqing, the forest was their true domain, with the laws of the wilderness etched into their very bloodline. Allowing Xiaoqing to hunt on its own was far more efficient than Suze blindly trying his luck. Together, the man and the snake moved effortlessly through the forest, advancing deeper into the untamed wilderness. Suddenly, Xiaoqing halted, its vertical pupils fixed on something ahead as it hissed a warning. Suze immediately became alert, circulating his true energy throughout his body to prepare for any threat. This was no game, this was the real wilderness, where any mistake could lead to injury or even death. Following Xiaoqing's gaze, Suze spotted a dark creature rubbing vigorously against the bark of a large tree not far away. A system notification promptly provided the details. Name: Bloodthirsty Wild Boar. Rank: F-Class Mid-Tier. Special Bloodline: None. Skills: to be revealed upon contract. Notes: A walking feast: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, crispy pork, braised pig trotters, and spicy intestines. An F-class mid-tier beast, comparable to Shaoqing in rank, though the gap in strength was unclear. At this moment, the wild boar also noticed Su Zhe and Shaoqing. They hadn't concealed their presence, and with the boar's exceptional sense of smell, it was inevitable that it would detect them. The boar let out a furious roar, enraged by the intruders trespassing into its territory. It charged at them, its long tusks glinting in the air and exuding a pungent, bloody odor. A strike from those tusks would undoubtedly leave a horrifying wound. Yet, this creature wasn't enough to pose a threat to Su Zhe. With a slight motion of his arm, Shaoqing immediately understood, shooting out like an arrow released from a bowstring. Although Shaoqing and the bloodthirsty wild boar were both mid-tier class beasts, the difference in their strength was like night and day. Su Zhe had been infusing Shaoqing with the purest golden energy, an unparalleled power that not only enhanced its bones and muscles, but also rendered its body nearly indestructible. Moreover, the faint trace of Azure Dragon bloodline within Shaoqing gave it an edge far beyond other beasts of the same rank. Su Zhe approached the fallen wild boar carcass. His dagger gleamed coldly as he skillfully extracted the two long tusks. Meanwhile, Shaoqing darted excitedly among the bushes, its scaled armor shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight, spotless from any blood. Faced with the massive wild boar corpse, Su Zhe hesitated for a moment. While other parts of the body also held value, taking them would hinder his mobility. Suddenly, he recalled a prior system notification and glanced at the time. It was just around noon. Deciding to take a short break, Su Zhe swiftly cut out a few prime cuts of meat from the wild boar. He and Shaoqing then made their way to a clear, pristine stream with sweet, drinkable water. Nearby, on a rocky cliff, Su Zhe spotted a beehive inhabited by low-tier class bee-like beasts. Without hesitation, he struck with a powerful palm, scattering the swarm with a gust of wind and successfully harvesting a generous amount of honey. Before long, the aroma of honey-glazed pork chops filled the air. Sitting on a smooth boulder by the stream, Su Zhe devoured the meal heartily, juices dripping from his mouth. Shaoqing, however, only took one bite before losing interest, leaping into the stream to frolic in the water. Since becoming a cultivator, Su Zhe's appetite had grown significantly. In no time, he had polished off several pounds of wild boar meat. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth, stretched, and prepared to continue his journey. Shaoqing, let's go. Just as the words left his mouth, a piercing roar echoed from the forest in the direction they had come from. Shaoqing instantly tensed, a flash of green lightning darting to Su Zhe's shoulder. Through their bond, Su Zhe could vaguely sense Shaoqing's thoughts. Is it a tough opponent? Shaoqing nodded in confirmation, letting out a sharp cry, its body coiled and ready for battle. Another deafening roar followed, even louder this time, shaking the leaves around them. Su Zhe's brow furrowed as he keenly noticed the sound drawing closer. In the next moment, a massive shadow burst out of the dim forest, charging at Su Zhe with astonishing speed. He calmly sidestepped the attack and got a clear look at the intruder, a bloodthirsty wild boar king, its size rivaling that of a bull. The system promptly provided information. Name: bloodthirsty wild boar king. Rank: class upper tier. Special bloodline: none. Skills: berserk, bloodthirst. Note: after going berserk, the boar king's overstrained muscles make for an exceptionally chewy texture. The wild boar king was incredibly fast and immensely powerful, crashing through 3 large trees before it finally came to a halt. Its heavy breathing sounded like a raging bull as its blood-red eyes locked onto Su Zhe with a burning fury. Hot air snorted from its nostrils as it caught the familiar scent on this human, igniting its uncontrollable rage. That was the scent of its favorite concubine. The wild boar king's eyes instantly turned bloodshot with rage. Its gaze locked onto Su Zhe and Shaoqing, one human and one snake, who had now become its sole targets for revenge. The wild boar king's mind was consumed by a single thought: kill. Kill these two despicable beings. That frail-looking human was utterly insignificant, not even worth mentioning. But the little green snake had some strength, though it was still no match for the wild boar king. What enraged it even more was that this traitor, who had betrayed the demon clan, was willing to become a human's pet. Roar! The wild boar king let out an earth-shaking roar, baring its massive fangs as it charged straight at Su Zhe. As an upper-tier class demon beast, its strength was equivalent to a human cultivator at the 8th stage of body refinement or higher. Coupled with the natural physical advantages of demon beasts, the wild boar king's combat power was enough to make most peak body refinement experts flee in terror. However, Su Zhe showed no fear. Within him resided the strength of 2 giant elephants, a monstrous power that exceeded ordinary limits. Facing this brute force demon beast, he was instead eager to test his true strength. Su Zhe gave Shaoqing a quick glance, signaling it not to intervene. The gust of wind stirred up by the wild boar king carried a foul stench as it rushed towards Su Zhe. Seeing that Suze made no move to dodge, the wild boar king became even more enraged. Its blood-red eyes glowed brighter as it entered a berserk state. Its speed and strength surged, and its half-meter-long tusks gleamed coldly, ready to skewer Suze through and through. Just as the wild boar king thought it had victory within its grasp, it suddenly felt as if it had slammed into an iron wall, coming to an abrupt halt. Shocked, it looked up to find that its tusks were firmly held in Suze's hands. The wild boar king struggled desperately, its muscles bulging, but those hands were like iron clamps, holding it immobile. Suze squinted, a mocking smile on his face. And you call yourself the wild boar king, huh? For Suze, subduing the wild boar king with his two-elephant strength was as easy as holding down a baby chick. With one hand gripping its tusk, he frowned slightly. Too weak. Xiaoqing stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded. The wild boar king was renowned for its strength among class demon beasts, yet its master had subdued it with one hand. Xiaoqing's respect and awe for Suze deepened even further. The wild boar king went into a frenzy, its hooves clawing at the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. Yet Suze stood firm like an immovable mountain. He shook his head and sighed. This is way too easy. I didn't even get to test my true strength. Xiaoqing rolled its eyes, internally grumbling. Are you even human? A mere second-stage body refinement cultivator, effortlessly subduing an upper-tier class demon beast, this is already beyond belief. The wild boar king's fury erupted completely, activating its innate skill as waves of power surged through its massive body. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming force, Suze stood unmoved, like an unyielding great wall. He shook his head in disappointment, then casually raised his hand and effortlessly lifted the enormous wild boar king, as big as an ox, into the air. The wild boar king thrashed violently midair, letting out deafening roars of rage. Suze frowned and barked impatiently. Noisy. With that, he swung his arm and slammed the wild boar king heavily onto the ground. Over and over, he lifted and hurled it down until its roars grew weaker and finally ceased altogether. Suze paused, startled, thinking to himself, that was too fragile. Aren't wild boars supposed to be known for their thick hides and tough endurance? How did it die after just a few throws? Nearby, Xiaoqing stood frozen in shock. A 600 or 700-pound wild boar had been tossed around like a mere chick in Suze's hands and was ultimately killed. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, who is the real monster here? Him or the beasts? Without lingering, Suze efficiently extracted 2 half-meter-long tusks from the boar and turned to leave. Xiaoqing quickly followed, not daring to fall behind. Who knew what other dangerous beasts might be lurking in this forest? Leaving as soon as possible seemed like the safest option. Before long, Suze's figure blended seamlessly into the dense forest, moving faster and faster. Together, the man and the serpent began a large-scale sweep of the forest's outskirts. Along the way, they encountered several beasts, some of which were upper-tier grade creatures. However, under the crushing force of Suze's superhuman punches, not a single beast could withstand even one blow. After 5 hours, Suze was laden with trophies from their hunt, and even Xiaoqing was dragging a bare paw behind her. As the sky dimmed, Suze glanced upward and said, time to head back. The sun was setting, and night was drawing near. The forest at night was fraught with danger, as many powerful beasts emerged after dark, some of which could rival human Foundation establishment cultivators as a grade beasts. The gap between the body refining stage and the Foundation establishment stage was like a chasm impossible to bridge with sheer numbers. To avoid unnecessary risks, Suze decided to leave promptly. With a soft call, Xiaoqing understood and climbed onto his wrist, transforming back into a bracelet. In the next instant, Suze's figure vanished into the vast forest. After some time, Suze suddenly stopped in his tracks, tilting his head to listen carefully. He was certain he hadn't misheard faint cries for help echoed from afar. He pondered for a moment. Better go check it out. If I can help, I will. But if the enemy is too strong, they'll have to fend for themselves. Moving like lightning, Suze reached the source of the sound in no time. Before him stretched a shadowy swamp, where 3 men and 2 women were struggling desperately. Surrounding them were 10 crocodiles, each 3 meters long, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent as they launched fierce attacks. 3 of the group were already injured, with 1 unconscious and bleeding. Blood dripped from their arms into the swamp, agitating the crocodiles further and intensifying their assault. Suze's sharp gaze quickly assessed the situation and analyzed the creatures. Name, Blackwater crocodile. Grade mid-tier. Special bloodline, none. Skill, bite. Notes, social creatures. Individually weak, but 3 working together can take down an upper-tier grade beast. A quick scan revealed there were 10 Blackwater crocodiles in total. The situation was dire, and Suze knew he had to act fast. No wonder those 5 people were trapped here. In the swamp, 5 figures were locked in a life-and-death struggle against a group of ferocious Blackwater crocodiles. They dodged the snapping jaws and lashing tails of the crocodiles, their clothes soaked with sweat. As one of them narrowly avoided a vicious strike, Suze's attention was caught by a flash of red. Focusing his gaze, he noticed a vividly red plant growing behind the group, surrounded by faint red light and exuding an extraordinary aura. Blood dragon grass. Suze's mind lit up, instantly recognizing the rare herb. He recalled his conversation with Lin Miaoi the day before, during which she had mentioned that the main ingredient for the pill she was attempting to refine was blood dragon grass. A thought crossed Suze's mind: this single blood dragon grass was worth as much as everything he had gathered today. It was clear that the 5 individuals had ventured into the swamp for the sake of this precious herb, only to inadvertently provoke the surrounding blackwater crocodiles. After a moment of deliberation, Suze determined that the crocodiles posed no real threat to him and decided to intervene. Golden energy surged within his body, filling him with immense power. With a powerful push of his legs, he shot toward the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. Chunwei was already in despair. They had gone through so much to find the blood dragon grass, only to carelessly disturb the crocodile pack. He didn't care if he and the others perished, but if their young lady came to harm, he would have no way to face the family head. Blocking an attack from one crocodile with all his strength, he glanced anxiously at the unconscious figure behind him. Just as Chun Wei was about to give up hope, a dull sound came from the distance. A dark shadow streaked across the swamp like lightning, appearing in the center of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, one of the blackwater crocodiles froze mid-motion, its head separating from its body as blood gushed out. Chun Wei stared in shock, dumbfounded. Blackwater crocodiles were known for their thick, tough hides and incredible defense, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Focusing on one crocodile left them vulnerable to the others, which was exactly why they had become trapped. But the scene before him shattered his understanding. The figure moved like the embodiment of death itself, and with each effortless swing, a crocodile's head fell to the ground. Suze wielded his hand as a blade, each strike precise and lethal. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was not idle either, darting nimbly through the crocodile pack, each move piercing a blackwater crocodile's skull. In the blink of an eye, 10 blackwater crocodiles lay dead. Suze dusted off his hands and turned to meet the wide-eyed stares of the 4 survivors. Chunwei looked at the young man before him, utterly speechless with shock. How could an experienced group of seasoned fighters like them be outclassed by a mere youth? Just as Chunwei and his group were still immersed in shock, Suze walked past them expressionlessly, heading straight for the blood dragon grass behind them. He bent down, carefully uprooting the precious herb, wrapped it meticulously, and placed it into his backpack. Chunwei and the others stared in stunned silence, too afraid to utter a word. Suze's cold demeanor and taciturn nature made them wonder who their mysterious savior truly was. Could he suddenly turn on them and eliminate them as well? Besides, whatever his intentions might be, it was this enigmatic figure who had slain all the blackwater crocodiles, so the blood dragon grass rightfully belonged to him. Finally, Chun Wei mustered the courage to speak. "Friend, we cannot thank you enough for saving our lives." Before he could finish, Suze raised a hand, cutting him off. "Who says you can't repay me?" Suze's lips curled into a faintly mischievous smile. Chun Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Huh." Suze cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the group. "Well, judging by the way you look, you didn't come out of this forest empty-handed, did you?" A companion standing next to Chun Wei exclaimed. "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to rob us?" "Nonsense. Watch your words." Suze frowned, his tone righteous as he retorted. "What does robbery mean? It's using force to threaten and coerce someone into handing over their belongings. And me? I'm merely collecting my rightful compensation. How could that be called robbery? Compensation? What compensation?" The man stammered nervously. Suze spread his hands and looked directly at them. "Saving your lives. Surely asking for a little compensation isn't too much, is it?" The man fell silent, unable to argue. Chun Wei quickly gestured for his companion to stop talking and turned to Suze. "You're absolutely right, friend. A person's life is priceless, and a bit of compensation is only fair." With that, he swiftly began pulling items out of his backpack. "What are you all standing around for? Hand over your stuff," he urged his companions. In no time, a small mountain of items accumulated in front of Suze. To his surprise, most of it consisted of medicinal herbs. Chun Wei hoisted their unconscious companion onto his back and said to Suze, "If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way now." Suze nodded but hesitated for a moment. Then, he picked 2 hemostatic herbs from the pile and tossed them to Chun Wei. "Use these for him first, or it might get dangerous." Suze felt a twinge of guilt, having just relieved them of nearly everything they had. Chun Wei paused for a moment, thanked him, and then hurried off with the other 3 toward the edge of the forest. As they turned to leave, a breeze lifted the hair of the unconscious man on Chun Wei's back, revealing part of his face. Out of the corner of his eye, Suze caught a glimpse and thought the face looked vaguely familiar. However, it was too smudged with dirt to recognize. Shaking his head, he collected the remaining herbs. After organizing his belongings, Suze called out, "Xiaoqing, Stop playing around. It's time to go home. He summoned Shao Qing, who had been happily swimming in the swamp, and resumed his journey back. Half an hour later, Suze arrived at a temporary trading post. He selected a few useful items from his spoils and sold the rest on the spot. Although the prices were lower than in the city, the convenience made up for it. Ping. His phone suddenly chimed with a notification. Suze glanced at the screen to see his Jifubao account balance had increased by 80,000 yuan. Staring at the unexpected windfall, Suze couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. This is the life of cultivators. Wealth comes easily to them. Even if they don't accumulate enormous riches, they can still earn more than what ordinary people could make in several lifetimes. Standing at the entrance of the temporary trading market, Suze scanned the bustling crowd. With half an hour left until the next ride back to the city, he decided to wander around. The market was lively, filled with the chatter of people and stalls displaying a dazzling array of rare treasures. The air was thick with the unique scent of herbs and spirit stones. Suddenly, a heated discussion caught Suze's attention. He slowed his pace to listen more closely. Have you heard? The bloodthirsty boar king in Forest Zone D12 has been taken down, an enthusiastic voice exclaimed. What? Another voice responded in disbelief. I remember that boar king was an upper-tier level beast. Even peak body refinement warriors have to flee when it goes berserk. Could it have been a Foundation establishment cultivator? Impossible. A third voice interjected with a hint of disdain. Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't bother with such areas. That's not all. The first voice continued. The killer bees in Zone D8 and the savage bear in Zone D9 were also taken out. What's going on? Why are all these troublesome beasts suddenly dead? No idea, the second voice mused. But judging by the way they were killed, it seems like the same person did it. Someone who can kill so many beasts in such a short time? The third voice marveled. Only a Foundation establishment cultivator could pull that off. As the discussion grew more intense, another voice joined in, bringing even more shocking news. Forget that for a moment. I heard something happened to the Lin family this time. The new voice said in a hushed tone. Their group was ambushed by blackwater crocodiles, and someone got seriously injured. The Lin family? The leading merchant family, someone asked. Yes, and from what I've heard, the injured person is someone quite important. What I want to know, another voice chimed in, is how they managed to escape the blackwater crocodiles. That's the craziest part, the responder said with astonishment. Apparently, a single person killed all the blackwater crocodiles and saved them. Wow, there's someone that powerful and kind-hearted, someone exclaimed. Kind-hearted? A cold laugh broke the moment. You wouldn't say that if you knew what happened next. What did they do? After killing the blackwater crocodiles, that person took the blood dragon grass the Lin family had discovered. That's fair enough. It's their spoils of battle, after all. True. But, the speaker paused for effect. This person also demanded a little extra compensation from the Lin family. Well, that doesn't sound too unreasonable, someone commented. The compensation was taking all the Lin family's gains from this forest expedition. At this, the group fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond. But soon, they were back to speculating about the mysterious figure's identity and motives. Listening to the lively chatter, Suze's lips curled into a faint smile. He continued strolling through the market, observing the mix of shock and excitement on people's faces. Before long, the entire trading market was abuzz with these stories. By the time Suze boarded the ride back to the city, he knew these tales were already spreading far and wide. Cultivators from all over would carry these astonishing stories back to their own cities. As expected, it didn't take long for the forums in Jiangnan City to explode with trending topics. Who was the mysterious expert who slew 5 upper-tier level beasts? Breaking. Witness claims the mysterious figure might be a young man. Urgent. Lin family seeks a blood dragon grass will pay handsomely. While the discussion spiraled into a frenzy, Suze quietly returned home, as though none of the commotion had anything to do with him. Suze stood in front of the computer, his brows slightly furrowed. He hadn't yet registered an account on this forum, and was completely unfamiliar with the topics being discussed. After returning home, he decided to immerse himself in supplementary study on cultivation knowledge, covering everything from martial arts and sorcery to alchemy and beast taming. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, a few black sedans slowly came to a stop in front of a luxurious estate. As the car doors opened, several elderly men with graying hair stepped out one after another. Guided by the servants, they quickly made their way to a specific room. A middle-aged man, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately stepped forward as soon as he saw them. Mr. Wang, you're finally here. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with urgency. The elder addressed as Mr. Wang didn't waste any words. After changing into a white lab coat, he entered the room directly. Moments later, he emerged, his expression relaxed. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. She's just suffered significant mental stress. She'll recover after a few days of rest. The middle-aged man glanced at the young girl lying on the bed and finally let out a sigh of relief. He apologized awkwardly. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wang. She's my only precious daughter. and I can't bear for her to be harmed in any way. Mr. Wong snorted coldly, his tone sharp. Can't bear for her to be harmed? Then why did you let her go to the wild forest? Despite his high status, the middle-aged man dared not refute the elder's reprimand. Mr. Wong continued. All this trouble just for a blood dragon herb? It's not even something that rare. Was it really worth it? As he spoke, a faint sound came from inside the room. The group's expressions shifted with excitement, and the middle-aged man rushed into the room, exclaiming, Meow, you're awake. At dawn, Suze opened his eyes to find Xiaoqing staring at him with eager anticipation. After several instances of receiving energy infusion, Xiaoqing had figured out the pattern and was now waiting early in the morning for Suze's next session. Suze extended his index finger and lightly tapped Xiaoqing's head. A system prompt immediately sounded. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Serpent, triggering the energy infusion cashback feature. This time, the cashback multiplier is 50 times. You have gained 50 years of cultivation. In an instant, a surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through Suze's meridians. 50 times cashback? Suze exclaimed, as a warm current enveloped his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of breaking echoed as 3 giant elephant seeds were instantly activated. A massive force filled his entire being, golden true energy surging forth, nourishing his body and strengthening his muscles and bones. With a slight exertion of strength, Suze's arm muscles tightened like steel cords. He waved his hand lightly, and a series of explosive sounds tore through the air. His physical strength had once again increased, and his cultivation had reached the 5th stage of body refinement. After a long while, everything calmed down. Suze emerged from his meditation with joy in his eyes. Today's luck was extraordinary. 50 times cashback had directly granted him 50 years of cultivation. The golden true energy roared like a dragon, racing through his meridians and continuously enhancing his power. With a flick of his finger, an invisible force shot out, shattering a vase in the distance instantly. And this was merely a display of his physical strength. He couldn't help but marvel. This dragon elephant body refinement technique is absolutely insane. After completing the energy infusion, Suze didn't continue cultivating. After all, when it came to the dragon elephant body refinement technique, the current stage was no longer one where a single day or two could activate another dragon elephant seed. Compared to other methods, relying on the ability to earn rewards through spiritual empowerment seemed more reliable. Suze softly called out to Xiaoqing, and the two stepped out of their home together, starting their weekend stroll. The community park was bustling under the bright sunlight. With advancements in technology and the emergence of cultivation systems, humanity had become increasingly focused on environmental preservation. On the expansive green fields, residents enjoyed leisurely walks with their families and children. Around Suze's wrist was a green bracelet. Xiaoqing carefully observing the unfamiliar world with its tiny, cautious eyes. To ordinary passersby, the bracelet appeared completely normal, concealing the fact that it was actually a living, breathing little snake. As Suze's cultivation progressed, he could clearly sense Xiaoqing's nervous emotions. Gently stroking Xiaoqing's scales, he comforted the little creature, who was seeing the world for the first time. Suddenly, Xiaoqing sent a vague warning signal, and Suze immediately became alert, his body instinctively tensing. He quickly composed himself, maintaining a calm demeanor as he continued walking as if nothing had happened. Someone was following them. As a mystical beast, Xiaoqing had an extraordinary sensitivity to danger. The tracker was powerful and adept at concealing their presence, easily eluding Suze's current level of awareness. This indicated that the individual was at least at the foundation establishment stage. Suze's mind raced. Why would such a formidable cultivator be tailing him? Could it be related to the 5 unlucky individuals he had robbed yesterday? Was the small compensation he took really enough to warrant deploying a foundation establishment expert against him? Xiaoqing issued another urgent warning. The follower had quickened their pace, seemingly preparing to strike. Suze's heart skipped a beat. Was this person truly bold enough to act in such a crowded area? Didn't they fear harming innocent bystanders? Cultivators were bound by strict rules prohibiting the harm of ordinary people. Was this person not afraid of facing judgment and punishment? There was no time to dwell on these thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Suze maintained an outwardly calm appearance, even smiling and greeting a passing volunteer. Yet within his body, golden spiritual energy surged like a roaring dragon, rushing out from his dantian and gathering immense power. His muscles, though relaxed, were ready to unleash their full strength at any moment. The dragon elephant body refinement technique operated at full capacity, and a faint golden light flickered deep within Suze's eyes. He was prepared to fight for his life. No matter whether the opponent was at the foundation establishment stage or beyond, Suze would not surrender. Even if it meant risking everything, he was determined to take a bite out of his adversary, no matter the cost. At 9 a.m. on Saturday, the park was bustling with people. Suze weaved through the lively crowd, yet he felt out of place, as if an invisible barrier separated him from everyone else. Instinctively, he moved toward a quieter area, his mind racing as he prepared for the battle ahead. Suze knew all too well that in this life-and-death confrontation, he had to give it his all, holding nothing back. To minimize harm to innocent bystanders, he deliberately chose a sparsely populated part of the park. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him, tap, 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 growing closer with each step. Suze could even feel the presence of the person approaching. His entire body tensed, his senses heightened, ready to strike with full force at any moment. Unexpectedly, the mysterious cultivator did not close the distance further. Instead, they maintained a steady 5-meter gap, silently tailing him. Suze's brow furrowed as he struggled to decipher their intentions. Meanwhile, the tracker, Wang Xiong, was grappling with his own thoughts. As a Foundation establishment cultivator and a researcher, he had joined the Interdimensional Research Institute 5 years ago, tasked with analyzing data from newly discovered interdimensional spaces. The job was both perilous and rewarding. Each new interdimensional space was a treasure trove of rare materials and resources unavailable in the main world. Wang Xiong recalled a mission the veteran researchers had once mentioned. 30 explorers had perished without transmitting a single piece of information back. All related files were sealed afterward. Among the casualties were Suze's parents. Just a few days ago, the Institute had given Wang Xiong a special mission: travel to Jiangnan City, locate Suze, and recruit him into the Institute at all costs. Even if Suze declined, it was imperative to establish stable contact with him. Wasting no time, Wang Xiong set out immediately. When he finally found Suze, he happened to spot him strolling through the park. To ensure the mission's success, Wang Xiong decided to follow him discreetly while contemplating the best way to approach him. However, to his surprise, Suze seemed to sense his presence. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Xiong prided himself on his ability to conceal his aura, while Suze appeared to be only at the 5th level of body refinement. This unexpected observation piqued Wang Xiong's curiosity even more. Fearing a potential misunderstanding, Wang Xiong quickened his pace, deciding to confront Suze directly. He believed his sincerity would prevent any mishaps. Yet, events soon took an unforeseen turn. As Wang Xiong quickened his pace, an eerie feeling suddenly crept over him. The young man ahead, Suze, though unchanged in appearance, seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation in an instant. As the distance between them shortened, Wang Xiong was overwhelmed by a suffocating sense of oppression, as if he were facing a ferocious beast ready to strike. This feeling left Wang Xiong deeply unsettled. As a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, the gap between him and someone at the 5th level of body refinement should have been insurmountable. Yet, this boy before him exuded such an intense aura of danger. When Wang Xiong came within 5 meters, that sense of peril reached its peak. "I can't get any closer," Wang Xiong exclaimed inwardly. Could this guy be some kind of monster? Realizing that his earlier actions might have been misunderstood, Wang Xiong decided to de-escalate the situation. He softened his tone and said gently, "Suze, no need to be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm a colleague of your parents." To add credibility to his words, Wang Xiong pulled out an ID badge from his pocket and showed it to Suze. "This is my work ID. I'm Wang Xiong, a level 3 researcher at the Interdimensional Research Institute, employee number VCH000529. Suze stared at the ID, his brows furrowing slightly. "The Interdimensional Research Institute." Wang Xiong nodded, his eyes fixed on the young man's delicate features. "That's right. Haven't you heard of it before? Both of your parents are senior researchers at our institute. Your father is even considered a prime candidate to succeed the director in the future." This revelation left Suze stunned. He recalled the days before his parents disappeared, how seldom they were home. He had only known they were researchers, but had no idea about their specific roles. He never imagined they held such prestigious positions. The Interdimensional Research Institute was the most influential organization in the 9 provinces, and being a senior researcher there promised unparalleled prospects. Questions surged in Suze's mind. Why had his parents kept this from him? He had a vague feeling that the situation was far from simple, and that there were many mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Noticing Suze's thoughtful expression, Wang Xiong seized the chance to propose. "What do you think? Why not join our institute? Once you're in, we can provide you with any resources you need. Of course, it's not entirely free." Without his system, Suze might have been tempted. After all, cultivating the dragon elephant body refinement technique required massive resources. But now, with his abilities to gain rewards and a strong intuition warning him, he felt that joining the institute at this moment might not be wise. "Sorry, I'm not planning to join the institute for now," Suze politely declined. "But I promise I'll consider it in the future." Wang Xiong looked slightly disappointed, though the outcome was still within his expectations. He took out a metallic card and handed it to Suze, saying solemnly, "This is your father's personal ID card. With it, you can access top-tier privileges at any branch of the Research Institute." As Wang Xiong gazed at the card, a deep envy flickered in his eyes. Top-tier privileges, how many people dreamed of such a thing, only to find it forever beyond their reach. Wang Xiong left in a hurry, leaving Suze alone in deep thought. Holding the identity card in his hand, Suze felt a whirlwind of emotions. Xiaoqing obediently followed by his side, seemingly sensing the heavy burden on her master's mind. Back at home, Suze immediately turned on his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard. One keyword after another was entered into the search bar, but the screen yielded no valuable information. What exactly had happened all those years ago? This question hovered over Suze like a thick fog, clouding his thoughts. Unable to find answers, Suze decided to temporarily set aside the mystery. Instead, he dove into a sea of knowledge, voraciously absorbing all kinds of information. Yet, the determination to uncover the truth took root deep within him, growing stronger by the day. A few days later, Suze attempted once again to channel his cultivation into the Azure Jiao snake. The system notification chimed. You have channeled 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Jiao snake, triggering the rebate function. This time, the rebate multiplier is 3. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. Suze sighed inwardly. Luck hadn't been on his side lately, with the rebate multiplier lingering in the single digits. For the dragon elephant body refinement technique, this amount of cultivation was negligible, akin to a drop in the ocean. The 6th dragon elephant seed remained dormant, showing no signs of activation. However, Suze didn't dwell on it too much. After a quick tidying up, he headed out to school. Today was the opening ceremony, as well as an important day for registering as a cultivator, something he couldn't afford to miss. An hour later, Suze once again stepped through the gates of Jiangnan City's #1 senior high school. Unlike his last visit, the entrance was now teeming with people. Parents dropping off their children crowded the area, leaving no room to move. The air was thick with waves of powerful spiritual energy, a testament to the presence of many skilled cultivators. After much effort, Suze managed to squeeze through the crowd and entered the grand auditorium. Following the signs, he located his class's assigned seating. Looking around, he saw many unfamiliar faces. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Suddenly, he realized Lin Miaoi was nowhere to be seen. Lin Miaoi isn't here, he asked a classmate he had spoken to before. Lin Jia seems to have been injured. She's currently on leave, resting at home, so she couldn't make it to the opening ceremony, the classmate replied. Suze let out a soft, "Oh," and didn't press further. Injuries were common for cultivators, but he couldn't help but wonder how Lin Miaoi, an alchemist, had gotten hurt. As time passed, more and more people filled the auditorium. Soon, most of the new students had arrived. Several teachers approached each class, beginning the process of taking attendance. Wang Beichun, present. Huang Yiming, present. Suze, present. The teacher taking attendance suddenly paused and turned to look at Suze. After scrutinizing him for a moment, the teacher repeated, "Suze." Slightly puzzled, Suze responded again, "Present." The teacher's expression darkened abruptly. He strode over to Suze, his voice cold as he demanded, "Are you Suze?" Now even more confused, Suze replied, "Yes, I'm Suze." To Suze's surprise, the teacher's face turned livid with anger, his expression clearly furious. What's going on? Is having the name Suze a crime or something? Suze wondered to himself. At that moment, the teacher suddenly bellowed, "Nonsense." Suze frowned deeply, thinking that there must be something wrong with this teacher. The teacher sneered and said, "The records clearly state that you just awakened not long ago." "Yeah, and what about it?" Suze's tone turned colder, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. And then, the teacher's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger and mockery. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Suze. "You dare ask me?" And then? The teacher let out a cold laugh, sweeping her eyes across the room. The commotion had drawn the attention of the surrounding students, who leaned in closer, their ears perked to catch every word. A person who's only awakened for just over 10 days should consider it impressive to stabilize at the 2nd level of body refining. Reaching the 3rd level would indicate some talent. The 4th level, a rare genius. The teacher enunciated each word, her tone hammering into the hearts of everyone present. "And you? What cultivation level are you at now?" "Body refining level 5. Her words exploded like a bomb among the crowd. The students exchanged bewildered glances, disbelief written all over their faces. Advancing to body refining level 5 in just over 10 days? Is that even possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's only one explanation: of fraud. The murmurs grew louder, and the students recoiled as if avoiding a venomous creature, putting distance between themselves and Suze. Suze was momentarily speechless. He had thought the teacher was picking on him intentionally, but hadn't expected it to be because of this. He chuckled bitterly to himself. How could he be blamed for this? However, before Suze could figure out how to explain, the teacher spoke again, her voice filled with anger and suspicion. "I've asked you over and over, yet you remain unrepentant, stubbornly claiming to be Suze. I'm starting to suspect you might be a shape-shifting demonic beast spy." Suze froze in shock at her words. Before he could react, the teacher bellowed, "Speak. What kind of demon dares to impersonate Suze?" As her furious shout echoed, a faint glow emanated from the teacher's body, and an overwhelming aura spread through the room, suffocating everyone present. The students gasped in unison, exclaiming, "A foundation establishment cultivator! This teacher is a foundation establishment expert." Just as the tension reached its peak, a few more figures arrived swiftly, appearing beside the teacher. Among them, a middle-aged man with graying hair stepped forward and asked, "Teacher Tan, what's going on here?" Teacher Tan immediately replied, "Principal, there's something wrong with this Suze. He's only awakened for just over 10 days, yet he's already at body refining level 5. In all my years, I've never heard of such a thing, so I suspect he's an imposter." The principal's expression shifted in surprise as his gaze turned towards Suze, scrutinizing him intently. He, too, sensed the aura of body refining level 5. A glimmer of astonishment and excitement flashed in his eyes as he carefully examined Suze. After a moment, the principal's face lit up with a mix of joy and shock. In a low voice, he murmured, "He's not an imposter. He really is Suze." Teacher Tan, standing closest to him, heard his words clearly. She froze in disbelief before exclaiming, "What? He's really Suze?" Her cry of astonishment thundered through the hall, silencing the entire room in an instant. Hundreds of eyes turned simultaneously towards Suze, staring at him as if he were some kind of anomaly. Shock and awe filled their gazes. The silence lasted only a brief moment before the hall erupted into chaos, voices overlapping in a cacophony of disbelief. This guy went from an ordinary person to body refining level 5 in just over 10 days. Tell me this isn't real. Has anyone ever achieved something like this before? Well, there have been cases, but they were usually heirs of top-tier families who received elite training from a young age. Could Suze be one of them? That seems unlikely. Why would someone like that come to our school? Who knows? Maybe he's a genius born in an ordinary family. The discussions grew louder, and the entire hall descended into a frenzy of speculation and astonishment. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the principal slowly approached Suze with a kind and gentle smile on his face. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as he softly asked, "Student Suze, may I help verify something for you?" Suze's heart tightened as he realized this was the critical moment to confirm his identity. He gave a slight nod, granting the principal permission. Upon receiving his consent, the principal extended his index finger and gently touched Suze's forehead. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into Suze's meridians like a torrential wave. However, just as this foreign force entered, Suze's golden energy within him suddenly roared to life, like a ferocious beast whose territory had been invaded, unleashing an earth-shaking roar. Roar! In the depths of Suze's being, a furious growl filled with killing intent reverberated through his body. The golden energy shot out from his dantian like an arrow, racing through his meridians to confront the uninvited intruder. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the principal suddenly felt a searing pain in his fingertip. His hand was abruptly repelled by an invisible force. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face before he quickly composed himself. In that brief moment of contact, he had sensed the energy within Suze's power, so terrifying it defied description. The moment his own energy touched Suze's, it scattered like frightened mice before a cat. The principal was struck by a wave of shock. As a powerful cultivator who had surpassed the foundation establishment stage and reached the golden core level, his energy had been overwhelmed by that of a mere body refinement stage practitioner. The notion was utterly inconceivable. He fixed Suze with a deep, probing gaze, his mind racing. To achieve the 5th level of body refinement in just over 10 days, and to harbor such domineering energy, within him these factors intertwined to make Suze an enigma. But one thing was certain. Suze was undoubtedly himself and not an imposter. Now that Suze's identity was confirmed, the principal decided not to press further. However, unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Student Suze, how did you manage to reach the 5th level of body refinement in just 10 days? Did you perhaps take some special elixirs?" Hearing this, Suze fell into contemplation. The crowd, sensing the gravity of the moment, held their breath, afraid to miss his response. The entire hall fell into a tense silence as all ears awaited the revelation. After a brief pause, Suze raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. With a solemn expression, he said, "I didn't take any magical pills, nor did I experience any fortuitous encounters, and no master transferred their skills to me." He paused, and the audience collectively held their breath, hanging on his every word. Then, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Suze calmly added, "I just worked a little harder than most." Crack, crack, crack. It was as if an invisible force of petrification swept across the hall. The principal's smile froze mid-expression, and everyone stared at Suze in stunned silence, their faces a medley of disbelief and bewilderment. They had all been waiting with bated breath, only to hear this. It was like waiting for a profound revelation, only to be told a simple platitude. It took a long moment for the principal to recover. His face shifted between various expressions before he finally let out a series of forceful coughs to regain his composure. Suze, noticing this, asked with genuine concern, "Principal, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" The principal waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine," he said, though inwardly he was silently grumbling. This kid is unbelievable. If he doesn't want to answer, fine, but why tease an old man like me with such a joke? Truly, he has no sense of propriety. Meanwhile, Suze maintained a serious expression, as if everything he had just said couldn't have been more earnest. Standing before the crowd, Suze spoke with a solemn expression. "Everything I've said is true. Honestly, I'm not some kind of genius, I just work a bit harder than most. Every morning at 7, I get up on time to train, without skipping a single day. Beyond that, I dedicate all my remaining time to learning various kinds of knowledge." The crowd listened intently to Suze's words, their eyes fixed on his earnest expression. For a moment, they seemed convinced by his declaration. However, the thought was quickly dismissed by reason. No matter how hardworking someone might be, advancing to the 5th level of body refinement in such a short time was simply too absurd. As Suze continued his impassioned speech, the little green snake coiled around his wrist rolled its eyes discreetly. As Suze's personal tool snake, it was all too familiar with its master's daily routine. Waking up on time every morning to train? The snake grumbled inwardly. "Oh, you dare to say that? Training? What training? All you do is tap my head with your finger, inject some spiritual energy into me, and then go right back to sleep. If we're talking about diligence, this little snake, might just outshine you. But, as the saying goes, under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head." Resigned, the snake rolled its eyes again and transformed back into a bracelet. The principal, listening to Suze's account, was deeply moved. No matter what Suze claimed, his genius was undeniable. After all, no amount of effort alone could yield such astonishing progress in such a short time. What truly stirred the principal, however, was the thought of the sweat and dedication behind Suze's talent. Most newly awakened individuals struggle to shed their ordinary habits in the early stages, finding it hard to adapt immediately. They often treat cultivation as a task or chore, completing just enough each day to get by. But Suze, despite possessing such extraordinary talent, he still demonstrated such perseverance. This level of awareness, this determination, combined with his innate gift set was truly remarkable. The principal gazed at Suze, overwhelmed with admiration. If Suze continued to grow steadily, he would undoubtedly become a shining star for humanity's future. It wasn't just the principal. Many others present found themselves thinking the same. On one hand, Suze's passionate delivery made his words sound especially convincing. On the other hand, they simply couldn't fathom what kind of prodigious talent it would take for someone to reach the 5th level of body refinement in just 10 days with minimal training. It was beyond their imagination. In the end, they chose to believe Suze's version of events. In an instant, the expressions of those around him subtly shifted. They looked at Suze with a newfound respect and admiration in their eyes. Someone like him was destined to become the brightest star in any crowd. As Suze continued his speech, he suddenly noticed the change in the crowd's demeanor. He glanced around quickly, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Was this for real? He had just been improvising, and yet these people actually believed him? Seeing the gazes full of reverence and awe, Suze felt a chill run down his spine, regretting that he might have gone a bit too far with his embellishments. He thought to himself, if this group ever found out that I only trained seriously for the first 2 days, and then relied on my ability to absorb and reflect energy to accumulate decades worth of cultivation in order to reach the 5th level of body refinement, they'd probably beat me to death on the spot. After careful consideration, Suze decided it was best to stick with his image as the hard-working, diligent young prodigy. After all, sometimes the truth is harder to accept than a well-crafted lie. Suze realized that the topic might lead to unnecessary trouble, so he decisively shifted the focus. Speaking sincerely, he said, "While I may have some talent, it is my hard work and dedication that truly matter. Talent alone is not enough. One must put in the effort to succeed." His words immediately resonated with everyone present. They nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. A teacher, looking deeply remorseful, apologized to Suze, saying, "Suze, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Listening to your words makes me feel ashamed. I used to be smug just because I reached the foundation stage earlier than others, but I've made no real progress since then. Your words have truly awakened me." Right then and there, the teacher resolved to dedicate all his free time to cultivation. This determination rippled through the hearts of all the new students. Inspired by Suze's diligence, they thought to themselves, if even a genius works this hard, then we, with our average talents, have no excuse to slack off. The principal keenly noticed the shift in everyone's mindset and was overjoyed. Looking at Suze with increasing satisfaction, he smiled and said, "Suze, your spirit is something we can all learn from." With a student like you, I'm confident our school will shine brilliantly in the upcoming academy competition. The academy competition was as significant to cultivation schools as college entrance exams were to regular schools. If Suze could achieve outstanding results in the competition, the school would undoubtedly gain access to more resources. However, the principal's smile suddenly froze. He realized that if other schools discovered Suze's talent, they would stop at nothing to recruit him. A genius like Suze was as coveted as a top scholar in an exam, bound to be pursued wherever he went. After a moment of contemplation, the principal decided to have a serious talk with Suze after the opening ceremony. Soon, under the teacher's guidance, all the new students returned to their respective classrooms. The ceremony proceeded as planned, but almost everyone's thoughts were elsewhere. The principal streamlined the event, canceling the originally scheduled performances. As the new students began to leave, nearly everyone couldn't resist glancing back at Suze, their looks filled with admiration and curiosity. Just as Suze was about to leave, the principal stopped him. Suze, could you come here for a moment? I need to talk to you. In the office, the principal got straight to the point. Suze, is there anything you need from the school? Or perhaps anything you require in life? Suze was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood the principal's intentions. He realized this was the school's way of trying to keep him from being poached by others. Without waiting for Suze's response, the principal eagerly laid out a series of enticing offers. How about this? We'll arrange a house for you in the city, provide you with monthly supplies of chi-nourishing pills, and when you're ready to break through, we'll even supply you with foundation establishment pills. His tone was urgent, as if afraid of losing this exceptional student. Suze listened to the principal's words without any emotional reaction. His gaze swept across the expensive furniture and decorations in the office, thinking to himself that this school was indeed wealthy. However, as a cultivator with a unique advantage, he could grow stronger daily just by receiving enlightenment bonuses, making items like pills relatively insignificant to him. His thoughts drifted back to the streets of Jiangnan City and its familiar scenery. Having lived there for over a decade, he had already considered it his home. To him, the principal's concerns were entirely unnecessary. Unaware of Suze's unique circumstances, the principal mistook his silence for a lack of interest in the offer. Furrowing his brow, the principal made a bold decision and doubled the original terms on the spot. Suze was momentarily stunned, surprised by the principal's generosity. An idea for a little mischief crossed his mind, and he decided to see just how far the principal was willing to go. Adopting a thoughtful expression, he furrowed his brow slightly, as if deeply considering the offer. Seeing this, the principal's eyes lit up with hope. Determined to secure Suze's agreement, he raised the stakes again. Yet Suze's demeanor only shifted slightly, maintaining his contemplative look. After several rounds of escalating offers, the principal finally reached his limit. Taking a deep breath, he blurted out, "Let me be straightforward. If you agree to stay at our school, I'll even make you the principal." The words stunned even the principal himself. Hadn't expected to make such an outrageous statement. Seeing the principal on the verge of breaking down, Suze quickly clarified, "Principal, you've misunderstood. It's not that your offer isn't generous enough, it's simply unnecessary. I've lived in Jiangnan City since I was born and have a deep connection to this place. There's no way I would consider going to a school in another city." The principal froze for a moment, processing Suze's response. His expression shifted through a range of emotions, from pale to flushed, as frustration welled up inside him. But he quickly composed himself, reassuring himself that at least Suze had committed to staying. Forcing a smile, the principal began to say something, but Suze waved him off. "Those offers and the pills won't be much help to me, so let's skip them." The principal let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that Suze was truly a sensible young man. Apart from being a bit mischievous, he was practically perfect. However, Suze then added, "But instead of the items, could you convert them into cash?" The smile that had just appeared on the principal's face froze instantly. He took a deep breath and forced a strained smile. "Of course, I always keep my word. I'll have finance convert it for you." "And when exactly would that be?" "I suggest today," Suze pressed, unwilling to let it go. Suppressing his frustration, the principal gritted his teeth and replied, "Fine, whenever you say." Satisfied, Suze smiled and said, "Don't worry, principal. I'll work hard in my cultivation and strive to become a foundation establishment cultivator soon to bring honor to the school." Hearing this, the principal felt slightly better, mentally resolving to push Suze to work even harder. He then added, "By the way, the Demon Suppression Tower is set to open in 3 months. You won't need to participate in the assessment. We've already decided to reserve one of the spots for you. Make sure you don't let us down." Suze stood in front of the principal's office, feeling a bit uneasy. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked on the door. "Come in." The principal's warm voice called from inside. Suze pushed the door open and entered. The principal was seated behind a large desk, holding a document in his hand. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his slightly graying hair and giving him an air of kindness. "Principal, you wanted to see me?" Suze asked respectfully. The principal set down the document and smiled at Suze. Yes, Suze, I have some good news for you. Suze straightened up, his heart skipping a beat. The spot for the demon suppression tower, I've decided to give one directly to you. The principal said, his words hitting Suze like a bombshell. The demon suppression tower spot? Is it appropriate to give it to me without going through the selection process? Suze asked in surprise, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. This was undoubtedly an unexpected blessing. Ever since he first heard about the demon suppression tower, he had been deeply intrigued. He had planned to compete for a spot, but now it had fallen into his lap. The principal shook his head and explained, there's nothing inappropriate about it. These spots are usually predetermined anyway. Only students with exceptional talent and strength are eligible, and you are undoubtedly one of them, an outstanding one at that. So why not give it to you directly? Besides, this spot comes from the quota allocated to upperclassmen, so it won't affect the new students. Hearing the principal's explanation, Suze's doubts vanished, replaced by anticipation. After expressing his gratitude sincerely, he left the office. Walking across the campus, Suze's steps became noticeably lighter. The sunlight bathed him, as if celebrating his good fortune. However, he quickly tempered his excitement. After all, greater challenges lay ahead. Before long, Suze was seated in the classroom, attentively listening to a lecture on beastmasters. The professor's voice was loud and full of passion. The beastmaster talent is considered one of the most difficult to cultivate. To become a revered and powerful beastmaster, one must form a contract with a formidable spirit beast. Suze listened intently, but soon realized that the lecture covered very basic knowledge, not particularly useful to him. Even so, he remained fully focused, determined not to miss a single detail. An hour later, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The classroom instantly buzzed with activity as everyone swarmed towards Suze. Hi Suze, I'm Guan Zihan, a warrior. One boy introduced himself eagerly. Suze, can I have your contact information? Me too. Can I get your contact info? Voices rose one after another. Surrounded by his classmates, Suze felt a wave of discomfort. Even in battle, he had never felt this overwhelmed. Years of living alone had left him unaccustomed to such lively scenes, and he had no interest in pointless social interactions. Yet, judging by the situation, it seemed he wouldn't be able to leave unless he shared his contact details. Thinking quickly, Suze grabbed a blank piece of paper, scribbled down a contact number, and handed it to a girl standing in front of him. Instantly, a flurry of activity ensued as the students rushed to copy it down. Taking advantage of the chaos, Suze quietly slipped out of the classroom, letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Principal Tang was engrossed in reviewing some documents. Suddenly, his phone buzzed incessantly with a flood of verification messages. Puzzled, Tang picked up his phone, wondering if there was some emergency. However, as he read the messages, his expression turned increasingly bewildered. Hi, big brother, I'm Su Xianwan. Nice to meet you. Let's grab lunch this weekend if you're free QVQ. Big brother, you're so handsome. Do I stand a chance? These messages were even accompanied by several photos. Tang Yi's face flushed as he marveled at how bold young people were these days. Scrolling through the messages in confusion, he finally spotted a familiar name, and everything clicked. Suze. His furious shout echoed from the principal's office, shaking the entire building. Suze's name instantly became a massive question mark in Tang Yi's mind, and he resolved to have a serious talk with the boy. Many professors and teachers stepped out of their offices with puzzled expressions, uncertain about what was going on. The campus was shrouded in an unusual atmosphere. The next morning, the piercing sound of an alarm clock shattered the silence. Suze opened his eyes and, as usual, began his daily empowerment ritual. Closing his eyes, he focused his energy and channeled a year's worth of cultivation into the Azure Serpent. Suddenly, an unusual surge of energy flowed back into his body, triggering a feedback ability. Suze felt the internal energy within him surge, and his cultivation level unexpectedly advanced by 2 years. He sighed lightly, inwardly cursing his bad luck. After washing up, Suze slung his backpack over his shoulder and set off for school. He calculated in his mind that the library at school had far more comprehensive and higher quality resources than the public internet, and he was determined to make the most of them today. As he approached the high school entrance, Suze was greeted by a commotion. Frowning, he looked ahead and saw a large crowd gathered at the gate, seemingly waiting for someone. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, someone in the crowd recognized him. That's him. That's Suze, a voice shouted. Suze's brows furrowed tightly, realizing that the situation was clearly hostile. From the crowd, a tall figure emerged and began approaching him. A classmate hurried to Suze's side and whispered urgently, "Be careful, Suze. That's Qin Feng, a senior from the grade above us. He lost his qualification to enter the demon-suppressing tower because of a disciplinary action. The spot was supposed to be his after the punishment was lifted, but the principal gave it directly to you instead." The revelation dawned on Suze, and he silently cursed the principal for not warning him in advance. His guilt over yesterday's actions diminished significantly. Qin Feng strode up to Suze, his voice cold and confrontational. Are you Suze? Suze nodded calmly. I am. What do you want? As expected, Qin Feng demanded that Suze relinquish his spot for entering the demon-suppressing tower. Suze responded indifferently. That's not going to happen. I suggest you give up on that idea. The commotion at the school gate quickly drew more attention. Before long, Tang Yi arrived with a group of teachers, their pace hurried. The moment Tang Yi spotted Suze, memories of the previous day's events surfaced, and his expression darkened. What's going on here? Tang Yi demanded sharply, his gaze shifting between Suze and Qin Feng. I'm not convinced. Qin Feng retorted defiantly. Tang Yi's brows furrowed deeply. Not convinced about what? You made a mistake first using your abilities in public and nearly causing a disaster. You should be grateful we didn't expel you outright, and now you're causing trouble? Qin Feng acted as though he hadn't heard a word, continuing to shout. I don't accept it. Why should a freshman get the spot without even going through an assessment? So what if he advanced to the 5th level of body refinement in 10 days? Who knows what his actual combat abilities are? A so-called genius? I don't buy it. Whether someone's a genius or not can only be proven in real combat. Tang Yi's face turned livid with anger, and he was about to explode when Suze suddenly spoke up. If that's how you feel, why don't we settle it with a fight? Then we'll see who deserves the spot, Suze said calmly. The crowd was stunned into silence by his words. Suze's classmates turned pale and tried to dissuade him. Don't be reckless, Suze. Qin Feng is already at the 7th level of body refinement. In cultivation schools, 1 semester equaled half a year. This meant Qin Feng had at least 6 more months of training than Suze. Moreover, Suze was currently only at the 5th level of body refinement. How could he possibly stand a chance against Qin Feng at the 7th level? The air grew tense, and everyone held their breath, awaiting what would happen next. Hearing Suze's words, Qin Feng was stunned. He had blocked the school gate merely to express his dissatisfaction and had never intended to challenge Suze to a duel. As a senior student, his cultivation time, strength, and combat experience far exceeded Suze's. Moreover, he was at the 7th stage of body refinement, while Suze was only at the 5th stage, a difference of 2 levels. Qin Feng felt it inappropriate to propose a duel himself, but to his surprise, Suze volunteered. Snapping back to his senses, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. He quickly said, You said it yourself. Don't blame me for bullying someone weaker. Suze nodded calmly. Yes, I said it. The surrounding students erupted in murmurs and discussions. Those who knew Suze grew anxious, believing that no matter how talented he was, his chances against Qin Feng were slim. Qin Feng was not only powerful but also exceptionally gifted, far superior to an average 7th stage body refiner. Principal Tang Yi's face darkened, thinking Suze was being reckless. However, after observing Suze closely, he noticed the boy's composure. There was no trace of nervousness in his eyes. With years of experience, Tang Yi sensed that Suze didn't seem like someone who acted impulsively. He suddenly calmed down and looked at Suze with a hint of expectation. Could this boy actually have a plan? News of the impending duel spread rapidly across the campus. A large crowd of students and teachers soon gathered below the martial arena, eager to witness the outcome of the battle. On the martial arena, Suze and Qin Feng took their positions. Standing between them, Principal Tang Yi asked Suze one final time if he was sure about the duel. After receiving a firm confirmation, Tang Yi announced the rules. The fight will stop at the moment of contact. No attacks are allowed that could endanger each other's lives or cause permanent injury. As he said this, his gaze fixed sharply on Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and said, Don't worry, Principal. At most, they'll make Junior Su lie in bed for a few days. Turning to Suze, he added arrogantly, Just a reminder, I'm a martial cultivator, and close combat is my specialty. Suze nodded lightly. Got it. Can we start now? Qin Feng frowned, displeased with Suze's indifferent attitude. He let out a cold laugh, silently resolving to teach him a harsh lesson. Tang Yi stepped back and announced in a steady voice, The duel begins. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Someone asked, Do you know what talent Suze awakened? I heard he's a beast tamer. Then where's his contracted spirit beast? I don't see it. Maybe he hasn't had time to form a contract yet. Awakening just happened recently, and choosing a spirit beast is a big deal. You can't rush it. Then how is Suze going to fight Qin Feng, who's a martial cultivator? Cultivators had sharp senses, so these murmurs reached Qin Feng's ears. Upon hearing that Suze was a beast tamer, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter. You're actually a beast tamer? Where's your contracted spirit beast? A student asked in disbelief, his eyes scanning Suze's surroundings. I don't see anything. If you haven't contracted a spirit beast yet, Suze, I suggest you book an appointment with a neurologist as soon as possible. Suze remained calm, a faint smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Your cultivation might be lacking, but your mouth sure is impressive. Maybe you should switch careers and become a comedian instead. His remark was like a spark igniting a barrel of gunpowder, instantly fueling Qin Feng's rage. His face darkened, fists clenched, muscles taut. as if he were a predator ready to pounce. In the next instant, he charged at Su Zhe with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was right in front of Su Zhe, throwing a punch aimed straight at his face. Yet, just as the fist was about to land, something unbelievable happened. Su Zhe's figure vanished into thin air. Qin Feng's punch hit nothing but air, causing him to lose balance and stumble a few steps before nearly falling. Eyes wide with shock, he frantically scanned his surroundings. What just happened? How is he this fast? A chilling realization struck him. Isn't he supposed to be a beast tamer? How could he possibly move like that? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger engulfed him. Despite his years of experience battling countless beasts in the wilderness, the threat he felt now far surpassed anything he'd ever encountered. A cold voice whispered near his ear, "Your footwork is sloppy, your technique is weak, your cultivation is pathetic, and your arrogance is laughable. You think you're worthy of competing with me? Get out of my sight." Before Qin Feng could react, a tremendous force struck his back, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed heavily onto the ground below the martial stage, landing in a sprawled position. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, almost causing him to lose consciousness. Humiliation, anger, and confusion swirled within him, only to be drowned out by the overwhelming agony. A teacher rushed over to examine him and, after a moment, announced to Tang Yi, "He's fine, just a fractured bone. He'll need to stay in bed for a couple of weeks, but he'll recover." The words were salt on Qin Feng's wounded pride. He felt utterly disgraced. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the scene before them. A beast tamer at the 5th stage of body refinement had just defeated a martial artist at the 7th stage without even summoning a spirit beast? Qin Feng turned his head with difficulty, gritting his teeth as he growled, "You call yourself a beast tamer?" Su Zhe remained composed, his tone indifferent as he replied, "Of course. I'm a certified beast tamer." Qin Feng's face turned crimson with fury. "You're full of it," he shouted. But before he could say more, another wave of pain silenced him. The teacher quickly escorted him away for treatment. Tang Yi's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he gestured for the onlookers to disperse. No one dared defy the principal's orders, and they began to leave. However, before walking away, each student cast a lingering glance at Su Zhe, all with the same question lingering in their minds. "Su Zhe, are you really a beast tamer?" Tang Yi didn't ask much about Su Zhe's recent achievements. He simply gave him a meaningful look and said, "You've really been hiding your talents well," before walking away. Su Zhe chuckled to himself and turned back to the classroom to continue with his lessons. Inside the classroom, the students' attention remained fixed on Su Zhe, as if the lesson itself had faded into the background. After the incident with the fake contact information and Su Zhe's display of incredible combat skills, everyone now kept a respectful distance. Even so, the curiosity in their eyes had only grown stronger, as if they were trying to unravel the mystery that was Su Zhe. Feeling uneasy under the invisible scrutiny, Su Zhe sat through the class with discomfort. The moment the bell rang, he practically bolted out of the room, relieved to escape the attention, and headed straight home. 3 days later, an unexpected opportunity arose. Su Zhe transferred a year's worth of cultivation to the Azure Serpent and triggered the system's rebate function. A notification echoed in his mind. The multiplier for this rebate is tenfold. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. In an instant, a tidal wave of immense spiritual energy surged forth, brimming with vitality. Under Su Zhe's guidance, the energy was channeled directly into the dragon elephant seed within him. Crack! A familiar sound of breaking resonated, and Su Zhe's face lit up with excitement. The 6th giant elephant seed had finally been activated. Brilliant golden light burst forth from the newly awakened seed, and a massive surge of power flowed into Su Zhe's body, tempering his physical form. Boom, boom, boom. With the boost of this newfound strength, Su Zhe broke through to the 6th level of body tempering in one leap. And all of this had happened in just over 20 days since his awakening. Standing up, Su Zhe cautiously tried to adjust to the new power coursing through him. However, he underestimated its intensity. With a sudden crack, the floor beneath him shattered, sending shards of tile scattering across the room. Looking at the mess, Su Zhe couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Every time he advanced in strength, it seemed to come at the cost of some kind of destruction. By his calculations, the damages had already added up to over 10,000 yuan. As a student who had lived independently for years, Su Zhe was well aware of the value of every penny. Despite no longer needing to worry about basic living expenses as a cultivator, his frugal habits were deeply ingrained. After all, 10,000 yuan could easily cover several months of living costs for him. After taking some time to adapt to his new strength, Su Zhe tidied himself up and headed back to school. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he noticed a familiar face he hadn't seen in a long time. Lin Miaoyi. She noticed him too and greeted him with a faint smile. However, Lin Miaoyi looked drastically different from before. Her complexion was pale, her frame appeared frail, and her smile carried a hint of vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. Frowning, Suze asked, "What happened to you? You don't look well." A nearby classmate chimed in before Lin Miaoi could answer. Sister Lin went herb picking recently and got injured by a demon beast. If it weren't for a passing expert who saved her, she might not have made it back. Suze was taken aback. That dangerous? Yeah, the classmate continued. But unfortunately, the spirit herb she was after was taken by the person who saved her. It was supposed to be the main ingredient for her alchemy. Before the conversation could go further, Lin Miaoi interrupted. That's enough, Xiao Su. He saved my life, so it's only right that he took the herb. She shifted her attention to Suze and asked curiously, I heard you defeated Qin Feng from the second year? The question immediately drew the attention of the entire class. Everyone gathered around, eager to hear Suze share his experience. Someone asked curiously, Suze, you still haven't contracted a spirit beast yet, have you? Lin Miaoi asked Suze with concern if he needed help finding a spirit beast, mentioning that she knew a few people from the spirit beast markets. Suze felt a warm sensation in his heart. It was the first time in years he had experienced such care. Smiling, he admitted that he had already formed a contract with his life-bound spirit beast. At that moment, Xiao Qing, the little creature hidden on Suze's wrist, finally revealed itself. It raised its head and let out a sharp hiss. The crowd instinctively stepped back upon seeing the sudden appearance of a snake. However, after taking a closer look at Xiao Qing, they quickly gathered around again. Wow, this little snake is so adorable, someone exclaimed. For the first time, I don't find snakes that scary. It's so cute. What kind of spirit beast is this? A few students who were knowledgeable about spirit beasts exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Qing Jiao snake. Qing Jiao snake? Isn't that one of the most common demonic beasts? I can't believe Suze formed a contract with such a spirit beast. Everyone understood the implications. For a beast tamer, their strength largely depended on their spirit beast. If the contracted spirit beast had poor potential, no matter how talented the tamer was, their future achievements would be limited unless they replaced their contracted spirit beast. Lin Miaoi clearly grasped this as well. She frowned slightly, her tone tinged with regret. Suze, your cultivation talent is exceptional. Why would you form a contract with a Qing Jiao snake? She had heard about Suze's recent feats and knew he was a prodigiously gifted young man, which made her feel it was a pity. But you could always replace your contracted spirit beast later. It's just a bit troublesome, she added. Suze understood her good intentions and responded with a silent smile. Xiao Qing, however, comprehended their conversation. As an F-class mid-tier spirit beast with strength equivalent to a human at the 6th level of body refinement, its intelligence had significantly developed. Feeling insulted, Xiao Qing immediately bared its teeth and hissed fiercely. Yet, due to its small size, its menacing display only made it appear even more endearing to the crowd. The girls present couldn't resist reaching out to pet it. Xiao Qing felt utterly humiliated. As a beast equivalent to the 6th level of body refinement, being toyed with by a group of humans barely at the 2nd or 3rd level was a great insult. If not for its master's command forbidding retaliation, it would have loved to teach these little brats a lesson. Left with no choice, it swallowed its anger and suppressed its fury. However, the moment small snacks made of meat appeared, Xiao Qing's anger vanished in an instant. It quickly changed its demeanor, abandoning its aloofness and happily nestling into the arms of the girls. Meanwhile, Suze and Lin Miaoi began discussing Suze's upcoming battle with Qin Feng and matters related to the demon suppression tower. Lin Miaoi explained the details of the tower, mentioning that it held numerous imprisoned demonic beasts and required cultivators at least in the foundation establishment stage to enter. While it posed certain dangers, it offered tremendous opportunities for improving one's cultivation, making it a rare chance. She shared everything she knew about the demon suppression tower, including some insider information, with Suze. The classroom buzzed with youthful energy as peers engaged in lively discussions on various topics. Unlike usual, Suze noticed that most of his classmates were engrossed in browsing websites and forums, eagerly seeking the latest updates. Suddenly, a chubby boy exclaimed excitedly, "Have you heard? Several powerful beasts on the outskirts of the wild forest have been killed." He pulled out a tablet, showing detailed information. Suze glanced at it and immediately recognized a familiar figure. The photo on the tablet depicted a dense jungle, with a faint silhouette of a young figure flashing by. Though blurry, it was clear that the person was quite young, probably around 18 or 19 years old. Experts on the forum analyzed it and concluded that this person must be the one who did it. Another classmate chimed in. I heard about it too. Those beasts are the strongest ones on the outskirts. Even foundation establishment cultivators would struggle against them. But this person managed to slay them all in such a short time. That's what's truly astonishing. I suspect it's a foundation establishment expert. Someone so young at foundation establishment? No way. Why not? As the classmates debated enthusiastically, Suze casually echoed a few remarks. Being the person in question, he knew full well that the figure in the photo was him. He silently resolved to act more cautiously in the future. Lin Miaoi, who had been recovering from her injuries and hadn't paid much attention to recent events, was also intrigued. Suze, who do you think this young expert could be? She asked curiously. Feigning ignorance, Suze shook his head and replied, who knows? Maybe someone from a prominent family. Lin Miaoyi nodded thoughtfully. In the following days, Suze focused on studying in the library, finally completing his foundational knowledge of cultivation. During his free time, he remembered the forums his classmates often mentioned and decided to create an account. As soon as he logged into the forum, a pinned post caught his attention, urgently seeking a dragon blood herb. Will pay generously. Suze's eyes lit up as he recalled that he happened to have one. He quickly contacted the buyer and finalized the transaction details. After hanging up the phone, Suze felt a surge of excitement. The buyer's offer far exceeded the market price 3 top-grade healing pills, a treasure coveted even by foundation establishment cultivators. However, Suze's luck took a sharp turn the next day. The return was only double the initial investment, a stark contrast to his expectations. It seemed fate was playing a cruel joke on him. The 7th dragon elephant seed showed almost no reaction. Suze let out a couple of soft sighs before driving to the location agreed upon the day before. As the vehicle moved forward, the surrounding buildings grew sparse, replaced by a series of luxurious estates. This was the affluent district of Jiangnan City, a place where ordinary people could only dream of even approaching one of its gates, no matter how hard they worked their entire lives. The car finally stopped in front of an imposing villa. As soon as Suze stepped out of the car, someone approached him, clearly having waited for some time. The person led Suze to the villa's entrance, while a few security personnel could be seen patrolling the estate in the distance. Suddenly, Suze noticed one of them looked unusually familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. But before he could get a closer look, the man had already walked away. This is the place. The family head is waiting for you inside, the guide said. Suze nodded in thanks and pushed the door open. Inside the living room, 2 people were in the middle of a conversation, with another person standing nearby. As Suze entered, all 3 turned their gaze toward him. The standing man froze upon seeing Suze, a flash of unpleasant memories crossing his mind. It's you, he blurted out in surprise, then quickly composed himself. After all, in Jiangnan City, the only person capable of producing blood dragon grass on such short notice was the man standing before him. Suze recognized him too, and was momentarily taken aback. Why is it you? The standing man was none other than Chen Wei, the very person Suze had saved a few days ago. What's going on? One of the seated individuals asked. Chen Wei quickly leaned in and whispered an explanation. Upon hearing it, the expressions of the 2 seated individuals became quite animated. They looked at Suze with a mix of awe and disbelief at the strange coincidences of the world. Suze felt a bit awkward. Although he had saved them, demanding compensation afterward wasn't exactly the most honorable thing to do. Are they going to hold a grudge against me? Suze thought warily, believing it was a strong possibility. After all, he had willingly walked into what could be a Tropa wolf's den. However, to Suze's surprise, the elder among them spoke first, saying, Young man, no need to be nervous. Our Lin family is not like that. You obtained the blood dragon grass through your own abilities. You saved their lives, so asking for some compensation is completely reasonable. Suze reconsidered and realized this was true. So many days had passed, and these people hadn't come looking for trouble. He relaxed slightly, but still didn't want to linger. Taking out the blood dragon grass, he said simply, Hey, race the blood dragon grass you wanted. Shenwei stepped forward to inspect it carefully. After confirming it was genuine, he nodded, and a bottle of pills was handed over to Suze. As soon as he opened it, a rich medicinal aroma filled the air. Just one whiff made Suze feel invigorated, his fatigue melting away instantly. After verifying everything, Suze turned to leave. But before he could, the elder spoke again. Young man, wait a moment. He took out a business card and handed it to Suze. You're so young and already possess remarkable strength. Judging by your age, you're probably still studying at a cultivator school, right? In the future, if you're interested, consider joining our Tianyuan Academy. Suze was stunned by the mention of Tianyuan Academy. In this world, newly awakened cultivators typically studied in schools akin to advanced high schools. Afterward, they would face a major examination, similar to the college entrance exams in his previous life. Those who passed could enter prestigious institutions like Tianyuan Academy for further training. Unlike high schools, these academies had extremely stringent admission requirements and were almost akin to sects or orders. The heritage of these prestigious academies far surpasses what most people can imagine. Many of them have essentially become independent sects in their own right, only missing a formal name change. Suze lowered his head to examine the business card in his hand, suddenly realizing that the white-haired, youthful-looking elder before him was a professor at Tianyuan Academy. Such a status was comparable to an elder of a righteous sect in fantasy novel's true powerhouse. But why would he appear here? Could it really be for the blood dragon herb? That didn't seem likely, as the blood dragon herb was merely a common medicinal plant for the foundation establishment stage. For someone of the professor's caliber, Obtaining it would be as easy as reaching into his pocket. Seeing Su Zhe remain silent, the elder, Wang Lao, gave a kind smile. No need to rush your decision. Hey, erase my contact information. I hope you'll consider it carefully. There's no pressure. Su Zhe nodded slightly. They'll think about it seriously. Despite this being their first encounter, Wang Lao left a rather favorable impression on him. Without lingering further, Su Zhe turned and left the villa. As soon as Su Zhe departed, the middle-aged man who had been silent the entire time couldn't help but ask, Wang Lao, what's so special about that young man that you'd personally invite him to join Tianyuan Academy? Wang Lao's gaze grew thoughtful as he replied slowly. It was a gut feeling. I have a sense that this young man has boundless potential. Let's set everything else aside for now. Just the fact that he single-handedly slaughtered a group of blackwater crocodiles to save Miao Yi and the others demonstrates a level of strength and gratitude that warrants us welcoming him with open arms. Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family and Lin Miao Yi's father, nodded in agreement. Indeed, that young man saved Miao Yi's life, and that's a kindness he'll never forget. But I do think it was a bit ungracious of him to accept compensation afterward. Chen Wei, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wang Lao waved his hand dismissively. What does that matter? No one is perfect. Have you ever met anyone who is flawless? Not long after, a graceful figure entered the room. Upon seeing Wang Lao, Lin Miao Yi's face lit up with joy. Grandpa Wang, what brings you here? She cheerfully approached him. Wang Lao's smile deepened at the sight of Lin Miao Yi, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to dance with delight, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Miao Yi, take a look at this, he said, producing the blood dragon herb. Lin Miao Yi gasped in surprise. The blood dragon herb? But didn't they say it's been out of stock in Jiangnan City and the surrounding areas lately? Suddenly, her eyes widened. Wait, why does this blood dragon herb look so familiar? Chen Wei explained. This is the exact same blood dragon herb we encountered the other day. What? Then how did it end up here? Lin Miao Yi asked, her face full of confusion. Chen Wei recounted the events that had just transpired, and only then did she understand. Wang Lao's expression turned serious. Now that all the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill are ready, they'll begin refining it for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage before the academy competition. Hearing this, Lin Hai immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. We're counting on you, Wang Lao. Lin Miao Yi followed suit and bowed as well. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Wang. The academy competition, a cultivator's equivalent of a college entrance exam. Wang Lao had returned to the Lin family specifically to refine the foundation establishment pill for Lin Miao Yi in preparation for the competition. The following day, you transferred a year's worth of cultivation to the Azure Flood Serpent, triggering the feedback function. This time, your return multiplier was 30. Su Zhe felt a surge of powerful energy rushing into his body, as if his strength had been propelled by a rocket, instantly skyrocketing with 30 years' worth of cultivation. At that moment, a crisp click echoed through the air. The seventh dragon elephant seed had finally been activated. A tremendous power flooded his entire being in an instant. Within Su Zhe's seemingly ordinary body now resided an overwhelming and fearsome force. Simultaneously, his cultivation level broke through again, reaching the seventh stage of body refinement in one leap. The system's notification chimed in just in time. Host's accumulated cultivation has surpassed 100 years. System upgrading automatically. After the upgrade was complete, a new line of text appeared on the system panel. Starting tomorrow, you will have full control over how your acquired cultivation is allocated. Su Zhe carefully examined the system panel and noticed a new section labeled Remaining Cultivation, which currently displayed 0. He quickly grasped the purpose of this new feature, and a smile of delight spread across his face. Does this mean I can now develop other abilities, even if I lack the corresponding talent? Su Zhe pondered to himself. Unexpectedly, the system responded. The host may freely allocate remaining cultivation. However, if it is applied to abilities for which you lack the corresponding talent, the effectiveness of the cultivation years will be significantly reduced. Note: when the host's accumulated cultivation reaches 5,000 years, the cultivation granted during each infusion will increase to 100 years. Su Zhe nodded, realizing that as his strength grew, the system's capabilities were also gradually being unlocked. He was filled with curiosity about this newly added feature, but since today's infusion opportunity had already been used up, he would have to wait until tomorrow to explore it further. Bored, Su Zhe turned his attention to the small green snake wrapped around his wrist. This little creature, Xiaoqing, seemed to have hit a bottleneck in its growth, remaining stagnant at mid-tier F level without any progress. Xiaoqing, Su Zhe said earnestly, you can't always count on me to boost your cultivation. Can't you put in some effort for once? Stop lounging around on my wrist all day and start training. Look at other spirit beasts theory, either fighting or cultivating, never wasting a moment. And you? Don't you feel ashamed? Xiaoqing rolled its eyes and pretended not to hear Su Zhe's scolding. But Su Zhe was relentless, continuing his lecture. Haven't you noticed that your cultivation has been stuck lately? Those talented spirit beasts are already working so hard despite their natural advantages. And yet here you are, with such poor talent, being so lazy. You're making me, your master, heartbroken. Starting today, I hope you'll change your bad habits, strive to be diligent, and awaken the Azure Dragon bloodline within you as soon as possible. Xiao Qing, whose intelligence had developed considerably, could understand Suzai's words. Listening to the lecture, it couldn't help but think to itself, Master, your talent isn't exactly stellar either. I've never heard of a 100-year cultivation body refinement expert before. Of course, such disrespectful thoughts were kept strictly to itself, as it wouldn't dare voice them aloud. After all, a snake under someone's roof has no choice but to bow its head. Xiao Qing knew it still relied on Su Zai for sustenance, so it could only endure the reprimand in silence. Under Su Zai's urging, Xiao Qing eventually gave in. It sent out a vague thought, suggesting they venture into the wild forest again for training. Along the way, they could also collect various items to supplement their household needs. Su Zai's eyes lit up, and he praised, Not bad. Your talent may be lacking, but at least your intelligence isn't. With that, the man and the snake set off once more toward the wild forest. This time, the transport was noticeably more crowded with cultivators, many of them younger. Most appeared to be at the 4th or 5th level of body refinement, likely due to the recent elimination of several troublesome beasts, which had made the outer areas relatively safer. An hour later, the vehicle came to a slow stop at a temporary trading post. Suze didn't rush into the forest right away. Instead, he took his time browsing through the stalls. Eventually, he purchased 2 large bags and some instant food before heading deeper into the forest. Taking into account that the stronger beasts in Zone D had already been dealt with by him, and that weaker creatures wouldn't offer much of a challenge, Suze opted for a direction opposite to his previous route. Xiao Qing leapt from his wrist, transforming into a streak of green light as it darted through the jungle. Their pace was quick, and before long, they had ventured into the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered several beasts, but none were strong enough to be worth engaging, as they held little economic value. Fighting them would only waste time. However, during their exploration, Suze discovered a few valuable medicinal herbs. He carefully dug them out and stored them securely in his bag. Xiao Qing, you're not exactly on top of your game today, are you? We've been searching all day, and you still haven't found a decent beast, Suze teased. His words immediately stoked Xiao Qing's determination. As if reinvigorated, it intensified its efforts to search. Finally, in a shadowy valley, they came across a massive rodent. Suze quickly analyzed its information. Name, giant fong rat. Grade, high tier F level. Special bloodline, none. Skill, no. Note, a filthy creature teeming with disease, essentially a walking source of contamination. The giant fong rat carries the plague. Be cautious not to be bitten by its teeth. High tier F level. Suze's eyes sparkled with excitement. This beast's strength was quite impressive, comparable to a human cultivator at the 8th level of body refinement or higher. After wandering the forest for so long, they had finally encountered a worthy opponent. The giant fong rat also noticed Suze. With a single glance, it assessed his cultivation level. 7th level of body refinement. Pathetic, it thought disdainfully. I'm at the peak of high tier F level, equivalent to the peak of body refinement just one step away from advancing. However, what surprised the giant fong rat was that this human didn't show any intention of fleeing. In fact, there wasn't even a hint of fear on his face. On the contrary, he seemed unusually excited, his gaze filled with curiosity, as though he were merely observing a pet. Such humiliation was unbearable for the giant fong rat. It had fully awakened its intelligence, and though it couldn't speak, its intellect was on par with that of a normal human. If you're not going to run, then you'll die here. It roared internally, charging at Suze with ferocious speed. At first, Suze was thrilled upon spotting the giant fong rat. But the moment he read the note in its information, the smile on his face froze. The giant-toothed rat exuded a nauseating stench, and Suze knew full well that any contact with it might bring a deadly disease. With swift reflexes, he sidestepped the creature's ferocious attack, skillfully evading it, and quickly retreated several steps to maintain a safe distance. The giant-toothed rat, enraged by its failed strike, turned and charged at Suze once more, its inner voice roaring. It's too late to regret now. But just as the situation grew dire, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air. The rat vaguely noticed a black speeding toward it from the front, rapidly enlarging in its vision. In the split second before its head was obliterated, it finally recognized the deadly weaponized simple stone. Bang! A mist of blood erupted from the rat's neck. With a heavy thud, its headless corpse collapsed onto the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Strangely, its blood was not purely red but mixed with an eerie black hue. The vegetation tainted by its blood withered visibly, a clear sign of its toxic nature. Suze clapped his hands in disgust and hurriedly left the dangerous area with Xiao Qing. Meanwhile, in a distant, shadowy cave, A pair of sharp eyes snapped open. The giant-toothed rat is dead? A moment later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. In the darkness, a massive figure began to emerge. Finally, under the sunlight, an enormous black bear revealed itself. To Su Zhe's astonishment, the bear spoke in human language, muttering to itself. Its presence vanished 10 kilometers away? Damn it! Don't they know this is my territory? How dare they kill one of my subordinates? They're courting death. Boom. With an earth-shaking roar, the black bear's figure vanished in an instant, leaving behind a gaping crater on the ground. Moments later, Shao Qing's body tensed abruptly, emitting a warning signal filled with urgency. A powerful beast is heading our way. Su Zhe froze. This was the first time Shao Qing had issued such a dire warning. The next instant, boom. A massive shadow burst through the nearby forest like a cannonball, snapping countless trees as it charged forward, finally coming to a stop in front of Su Zhe. Was it you two who killed the giant-toothed rat? The black bear king growled, its voice cold and menacing. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. Speaking human language? That means it's at least an rank beast. Sure enough, the system's information confirmed his speculation. Name, Ironclaw Bear. Rank, A rank, lower tier. Special bloodline, none. Skill, Ironclaw. Note, equivalent to a human at the Foundation establishment stage. Its full force strike possesses strength measured in tons. Recommendation to host, escape immediately. And a rank beast. Su Zhe was momentarily startled before excitement surged within him. If not for practicing the dragon elephant body technique, he would have long since advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. The cultivation required for each dragon elephant seed was immense, which was why, despite carrying the cultivation power of a century, his strength was still at the body tempering 7th stage. While his cultivation level hadn't advanced, his strength had steadily grown. At this moment, with 7 dragon elephant seeds activated, he possessed the power of 7 giant elephants. His single-arm strength exceeded tens of tons, far surpassing the Ironclaw bear's mere few tons. In terms of raw power, Su Zhe was leagues ahead of the bear. The Black Bear King, interpreting Su Zhe's silence as fear, sneered and turned its gaze to Shao Qing. Mid-frank? Body tempering 7th stage? How did the two of you manage to kill the giant-toothed rat? Though puzzled, it still received no response. Instead, what happened next ignited its fury. Facing a human boy who dared to warm up in front of a Foundation establishment expert like itself, the black bear stared in disbelief at the scene before it. A seemingly ordinary human teenager, merely a beast tamer at the 7th level of body tempering, had the audacity to challenge a rank beast like it? Was this boy out of his mind? The black bear felt a wave of insulted rage, just like when the giant-toothed rat was killed earlier. It let out a cold laugh and roared angrily. No matter what, since you killed the giant-toothed rat, you must pay for its life. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the black bear leaped into the air. Its massive body carved a sharp arc through the sky, blocking out a large swath of sunlight and casting a huge shadow on the ground. Despite its enormous size, its speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the black bear was right in front of Su Zhe. Die! The black bear roared, raising one of its massive iron-like paws high before slamming it down towards Su Zhe with full force. It intended to crush this overconfident boy into pulp with a single strike. Boom! A deafening explosion blasted through the air. The violent collision unleashed a shockwave that rippled outward in white rings, shaking the surrounding trees and sending leaves fluttering to the ground. However, the anticipated victory never came. Instead, what the black bear felt was searing pain shooting through its paw, as though it had struck an impenetrable wall of steel. Even more terrifying was the faint crack sound coming from its bones, the unmistakable noise of fractures. The black bear stared in disbelief at Su Zhe, who stood unscathed before it. Its shock was written all over its face. This seemingly weak human had withstood its full-force attack. It tried to strike again, but to its horror, it found its paw completely immobilized. Looking down, the black bear saw Su Zhe's seemingly slender hand gripping its giant paw tightly. It was this very hand that had rendered the bear completely powerless. The black bear's expression shifted from shock to outright terror. How could a mere human in the body tempering stage possess such overwhelming strength? Roar! The black bear bellowed, summoning every ounce of strength it had to struggle free. Yet no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't budge Su Zhe even slightly. Fear began to creep into the black bear's heart. The human boy before it suddenly seemed monstrously strong, like a humanoid beast radiating an aura of pure menace. After repeated futile attempts, the black bear succumbed to full-blown panic. Its mind was consumed by terror as it thrashed wildly, but all its efforts were in vain. Su Zhe watched the black bear's desperate struggles with cold indifference, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Was this all a rank beast could muster? At the start of the fight, he had worried about collateral damage to Shao Qing and had even instructed it to stay out of harm's way. But now it seemed there had been no need to worry at all. Shao Qing stared wide-eyed at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. A three-meter giant bear, completely helpless before a human boy, restrained as if it were nothing. The stark contrast left Xiao Qing profoundly shaken. As it looked at its master, a question identical to the black bear's arose in its mind. What kind of monster was its master? Xiao Qing had always known Su Zhe was strong, but it had never imagined he could be this strong. Roar! The black bear continued to roar and struggle, but it had already lost all rationality, consumed entirely by overwhelming fear. Why are you yelling so loudly? Su Zhe frowned and scolded. Before his words even finished, he effortlessly lifted the black bear over his head. The black bear's roar abruptly stopped, its round eyes wide with terror. Its voice trembled, completely losing its earlier ferocity. Please spare me, big brother. I didn't recognize your greatness and offended you. I beg you to show mercy. I'll do anything for you, even if it means becoming your servant. Su Zhe had initially planned to deal with the black bear right away, imagining that the bear's thick paws would make for a delicious meal. But a sudden idea struck him, and he changed his mind. With a casual motion, he tossed the bear onto the ground and smirked. Letting you live isn't impossible, but there's one condition. The black bear immediately prostrated itself at Su Zhe's feet, not daring to say a word. It had just felt the real threat of death, and now could only humble itself. How long have you been living in this area? Su Zhe asked. About 3 years, the black bear replied honestly. Su Zhe nodded. 3 years? Then you must know this area very well. The black bear nodded repeatedly. Yes, very well. Extremely well. Good. A glint of cunning flashed in Su Zhe's eyes. You must know where the lairs of the erranked demon beasts are. Take me to them now. The black bear froze for a moment before realizing what Su Zhe meant. It began trembling all over, its eyes filled with fear. It dawned on the bear that this human intended to wipe out all the nearby demon beasts. Worse yet, if it led this human to slaughter its own kind, wouldn't it become a traitor to its species? How could it survive in this forest after that? The higher-ranked demon beasts in the depths of the forest would surely make its life a living hell if they found out. The black bear looked up at Su Zhe, about to speak, but its gaze met his icy, unforgiving eyes. Instinctively, it shrank back, swallowing the words it was about to say. Death now or death later, the choice was obvious. Gritting its teeth, the bear bowed its head and said respectfully, I know everything. I'm familiar with all the erranked demon beasts' lairs nearby. They'll take you there right away. Suddenly, an idea sparked in the black bear's brilliant plan. To the south was a ferocious tiger, much stronger than itself, and on the verge of advancing to mid-tier rank. If it could lead this human there, the two might destroy each other in battle. Then, the bear could escape unscathed or perhaps even reap some benefits from their fight. Revitalized by this thought, the black bear stood up energetically and said to Su Zhe, Big brother, follow me. To the south, there's a tiger with an awe-inspiring coat of stripes perfectly fitting for someone as mighty as you. He'll take you there right away. Su Zhe nodded, gesturing for Xiao Qing to return to his wrist. He said indifferently, lead the way. Whoosh. In an instant, Su Zhe and the black bear vanished, transforming into two shadows speeding toward the south. Watching the black bear's back ahead of him, Su Zhe chuckled inwardly. Did the foolish bear really think its little scheme could escape his notice? Would he make such a decision without absolute confidence? Even if the situation turned unfavorable, could he not escape? And if he couldn't outrun the tiger, did the bear really think it could outrun him? 3 full or 8 full, which would the tiger choose? Su Zhe already knew the answer. Their speed was like a gust of wind, leaving only shadows in their wake, covering dozens of kilometers of forest in mere minutes. Suddenly, the black bear halted in front of a hillside, turned around, and said to Su Zhe, Big brother, the old tiger's lair is right up on this hill. Su Zhe nodded slightly, instantly shifting into battle mode. The golden energy within him surged like a tidal wave, every nerve in his body stretched to its limit. However, noticing that the black bear remained motionless, his brows furrowed, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. What are you waiting for? Keep leading the way. The black bear's expression froze, and with an awkward laugh, it tried to explain. Big brother, I think I'd better not go up there. That tiger is really strong, I'd just be a burden to you. Su Zhe sneered inwardly, seeing right through the black bear's intentions. His gaze turned icy, and his voice was as cold as frost. I told you to move. Did I ask for your opinion? The black bear shivered as if plunged into an icy abyss. Reluctant as it was, it had no choice but to steel itself and climb the hill. As it moved forward, it secretly studied the terrain, calculating its options. If the situation turned dangerous, it would flee immediately. It smirked inwardly, thinking, even if I can't outrun the tiger demon, surely I can outrun this human. As long as I'm faster than him, it'll be fine. This thought gave the black bear a slight sense of relief, and its pace quickened unconsciously. Moments later, both of their movements slowed simultaneously. Not far ahead, on the mountainside, a pool of water came into view. The sound of splashing water echoed occasionally, and Su Zhe focused his gaze. A striped figure leisurely playing in the water caught his attention. The system promptly provided information. Name, Red Flame Tiger. Level, E-Class Mid-Tier. Special Bloodline, none. Skills, Frenzy, Red Flame. Note, in a frenzied state, the Red Flame Tiger's strength increases significantly. It can unleash flames with temperatures reaching 3,000 degrees Celsius, which are nearly impossible to extinguish once ignited. Suze silently weighed their respective strengths. Although he was only at the 7th level of body tempering, his body contained the power of 7 elephants, with single-arm strength exceeding tens of thousands of pounds far beyond the limits of an average foundation establishment cultivator. However, battles between cultivators weren't just contests of raw strength. They also involved techniques, spells, and martial skills. Adopting a cautious approach, Suze refrained from acting recklessly. Just then, a crisp snap broke the tension. The black bear froze instantly, lowering its gaze to the broken branch under its foot. The next moment, a thunderous tiger roar resounded through the forest. Even from a distance, the red flame tiger in the pool immediately sensed the disturbance. Suze had no time to question whether the black bear had done it on purpose. His muscles tensed, and his sharp eyes locked onto the red flame tiger ahead. "Who's there?" the red flame tiger growled, its wariness rising. It knew full well that anyone daring to intrude on its lair was either its equal in strength or even stronger. Various possibilities raced through its mind before settling on the idea that an old enemy had come seeking revenge. The red flame tiger's body coiled like a drawn bow, ready to unleash its full power at any moment. The sound of splashing water seemed especially jarring in the suffocating tension. In the distant jungle, the foliage parted, and 2 figures slowly emerged. The red flame tiger's gaze instantly locked onto the one with the stronger aura. When it saw who it was, it froze. Was that the black bear from the northern region, coming to challenge it after advancing in rank? Upon closer inspection, the black bear was still at the lower tier of E-Class. Suddenly, it noticed Suze standing beside the bear. A human in the body tempering stage? How did these two end up together? Confusion rose in its mind, but anger quickly overtook it. The more the red flame tiger thought about it, the angrier it became. With a low growl, it lunged forward. "Fools! Since you've delivered yourselves to me, you might as well die." The black bear's face turned pale as the tiger completely ignored Suze and charged straight at it. It was too late to dodge, so it had no choice but to brace itself. Boom! A violent collision erupted, sending a gust of wind sweeping through the area, clearing the ground of fallen leaves. The black bear let out a pained cry as its massive body was sent flying. The red flame tiger was about to smirk, but suddenly it felt a tremendous force hit it from behind. With a loud thud, its body was sent flying, crashing through several large trees before coming to a halt. "Who?" it growled, only to gasp sharply. Agonizing pain swept through its body, as if its internal organs had shifted out of place. The red flame tiger fell to its knees, glaring at Suze with wide eyes. Was that strike his doing? How could someone in the body tempering stage possess such power? Suze gave a thumbs up to the black bear, who was groaning nearby. "You did a great job just now." The black bear could barely react, feeling as though its bones were about to fall apart. Suze grinned in delight. He had expected a tough fight, but the outcome had turned out far better than anticipated. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of the red flame tiger in an instant. Seeing the tiger still dazed, he prepared to end this quickly. Clenching his fist, Suze activated the dragon elephant body refinement technique, his eyes glowing faintly with a golden light. A terrifying power gathered in his arm, ready to erupt at any moment. The red flame tiger's pupils contracted sharply. From the raised fist, it sensed the looming threat of death. In its current state, dodging was impossible. Recalling the force of that earlier strike, the red flame tiger shuddered, its heart filling with fear. Almost instinctively, it cried out, "Spare me, Great One." Suze paused, but he didn't lower his fist, the deadly blow still poised to strike. Feeling the fist hovering over its forehead, the red flame tiger hurriedly added, "Great One, if you spare my life, they'll serve you loyally." Suze found the words oddly familiar. After a moment's thought, he remembered it was exactly what the black bear had said to him before. He smiled faintly and replied, "Is that all? I'm not feeling your sincerity." The red flame tiger's eyes darted around, revealing a trace of cunning. Though reluctant deep down, it gritted its teeth and made a decision in order to preserve its life. "There's a blood-refining fruit growing on this hill. It ripened not long ago," the red flame tiger said in a low voice, its tone carrying a faint, almost imperceptible tremor. "I'm willing to offer it to you, big brother." Hearing this, Suze's eyes sparkled with a sharp gleam. He had heard of the blood-refining fruit, a rare medicinal treasure known to benefit only beasts. It was said to refine their bloodlines and enhance their cultivation. Shao Qing, upon hearing the news, wagged its tail excitedly. This treasure seemed tailor-made for it. Suze slowly lowered his fist, a faint smile curving his lips. "Not bad. That's a decent bargain. But to be safe, you'll need you to sign a temporary contract with me." The red flame tiger froze for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. It had heard of temporary contracts before a special ability possessed by human beast tamers that allowed them to form short-term agreements with beasts. However, the binding power of such contracts was weak and could typically be broken at any time. At this thought, the red flame tiger felt a sense of relief and lowered its head, ready to accept the contract. Suze chanted an incantation under his breath and lightly tapped the red flame tiger's forehead with his finger. Watching the now docile tiger, a subtle smirk crept onto his face. Little did the tiger know, Suze's temporary contract wasn't ordinary. This one, empowered by his beast taming system, had a binding force far stronger than even the permanent contracts of other beast tamers. Once signed, the red flame tiger would remain his subordinate unless Suze himself chose to release it. A flash of silver light marked the contract's completion. The red flame tiger suddenly realized it couldn't muster the slightest thought of defiance towards Suze. Even entertaining ideas of harming him brought searing pain from deep within its soul. Letting out a cry of agony, the tiger collapsed to the ground. It took a while to recover, and when it did, its eyes were filled with terror. Any rebellious thoughts were completely extinguished. Suze turned and signed a similar contract with the black bear. Looking at the two massive beasts before him, he pondered for a moment and said, "For now, I'll call you Xiongda and Erhu. It's easier that way." Hearing these names, Xiongda and Erhu twitched their mouths in silent protest, but dared not voice any objections. They had no choice but to accept their new identities. Under Erhu's guidance, they reached the mountain's summit. Before them lay a flat clearing, and in the center stood a pure white plant. Hanging from its branches was a single luminous white fruit, emitting a faint glow. Suze carefully picked the fruit and, under the envious gazes of Xiongda and Erhu, handed it to Shaoqing. Overjoyed, Shaoqing swallowed the blood-refining fruit in one gulp. Immediately, an immense surge of spiritual energy coursed through its body, requiring time to fully absorb. Shaoqing affectionately nuzzled Suze's fingers before curling up and falling into a deep slumber. With that done, Suze asked, "Xiongda, Erhu, are there any other powerful beasts nearby?" Xiongda shook his head. "I know a few, but their strength is about on par with mine. They wouldn't stand a chance against you, big brother." Bound by the contract, neither of them dared to harbor any deceit. Erhu, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly remembered something. There is one powerful beast that's deeper within the nearby forest. There's a flame bird there, and its strength is formidable. There hasn't been any news about it these past few days. It might have died or ventured deeper into the forest, where even rank beings like us dare not tread. As soon as Erhu finished speaking, Suze decisively gave the order, "Enough. Lead the way. Whether it's still there or not, we'll know once we take a look." Erhu's heart sank. It really didn't want to go. The power of that flaming bird was overwhelming, and just the thought of it sent chills down its spine. However, faced with Suze's command, it dared not disobey and reluctantly led the way. The forest was eerily quiet along the way. No other beasts dared to appear before Suze. The reason was simple: his two companions were terrifying. Many beasts sensed their menacing aura from afar and fled in fear, not daring to come closer, let alone block their path. The three moved at an incredible speed, darting through the forest like arrows. After a long while, a massive valley came into view. The valley was scorched red, barren and devoid of vegetation, as if it had been ravaged by a great fire. "This is the place," Erhu said in a hushed voice. "3 years ago, I caught a glimpse of it from a distance. Back then, it seemed to already be an rank upper-tier creature." Hearing this, Xiongdo was startled, his voice trembling. "A rank upper-tier? With that kind of strength, even the three of us together wouldn't stand a chance, would we?" Suze frowned, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Look at you, panicking before we've even seen the thing. Can you act like an rank beast for once?" Xiongda awkwardly lowered his head, though inwardly, he couldn't help but complain. He knew full well he was the weakest among them, and also the slowest. If they encountered the flaming bird and had to flee, he'd undoubtedly be the one left behind. He thought bitterly to himself, "Of course, you're not worried. With me as the scapegoat, if anyone dies, it'll be me first." Erhu seemed to have realized this as well, and gave Xiongdi a sympathetic glance. But then it suddenly dawned on Erhu, if Xiongdo were killed, wouldn't that make it the new weakest link? Even though it was the fastest, with the temporary contract in place, if Suze ordered it to slow down, it wouldn't have a choice. While Xiongda and Erhu were caught up in their own worries, Suze had already quietly entered the valley. The two beasts had no choice but to follow him, despite their reluctance. As soon as they stepped into the valley, Suze felt the temperature rise sharply, and the air became stiflingly hot. He instinctively heightened his vigilance, ready to flee at a moment's notice. While he could handle a rank lower-tier beast, an upper-tier one would leave him with no choice but to run. The three advanced cautiously toward the heart of the valley. After a long trek, they reached the deepest part, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The entire valley was deathly silent, without even the rustle of leaves. Then, in the distance, they spotted a withered, massive tree. Its trunk was so thick it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Atop the tree, a gigantic bird's nest was perched. Suze's gaze immediately locked onto the nest. He could faintly sense a life force emanating from it. It's still here, Xiongda whispered, his body already tensing as if ready to turn and flee. However, Suze raised his hand to stop him. No, something's off. That aura is too faint. It can't possibly belong to an rank upper-tier beast. Before he finished speaking, Suze suddenly surged forward. Xiongda and Air, who were startled by the unexpected action, but seeing that their presence had already been exposed, they had no choice but to follow. With a swift leap, Suze climbed up the tree and reached the nest in a matter of moments. Peering inside, he confirmed that the flaming bird was nowhere to be seen. Instead, at the center of the nest lay a massive bird egg, over 2 meters in size, resting quietly. Suze examined it closely, and a conclusion formed in his mind. Name, Flaming Bird. Rank, unhatched, barely alive. Bloodline level D. Special bloodline. Ancient divine beast vermilion bird bloodline extremely faint. Suze's gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the flaming bird egg. The bloodline of the ancient divine beast, vermilion bird? This discovery made his heart race. As one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, the power of the vermilion bird was beyond question. He recalled how even a faint trace of azure dragon blood in Shaoqing made it far superior to other beasts, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. His mind raced as he speculated. That a rank high-tier flaming bird must be extraordinarily powerful, likely on par with a drank beast. Moreover, this was a mother bird that had just laid an egg, and her aggression would likely be doubled. If they encountered her, the 3 of them might not even have a chance to escape. A chill shot up Suze's spine, and he shuddered. Run! He screamed internally, golden true energy surging within him as he prepared to turn and flee. However, just at this critical moment, Suze's keen senses detected something unusual. The embryo inside the flaming bird egg seemed to be barely clinging to life. This was truly puzzling. Not only that, but the state of the entire nest also felt off to him. At that moment, 2 massive heads suddenly appeared behind Suze, nearly making him jump out of his skin. He turned to see it was Xiongda and Erhu. They were staring at the flaming bird's nest and its egg, their expressions shifting from surprise to confusion, their brows furrowed. What is it? Did you notice something? Suze asked urgently. Erhu hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. This nest. It seems a bit filthy. Suze froze, then suddenly understood. While beasts were different from humans, they shared a similar concern for cleanliness in their dwellings. The stronger the beast, the more they prioritized a clean environment. Suze had even heard rumors that the demon clans had their own cities, developed to a level comparable to human settlements. Yet the bird's nest before them was the complete opposite. It was covered in dust, and even the flaming bird egg was coated with a thick layer, obscuring the original color of its shell. This was simply inconceivable. Under normal circumstances, the mother bird should be incubating the egg daily. How could dust be allowed to accumulate? Could the flaming bird have left this valley? Xiongda asked in confusion. Did it abandon its own child? Erhu pondered for a moment before suggesting. Something must have happened. Otherwise, the flaming bird would never leave its egg behind. Suze nodded in agreement and carefully picked up the flaming bird egg. Regardless of the circumstances, the flaming bird's disappearance meant the immediate danger was temporarily lifted. He exhaled deeply and gently wiped the egg clean, revealing its true appearance. The white eggshell was adorned with fiery red patterns, and under the sunlight, a faint outline of a tiny life form could be seen inside. Xiongda leaned in for a closer look, his expression serious. The little one inside seems to be on the brink of death. It's probably because it hasn't been incubated for too long, and the lack of warmth is taking a toll. Suze looked at Xiongda in surprise. Hey, how do you know so much about this? Xiongda chuckled sheepishly. Just a little knowledge. Back in the day, there was a bird-type beast living near my territory. To figure out her weaknesses, I spent a lot of time lurking near her nest and picked up a few things. Suze's eyes lit up, and he pressed further. Then do you know how to save it? Xiongda barely had time to think before blurting out. That's easy. Just re-incubate it. Keep the temperature stable, and it'll gradually recover on its own. Suze nodded thoughtfully. I see. Seeing his reaction, Xiongda eagerly offered more advice. Big brother, if you want to hatch a flame bird, I know there's a peacock to the west. You could ask it for help. Suze glanced at his watch. It was already 5:30 p.m., and the sun was about to set. If he went to find the peacock, it would take up quite a bit of time, and he'd likely miss the last ride back to the city. He had no intention of spending the night in this dense forest. Besides, why go through all that trouble? Wasn't there a ready-made incubator right in front of him? His gaze lingered on Xiongda, scanning him up and down as a sly smile crept across his face. Thick fur for insulation, excellent at maintaining a constant temperature, a sturdy build with ample body fat to radiate heat, and most importantly, bound by a temporary contract, so there was no worry about him slacking off. From any angle, Xiongda was the perfect candidate for the job. Suze chuckled and shook his head. No need to trouble anyone else. The perfect solution is right here. Xiongda was momentarily confused. Right here? Where? He asked. Erhu immediately caught on and gave Xiongda a sympathetic look, silently grateful for his own muscular build. Finally, Xiongda noticed Su Zhe's gaze fixed on him. A sudden realization dawned on him, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly protested. Big brother, this kind of specialized task should be left to professionals. I'm clearly not qualified. Su Zhe waved dismissively, cutting him off. No more excuses. You're the one. Bound by the contract, Xiongda had no way to defy Su Zhe's orders. But he still clung to a shred of hope, pleading, Big brother, I'm a male. How is this appropriate? Su Zhe ignored him entirely, shoving the flame bird egg into Xiongda's arms and giving a stern warning. Take good care of it. If anything happens to it, you'll pay the price. With that, he turned and left at lightning speed. Xiongda stood there, holding the egg awkwardly, staring in the direction where Su Zhe had disappeared. He was already out of sight. Turning to Erhu for help, he only heard, I've got things to do. You handle this. And with that, Erhu also vanished into the forest. Xiongda was left standing there, on the verge of tears, staring blankly at the flame bird egg in his arms. He wanted to drop it and let it smash to the ground, but he didn't dare. The contract meant Su Zhe could find him at any moment, and the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Running away? That was even less of an option. The mere thought of escape brought searing pain from the depths of his soul, as if it were about to shatter. He knew all too well if he defied the contract, it would mean certain death. Now, only one path remained before him. Obediently follow Su Zhe's orders and incubate the flame bird egg. After a long moment, Xiongda finally resigned himself to his fate. He carefully cradled the egg and trudged into the depths of the forest. And so, on the outskirts of the wild forest, a bizarre sight unfolded. A massive bear, over 3 meters tall, walking cautiously with a white egg streaked with fiery red patterns cradled in its arms. Eventually, Xiongda returned to his cave. He spread a thick layer of dry grass, gently placing the flame bird egg on top. Staring at the egg, he let out a bitter sigh before carefully lying down over it, beginning his long, arduous journey as an incubator. Running at full speed, Su Zhe managed to catch the last return bus, breathing heavily. He carefully cradled the still sleeping Xiaoqing in his arms as he squeezed into the crowded bus. The interior buzzed with the excited chatter of cultivators eagerly sharing their day's gains. Su Zhe listened briefly but found it dull, so he closed his eyes to rest, letting the noise wash over him. As night fell, Su Zhe finally arrived home. He hastily ate a simple meal before collapsing into a deep sleep, exhaustion washing over him like a tidal wave. Early the next morning, Su Zhe, still in the haze of sleep, felt something cold brushing against his face. He opened his sleepy eyes to find Xiaoqing awake, affectionately rubbing its body against his cheek. Suddenly, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Name, Azure-scaled serpent, Xiaoqing. Level, a tier lower rank. Special bloodline, Azure Dragon Bloodline 0.1. Su Zhe was overjoyed to discover that Xiaoqing had not only advanced, but had skipped past the tier altogether, leaping straight to a tier lower rank. This meant Xiaoqing's apparent strength now far surpassed Su Zhe's own. Even more thrilling was the increase in its special bloodline concentration, which had risen to 0.1 from an almost negligible level. While still a modest figure, it was an exciting start. Su Zhe felt a surge of excitement. With Xiaoqing's strength steadily growing, its bloodline concentration would undoubtedly increase as well. He could even imagine a future where Xiaoqing would fully awaken its ancestral lineage and become a true divine beast. After its advancement, Xiaoqing was particularly energetic, circling around Su Zhe repeatedly before settling in his palm with an expectant look. Understanding its intent, Su Zhe gently stroked Xiaoqing's body. In that instant, a surge of information flooded Su Zhe's mind. You have bestowed 1 year of cultivation upon the Azure-scaled serpent, triggering the rebate function. Your rebate multiplier is 30, granting you 30 years of cultivation. Luck was on his side this time, as he received 30 years worth of cultivation. However, unlike before, this cultivation wasn't directly converted into golden true energy, but was stored within the system. Checking the system panel, Su Zhe noticed that the remaining cultivation field no longer displayed 0, but now read, remaining cultivation, 30 years. This stored cultivation could be used freely without any time constraints. Su Zhe estimated that it might not yet be sufficient to activate the next dragon elephant seed, so he decided to hold on to it instead of immediately applying it to his martial cultivation. Time flew by, and soon Su Zhe found himself at Jiangnan City's #1 advanced high school. As he walked into the familiar classroom, he noticed an unusually large number of students present. On most days, many would skip class to focus on their own training. The school's curriculum was broad, and many courses were optional for students with specific talents. But today, even those who typically disregarded classes had shown up. Why? Puzzled, Su Zhe entered the classroom. His classmates lit up with delight upon seeing him. Lin Miaoi stepped forward from the crowd, her cheeks slightly flushed. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Suze, would like to ask for your help. Suze raised an eyebrow. Oh, what's going on? Lin Miaoi fidgeted nervously before explaining. It's not a big deal. We've been training for a while and thought about heading to the wild forest to test our skills. For safety reasons, we were hoping you could join us. She quickly added, of course, it wouldn't be for free. Would offer you a reward. Amused, Suze found the situation rather entertaining. So, all this fuss was just for this. Still, he asked, what kind of reward? Let's hear it. Lin Miaoi, with a serious expression, introduced to Suze, these 3 bottles of Lingyuan pills are specially prepared for spirit beasts. They can not only help grade spirit beasts quickly enhance their strength, but also aid in unlocking their intelligence. Suze understood immediately. Clearly, these were meant for Shaoqing. However, Lin Miaoi was unaware that Shaoqing had already surpassed the grade limit. Even so, these Lingyuan pills were still useful to Su Zion's the flame bird egg hatched. They would come in handy. After a moment of thought, Suze nodded in agreement. All right, when do you plan to set off? I need some time to prepare. Hearing this, Lin Miaoi was overjoyed and exclaimed excitedly, really? We're planning to leave in 5 days. We'll meet at the temporary trading post outside the forest. Upon learning that Suze agreed to join, the other classmates were equally thrilled. They gathered together, eagerly discussing their exploration plans. With the powerful Suze joining them, they decided to venture deeper into the exploration area with more confidence. Just then, the class bell rang. An elderly professor walked into the classroom and, seeing every seat occupied, momentarily thought he had entered the wrong room. After confirming he was in the right place, he slowly made his way to the podium. Sitting next to Suze, Lin Miaoi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Usually, Professor Lin's classes are almost empty. Now that it's suddenly full, he seems a bit out of his element. She covered her mouth as she giggled, her expression innocent and charming. She then turned to Suze, her tone full of admiration. Actually, these courses are really useful. They should all learn from you. You're so talented and strong, yet you almost never miss a class. I've rarely seen you skip. You're right, your diligence is something we can only dream of achieving. Suze struggled to keep a straight face. How he wished he could tell this naive girl that his strength wasn't due to diligence, and his consistent attendance wasn't out of hard work. He simply found staying at home too boring and came to school to pass the time. Besides, he used the school's library to access some classified materials. Of course, he wouldn't tell Lin Miaoi any of this. Even if he did, she would just take it as a joke and reply with something like, "You're so funny." When the dismissal bell rang, the classmates gathered again for an animated discussion. Suze, however, left the classroom alone and headed straight to the library. He sat down in front of a computer and typed Institute of Interdimensional Research into the search bar. Hundreds of related results instantly appeared on the screen. Suze clicked on one of the pages and began reading carefully. Lately, he had spent almost all his free time researching this topic. While he had gathered a lot of information, most of it consisted of publicly available official data or speculative theories from internet users. The credibility of these sources was questionable, and some were outright fabricated to attract attention. However, amidst this overwhelming sea of information, Suze's sharp instincts caught a hint of something unusual. Suze was deeply engrossed in the archives of the Interdimensional Research Institute, his brow gradually furrowing. 10 years ago, just a year before his parents went missing, the Institute's records had suddenly become sparse. This unusual shift caught his attention. He vividly remembered that year, when the Institute reportedly made a major technological breakthrough, yet there were no reports or official announcements about it. Memories surged in his mind. That year, his parents were extraordinarily busy, often away for over 10 days at a time, leaving him in the care of a hired nanny. This period stood out sharply in his memory, as it was closely followed by the devastating news of their disappearance during a mission. The intertwining doubts set off alarm bells in Suze's mind. However, he restrained himself from digging deeper, knowing that excessive curiosity without sufficient strength could attract unwanted attention. Resolutely, he closed the relevant web pages and instead immersed himself in the vast collection of books at the library. His gaze swept across various books, including some low-level cultivation techniques. Yet, with the extraordinary dragon elephant body refining technique in his possession, these techniques no longer held any appeal for him. Unknowingly, he found himself in the section on alchemy, where neatly arranged books on the subject piqued his interest. A bold idea took shape in Suze's mind. Why not use his remaining 30 years of cultivation to delve into alchemy? Although the system had warned him that the effects would be significantly diminished, the allure of becoming an alchemist, a highly sought-after profession, was too tempting to resist. Without further hesitation, Suze picked up an introductory book on alchemy and began reading. At first, the content was fairly straightforward, but as he delved deeper, the difficulty escalated sharply. By the end, he could barely recognize some of the characters. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he made a decisive choice to invest all of his remaining 30 years of cultivation into alchemy. The impact of this decision was immediate. Upon reopening the book, Suze was thrilled to find that all the knowledge suddenly became crystal clear, as if it had been ingrained in his mind all along. Within half an hour, he had thoroughly read the thick foundational book, experiencing the joy of learning for the first time. Eager to build on this momentum, Suze picked up another book and introduction to alchemy studies and continued his exploration. However, as he delved deeper into the text, his progress slowed noticeably, signaling that he had encountered a new bottleneck. Suze paused his reading, his brows furrowed deeply. His gaze drifted across the complex formulas and obscure text in Introduction to Alchemy, yet he couldn't grasp the deeper meaning behind it. 30 years of cultivation, and this was all he could achieve? He couldn't help but mock himself. Although he considered himself intelligent, with cultivation theoretically sharpening his mind and clarifying his thoughts, the content before him still seemed like an indecipherable script. For someone without talent, this knowledge might as well have come from another world. Suze recalled the arduous process of learning the basics of alchemy, a journey that had consumed 3 decades of painstaking effort. It was akin to an ordinary person studying for 30 years, only to scratch the surface of a subject. Too difficult, he sighed softly. But Suze didn't lose heart. He reminded himself, wasn't the dragon elephant body refining technique he practiced even more challenging? What was mere alchemy in comparison? If 30 years weren't enough, he would dedicate 50, 100, or even 1,000 years. He firmly believed that even a pig, after 1,000 years of relentless study, could become a master. With this determination, Suze carefully selected a few books from the shelf and prepared to leave the library. Just then, he bumped into Lin Miaoyi. The moment Lin Miaoyi saw Suze, she bounded over with a radiant smile. Suze, what are you doing here? She asked, her tone lively, while glancing down to greet Xiao Qing. The small creature coiled around Suze's wrist. Since its recent advancement, Xiao Qing had undergone significant changes. Its azure dragon bloodline had grown even purer, and its demeanor had become much more composed, exuding the aura of a divine beast. I came to borrow some books, Suze replied, lifting the 3 books in his hand. Lin Miaoyi's eyes fell on the titles, and she exclaimed in surprise. Introduction to Alchemy? Suze, aren't you a beast tamer? Why are you reading books on alchemy? Suze smiled and deflected. Oh, nothing much. I'm just a bit curious about it, so I thought I'd take a look. Lin Miaoyi didn't think much of it, and earnestly suggested, if you're really interested, you should start with the basics instead of jumping straight into an introductory book. You need a solid foundation before moving on to more advanced material. She offered to help Suze exchange his book for one on the fundamentals. To her surprise, Suze declined. I just finished reading the basic one. You just finished it? Lin Miaoyi blinked in surprise. You mean you just finished reading it now? Suze nodded in confirmation. Lin Miaoyi frowned, placing her hands on her hips, and spoke in a stern tone. Suze, as someone with experience, I have to warn you, alchemy involves a vast range of knowledge. If you make even one small mistake in the process, a life-saving pill could turn into a deadly poison. This is not something you can afford to approach carelessly. Simply reading through the basics once is far from enough. You need to memorize the material and truly understand it before moving on to introductory concepts. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. Suze sighed and replied helplessly. I understand all that, but I really did read the basics carefully and thoroughly. Humph. Lin Miaoyi huffed, like a strict little teacher. Reading it isn't enough. You need to master it and fully comprehend it before you can consider yourself ready. Seeing how insistent Lin Miaoyi was, Suze realized he couldn't brush her off. He proposed, how about this, you can test me however you like to see how much I've learned. Lin Miaoyi froze in place upon hearing Suze's words, taking a moment to snap back to her senses. She shook her head and sighed, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Suze, your talent in cultivation is undeniable, but alchemy happens to be my specialty, Lin Miaoyi said with a hint of confidence in her tone, though there was a trace of doubt as well. Seeing Suze's serious expression, clearly not joking, Lin Miaoyi put away her casual demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to test this overly confident classmate. All right then, let me test you, Lin Miaoyi said, locking eyes with Suze. How do you remove the cold poison from the frost silver fruit, which has an icy attribute? Suze, unfazed, answered calmly. The cold poison in the frost silver fruit is very unique. To remove it, you must use an even stronger cold poison. Lin Miaoyi raised an eyebrow, surprised. Huh? You even know such obscure knowledge? Over the next 10 minutes, Lin Miaoyi steadily increased the difficulty of her questions, transitioning from simple recitations to more advanced problems requiring deep understanding. Yet no matter what she asked, Suze answered fluently without hesitation or a single mistake. The more Lin Miaoyi questioned, the more perplexed she became, her confusion growing more evident. She couldn't help but reflect on her own abilities. As a child of the Lin family, she had access to top-tier resources and was personally mentored by her grandfather, Wang Lin, a master alchemist. Even so, It had taken her a full half-month to memorize the basics of alchemy. But Suze? According to him, he had mastered all this knowledge in just a few hours. Lin Miaoi stared at Suze, her voice tinged with disbelief. Suze, are you sure your awakened talent is that of a beast tamer? Are you absolutely certain you haven't awakened an alchemist's talent? Suze nodded, replying matter-of-factly, of course. Otherwise, how would I have formed a contract with Xiaoqing? Suddenly, Lin Miaoi felt as though the world had become unfamiliar. How could someone without an alchemist's talent possess such a profound grasp of these concepts? She struggled to find a reasonable explanation for this seemingly impossible phenomenon. Suze, Lin Miaoi asked cautiously, how long did it take you to learn all this? After a brief moment of thought, Suze responded, probably around 3 or 4 hours. Lin Miaoi froze in place, staring at Suze as if he were an unbelievable anomaly. One thought echoed in her mind. 3 or 4 hours. How could that even be possible? He wasn't lying. He really only spent 3 or 4 hours in the library. It's just that the 30 years in the system weren't counted. Lin Miaoi's mind raced, trying to make sense of Suze's puzzling words. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes flickered with confusion and doubt. Suddenly, an idea struck her like a bolt of lightning. Follow me, Lin Miaoi said decisively, grabbing Suze's hand without waiting for his response. Suze felt a soft, smooth sensation in his palm, like holding a piece of warm jade. So soft, he muttered quietly to himself. Moments later, the two of them arrived at an alchemy room. The space was filled with the fragrant aroma of various herbs, and a pill furnace stood silently at the center, emitting a faint warmth. Pointing at the furnace, Lin Miaoi said challengingly, talk is cheap. Prove Itri refining a batch of body-tempering elixir. Suze sighed inwardly, realizing he wouldn't be able to shake her off without showing some real skill today. Without wasting time, he asked directly, sure, but where are the ingredients? With a flick of her wrist, Lin Miaoi's bracelet glimmered faintly, and 3 sets of ingredients appeared on the table. Suze was taken aback, thinking to himself, a spatial artifact. Such a rare and valuable treasure, only a handful of cultivators could afford something like this. It seems Lin Miaoi's background is far from ordinary. Stepping up to the pill furnace, Suze recalled the recipe for the body-tempering elixir in his mind. Though this elixir was relatively common and used by cultivators to strengthen their bodies, the refining process was far from simple. Taking a deep breath, he began the process. Every movement of Suze's was fluid and precise. He controlled the heat skillfully and handled the ingredients with practiced ease, completing each step seamlessly. Lin Miaoi stood beside him, watching intently, her heart filled with astonishment. She tried to convince herself that refining the elixir required not only practiced techniques, but also an extraordinary level of control over the flame, something that couldn't possibly be achieved just by reading books. Half an hour later, Suze handed 3 bottles of crystal-clear body-tempering elixir to Lin Miaoi, asking calmly, does this count as a success? Lin Miaoi took the bottles in a daze, mechanically uncorking one to inspect the elixir's clarity and aroma. After a long moment, she snapped out of her stupor, looking at Suze with a gaze bordering on reverence. Suze, if this is really your first time dealing with alchemy, then you must be a genius. Noah Onseen, a lifetime prodigy. Lin Miaoi exclaimed sincerely, her voice filled with awe. The shock within her was indescribable. Suddenly, she felt that the talent she had always prided herself on was utterly insignificant compared to this young man before her. Suze noticed Lin Miaoi's shocked expression and suppressed a smile as he said, so, can I leave now? Lin Miaoi, realizing her behavior was a bit inappropriate, blushed deeply and stammered, why wise you can. Suze nodded and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped at the doorway of the alchemy room. Turning back, he reminded her, by the way, don't tell anyone about my research on alchemy. I prefer to keep a low profile. Lin Miaoi nodded earnestly, her expression serious as she replied, understood. Suze smiled faintly and walked away. He knew in his heart that whether Lin Miaoi could keep this secret or not didn't really matter. If the secret got out, he could always pretend to be a fallen prodigy and hide his alchemy skills. If it remained undisclosed, that would be even better. Although he hadn't interacted much with Lin Miaoi, Suze guessed that she was unlikely to reveal his secret. 5 days later, at dawn, as usual, Xiaoqing was waiting patiently by the bedside. The moment Suze opened his eyes, he was greeted by its expectant gaze. You've infused the green Jiao snake with 1 year of cultivation. The rebate function has been triggered. Your rebate multiplier this time is 10. You've gained 10 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 10 years. Suze wasn't surprised by the multiplier. His luck had been poor these past few days, so today's outcome was already decent. He opened the system panel and reviewed the latest stats. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Manual. Martial Arts Cultivation, Body Refinement, Level 7, 150 years. Spirit Beast Cultivation, 20 years. Alchemy Cultivation, 50 years. Other cultivations, none. Remaining cultivation, 10 years. Recently, he had been investing all his cultivation gains into alchemy. A decade's worth of cultivation would yield minimal results in martial arts, but it was far more practical to use it for alchemy. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was almost time for his meeting with Lin Miaoi and the others. After a quick wash, he headed straight for the wild forest. At the temporary gathering point, a group of young faces buzzed with chatter. These were Suze's classmates, most of whom were stepping into the wild forest for the first time. Their excitement at the prospect of encountering real beasts was palpable. Among them, a few experienced individuals shared advice, with Lin Miaoi being the most knowledgeable. As she explained the dos and don'ts, her eyes occasionally darted toward the road, as if waiting for someone. Finally, a vehicle appeared at the end of the road and quickly pulled up to the group. Suze stepped out, greeted his familiar classmates, and joined the gathering. Once everyone had gathered at an open space, Lin Miaoi began to seriously brief Suze on the forest precautions. Avoid consuming unknown plants, steer clear of class high-tier beasts, never venture into the forest's depths, and remain quiet to avoid provoking dangerous beasts. 9 don'ts and 5 must-nots. She had already gone over these rules with the others, but made a point to repeat them specifically for Suze. Hearing so many rules for the first time, Suze found it amusing. In his mind, the beasts in the forest's outskirts were weak and hardly warranted such caution. He recalled how, when he first arrived, he had been completely ignorant of these rules and had recklessly charged through the forest, yet he came out unscathed in the end. Lin Miaoi watched Suze's nonchalant demeanor and immediately grew anxious, stomping her foot in frustration. Placing her hands on her hips, she said with a hint of exasperation in her voice, "Suze, this is about life and death. Can you take it seriously?" Suze waved dismissively, his tone relaxed. Got it, got it. Want me to recite everything you just said word for word?" Only then did Lin Miaoi feel slightly reassured, and she continued explaining the precautions in detail. After a while, once everything was ready, the group prepared to set out. There were quite a few incidents in Zone D last time, and the current situation is unclear. Let's head to Zone G in the opposite direction, Lin Miaoi suggested. Hearing this, Suze raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He was secretly pleased that he had been looking for an excuse to lead everyone to Zone G. Perfect. I can check on Xiongda's work while we're there, he thought to himself. The classmates had no objections and nodded in agreement. Soon, under the leadership of Suze and Lin Miaoi, the group of 10 cautiously ventured into the forest. The newcomers were placed in the middle of the formation, while the more experienced members positioned themselves at the front and rear, carefully following the rules Lin Miaoi had laid out. Suze walked beside Lin Miaoi, occasionally striking up small talk. Before they knew it, their conversation shifted to the topic of alchemy. Suze began posing one technical question after another. As a widely recognized alchemy prodigy and a student under the guidance of a master like Elder Wang, Lin Miaoi answered effortlessly. However, during their discussion, she was surprised to notice how rapidly Suze's skills had progressed. "Suze, what stage are you at in your studies now?" she couldn't help but ask. "I just finished reading Introduction to Alchemy, though there are still a few parts one don't fully understand," Suze replied calmly. Lin Miaoi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? It's been less than 5 days, and you've already finished a book that's several times harder than the basics? And you're saying there are only some parts you don't understand? So, apart from those few areas, you've grasped everything else?" She almost wanted to test him with another round of questions, but recalled their previous exchange. Glancing at Suze, she decided against it this time. Just then, a strange snuffling sound came from the bushes ahead. Lin Miaoi's expression tensed immediately, and she quickly signaled for the group to stop. Everyone froze in place, their eyes fixed warily in the direction of the noise. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out of the underbrush. A stream of information instantly appeared in Suze's mind. Name, Earth Vein Rat. Level, Dire Midgrade. Skill, Gnawing. Special bloodline, none. Notes, a burrowing rodent-type demonic beast. Aside from its biting ability, it has no other means of attack. After a swift assessment, Suze determined that the creature's strength was roughly equivalent to someone at the 5th stage of body refinement, weaker than most of the group. It posed no real threat. He decided to let the others gain some hands-on experience battling a demonic beast. Noticing the beast's weakness, the nervous expressions on the faces of the classmates in the rear began to shift to excitement. Eager to test their skills, they were itching to take on the challenge themselves. Splat! Blood sprayed into the air as a gaping wound appeared on the Earth Vein Rat's body. It collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before falling completely still. A male student stood nearby, gripping a bloodstained knife tightly in his trembling hand, his chest heaving with heavy breaths. The surrounding students, their faces pale, had lost all traces of their initial excitement. For those who had grown up in a time of peace, this gory scene was an overwhelming shock. "Everyone's first time is like this. You'll get used to it," a more experienced student said calmly, though there was a hint of helplessness in their tone. The group soon realized that the Earth Vein Rat carried nothing of value and decided to press on. Over the next few hours, they encountered numerous beasts, most of which were low-tier grade and posed little threat. A few mid-tier grade beasts appeared but were quickly dealt with through their combined efforts. Gradually, their backpacks grew heavier, filled with various spoils of their journey. Suze's bag primarily contained medicinal herbs he had collected along the way. He planned to study them thoroughly once they returned. Time passed quickly, and as the sky began to darken, Lin Miaoi glanced at her watch and reminded the group, "We should head back now. It's getting late, and the forest becomes even more dangerous at night." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Suze, in particular, had no objections. He had barely lifted a finger during the entire trip, treating it more like a leisurely outing in the woods, and still managed to gain 3 bottles of spirit essence pills, a deal he considered more than worthwhile. Patting his full backpack with satisfaction, he followed the group as they retraced their steps. The familiar trail put some spring in their step, and they covered most of the return journey in no time. Just as they were about to exit the forest, a sharp, angry squeak, squeak, echoed from the distance. Everyone, except Suze, froze in alarm. The ground began to quake violently, as if an army was charging toward them. Before they could react, there was a loud crash, and a small tree ahead toppled over. Moments later, countless dark shapes surged toward them like a tidal wave, surrounding Suze and the others completely. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thousands upon thousands of earth vein rats flooded in, forming a black ocean that engulfed the surrounding forest for hundreds of meters. Though clearly nervous, Lin Miaoi kept her composure and shouted, "Don't just stand there. We can't let them trap us. Move now." But it was already too late. The sheer number of earth vein rats was overwhelming. One student attempted to slash through the swarm with a sharp sword, but the moment the blade touched the rats, their gnawing ability reduced it to fragments. With a crisp snap, the high-strength alloy sword broke apart as if it were made of brittle wood. This sight plunged the group into deeper despair. They tried desperately to break through the encirclement, but every attempt was futile. Panic began to spread, and someone muttered, "What is going on? Where did all these earth vein rats come from? Are we going to die here today? I just want to go home and never want to step foot in the wild forest again." "Stop talking like that," another student snapped. "If we lose hope now, there's no chance of survival. We need to stick together." Yet, as the unending horde of rats pressed in from all directions, many could not hide the despair in their eyes. For the first time, they truly felt the merciless and unforgiving power of nature. The swarm of rats surrounded the group, casting a shadow of dread over everyone's hearts. Lin Miaoi suppressed her inner fear and placed her hopes on Suze. "Suze, what should we do?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. Suze glanced around, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "What else can we do? Of course, we break through. So many rats it's enough to trigger my trypophobia." His words sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes as they gathered around him. Lin Miaoi looked up in surprise. "You have a way to escape?" Suze replied nonchalantly. "Just fight our way out." His response was like a bucket of cold water poured over them. Disappointment spread across everyone's faces. Lin Miaoi forced a faint smile, attempting to reassure the group. "Don't panic just yet. There must be a way." At that moment, a sharp, angry screech pierced the silence. The rat swarm suddenly froze, as if following an unseen command. Slowly, a path opened through the mass, and a giant rat, as large as a wild boar, emerged with deliberate steps. "The Rat King," someone exclaimed. "It must be at least at the peak of level upper tier." Despair quickly spread among the group. The Rat King moved to the front of the swarm, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Its gaze swept over the group, finally locking onto the student holding the long blade. Squeak! The Rat King let out a sharp cry, as though issuing an order. The Rat King's gaze locked onto its target like a sharp blade. In an instant, thousands of earth vein rats turned their heads in unison, as if guided by a shared instinct, and fixed their eyes on the student holding a long blade. Under the intense scrutiny of so many piercing stares, the student faltered, his confidence shaken, and nearly stumbled. Suze suddenly realized the truth: this swarm of earth vein rats had come seeking revenge. He recalled the moment they first entered the forest and encountered an earth vein rat. It dawned on him that the scent of blood must have drawn this massive horde. The Rat King let out another sharp cry, and chaos erupted among the swarm. The deafening chorus of squeaks from thousands of earth vein rats filled the air. A few sharp-witted students traced the Rat King's gaze and quickly pieced together the reason for their predicament. "It's because of the earth vein rat Huang Tao killed earlier," someone exclaimed in alarm. The smell of blood on him brought the rats here for revenge. Huang Tao's face turned pale as regret consumed him. The others quickly grasped the situation, their expressions growing increasingly complex. The swarm began to move, gradually tightening their circle and closing in, leaving the group with less and less space to maneuver. Fear gripped everyone as a chilling thought surfaced in their minds. Were they going to die here, in this desolate wilderness? Two students exchanged uncertain glances, their expressions shifting as they seemed to reach a decision. One of them finally spoke through gritted teeth. The earth vein rats are after Huang Tao has the one covered in the scent of blood. Exactly, the other chimed in immediately. The Rat King has been staring at Huang Tao the whole time. It's obvious they're here for him, not us. Huang Tao's face darkened as he demanded, Tang Jie, Gan Shiyu, what are you trying to say? The other students exchanged uneasy looks, beginning to sense the implications. Tang Jie ignored the tension and bluntly declared, I have an idea. If we hand over the one responsible, we might have a chance to survive. His words sparked an immediate outcry. Are you insane? Huang Tao is one of us, someone shouted angrily. How can you even think of sacrificing a classmate to save yourself? That's despicable. Others remained silent, their eyes flickering with conflicted emotions. Some glanced at Su Zhe and Lin Miaoi, the two strongest among them, as if waiting to gauge their reactions. All eyes eventually turned to Su Zhe, awaiting his judgment. Before Su Zhe could speak, Lin Miaoi stepped forward, her face flushed with anger. Absolutely not. I won't allow such a thing to happen, she declared, her voice firm. Doing that would make us no better than animals. She turned sharply to Su Zhe, her gaze intense. Su Zhe, you agree with me, don't you? Nearly a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Su Zhe, the air heavy with anticipation. Everyone held their breath, waiting for his answer in this pivotal moment. Huang Tao's fingers trembled slightly with nervousness, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Su Zhe's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. He thought to himself that if this were truly a life-or-death situation, he might have hesitated. But in his eyes, the current predicament was nothing more than a minor challenge. Su Zhe's gaze wandered among the crowd, first sweeping over Tang Jie and Gan Shiyu, then landing on those who opposed, and those who remained silent, before finally settling on Lin Miaoi's face. He spoke softly. Of course, that's what I think. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Tao breathed a sigh of relief, visibly more at ease. Tang Jie and Gan Shiyu, on the other hand, looked utterly crestfallen, their faces dark with disappointment. The others also showed varying degrees of dismay in their expressions. Lin Miaoi's eyes shimmered with an unusual light as she stared intently at Su Zhe. After a moment, she turned her head away, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. With Su Zhe's support, she felt an immense surge of strength, her resolve growing firmer than ever. A faint glimmer shone from the bracelet on Lin Miaoi's wrist, and two crimson pills materialized in her palm. She solemnly handed them to Su Zhe and instructed, these are qi and blood pills. They work wonders for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Keep one in your mouth and be ready to consume it when needed. She added, the two of us are the strongest here. While I'm not skilled in combat, I can still hold my own. If we join forces, we might just carve out a path to survival. Su Zhe was taken aback, surprised that Lin Miaoi, typically so innocent and endearing, could remain so calm and make such decisive choices in a crisis. The others, too, realized the dire situation they were in. Setting aside their earlier disagreements, they gathered behind Su Zhe and Lin Miaoi, ready to fight for their lives. At that moment, a few earth vein rats from the horde lost their patience and charged forward. Though a single rat posed no threat, streaks of cold light flashed, and blood sprayed from the group of rats, filling the air with a pungent stench. The scent of their kin's blood drove the earth vein rats into a frenzy. Thousands of beady, crimson eyes glowed with rage. These creatures, typically adept only at burrowing, now unleashed their ferocious side. The earth vein rat king let out a deafening roar, and an overwhelming wave of thousands of rats surged towards Su Zhe and the others. The rat king, unwilling to be outdone, charged forward with a vengeful fury, determined to avenge its slain offspring by Huang Tao. Except for Su Zhe, despair was written all over everyone's faces. Lin Miaoi suppressed her fear, forcing herself into a battle-ready state. Yet, as she faced the tsunami-like horde of rats and the imposing rat king, a flicker of hopelessness crossed her mind. Though they had resolved to fight to the death, the odds of success were slim to none. The others felt the same, their hearts sinking as they sensed the ferocity of the rat swarm. Fear gripped them, sending shivers down their spines. Just as everyone's nerves were stretched to their limits, a massive shadow suddenly burst out from the depths of the dark forest. It leaped high into the air, its enormous body blocking out the sunlight and casting a vast shadow over the ground. The figure soared over the entire swarm of rats and landed squarely in the center of the encirclement. With a thunderous crash, the shadow hit the ground. Lin Miaoi froze, her gaze fixed on the enormous figure before her. She could hardly believe her eyes and murmured in disbelief. Is this divine intervention? But the divine intervention this time is a bear? The moment the colossal beast appeared, the entire battlefield froze in an instant. The charging horde of earth vein rats abruptly halted, their gaze filled with wariness as they sized up this enormous intruder. Xiongda deliberately restrained his aura, leaving the earth vein rats unable to gauge his strength. Yet, an instinctive sense of dread warned them that this towering creature was no ordinary foe. The Earth Vein Rat King came to a sudden stop, its eyes widening as it stared at Xiongda. As an upper-tier class demonic beast, its intelligence was fully developed, and its memory was sharp. The longer it observed Xiongda, the more familiar he seemed, as if it had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck it had heard of an E-class iron palm bear roaming dozens of kilometers away. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this very creature the infamous E-class beast? A shiver ran down the Rat King's spine. How could this terrifying entity suddenly appear here? At that moment, Xiongda let out an earth-shaking roar, and the terrifying aura of an E-class beast erupted, sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave. The oppressive force, comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator, descended upon everyone. Except for Su Zhe and Xiao Qing, all others, including the Earth Vein rats, felt their breath catch, as if a massive weight had suddenly pressed down on them. E-class demonic beast. Tang Jie exclaimed in utter horror, his face turning deathly pale. Encountering the Earth Vein rats was already disastrous enough, but now they had stumbled upon an E-class beast. Against the rat horde, there was a slim chance of survival, but before an E-class beast, there wasn't even room to struggle. Lin Miaoy's expression was equally unsettled. Why would an E-class beast show up in such a peripheral area? The Earth Vein rat horde descended into chaos once more, their sharp squeaks filled with terror. The Rat King, bearing the brunt of the oppressive aura, trembled under Xiongda's gaze, which was fixed firmly on it. The same question flashed through its mind. Why was an E-class beast here? But it had no time to dwell on the matter. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the rat's advantage was meaningless against a Foundation establishment-level opponent. Overwhelmed by fear, the Rat King's limbs quivered. It knew it had been targeted, and its only option now was to flee. In the next instant, the Rat King twisted its body, ready to turn and escape. But before it could make a move, a fierce gust of wind swept past, and Xiongda's massive form vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Rat King. Squeak! With terror in its eyes, the Rat King watched as Xiongda slowly raised his massive paw and brought it down with overwhelming force. Boom! A thunderous impact followed. Flesh and blood exploded, and crimson splattered everywhere. Shards of white bone shot out like arrows, piercing through dozens of nearby Earth Vein rats. With just one strike, the upper-tier class Rat King was obliterated, unable to put up any resistance as it was crushed into pieces by Xiongda's paw. Witnessing this horrific scene, the thousands of Earth Vein rats let out panicked shrieks. They no longer cared about Su Zhe and the others. They turned tail and fled without hesitation. Xiongda casually swatted aside a few rats that foolishly ran in his direction, killing them instantly. As for the rest of the horde, he didn't bother pursuing them. Moments later, the battlefield returned to an eerie calm. The swarm of black rats retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of chaos and several mutilated carcasses. From the moment Xiongda made his move to the Earth Vein rat horde's collapse, the entire process lasted no more than 10 seconds. This scene vividly demonstrated that in the face of absolute power, everything else is but an illusion. Lin Miaoi and the others were frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, unable to move. The oppressive aura emanating from the massive black bear was palpable, suffocating even. Fortunately, it seemed to harbor no malice toward them, and had even taken care of the Earth Vein Rat King, effectively saving their lives in a way. Still, a demonic beast was, after all, a demonic beast an innate adversary of humanity. Lin Miaoi suppressed the fear surging in her heart and whispered, "Everyone, don't panic. Back away slowly. Don't provoke it." Under her guidance, the group began to retreat cautiously. But things didn't go as planned. They had barely taken a few steps back when the black bear turned its gaze toward them, its eyes locking onto them. Lin Miaoi could almost see the fervent gleam in those pitch-black pupils. A chill ran down her spine. Could it be planning to treat them as prey? Fear surged like a tidal wave. Tang Jie and Gan Shiyu were the first to break down. "Run!" they shouted, turning to flee. Their actions acted as a fuse, instantly igniting the panic of the others. The group scattered in all directions, running aimlessly into the depths of the forest like headless chickens. For a brief moment, Lin Miaoi also considered running, but then she noticed Su Zhe standing utterly still, as if paralyzed with fear. In such a critical moment, how could something like this happen? She hastily tugged at Su Zhe's sleeve and urged anxiously, "Su Zhe, snap out of it. Run." Before her words had fully left her mouth, a shadow loomed over them. Lin Miaoi's pupils shrank as she slowly looked up, only to see Xiongda's massive chest mere inches away. It was over. Just this moment of hesitation had left them with no escape. She glanced at Su Zhe beside her, her mind swirling with confusion. Su Zhe had always been calm and composed. How could he lose his composure now? Still, if she were to face death, doing so alongside someone like him wasn't the worst outcome. It was just a shame that the cultivation world would lose a rising star, and she would never achieve her dream of becoming a master alchemist. Despite the insurmountable gap between her level and the bears, Lin Miaoi refused to accept her fate. She assumed a fighting stance, and an old piece of advice suddenly flashed through her mind. When confronted by a wild beast, don't play dead or run. The best course of action is to stand tall, clench your fists, glare fiercely, and roar like a beast yourself. At least that way, you die with dignity. She had always found this advice laughable. Yet now, it seemed strangely reasonable. Glaring at the massive bear before her, she let out a series of strange yells, attempting to look as fierce as possible. However, for some reason, her actions only made her appear somewhat adorable. Xiongda stared at the small human in front of it, momentarily stunned. It thought to itself, is this human not right in the head? Better stay away, just in case it's contagious. What happened next completely shattered Lin Miaoy's understanding of reality. The massive bear rubbed its paws together, then approached Su Zhe with a fawning expression. In a voice dripping with deference, it said, "Big brother, you're finally here." Lin Miaoi stood there, slack-jawed, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. What was going on? This Foundation establishment-level bear was calling Su Zhe big brother? Could it be that this powerful demonic beast was actually Su Zhe's subordinate? Lin Miaoi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did she hear it correctly? A Foundation establishment stage beast showing such respect to a mere body-tempering stage human? She scrutinized the massive bear before her, noticing its fawning expression and the way its claws continuously rubbed together. There wasn't a trace of the imposing aura of an rank beast left. Ever since Su Zhe appeared, Lin Miaoi felt as if her world had become surreal. Advancing to the 5th level of body tempering in just a few days, memorizing and thoroughly understanding the basics of alchemy within hours, and now even making an rank beast bow its head in submission? Her mind was flooded with questions, leaving her too stunned to speak. At that moment, Su Zhe frowned and asked, "Xiongda, why aren't you handling your task? What are you doing here? Don't tell me the egg has hatched." Xiongda immediately looked aggrieved and explained, "Boss, it's not my fault. Something's wrong with the egg." "What's wrong?" Su Zhe pressed, narrowing his eyes. "Don't tell me you crushed it." "How could that be?" Xiongda quickly shook his head. The egg suddenly turned scalding hot, impossible to touch. Then the temperature kept rising, it nearly burned my fur. I couldn't stay in the cave anymore, so I had no choice but to come out. Su Zhe frowned deeply. With the temporary contract binding them, Xiongda couldn't possibly be lying. Lin Miaoi, still in shock, felt waves of disbelief crashing through her mind. This rank beast's behavior, it was practically groveling. But how did Su Zhe manage this? Even for a beast tamer, establishing a bond with a beast required nurturing trust from a young age and signing a contract. For an adult beast, it was nearly impossible without overwhelming force to subdue it. Yet Su Zhe didn't seem to fit any of these criteria. Seeing Su Zhe's furrowed brows, Xiongda hurriedly added, "Boss, I swear, the heat was unbearable. I couldn't take it. As soon as I sensed your presence nearby, I rushed over." Su Zhe waved his hand impatiently. "Enough with the excuses. Go back and figure out what's happening." At this point, Lin Miaoi couldn't hold back any longer. She blurted out, Su Zhe, what exactly is your relationship with him?" Only then did Su Zhe remember that Lin Miaoi was still present. Given the urgency of the situation, he casually made something up. "Oh, him? He's a friend I met in the forest. After some deep and meaningful exchanges, we became close friends. The boss thing is just a nickname." Hearing this, Xiong Da's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Deep and meaningful exchanges? More like getting beaten black and blue. If he hadn't been quick-witted enough to surrender, his bare paws would have likely ended up in this guy's stomach. A sudden sharp pain surged from deep within his soul. Xiong Da shuddered and immediately halted the thoughts swirling in his mind. Lin Miaoi nodded thoughtfully, a trace of confusion flickering across her face. Her mind seemed to short-circuit. Even though the explanation was absurd, she forced herself to believe it. Lin Miaoi mustered a sweet and innocent smile and said softly, "Hello, I'm Lin Miaoi, Su Zhe's classmate." Xiongda froze. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Unsure of what to do, he glanced at Su Zhe, who gave him a meaningful look. Xiongda quickly caught on, bent his massive frame, and extended his thick bare paw to shake Lin Miaoi's delicate hand. "Hello, hello, you can just call me Xiongda," he said in a deep yet gentle voice. The towering three-meter bear standing next to the petite girl was a stark contrast, a sight that made Su Zhe struggle to hold back a laugh. Just as he was about to say something, the ground began to tremble violently. Rumble. Strange muffled noises echoed from deep within the forest, far more intense than the earlier disturbance caused by the swarm of earth mice. Bang, bang, bang. A fox suddenly darted out of the dense jungle ahead, its strength already reaching the upper frank. Its eyes gleamed with greed as it sped off in a specific direction. Hot on its heels came a second, then a third, and soon, a wave of more and more beasts surged out of the forest. None of them spared Su Zhe and the others a glance. All rushing in the same direction, the fox had vanished. "What's going on now?" Lin Miaoi asked in confusion. Before anyone could answer, her eyes widened, and she pointed at the distant sky, exclaiming, Look over there. Suze looked up and was taken aback. The sky had turned a fiery red without anyone noticing. Torrents of spiritual energy surged toward a specific direction, forming crimson clouds that gathered spectacularly in the sky. Isn't that the direction of your cave? Suze suddenly asked. Xiongda was momentarily stunned before he quickly nodded. Yes, judging by the location, it should be my cave. Suze immediately realized that the celestial phenomenon might be caused by the firebird egg. Could it be about to hatch? Rumble. A deafening crash echoed from afar as a swath of trees toppled over, as if an enormous creature was rampaging through the forest. Xiongda's expression grew tense as he peered into the distance and exclaimed, "A beast tide?" At the mention of the term, Lin Miaoi's face turned pale. She said urgently, "We need to leave now. If the beast tide catches up to us, we'll be trampled into paste." Xiongda remained silent, turning instead to look at Suze. Behind them was the surging beast tide. Ahead lay the fiery phenomenon, the cause of which was still unknown. From a cautious perspective, Suze was reluctant to press forward. Although the firebird carried a trace of vermilion bird bloodline richer even than the azure dragon bloodline in Shao Kinjit wasn't enough to justify risking their lives. Yet the phenomenon ahead was too extraordinary. The fiery clouds covered the entire sky, and even from a distance, Suze could feel the temperature rising steadily around them. The more awe-inspiring the sight, the greater the hidden danger often was. But abandoning it now left Suze feeling deeply unwilling. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind and declared, "Let's go. We'll see what's happening." Before his words had fully landed, Suze reached out and scooped Lin Miaoi into his arms. With a burst of immense power from his feet, he and Xiongda transformed into two dark blurs, racing toward the source of the phenomenon. Lin Miaoi felt a blur before her eyes and was suddenly pulled into a warm embrace. The scenery around her whizzed past in a blur, and before she could react, they had traveled an unknown distance. When she realized she was being held in Suze's arms, a flush of red quickly spread from her cheeks to her neck. Her entire body stiffened, too nervous to move. The scent of Suze's presence filled her nose, sending a shiver through her body as her nerves reached their peak. She tried to struggle, but Suze's arms were incredibly strong, holding her securely in his embrace. Lin Miaoi's mind went blank, unable to process the sudden intimacy of the situation. Realizing the awkwardness of the position, Suze explained with a hint of embarrassment, "I wanted to check over there, but I can't let you go. Alanite's too dangerous. This is the only way." He knew that the flaming bird egg had nothing to do with Lin Miaoi, yet he had brought her to such a perilous place, which was hard to justify. Still, if he hadn't done so, Lin Miaoi would likely not survive the approaching beast tide. This seemed like the best option for now. As he spoke, Suze's speed increased rather than slowed. At that moment, he became acutely aware of Lin Miaoi's soft figure pressed against him, and the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from her made his spirits lift. Sensing Suze's subtle reaction, Lin Miaoi's face grew even redder. "I'll put you down as soon as we get there," Suze quickly added. Lin Miaoi timidly nodded, burying her face in her clothes, her ears turning crimson. This was her first time being so close to someone of the opposite sex. Finally, Suze and Xiongda came to a gradual stop. Lin Miaoi, her face still flushed, jumped out of Suze's arms and turned her back to him, too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Her heart pounded so fiercely she could hear it in her ears. However, Suze had no time to dwell on her reaction. "Stay close. If things go wrong, we leave immediately," he instructed. Lin Miaoi responded softly and obediently followed closely behind him, not daring to stray even a step. The trio, two humans and one bear, moved cautiously forward as the surrounding air grew increasingly hot. If not for their cultivation, they might have already succumbed to the oppressive heat. After a short while, they crested a small hill, and the scene before them left them stunned. Xiongda's eyes widened in shock. "Where's the mountain? My home is gone." Suze was equally taken aback, staring at the blazing inferno before them. The lush forest that once stood there was now reduced to a sea of fire. The ground was scorched and cracked, with flames dancing everywhere. Xiongda's cave, along with the entire mountaintop, had vanished without a trace, as if obliterated by a massive explosion. The ground was littered with rubble, and semi-molten lava flowed slowly, radiating intense heat, as if a volcanic eruption had just occurred. At the very center of the fiery scene was a dazzling blaze, where a faint figure could be seen moving within the flames. "What is that? How can it survive in such extreme heat?" Xiongda asked in shock. Just then, boom, the ground trembled, and a deafening roar swept closer and closer, engulfing Suze and the others in an instant. Along the edge of the sea of fire, monstrous beasts emerged one after another, halting abruptly as the scorching heat barred their advance. Within moments, their numbers surged to nearly 100,000, forming a dense and terrifying horde. Such an overwhelming sight would send even a Foundation establishment cultivator fleeing in terror. Lin Miaoi gasped in shock. "What's going on? Why are all these beasts gathering here?" Judging by their numbers, it seems like every beast from Zone G and even the neighboring 2 zones has shown up. Suze was equally perplexed, his brows furrowed deeply. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from deep within the sea of fire. A massive bird, wreathed in flames, burst forth from the inferno. At the same time, a series of notifications flashed before Suze's eyes. Name: Flame bird severely injured, on the brink of death. Level: D class, lower tier. Special bloodline: Vermilion bird bloodline 5. Skills: Blaze, Fireball technique, Rebirth in flames. Suze's heart skipped a beat as he processed the information. A class beast. Its strength is equivalent to that of a golden core stage human cultivator. A sudden realization struck him, and he recalled the origins of this beast. Isn't this the same bird that laid the flame egg? I thought it had met its end, but here it is. Eyes sharp, Suze scrutinized the flame bird as it circled in the sky. It churned the clouds, transforming the heavens into a sea of fire with its radiant glow. The oppressive aura of the class beast spread like a tidal wave, forcing many of the creatures below to collapse onto the ground, unable to withstand the suffocating pressure. Despite its imposing presence, Suze keenly noticed the bird's impaired movements. A gruesome wound marred one of its wings. Moreover, the flames surrounding its body were visibly dimming. Clearly, this once mighty beast had endured a fierce battle and was now teetering on the brink of death. Suze's mind raced with questions. If it's already gravely injured, why expend so much energy? His gaze shifted toward the depths of the fiery sea, where a glimmer caught his eye. Amid the flickering flames, an egg adorned with intricate crimson patterns came into view, its markings more vivid and complex than before. Xiongda also noticed the flame bird's egg and suddenly understood why its den had been destroyed. Casting a resentful glance at Suze, it silently mourned for its ruined home, relieved that it had little to lose. Otherwise, the damage might have been unbearable. As Suze struggled to make sense of the situation, Lin Miaoi's voice broke through his thoughts. A fiery rebirth array? She exclaimed. Suze's eyes lit up as he recalled the information provided by the system, which mentioned the flame bird's mastery of a skill called rebirth in flames. Fiery rebirth array? What's that? Suze asked, turning toward her. Lin Miaoi explained. That flame bird must possess a trace of vermilion bird bloodline. Any beast with this bloodline can unlock this ability once they reach a certain level of power. What it's performing now is the fiery rebirth array, but it's not about resurrecting itself. Instead, it transfers part of its strength to its offspring. This is a form of inheritance, but the caster always pays the ultimate price: death. Suze nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the flame bird, which was still struggling to complete the array. So, even as it nears death, it's using its remaining strength to pass on its power to its child? He mused silently. What a selfless act. Truly, the love of a parent knows no bounds. Even a beast, when it comes to its offspring, is no different from humans. In the sky, the figure of the flame bird wavered unsteadily. Its once majestic demeanor had vanished, replaced by a weary and battered appearance. The fiery glow of its feathers had dimmed, and the wounds on its wings were gruesome and terrifying. It let out a feeble cry, gradually descending to the ground. The flame bird's body had reached its limit. The wounds on its wings split open, exposing pale flesh to the air, with barely any blood flowing. Its blood had long since run dry. At this moment, it was relying solely on sheer willpower to cling to its final breath. As a class magical beast, the flame bird possessed intelligence and emotions comparable to humans. Its gentle gaze fell upon the egg before it, filled with maternal tenderness. Suddenly, it collapsed over the flame egg, and as if experiencing a final burst of vitality, its body flared with a brilliant and dazzling light. Streams of vibrant red energy surged from the flame bird's body, pouring entirely into the egg. To the naked eye, the red patterns on the egg's surface seemed to come alive, gradually shifting and becoming more intricate and exquisite. This signified the final stage of the fiery rebirth formation. The flame bird was transferring the last remnants of its essence to its offspring. As time passed, the surrounding temperature noticeably dropped. The sea of flames gradually receded, signaling the imminent end of the flame bird's life. Suze asked in confusion, "What's going on with these magical beasts? Why are they all charging over like they've gone mad?" Lin Miaoi explained, "This is a crucial step in the fiery rebirth formation." Her words piqued Xiongda's curiosity, and he turned to look at Lin Miaoi, thinking how knowledgeable this friend of his elder brother was. Lin Miaoi continued, "According to legend, a phoenix undergoes rebirth in a pool of blood. The fiery rebirth formation has a similar process. It requires a massive amount of blood to complete the final step." She glanced at the magical beasts, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. The flame bird is attracting these magical beasts to draw the blood from their bodies. However, it only affects magical beasts below E class. It has no effect on E class beasts. Suze surveyed the surroundings, countless pieces of information rushing into his mind, confirming Lin Miaoy's explanation. The seemingly endless tide of beasts before him consisted entirely of magical beasts below E-class. Suddenly, the beast tide began to move. Groups of magical beasts charged forward frantically, rushing toward the heart of the sea of flames. The ground was scorching hot, with some areas still burning. The intense heat seared their bodies, igniting their fur, but these beasts seemed oblivious to the pain and continued surging forward. Before long, one beast reached the edge of the flames and leapt in without hesitation. The piercing sound of flesh burning filled the air, and within moments, the beast was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a glistening droplet of blood. Then came the second, the third. Countless beasts followed, plunging into the sea of flames one after another. This horrifying scene made Xiongda's fur stand on end, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Miaoi could no longer bear to watch, and hid behind Suze. Moments later, the ocean of beasts had vanished, replaced by a sea of blood. The flame bird and its egg were at the center, beginning the final step of the process. A mournful cry echoed across the heavens. The flame bird exhaled its last breath of blood, spraying it onto the egg as though offering its final blessing to the life about to be born. The blood was absorbed by the bird egg at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flames suddenly surged high, and the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The once solidified magma began to flow again, and the dazzling light obscured the scene within. Huh? Can't see anything now. Xiongda exclaimed in surprise. Suze remained silent, patiently waiting. After 5 minutes, the flames that shot into the sky began to contract and instantly disappeared. The mountaintop and the blood pool had vanished, leaving only the flaming bird and the egg beneath it. The fiery formation had ended, and the flaming bird was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Hey, kid over there, you're the one who took my child out of the nest, right? The flaming bird suddenly turned to Suze. Lin Miaoi broke out in a cold sweat, while Xiongdo was so terrified he almost ran off. Suze, however, stayed calm. The system prompt indicated that the flaming bird had weakened to the lower A rank and was no longer a threat. The flaming bird noticed Suze's unusual composure and was slightly surprised. It realized that this human, who was only at the 7th stage of body refinement, not only had a foundation-level beast guarding him, but might also possess even greater strength. In its final moments, the flaming bird decided to entrust its child to this human with limitless potential. Kid, I'm about to die. This child has even greater potential than I do, the flaming bird said. Suze understood and nodded solemnly. The flaming bird then handed the egg over to Suze. As soon as it touched his hand, Suze felt a wave of warmth. The system revealed that this was a flaming bird egg with the bloodline of the vermilion bird, and after being tempered by the fiery formation, its future potential could surpass all limits. Please, take good care of it. Its strength won't be weak, and it will be able to help you. Protect it well. The flaming bird pleaded with its final words before slowly lowering its head. The small flaming bird seemed to sense something, as the patterns on the eggshell dimmed significantly. Lin Miaoi, witnessing all this, was so shocked she felt dizzy. In just a few words, Suze had gained the offspring of a drank Biasta development she found hard to believe. With a whoosh, the flaming bird's body ignited itself. Its flesh and blood melted away like snow, and its form gradually shrank. It just entrusted its child to you like that? Lin Miaoi asked with a look of disbelief. Suze glanced around and replied calmly. It seems like there was no one else it could entrust it to. Besides, following me, it won't suffer any losses. He gently stroked the egg, his tone filled with confidence and determination. Lin Miaoi suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Indeed, with a genius like Suze, the young flaming bird's future was bound to shine brightly. Xiaoqing stared intently at the phoenix egg, the murmurs of the crowd echoing in its ears. It suddenly realized how much it had missed during its last slumber. At this moment, it was only concerned with figuring out what this Xiao-san was all about. Although the little phoenix had yet to hatch, Xiaoqing could already sense a threat emanating from it. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of danger surged through, far more intense than anything it had ever felt before. This was a true life-or-death moment. Xiaoqing's heart tightened as it urgently sent a message to Suze. Master, leave this place immediately. Something extremely dangerous is coming. Suze froze for a moment, instantly feeling Xiaoqing's tension. He knew well how keen Xiaoqing's instincts were when it came to danger. It was almost never wrong. Without hesitation, he scooped Lin Miaoi into his arms and shouted to Xiongda, run. With a sudden burst of strength, Suze propelled himself forward, the golden energy within him surging at full capacity as he pushed his power to the limit. Ah! Lin Miaoi cried out in surprise, not expecting Suze to act so abruptly. Before she could finish speaking, a thunderous boom erupted, and the immense shockwave rendered her speechless. A deep crater appeared on the ground, and Suze's figure had already vanished. Xiongda stood in stunned silence for a moment before snapping back to reality. Without wasting another second, he sprinted after Suze. But soon, panic set in. He realized he couldn't keep up. Big brother, wait for me. he called out, his voice tinged with desperation. Though he had no idea what was happening, Suze's urgency filled him with unease. He pushed himself to the limit, but the gap between them only widened. The more he struggled, the heavier the dread in Xiong heart became. Suze's frantic escape made him increasingly anxious. What kind of danger could possibly make Suze this tense? It wasn't long before Xiong found out for himself. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind him, the source coming from where the phoenix had fallen. Moments later, a terrifying shockwave swept through, obliterating a vast swath of forest. Caught off guard, Xiongda was thrown into the air by the force of the blast. As he spun uncontrollably, Xiongda caught a glimpse of the horrifying scene behind him. In the distant clouds, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, resembling two crimson moons and exuding a menacing aura. The turbulent winds revealed the massive form hiding behind the clouds. It was a giant azure eagle. Roar! The eagle let out an earth-shaking screech, spreading its wings wide and scattering half the sky's clouds in an instant. Suze, sprinting at full speed, turned to look back, his heart sinking as an overwhelming sense of foreboding gripped him. Name: Azure Cloud Eagle. Rank: Upper D class. Danger level: extremely dangerous. Special bloodline: unknown. Abilities: unknown. Note: a top-tier predator. For those lacking sufficient strength, there's only one option: run. That is, if they're lucky enough to escape at all. Upper D class. Golden Core Peak. Suze stared at the massive eagle in shock, his mind racing with questions. How could a beast of this caliber appear on the outskirts of the wilderness forest? With a heavy thud, Xiongda crashed to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet and continued running for his life. He now understood why Suze had fled so desperately. If they hadn't run immediately, the shockwave alone would have been enough to kill him on the spot. High above in the sky, the azure eagle hovered motionless, its sharp gaze sweeping across the ground below until it locked onto a pile of blackened ash. Its eyes grew cold and piercing, as if it had detected a familiar presence emanating from the ashes. The body of the flame bird lay quietly on the ground, its life fire extinguished. The eaglino, it should be called the Qingyun eagle, had flames of fury ignited in its eyes. Its voice was filled with boundless rage and regret as it roared. Damn you, flame bird. You didn't even leave me the chance to avenge myself. The roar shook the entire forest, echoing through every corner. Suze heard the sound and was startled, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that the flame bird was gravely injured because it provoked this creature? It seemed there was significant enmity between them. Suddenly, a series of deafening booms erupted in the distance. Even though it came from far away, Suze could still feel the ground beneath him trembling violently. He looked up to see a massive cloud of dust rising, with enormous craters forming on the ground, as if a terrifying bombardment had just occurred. Suze couldn't help but ponder. What exactly did the flame bird do to provoke the Qingyun eagle, to drive it to such madness? At that moment, the Qingyun eagle suddenly stopped moving. It seemed to realize that something was amiss. Though the flame bird was gravely injured, it shouldn't have died so quickly. A green light flashed in the Qingyun eagle's eyes. As a class beast, it was well versed in the abilities of various other beasts. The fiery rebirth array, the Qingyun eagle exclaimed in sudden realization. The flame bird must have used the fiery rebirth array, hastening its death. And for such an array to be cast, there must be a beneficiary. It didn't take much thought to figure out that the beneficiary was undoubtedly the flame bird's offspring. The Qingyun eagle spread its wings abruptly, soaring into the sky as its sharp eyes scanned the forest below. Within moments, it locked onto Suze, who was running. On his back, the large bundle he carried emitted faint traces of red light. That little runt. It's been taken by a human. The Qingyun eagle roared in fury, transforming into a streak of green light as it sped towards Suze. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was right behind Suze and his two companions. Xiongda shuddered, terrified beyond belief. Suze felt a chill rise in his heart, sensing the deadly intent emanating from behind him. At this critical moment, in the principal's office of Jiangnan First Advanced High School, Principal Tang Yi, who had been dozing in his chair, suddenly disappeared. Just as the Qingyun eagle was about to strike, intending to kill the two humans and destroy the flame bird egg, an incomparably brilliant light shot up from the distance, piercing through the sky. In an instant, it arrived at the scene. A figure hovered steadily in midair, staring coldly at the Qingyun eagle not far away. You mangy beast, the figure said icily. It's one thing to throw your weight around in the forest, but now you want to kill my students? Are you courting death? Hearing this familiar voice, both Suze and Lin Miaoyi froze in disbelief and turned toward the source. Principal, Lin Miaoyi exclaimed in shock. The Qingyun eagle stared at Tang Yi, its body trembling involuntarily as a flicker of fear flashed in its eyes. Tang Yi frowned and said coldly, "Still not leaving?" As if granted a reprieve, the Qingyun eagle turned and fled, flying away at an even greater speed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Suze was equally stunned. The principal was this powerful. That was a high-tiered class beast, equivalent to a human at the peak of the Golden Core stage. To scare off the Qingyun eagle so easily, just how strong was the principal? This question lingered in Suze's mind, refusing to fade. The Qingyun eagle, a class upper-tier beast, fled in panic without daring to look back. Suze finally let out a sigh of relief, the tension in his body ebbing away like a receding tide. Recalling the harrowing moment earlier, a cold sweat trickled down his back. As he gathered himself, Suze's gaze fell on Principal Tang Yi. A wave of guilt surged in his heart as he remembered how he had publicly shared the principal's contact information in a desperate bid to protect himself. However, to Suze's surprise, Tang Yi didn't seem angry about it. Principal, Suze began, but Tang Yi raised a hand to cut him off. Enough, Tang Yi said, shaking his head. I know whatever you're about to say won't be anything good. I'm heading off now. You two should also head straight home. While the school doesn't forbid young love, at your age, you should be focusing on cultivation. Suze's face darkened, and the words of gratitude that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. He silently grumbled to himself. What do you mean I can't say anything good? I was going to say something heartfelt. And who's talking about young love? Lin Miaoyi, who had just calmed herself, overheard Tang Yi's words. Her face instantly turned crimson as she recalled the 2 moments of close contact with Suze earlier that day. Overcome with embarrassment, she lowered her head like a child caught doing something wrong, not daring to meet Tang Yi's gaze. Seeing her reaction, Tang Yi became even more convinced of his assumption. You rascal, learning bad habits at such a young age? He shook his head, but decided to let it go when he noticed how flustered Lin Miaoyi already was. Suze, realizing the misunderstanding, was about to explain, but Tang Yi didn't give him the chance. Hurry up and go home. Don't stay outside overnight. You're too young for that, it's bad for your health, understand? Hearing this, Suze felt a rush of heat to his head, his face turning bright red with frustration. Lin Miaoyi also understood the implication, letting out a small gasp as her ears turned crimson from embarrassment. Tang Yi, however, interpreted Suze's reaction differently. Oh, so you do know how to feel embarrassed, huh? Look at you, all flustered. Amused by Suze's expression, Tang Yi completely misunderstood the situation. Finding the scene rather entertaining, he laughed heartily, waved his hand, and turned into a beam of white light, disappearing back to Jiangnan City. It took Suze a while to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to regain his composure. At that moment, Xiongda cautiously approached him. Boss. Suze knew what it wanted to ask and replied. For the next few days, go stay with Erhu. There's plenty of space there, and that area wasn't affected by what just happened. Xiongda hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. It turned and lumbered off, its figure soon vanishing into the depths of the forest. Suze glanced back at Lin Miaoyi, whose face had somewhat recovered but was still tinged with redness. Shall we go? He asked softly. In the end, the two parted ways at the temporary trading site. Suze boarded the car for his return trip, gazing out at the scenery flashing past the window. He could feel the faint warmth emanating from the flaming bird egg in his baga powerful life quietly taking form. Meanwhile, in a grand estate in Jiangnan City, the minimalist yet luxurious decor of a spacious living room exuded understated opulence. The door was suddenly pushed open as Wang Lao strode in briskly. I heard Miaoyi encountered danger in the forest again. Lin Miaoyi's father, Lin Fan, stepped forward to ask. Yes, there was danger, but Miaoyi wasn't harmed, Wang Lao replied. Hearing this, Lin Fan's temper flared. He grabbed his son-in-law by the collar and launched into a furious tirade. Lin Fan stood in the living room, his head lowered, sweat dripping from his forehead. Elder Wang's reprimands echoed like thunder, each word accusing him of failing as a father. What kind of father are you? Time and time again, you let your daughter face danger. Elder Wang's fury seemed to ignite the entire room. Time seemed to freeze until Lin Miaoyi's footsteps were heard coming down the stairs. Elder Wang immediately fell silent, quickly stepping forward to pull Lin Miaoyi to his side. He scrutinized his granddaughter carefully, his gaze full of concern. Only after confirming that she was unharmed did he relax slightly. However, when he turned to Lin Fan, his expression remained grim. The next time Miaoyi goes out, make sure one of the family's top experts follows her closely, not leaving her side for a moment. Do you understand? Elder Wang's tone left no room for negotiation. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Lin Miaoyi wrinkled her nose slightly and spoke up to ease the situation. Grandpa, it's not Dad's fault. It's just my bad luck. Besides, I'm fine now, aren't I? And I think having bodyguards is unnecessary, it's too showy. After some back-and-forth negotiations, a compromise was reached. Lin Miaoyi agreed to have the family's experts protect her in secret, but they were not to reveal themselves unless absolutely necessary. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Then, with a flick of his finger, a jade bottle appeared out of thin air. He solemnly handed it to Lin Miaoyi. The foundation establishment pill has been successfully refined. Take it when you're ready to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It will significantly enhance the effect. Before his words had fully landed, more treasures poured out of his spatial range: elixirs, weapons, protective gear, rare medicinal herbs, each item priceless, far surpassing the value of blood dragon grass. Looking at the massive pile of treasures, Lin Miaoi couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Grandpa, with so many things, my spatial bracelet can't hold them all. Elder Wang's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, is that so? That's an easy fix. Let's exchange. You can use my ring instead. Hearing this, Lin Fan could no longer hold back. Dad, how can you give something so valuable to Miaoi? You should keep it for yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Elder Wang's brows furrowed deeply. What are you saying? He snapped. If not for Miaoi, then who else should I give it to? You? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. You're already daring to make decisions on my behalf. Another torrent of scolding followed. Lin Fan, a prominent figure in Jiangnan City and a formidable golden core cultivator, now stood like a child caught misbehaving, head bowed, cold sweat streaming down his face, not daring to say another word. With no other choice, Lin Miaoi began removing items from her spatial bracelet to transfer them into the spatial ring. At that moment, Elder Wang's gaze was drawn to three small bottles. He curiously picked up one of the bottles and, upon discovering it contained body refining liquid, smiled. Miaoi, since when did you take an interest in refining body refining liquid? Although it's simple, it's a great way to test one's alchemy skills and understanding. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle and carefully examined the liquid's quality. Suddenly, Elder Wang's expression froze. He cautiously took a sniff and even tasted a drop. Seeing this, Lin Miaoi couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, is something wrong? Elder Wang's hand holding the body refining liquid trembled slightly. He asked solemnly, Miaoi, where did you acquire this liquid? Which master did you buy it from? Lin Miaoi was momentarily stunned before replying, a master? No way, this was made by one of our classmates. What? Elder Wang shot to his feet, his eyes filled with shock, as if he had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Lin Miaoi was startled by her grandfather Wang Lin's reaction and asked in confusion, Grandpa, what's wrong? She noticed that Wang Lin's expression had suddenly turned unusually serious. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his face solemn, and said, Miaoi, don't joke with me. Are you saying this body-tempering elixir was really made by your classmate? His eyes gleamed with disbelief. Lin Miaoi nodded without hesitation, her tone firm. Yes, absolutely. I even watched him make it with my own eyes. She recalled the scene in the alchemy room that day, as if she could still smell the lingering fragrance of medicinal herbs in the air. Wang Lin's hands trembled slightly as he tried to calm the shock surging within him. Suddenly, a new thought crossed his mind. He asked anxiously, which family is your classmate from? Does he have any relatives or mentors who are master alchemists? Wang Lin reasoned that this was the only plausible explanation. His curiosity was completely piqued. Who could this extraordinary individual be, capable of refining a body-tempering elixir to such a level? In his understanding, the maximum efficacy conversion rate of the elixir was around 50. But the one in front of him had reached an astonishing 55. This wasn't just a mere one improvement, it was a leap of a full 5. Just today, Wang Lin had personally witnessed an elixir with a 55 efficacy conversion rate. This breakthrough was beyond his imagination. His first thought was that it must have been the result of a major breakthrough achieved by a top-tier alchemist. However, Lin Miaoi's response caught him off guard. She claimed it was her classmate who had made it. Wang Lin quickly considered another possibility. Her classmate must be the close disciple of a master alchemist, someone privy to the latest formula for the body-tempering elixir and capable of successfully refining it. What puzzled him was why this master, after developing a groundbreaking formula, hadn't immediately publicized it. Such an achievement, once revealed, would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the entire alchemy community. But Lin Miaoi's next words left Wang Lin even more astounded. She paused for a moment, then said uncertainly, as far as I know, his parents went missing in an accident many years ago. He's been living on his own ever since, and I've never heard of him having any mentor. A flicker of shock crossed Wang Lin's eyes before he quickly composed himself. In his mind, he speculated, that master must be an extremely cautious and low-profile figure, someone who would never expose themselves lightly. It made sense that Miaoi's classmate would also be careful not to reveal any information about this connection. The more Wang Lin thought about it, the more convinced he became that his theory was correct. His heart burned with excitement, and he was tempted to seek out this master and consult them directly. But then he reconsidered such a reserved and discreet person would surely dislike being disturbed so abruptly. No, I can't act impulsively. I need to proceed step by step, Wang Lin reminded himself. His mind raced with thoughts, as if he was piecing together a larger picture. If that master had deliberately kept a low profile, they must have also instructed Miaoi's classmate not to casually refine elixirs. Yet here was this elixir, not only refined but handed directly to Miaoi. What did this signify? Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with insight, as if he had glimpsed an extraordinary possibility. Wang Lin stared intently at the small vial in his hand, his eyes sparkling with barely concealed excitement. To him, this new type of body tempering solution was no longer a treasure that needed to be strictly guarded. He was convinced that the mysterious alchemy master would soon unveil this groundbreaking achievement. Wang Lin's heart raced as he imagined that, with his status and capability, he would surely have the opportunity to meet this master. For someone like Wang Lin, who was deeply immersed in the world of alchemy, the chance to communicate with a high-level peer was an invaluable treasure. Lin Miaoyi noticed her grandfather's unusually excited expression. Her curiosity piqued. "Grandpa, what happened? Why are you so happy?" Wang Lin took a deep breath to calm himself and patiently explained. "Do you know what this is?" He gestured toward the small vial. Lin Miaoyi looked at it, puzzled. "Of course, isn't this a body tempering solution?" Wang Lin nodded. "Yes, it is a body tempering solution, but it's no ordinary one." Nearby, Lin Fan couldn't help but interject. What could be so special about a body tempering solution? As a martial artist, Lin Fan knew little about alchemy and was clearly baffled. Wang Lin turned sharply, his gentle demeanor shifting to irritation. "What do you, an outsider, know? This is a conversation between my granddaughter and me. Don't interrupt." Despite his reprimand, he did not continue scolding Lin Fan, but instead turned back to Lin Miaoyi to elaborate. "Miaoyi, do you know the maximum conversion rate of medicinal power in an ordinary body tempering solution?" Without hesitation, Lin Miaoyi replied, 50. Wang Lin nodded approvingly. "That's correct. Now, take a guess, what is the conversion rate of this solution?" Lin Miaoyi shook her head, uncertain. 55%. Wang Lin announced solemnly. Lin Miaoyi froze for a moment before realizing the significance, her delicate face filled with shock. 55%. Lin Fan, standing nearby, was equally stunned. As a martial artist, he understood the implications. If such a formula were to spread, it could greatly enhance the strength of all human cultivators at the foundational level. Wang Lin nodded gravely. "Precisely. That's why I'm certain this is the work of that master alchemist. Such an achievement is astonishing, its difficulty surpassing the creation of high-grade medicinal formulas by several magnitudes. But you said this was created by your classmate, which leads me to believe that your classmate must have the guidance of a top-tier alchemy master. That master, clearly uninterested in fame or fortune, has chosen to remain anonymous for now, withholding this remarkable breakthrough." As Lin Miaoyi listened, her eyes were filled with awe. Her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Su Zihe's extraordinary martial talent, formidable strength, an exceptional contracted spirit beast, and even the offspring of a drank beast in his possession. Now, he also seemed connected to a mysterious alchemy master. With so many remarkable traits combined, it seemed almost unbelievable. She couldn't help but feel that Su Zhe was shrouded in an enigmatic aura. At this moment, Wang Lin asked, "What is your classmate's name? If he has time, could you arrange for us to meet?" Lin Miaoyi snapped back to reality. "His name is Su Zhe. I'll ask him when I get the chance." Wang Lin chuckled with excitement. "No rush, no rush. If he's currently unavailable, we can arrange it for another day." Lin Miaoyi nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Wang Lin left in a hurry, carrying 3 vials of the body tempering solution. He couldn't wait to head to his alchemy room to personally examine this extraordinary concoction. The cool morning breeze gently brushed against Su Zhe's cheeks as he slowly awakened. Opening his eyes, he was immediately met with a familiar pair of vertical pupils. Shaoqing had already positioned itself expectantly, waiting for the arrival of that warm energy. However, as time ticked by, Shaoqing still felt nothing of the familiar warmth. Confused, it opened its eyes only to find that Su Zhe was no longer in his original spot. Just then, a sound came from behind. Shaoqing's heart tightened as it stiffly turned its head. When it saw what Su Zhe was doing, its eyes widened in shock, disbelief written all over its face. At that moment, Su Zhe stood before the flaming bird egg, carefully examining the state of the little flame bird inside. The system's notification that the flame bird is about to hatch gave him some comfort, but the exact timing of about to was still uncertain. He could clearly sense the vibrant life force of the little flame bird, waves of energy rippling outward. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed across Su Zhe's mind. Could he perform an energy infusion on the unhatched flame bird? Would it accelerate the hatching process? To ensure safety, he used his thoughts to consult the system. What would happen if I infused energy into the unhatched flame bird? The system immediately responded. Ding! The little flame bird possesses a strong life force, already at level lower tier even before hatching. It can accept an energy infusion. Hearing this clear answer, Su Zhe was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the eggshell, focused his thoughts, and began the infusion. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the flame bird. Infusion cashback function triggered. Selecting cashback multiplier. Your cashback multiplier for this infusion is 70 times. You have gained 70 years of cultivation. 70 times cashback. This number left Su Zhe utterly astonished. His luck today was off the charts. In the next moment, a massive surge of energy poured into his body. Crack! The surface of the eighth dragon elephant seed finally showed a tiny crack, and a dazzling golden light burst forth, accompanied by an overwhelming force. A new dragon elephant seed had been activated. Simultaneously, Suze's cultivation level began to soar. Body refining stage 8. From just stepping into the 8th stage, to minor achievement, then major achievement, and finally perfection. But Suze's progression didn't stop there. His strength continued to climb. With a muffled boom, Suze's clothes billowed without wind, flapping noisily. His muscles swelled, chiseled and defined as if carved by a blade. Body refining stage 9. A faint golden glow enveloped Suze, exuding a sacred aura. His energy gradually stabilized, finally settling at the 9th stage of body refining. Suze opened his eyes, and 2 streaks of golden light flashed in their depths. Xiaoqing happened to witness everything. It was stunned, its gaze filled with confusion and disbelief. Why? How could this happen so quickly? Had its master already abandoned it? Was he bored? Had the novelty worn off? Was it just a case of getting something and then no longer cherishing it? Huh. Men. Truly, none of them are good. Xiaoqing's little head was filled with questions. What exactly happened while it was asleep? Who was this new rival? It had only been asleep for a single day. In such a short time, had its master already found a new love? This scoundrel. Seamless transition, huh? Xiaoqing thought indignantly, fuming in its heart. Xiaoqing stared at the fiery red bird egg with a complicated expression. It could sense the immense potential of the little flame bird and couldn't help but let its thoughts wander. With such talent, would its master favor it more in the future? At this thought, Xiaoqing fell silent, feeling a wave of melancholy. Quietly, it crawled over to the phone, its slender tail deftly tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. The phone unlocked with practiced ease. Xiaoqing opened the app with the red icon in the bottom left corner and selected a song from its personal playlist. Since it couldn't wear headphones, it turned the volume up to the maximum. The music filled the room. Pretend love hasn't left. Pretend you still care about me. Xiaoqing stared blankly at the screen, as if lost in the world of the song. Suze immediately noticed the unusual sound. He glanced at Xiaoqing in the corner, and, through their soul bond, sensed its emotions. He couldn't help but chuckle. You little thing, why are you acting like a drama queen? All this fuss just because I didn't give you a blessing yesterday? Is it really that serious? Besides, you're already at a rank lower tier and have awakened the Azure Dragon bloodline. Blessings at this level don't even do much for you anymore. You know, after Suze's words of comfort, Xiaoqing's mood improved, and it returned to his wrist. But deep down, it made a firm resolution. From this day forward, it would train twice as hard and make sure to outshine that third wheel. A sense of urgency surged within Xiaoqing. In just a few short minutes, Xiaoqing had played out an entire palace drama in its mind, while the completely oblivious Suze was getting ready to head out. Remembering the serious message from the principal the night before, he left straight for school. Arriving at Jiangnan City's #1 advanced high school, Suze headed directly to the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. Come in, Principal Tang, he called out, already expecting him. Suze pushed the door open and asked curiously, Principal, what's the matter? Tang Yi's expression was solemn as he pulled a small box out of his drawer. It's about the upcoming suppression tower trial. Here, take this. Suze accepted the box and opened it. Inside was a perfectly round pill, a foundation establishment pill. The round pill emitted a faint medicinal fragrance, its fresh scent filling the air. Suze instantly recognized this rare foundation establishment pill. Despite its name, it was specifically crafted for body refinement cultivators. Gazing at the high-grade pill, he couldn't help but marvel at its rarity. Principal, this is? Suze asked, his tone laced with curiosity as he looked at Tang Yi. Tang Yi waved his hand, a hint of reluctance in his voice. You've got some good fortune, kid. A renowned alchemist recently visited Jiangnan City, and I went through quite the trouble to procure this top-grade foundation establishment pill for you. Keep it safe and use it when you're ready to break through. Suze grew even more puzzled. He had no familial ties with Tang Yi, so why was he receiving such generosity? Noticing Suze's confusion, Tang Yi explained, I'm doing this because I recently learned some news about the Demon Suppression Tower trials. Suze immediately perked up, focusing intently. Tang Yi continued, this year, for some reason, a lot of prodigies have emerged, each more formidable than the last. While they might still be slightly inferior to you, their strength is not to be underestimated. It's said that some of them can defeat foundation establishment cultivators even while still in the body refinement stage. Hearing this, Suze thought of Xiongda and Erhu, but he remained calm, showing little reaction. Seeing Suze's nonchalance, Tang Yi frowned and said, Kid, don't get cocky. Sure, you have great talent and decent strength, but facing equally extraordinary geniuses, even the slightest carelessness could lead to a big loss. These individuals will undoubtedly participate in the Demon Suppression Tower trials. This year, There's even a new rule: those who perform exceptionally well can earn direct admission to top academies. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not to mention, making it onto the Demon Suppression Tower leaderboard comes with numerous rewards. Whether or not our school can gain some glory depends on you. I've been bragging about you, and if you don't live up to expectations, it'll be my reputation on the line. Think about it though, would that look? Don't forget, I'm the one who saved your life. After listening to Tang Yi's long-winded speech, Suze finally understood the situation. The competition for the Demon Suppression Tower was fiercer than ever, and he needed to strengthen himself as soon as possible. However, the Foundation Establishment pill had limited effectiveness for him. In fact, most pills designed to enhance cultivation had little impact on him, unless they were meant for nascent soul stage cultivators or higher. Even so, Suze understood that the medicinal power of pills was fundamentally different from the energy provided by his system. Silently, he stored the Foundation Establishment pill away, already beginning to formulate plans to prepare for the trials. If Suze were to consume a pill of this caliber, the only outcome would be his body exploding and his death. However, refusing the Foundation Establishment pill would be equally unreasonable. Carefully, Suze stowed the pill away and looked up to ask, "Principal, is there anything else?" Tang Yi shook his head. Not really. But as soon as he finished speaking, his brow furrowed, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. From the moment Suze entered the office, Tang Yi had felt something was off, and now he had pinpointed the issue. Wait a minute, your cultivation, you're at the 9th level of body refining? Tang Yi's voice was filled with disbelief. He recalled the last time he saw Suze, during the battle against the Azure Cloud Eagle in the wilderness. Back then, weren't you still at the 7th level of body refining? How long has it been? 2 or 3 days. Suze nodded calmly. Yes, I advanced yesterday. Tang Yi's hand trembled slightly. Then, what about the 8th level of body refining? Also yesterday. Suze replied with composure. Tang Yi was completely stunned. He stood up abruptly, quickly walked over to Suze, and asked urgently, "Are you saying you advanced from the 7th to the 9th level of body refining in just one day?" When Suze nodded again, Tang Yi's expression turned serious. This is too reckless. Advancing 2 stages within the body refining phase in such a short time isn't unheard of, but the consequences could be severe. You might have an unstable foundation, which could affect your future potential. Despite the principal's concerns, Suze remained unusually calm. "Principal, you don't need to worry. I'm not like others. This is the result of accumulated preparation." Tang Yi's face darkened instantly, clearly irritated by the response. Accumulated preparation? How long have you even been cultivating? What kind of accumulation could you possibly have? He reached out, placing a hand on Suze's shoulder, and sent a stream of pure spiritual energy into Suze's body to carefully examine his condition. The results left Tang Yi utterly shocked. Suze's true energy was so pure it was almost terrifying, and his foundation was unbelievably solid. It completely overturned Tang Yi's understanding of cultivation, leaving him deeply puzzled. "Principal, are you alright?" Suze's voice snapped Tang Yi out of his thoughts. Tang Yi returned to his senses, looking at Suze as if he were some kind of monster. Even the most gifted prodigy from a prestigious family couldn't compare to this. Despite his inner turmoil, Tang Yi couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Even though your situation is unique, you must keep your feet on the ground and avoid being too impatient. This is the only way to achieve greater success in the future. Suze nodded earnestly, listening intently like a model student. Though he knew these suggestions wouldn't truly apply to him, he understood that Tang Yi's intentions were kind, so he responded respectfully. After a while, Tang Yi finally finished his lecture. Suze then asked, "Principal, are you sure there's nothing else?" Tang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, there's nothing else for you, kid." However, just as Suze was about to leave, Tang Yi suddenly remembered something and called him back, his expression unusually serious. Seeing the principal's solemn demeanor, Suze straightened up as well. "At your age," Tang Yi began slowly. Suze held his breath, afraid to miss a single word. "You should focus on your cultivation and try to avoid getting into early relationships." Suze's face darkened instantly, completely caught off guard by the principal's words. Seeing Tang Yi's serious expression, Suze realized there was no way to explain this misunderstanding. Before Tang Yi could say anything more, Suze quickly excused himself. Activating the golden true energy within him, he transformed into a streak of golden light and disappeared from the doorway of the principal's office in an instant. Tang Yi's voice came to an abrupt stop as he shook his head helplessly. The young face of Suze surfaced in his mind, and he silently hoped that this extraordinarily gifted boy would heed his advice and focus his energy on cultivation. If only I had such talent. Tang Yi sighed softly, then shook his head in self-mockery. Talent like that is innate. No point in being envious. Suddenly, a question flashed through Tang Yi's mind. Even with Suze's remarkable talent, achieving such accomplishments in such a short time would undoubtedly require the aid of elixirs and rare medicinal herbs. But as far as Tang Yi knew, Suze came from an ordinary family. This contradiction furrowed Tang Yi's brow, and he decided to investigate further. Turning around, Tang Yi sat down in front of his computer. His slender fingers danced across the keyboard as he entered a complex URL, accessing a concealed website. This was a private, high-level information database. Tang Yi began searching for any information related to Suze. The powerful search engine whirred into action, and a series of entries flashed across the screen. Tang Yi carefully examined each piece of information, but soon, his frown deepened. Not a single piece of crucial information, he murmured to himself. The screen displayed nothing but trivial, basic records. For the past decade or so, Suze's life appeared to be no different from that of an average person, so unremarkable that it seemed almost mundane. This starkly contrasted with the Suze of today, as if they were two entirely different people. What about his parents? Tang Yi pondered silently and began searching for related information. However, the search results left him stunned. The screen displayed a single line of cold, unyielding text. This information is classified. You do not have the necessary permissions to access it. Classified. Tang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. His clearance level was already quite high, granting him access to a plethora of confidential information. Yet now, he couldn't even view Suze's parents' records. What could this mean? Suze's parents must have identities of significant importance. Driven by curiosity, Tang Yi decided to take a risk. He logged out of his current account and entered the credentials for another account with even higher clearance. Upon logging in, the entire interface transformed into a more advanced layout. Tang Yi input the keywords again and resumed his search. However, the results were no less disappointing. Even with this second-tier clearance account, he still couldn't access the relevant information. With a sharp crack, the mug in Tang Yi's hand shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. His shock was beyond words. This account had second-tier clearance, granting access to nearly all confidential files, yet it still couldn't unlock the records of Suze's parents. Tang Yi's mind raced, churning with countless speculations. If his suspicions were correct, Suze's parents were either immensely powerful figures or key players within critical organizations. Although it was also possible they were heirs to a top-tier aristocratic family, Tang Yi found this less likely, as he was already familiar with most prominent family figures. One thing, however, was undeniable. Suze's identity was anything but ordinary. Tang Yi turned off the screen and sank into deep thought. Just who is this Suze? The question echoed in his mind, an enigma that seemed impossible to unravel. Why would such a genius appear in Jiangnan City? And what could be the reason for his previous low profile? Questions flooded Tang Yi's mind. Suddenly, a thought flashed through. From this perspective, it seemed like the Lin family had actually married up. He chuckled softly and decided not to dwell on it further. Regardless of Suze's true identity, knowing he was a student at his school was enough. As for those hidden secrets, why bother? In the classroom, Lin Miaoyi looked up and immediately noticed Suze walking in. Memories of the wilderness forest surged into her mind, and her delicate face flushed with a faint blush. But she quickly recalled Wang Lin's instructions and lowered her voice to call out, Suze. What's up? Suze turned his head and asked. Lin Miaoyi carefully chose her words. Well, my grandfather wants to meet you. Suze was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. Meet me? Why would your grandfather want to meet me? Lin Miaoyi, remembering Wang Lin's advice not to bring up the new formula unless Suze mentioned it first, explained, my grandfather heard about what happened in the forest and wants to thank you in person. After hearing this, Suze paused in thought before agreeing. He had heard before that Lin Miaoyi's grandfather was quite accomplished in alchemy. Coincidentally, he had been delving into this subject recently and had some unanswered questions. This was the perfect opportunity to seek guidance, which could save him time and allow him to focus more on martial arts training. The two agreed on a time 3 days later, on the weekend. Oh, by the way, Lin Miaoyi suddenly remembered something. Last time, when we were in the forest, didn't Tang Jie and the others leave first? Then the beast tide appeared, and they ran straight into it. Suze frowned and asked, what happened? Were they injured? Lin Miaoyi shook her head, her voice heavy. No, they died. Suze froze, unprepared for such an outcome. A mix of emotions swirled in his heart. The sudden loss of familiar faces was hard to process. Although the two of them had somewhat skewed values, they didn't deserve to lose their lives over it. Yet, the world of cultivators was brutally unforgiving. Death and serious injuries were commonplace. Friends around you could be gravely injured or even killed in a single battle. This reality applied to him as well. Without the mental preparedness to face such scenarios, he knew he'd eventually pay a steep price. As an alchemist, Lin Miaoyi wasn't particularly skilled in combat. Coupled with her being a young woman, she was especially sensitive to such matters. Sensing her low spirits, Suze spoke up to comfort her. You don't need to blame yourself for this. These things are often unavoidable, and it wasn't your fault. By choosing the path of cultivation, they should have been prepared for such risks. Lin Miaoyi nodded, forcing a faint smile. Thank you, Suze. Suze waved it off. indicating that there was no need to be so formal. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room. Suze, under Shao Qing's resentful gaze, resolutely placed his hand on the flaming bird's egg. In an instant, a surge of immense energy poured into the egg, and Suze heard the system's voice echo in his mind. You infused the flaming bird with 1 year of cultivation, triggering the rebate function. Rebate multiplier, 60 times. You have gained 60 years of cultivation. A flash of joy crossed Suze's face. His luck had been good lately, with high rebate multipliers every time. He quickly channeled this massive energy into his 9th dragon elephant seed. However, to his surprise, the seed remained completely unresponsive despite the overwhelming energy infusion. At that moment, the system spoke again. Your cultivation technique has encountered a bottleneck due to changes in the world's rules. In the current realm, the difficulty of cultivating the dragon elephant body refining technique will continue to increase. The barrier you face requires 3,000 years of cultivation to break through. Hearing this, Suze's joy instantly evaporated. 3,000 years of cultivation, he murmured to himself, then pulled up the system interface to check his current status. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation technique, dragon elephant body refining technique incomplete version. Martial arts cultivation, body refining level 9, 390 years. Alchemy cultivation, 50 years. Beast mastery, Qing Jiao snake, a level lower tier. Other cultivations, none. Remaining cultivation, 0. Suze quickly calculated. Even if he achieved the maximum 100-fold rebate each time, it would still take at least 26 days to accumulate 3,000 years of cultivation. But such ideal conditions were highly unlikely, meaning the actual time required would be much longer. He sighed helplessly and recalled the system's words. The dragon elephant body refining technique was already notoriously difficult to cultivate, and with the current upheaval in the world's rules, it had become even more challenging. It was no wonder no one had ever fully mastered this technique before. After 390 years of cultivation, he had only managed to activate 8 dragon elephant seeds, reaching the 9th level of body refining. While his combat power was extraordinary, the disparity between effort and results was disheartening. As Suze pondered deeply, a sudden crisp cracking sound interrupted his thoughts. He quickly turned around to see a crack appearing on the flaming bird's egg. Shao Qing also noticed the anomaly and transformed into a streak of green light, appearing at Suze's side. Under their watchful eyes, the cracks on the eggshell spread rapidly, growing larger and more numerous. Red light seeped from within the shell, and a surge of scorching energy burst forth, instantly raising the room's temperature. As a cold-blooded creature, Shao Qing instinctively felt discomfort from the heat, but remained steadfast, determined to witness the birth of this third party. Moments later, with a soft plop, a piece of the eggshell fell to the ground. A fiery red, fluffy ball rolled out of the egg. From beneath its thick fur emerged limbs and a head. A pair of large red eyes slowly opened, and the first thing they saw was Suze standing before them. Suze gazed back at the newly hatched creature, his heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation. The young flame bird, classified as level lower tier, possesses innate abilities of blaze and fireball, along with a special phoenix flame bloodline, carrying one of the vermilion bird's lineage. This newborn creature, having undergone the baptism of the flame array, has a promising future of potentially breaking through its species limitations. With a crisp chirp, the little flame bird spread its wings and flew straight into Suze's arms. It rolled around joyfully against his chest, as if it had found its closest and most trusted companion. This scene left Shao Qing frozen in place, staring at the flame bird in disbelief. Inwardly, it fumed. This shameless intruder. How dare it act so brazenly in front of the rightful one? Yet, upon reflection, Shao Qing realized that this intruder had never even glanced its way. This realization only fueled Shao Qing's frustration. Unwilling to back down, Shao Qing reacted swiftly, climbing up Suze's arm. It fixed a fierce gaze on the flame bird, attempting to draw its attention. However, its menacing expression was completely misinterpreted by the naive little flame bird as playful teasing. The flame bird let out a series of chirps resembling laughter, leaving Shao Qing fuming with anger, but utterly helpless. After all, it was clear that their master held this intruder in high regard. As a proud A-level magical beast, Shao Qing couldn't bring itself to bully a newborn creature. Suze gently stroked the soft feathers of the little flame bird and said warmly, "From now on, I'll call you Xiaohua." Xiaohua, already possessing a budding intelligence, nodded happily in response. This affectionate naming made Shao Qing's heart skip a beat. Then, Suze touched Xiaohua lightly with his fingertip, and a silver light flashed as a contract was instantly formed. A unique bond was established between them, seemingly a higher-level form of connection. Although Suze had researched this type of contract, he hadn't found any records about it. Nevertheless, as long as it posed no harm to him or his spirit beasts, he didn't dwell on it. After completing the contract, Suze retrieved a ring from his pocket. Activating it with a flow of golden energy, a beam of light shot out from the ring, enveloping Xiaohua. Without any resistance, Xiaohua's figure disappeared in an instant, reappearing in a colorful, boundless void. Feeling the warm and comforting surroundings, Xiaohua flapped its wings curiously and flew around joyfully. This was a Beastmaster's ring, a specialized tool Suze had purchased at great expense 2 days prior, designed to house contracted spirit beasts. Given that some spirit beasts are massive and inconvenient to carry around, such rings were created. The beast space within the ring not only allowed the beasts to rest, but also helped them quickly recover their strength and even heal minor injuries. After placing Xiaohua into the ring, Suze turned his attention to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing immediately understood his intent and shook its head vigorously, refusing to enter the ring. Suze considered for a moment and, realizing that Xiaoqing's small size and tendency to stay still posed no inconvenience, decided to let it remain on his wrist, smiling as he abandoned the idea. Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief, a surge of happiness filling its heart. Feeling triumphant, it thought smugly, "My position is still higher than that of the intruder. As long as I keep performing well, that little interloper will never rise in rank. Just look at it banished to that cold, lifeless ring. Isn't that practically the same as being sent to the cold palace?" On Sunday morning, a cheerful chirp broke the silence. The newly initiated little fire flashed back into the beast ring, casting a glance at little Qing before leaving. A trace of pity flickered in its eyes. It felt fortunate that the beast's space was like paradise, while poor little Qing had to endure days exposed to the elements. Little did it know, little Qing shared a similar sentiment. As the two spirit beasts harbored their own thoughts, Suze was already prepared to head out. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Lin Miaoi. It was said that her grandfather, as a gesture of gratitude, had invited several top chefs from Jiangnan City's finest restaurant. Such hospitality was not something Suze could take lightly. An hour later, Suze stood in front of a sprawling estate. After triple-checking the address on his phone, he couldn't help but marvel. Being rich is truly amazing. He had always known the Lin family was wealthy, but he hadn't expected this. In a city like Jiangnan, where every inch of land was worth a fortune, this estate would easily be worth billions. More importantly, owning such a property required not only immense wealth, but also top-tier connections and status. At the estate's entrance, a servant was already waiting. Seeing Suze arrive, they immediately stepped forward. "Are you Mr. Suze?" they asked. Suze nodded in confirmation. The servant maintained a professional smile and gestured politely. "This way, please." An electric cart arrived silently, and Suze followed the servant onto it as they headed deeper into the estate. Moments later, the cart stopped in front of a building that could only be described as a small villa. Suze followed the servant into the luxurious structure. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the distance. However, he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen them before. The servant's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Suze, please head straight inside. The dining room is just ahead." Suze thanked them and stepped into the villa. The hallway walls were adorned with priceless artworks. Though he wasn't an expert, the overwhelming aura of wealth was unmistakable. Finally, the spacious dining room came into view. A large round table was already being set with an array of exquisite dishes. Seated at the table was a slender and elegant figure, Lin Miaoi. Beside her sat two other individuals, both sitting upright. Suze felt a strange sense of familiarity as he looked at them. Suddenly, realization struck Suze like a bolt of lightning. He remembered where he had seen them before. They were the very same pair he had encountered while purchasing the blood dragon grass. What were they doing here? As his mind raced, a ridiculous thought took form. Could they be Lin Miaoi's family? Was the elderly man her grandfather? If so, then the people he had extorted last time were actually members of the Lin family? At that moment, another thought surfaced in Suze's mind, deepening his confusion even further. Recently, Lin Miaoi had been absent from classes for a few days, claiming it was due to an injury. Suze suddenly realized that this timing coincided remarkably with his first venture into the wild forest. A shocking thought flashed through his mind. Could the unconscious person he encountered back then have been Lin Miaoi? This idea was like a key, instantly unlocking all the mysteries. Lin Miaoi's search for the blood dragon grass, the two individuals offering a high price for it, and the reason Lin Miaoi carried a large amount of pills, all of it now made perfect sense. However, this coincidence also left Suze with an uneasy feeling. Wang Lin and Lin Fan also noticed Suze's arrival. Their expressions froze for a moment, clearly recognizing this young man. Wang Lin was inwardly thrilled, speculating that the master must have been aware of his identity. Allowing a disciple to meet with him undoubtedly hinted that the master might be considering a return to the world of alchemy. This thought filled Wang Lin with excitement, and he even began to fantasize about discussing alchemy with the master in the near future. To leave a good impression on the young man, Wang Lin had started preparations early. He specifically had Lin Fan invite the top chef in Jiangnan City and carefully selected the freshest ingredients, pouring his heart into planning this luncheon. Upon learning that Suze had arrived at the estate's gate, Wang Lin thoughtfully instructed the staff to begin serving the dishes, hoping to use this opportunity to build rapport and gather information. However, when Suze appeared before him, Wang Lin was stunned. Wasn't this the same young man who had sold him the blood dragon grass before? And that blood dragon grass had even been obtained from his own family. Various speculations flashed through Wang Lin's mind, but he quickly realized an astonishing possibility. Could this young man actually be Suze? The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. When Lin Miaoi saw Suze, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she skipped over to greet him. She cheerfully asked, "Suze, you're here?" Suze nodded in response. "Yes, I'm here. I hope I didn't keep you waiting." Lin Miaoi shook her head repeatedly, her playful and adorable demeanor impossible not to find endearing. Lin Fan, observing his daughter's reaction, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids slightly. Although he was well aware of his daughter's kind-hearted and lively personality, her current behavior seemed unusually enthusiastic. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he began to carefully scrutinize Suze. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Not only was this young man strikingly handsome, but if their suspicions were correct, he was exceptionally gifted in martial arts and showed remarkable talent in alchemy. Most importantly, he had the backing of a master alchemist whom even Lin Fan's own father deeply respected. This realization made Lin Fan vigilant. A protective instinct as a father surged within him. No matter how outstanding the young man was, Lin Fan's first reaction was, "This boy is definitely not simple." Watching his beloved daughter smile so brightly, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. Lin Miaoi's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dissipating the awkward atmosphere in the restaurant. Wang Lin and Lin Fan exchanged a meaningful glance, silently confirming a surprising fact in their hearts. This young man before them was truly the mysterious Suze. Although the two seasoned elders were inwardly astonished, their years of experience allowed them to quickly regain composure. Wang Lin was the first to speak, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Suze, what a coincidence. We meet again." Lin Miaoi, hearing this, looked at them with a hint of curiosity in her bright eyes. "You've met before?" she asked. Lin Fan sighed lightly and began to explain. "It's more than just meeting. When I was refining the foundation establishment pill for you, one of the key ingredients, the blood dragon grass, was purchased from Suze." These words left Lin Miaoi momentarily stunned. She recalled that Wei had mentioned the source of the blood dragon grass. A sudden realization struck her as she looked at Suze, her eyes filled with both surprise and questions. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Suze gave an awkward chuckle and explained, "If I'd known it was for you, I wouldn't have done something like that." His tone carried a hint of apology and embarrassment. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Miaoi suddenly exclaimed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "So it was you who saved us back then?" Suze nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes." Lin Miaoi began counting on her fingers, her face showing an adorable expression. "Counting all the times. That means you've saved me 3 times now." Her tone was full of gratitude and delight, with not the slightest hint of anger over Suze's previous actions. Without hesitation, Lin Miaoi enthusiastically pulled Suze to sit at the dining table, even serving food onto his plate herself. Watching this, Lin Fan's eyes twitched, and a sense of alarm rose within him. He thought to himself, "This kid is too dangerous. I purposely revealed the truth just now, yet Miaoi didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, she's treating him so warmly?" He glanced down at his own empty plate and felt a pang of mixed emotions. Even as her father, he didn't receive such treatment. What was going on here? When did all of this start? Why didn't he know anything about it? Countless questions and speculations swirled in Lin Fan's mind. In contrast, Wang Lin appeared relaxed and cheerful, watching the scene with an amused expression. Though he deeply cared for his granddaughter, he understood that some things were beyond his control, especially matters of the heart. Besides, from every angle, this Suze seemed to be an exceptional young man. Even so, Wang Lin silently resolved to remind them later that they were still young and needed to be mindful of boundaries. Noticing his father-in-law's calm demeanor, Lin Fan grew even more anxious. He silently cried out in his heart, "Dad, that's your own granddaughter. How can you just sit back and watch like this?" Meanwhile, the exquisite dishes from the restaurant lived up to their reputation, with every plate a masterpiece of flavor. Suze, unreserved, began to enjoy the meal heartily. Just then, Wang Lin casually asked, "Young man, I heard you dabble in alchemy as well." Suze put down his chopsticks and respectfully replied, "Yes, I've recently started studying alchemy." A subtle smile played on Wang Lin's lips, one filled with amusement. This boy really doesn't think his words through. He just blurts out lies without a second thought. Recently started studying alchemy? Who would believe that? Wang Lin chuckled inwardly and decided to probe further. With a hearty laugh, he continued, "Last time, when Miaoi insisted on having you refine the body tempering elixir, it didn't interfere with your other work, did it? This girl has one flaw too straightforward." Lin Miaoi pouted in frustration, scrunching up her nose playfully, her eyes glinting with dissatisfaction. Suze shook his head gently, his tone calm and warm. Not at all. In fact, it's thanks to Miaoi that I got my first chance to try refining pills. Luckily, it worked out well, and all of them turned out successfully. Hearing this, Wang Lin's smile deepened, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, this boy is full of nonsense. Seems like he's caught on to my intentions and is trying to dodge the question. First time refining pills? Even a fool wouldn't believe that. While expertly picking up a tender piece of meat with his chopsticks, Wang Lin spoke kindly. Come on, keep eating, don't stop. This old body of mine can't eat much anymore. I just enjoy watching young people enjoy their meals. Suze felt a wave of warmth surge through him at these words. Ever since his parents went missing, it had been a long time since he felt this kind of care and warmth. He unconsciously slowed his eating, savoring this rare, comforting moment. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere, Wang Lin continued. I also took a look at the few bottles of body-strengthening solution you refined. They're quite impressive, but he purposely paused, carefully observing Suze's reaction. This was a risky move, as it directly touched on the issue of a new formula. He worried it might upset Suze or the master behind him. But he couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer, and so he decided to probe further. Suze paused mid-motion, his heart skipping a beat. He knew Wang Lin was a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy and a renowned expert in the field. From the tone of his words, it seemed like he had noticed something unusual about the body-strengthening solution. Curious, Suze asked, but what? Wang Lin noticed that Suze didn't seem resistant to the topic and felt a surge of relief. With a smile, he quickly replied, it's just that I noticed your body-strengthening solution is a bit different from the usual ones. Suze suddenly remembered a small adjustment he had made during the process and asked hesitantly, did it weaken the potency? Wang Lin quickly shook his head, his tone filled with admiration. On the contrary, it improved significantly. Hearing this, Suze finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing. Wang Lin then asked cautiously, I was wondering if the method you used for the adjustment was something your master taught you? Nearby, Lin Miaoi and Lin Fan both set down their chopsticks, their attention fully focused as they waited for Suze's answer. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly grew tense. Suze froze, unsure of what Wang Lin was referring to. Master? My master? He thought to himself, I don't even have a master. Everything I know, I figured out on my own. He shook his head and replied, I don't have a master. I just came up with it through trial and error. Wang Lin wasn't surprised by this answer. Though the reasoning seemed far-fetched, it wasn't entirely implausible. Came up with it on his own. Wang Lin thought, if it weren't for the younger ones present, I'd be laughing out loud. Trial and error? Can that really lead to a new formula for body-strengthening solution? If it were that easy, wouldn't the masters have figured it out long ago? Does he think we're children? Still, Wang Lin wasn't upset. Suze's reaction and response were within his expectations, even if the reasoning felt a bit casual. But this casualness also hinted at something significant. The mysterious master behind Suze might truly exist. Otherwise, as his supposed disciple, Suze wouldn't have responded so nonchalantly. Instead, he would have come up with a more carefully constructed response. Having obtained this crucial piece of information, Wang Lin felt satisfied. He smiled and said, Suze, you really know how to joke. Here, try this sea cucumber, it's freshly imported. Suze found Wang Lin's words increasingly odd. I was just being honest because I felt touched by the Lin family's warmth for once. But now, it seems like no one believes me. Confusion clouded his face, but he still politely accepted the sea cucumber Wang Lin handed him, his heart brimming with questions. Lin Miaoi stared intently at Suze's profile, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, thinking to herself how utterly unbelievable Suze's words were. She had initially believed that Suze was new to alchemy, but now that she knew he had a master who was a renowned alchemy expert, someone even her grandfather deeply respected, such a claim was utterly absurd. A master of that caliber wouldn't take on a disciple who started midway. Suze must have been trained from a young age. In her heart, Lin Miaoi surmised that Suze must have been studying alchemy since childhood to achieve his current accomplishments. Yet, here he was, lying so blatantly it was almost endearing. She suddenly found this side of Suze adorable and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window into the dining room, casting its glow perfectly on Suze. His already handsome face appeared even more chiseled and striking under the sunlight's outline. Lin Miaoi was mesmerized, her cheeks unknowingly flushing red as her heart raced, as if a little deer were darting around in her chest. She quickly turned her head away, no longer daring to look directly at him. This entire scene did not escape Lin Fan's notice. His breath caught as he stared incredulously at his beloved daughter. What was going on? Could his daughter really be developing feelings for this boy? He couldn't accept this. It wasn't that Suze wasn't outstanding, it was just that Lin Fan harbored a natural hostility toward any boy of his daughter's age. After all, He had raised his precious daughter for 16 years, and now she might be swept away by someone else? What father could tolerate that? Moreover, Miaoi was only 16, just a girl in her blossoming youth. How could she even think about romance? No matter how exceptional Suze was, it was out of the question. This was a father's last stand. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fan resolved to take action. His mind raced with ideas, forming one plan after another. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he smiled, saying, "Oh, by the way, have you all heard the news that came out this morning?" The three at the table looked at him in unison. Lin Fan continued, "I imagine the word is spreading fast. Hishware from the Kyoto-affiliated academy defeated a golden core-level beast with her foundation establishment-level cultivation. She was immediately admitted to True Dragon Academy by its headmaster, Zhang Muji, and even received the title of Heaven's Chosen." Heaven's Chosen title? Lin Miaoi's eyes widened in shock. Even Wang Lin was taken aback. Heaven's Chosen? Suze asked, puzzled. He had never paid much attention to such matters, and was unfamiliar with the significance of the title. Lin Miaoi explained, "The Heaven's Chosen title is the highest honor bestowed by humanity upon young cultivators. Those who receive this title are 9 million geniuses with unparalleled combat prowess and incredible strength." Before she could finish, her words trailed off as she stared directly at Suze. The more she spoke, the more she felt like she was describing him. "Ao 9 million genius?" Suze's cultivation had advanced at a terrifying pace over just 1 month, which certainly fit the description. Unparalleled combat prowess? According to that bear, it had surrendered only after being thoroughly beaten by Suze. Incredible strength? Suze never seemed to go all out in his fights, yet his opponents always fell. No one could truly gauge the extent of his real power. From every perspective, Suze was in no way inferior to Hishware. At this moment, the only gap between them lay in their cultivation levels. One was in the body refinement stage, while the other had reached the foundation establishment stage. This disparity was primarily due to Hishware's earlier awakening and longer cultivation time. Lin Miaoi firmly believed that as long as Suze was given enough time, he would undoubtedly surpass Hishware. Realizing this, Lin Miaoi's eyes sparkled with admiration for Suze. This scene did not escape Lin Fan's notice, and he immediately sensed that something was amiss. Why did Miaoi stop talking mid-explanation? And why is she looking at that boy with such an expression? Lin Fan thought to himself, his heart sinking. Wait a minute. What kind of look is that? Why does it feel like things are getting worse? Lin Fan had deliberately brought up this topic to dampen Suze's momentum and to teach his daughter that there are always people stronger than oneself. He wanted her to understand that many others were far more outstanding than Suze, and that this was a critical period for focused cultivation, not a time to be distracted by romantic feelings. However, things did not go as planned. Instead of developing such an understanding, Miaoi seemed to admire Suze even more. "Miaoi, what on earth has that boy done to enchant you like this?" Lin Fan roared inwardly, though he maintained a calm exterior. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The title of Heaven's Chosen hasn't been awarded for 35 years. Every single person who has earned this title in the past has without exception become a cornerstone of our human race." Wang Lin suddenly remembered something and added, "But 35 years ago, the last person to earn the Heaven's Chosen title encountered an accident. It said they disappeared during an incident, and since then, no one has claimed that title again." Hearing this, Suze raised an eyebrow and asked, "What was that person's name?" Wang Lin frowned in thought for a moment before replying, "I believe the name was Su Chongqing." The name hit Suze like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. His body trembled, and shock filled his eyes as he froze in place. Noticing Suze's unusual reaction, Lin Miaoi asked with concern, "What's wrong, Suze? Do you know this person?" "Know him?" Suze's mind was in turmoil. It was far more than just knowing him. Had spent years living with Su Chongqing. That was none other than his father's name. The last person to earn the Heaven's Chosen title over 30 years ago had vanished in an accident. Coupled with what Suze knew about his father's position as a top-level researcher at the Interdimensional Research Institute, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Suze was almost certain that Su Chongqing was indeed his father. After so many years, a clue about his parents had finally surfaced again. Suze was overwhelmed with emotion, but forced himself to remain calm. He composedly explained, "It's nothing. The name just sounded familiar, like I might have seen it somewhere before." Lin Miaoi nodded and didn't press further. Wang Lin and Lin Fan also didn't suspect anything. No matter how much they racked their brains, they would never associate Suze with the legendary Heaven's Chosen from over 3 decades ago. After all, such a figure, no matter how downtrodden, would never leave their child in a place like Jiangnan City. Heaven's Chosen. Lin Miaoi's face was filled with longing. It was a title that every young cultivator dreamed of attaining. However, she knew deep down that she was unlikely to ever earn it. After all, as an alchemist who wasn't adept at combat, defeating a golden core stage opponent with her foundation establishment stage cultivation was nothing short of a fantasy. But then, another thought crossed her mind. Her classmate and friend Suze had a very real chance of earning that title. At that moment, she felt a sense of pride, as if Suze's achievements would also be her own glory. Lin Fan frowned as he stared at Suze, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. This young man was simply too outstanding, without a single flaw to be found, which set alarm bells ringing in Lin Fan's mind. His beloved daughter seemed to have already developed a sense of admiration for Suzy, dangerous sign indeed. Suddenly, inspiration struck Lin Fan, and he remembered the story of the prodigy He Shuer. He decided to use it to knock Suze down a peg and let the young man experience some setbacks. He Shuer has been a genius since childhood, Lin Fan said nonchalantly. She awakened at the age of 10, reached the peak of the body refining stage in just 6 months, and successfully established her foundation in 3 years. Now, at 16, she's already at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and can even slay golden core level beasts above her rank. That is what a true prodigy looks like. Wang Lin, standing nearby, chimed in. He Shuer is indeed remarkable. I've seen her a few times, practically unbeatable within her realm. Listening to this, Suze couldn't help but marvel inwardly. If not for his unique advantage, He Shuer would undoubtedly be the most talented individual of this era. However, Lin Miao Yi suddenly spoke up. Dad, do you know how long it took Suze to reach the 7th level of body refining? Less than 20 days. What? Lin Fan and Wang Lin exclaimed in unison, both turning to Suze in disbelief. Lin Fan quickly regained his composure and shook his head. That may be fast, but He Shuer achieved something similar back then. Besides, after the 6th level of body refining, each advancement becomes significantly harder. At that moment, Suze interrupted softly. Actually, I've already reached the peak of body refining. Lin Fan's words were cut short, and Wang Lin's pupils constricted. Lin Miao Yi, stunned, asked, Suze, are you at the 9th level now? Weren't you at the 7th level just a few days ago? Suze nodded and confirmed, I broke through just a few days ago. Lin Fan could no longer suppress his reaction. He unleashed his spiritual sense to verify and instantly confirmed Suze's strength. It was true, he had reached the peak of body refining. This discovery left Lin Fan speechless, waves of shock surging through his heart. Not long ago, Suze was merely at the 5th level of body refinement, yet now he had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage. This astonishing progress left Wang Lin wide-eyed and incredulous. As an alchemist, Wang Lin was highly familiar with cultivation levels, and at this moment, he could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from Suze. In just a few days, he jumped from the 5th level to the 9th? How is that even possible? Wang Lin's heart churned with shock and doubt. Under normal circumstances, he would never believe such an absurd thing. However, the undeniable reality stood right before him, leaving him no choice but to accept it. A single question simultaneously surfaced in the minds of the 3 members of the Lin family. How did Suze accomplish this? A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he quickly arrived at the only plausible explanation. It must be some kind of miraculous pill, he speculated inwardly. Otherwise, there's no way his progress could be this rapid. As for the source of this pill, it was undoubtedly tied to the mysterious alchemist backing Suze. But why would they do this? Using pills to rapidly enhance one's strength would typically damage one's foundation. Surely that master would understand such a principle. What could be the reason behind it? Suddenly, a shocking possibility struck Wang Lin. Could it be that the mysterious alchemist has developed an entirely new type of pill? One that can rapidly advance cultivation during the body refinement stage without compromising the foundation? The mere thought was staggering. Even for someone like Wang Lin, an experienced alchemist, it was almost unimaginable to conceive of crafting such a pill. That master is truly extraordinary. Wang Lin thought in awe, his gaze fixated on Suze, his heart brimming with excitement. To have the disciple of such an incredible master standing before him, and to know that this disciple had a good relationship with their family's Miao Yi, was a source of great joy. Even more thrilling was the subtle affection Miao Yi seemed to have for Suze, which Suze did not seem to reject. As bystanders, Wang Lin and Lin Fan keenly noticed this budding connection, even though Lin Miao Yi herself had yet to realize it. Wang Lin felt a surge of delight if this relationship could develop smoothly. He quickly signaled to Lin Miao Yi not to press further. Miao Yi, cultivation matters are personal secrets. Let's not ask too much. Lin Miao Yi realized her own forwardness and blushed slightly. I'm sorry, Suze. I got a little too excited just now. Suze smiled warmly and replied, it's fine. It's not really a secret, just consistent daily practice. Hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. This kid is so good at pretending, he thought to himself. If consistent practice alone could achieve this, I'd have been the top expert of the human race ages ago. Watching Suze and Lin Miao Yi chatting and laughing, Lin Fan felt a wave of defeat wash over him. He turned to Wang Lin, hoping for some support, but was stunned to see Wang Lin smiling cheerfully at the 2 young people. What shocked him even more was the look in Wang Lin's eyes as he gazed at Suze, look as if he were sizing up his future grandson-in-law. Lin Fan's heart sank, overcome with a sense of despair. All his status as a business magnate of Jiangnan City and as a martial arts expert seemed meaningless now. At this moment, he was nothing more than an anxious father. A deep sense of powerlessness consumed him, and even the delicious food before him lost its flavor. Finally, Su Zhe bid farewell to the smiling Wang Lin and his granddaughter, as well as the grim-faced Lin Fan, before leaving the manor. He felt deeply satisfied with the meal, not just because of the delicious dishes, but more importantly, because he experienced a long-lost sense of warmth. Ever since his parents went missing, Su Zhe had been dining alone, and now, this feeling of home touched a deeply buried corner of his heart. Recalling the warmth and hospitality of Wang Lin and Lin Miaoi, a gentle warmth filled his chest. When he returned home, Su Zhe immediately turned on his computer and began searching for information about the heavenly chosen title. Before long, a long list of names appeared on the screen. His eyes quickly scanned through the familiar names. In the year 2011, the first year of the Awakening era, martial awakening practitioner Zhou Yuan emerged, slaying a golden core-level beast during his foundation establishment stage and earning the title of Heavenly Chosen. In the third year of the Awakening era, beast taming awakening practitioner Li Jing slew a golden core-level beast during his foundation establishment stage and earned the title of Heavenly Chosen. These renowned figures in human history all had astonishing achievements of slaying golden core-level beasts during their foundation establishment stage. Even more shocking, some of them managed to slay nascent soul-level beings while still in the golden core stage. It was widely known that the gap between the golden core and nascent soul stages was far greater than the chasm between the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Achieving such feats undoubtedly marked these individuals as extraordinary talents among the extraordinary. Su Zhe quickly scrolled down with his mouse and finally spotted a familiar name at the end of the list. His pupils contracted sharply. In the 529th year of the Awakening era, martial awakening practitioner Su Changqing simultaneously battled two golden core-level beasts during his foundation establishment stage and successfully slew them, earning the title of Heavenly Chosen. Two golden core beasts. Su Zhe couldn't help but gasp. His father was this formidable? While others managed to slay just one golden core beast, his father had taken on two at once and emerged victorious. In Su Zhe's impression, Su Changqing had always been a slender, scholarly figure. Though not entirely frail, he certainly didn't seem like someone capable of such a feat. Suddenly, Su Zhe's attention was caught by the entry above, and his eyes filled with astonishment. In the 528th year of the Awakening era, beast taming awakening practitioner Bai Ling slew a golden core-level beast during her foundation establishment stage. In the same year, she claimed first place at the All Races tournament, earning the title of Heavenly Chosen. Bai Ling, wasn't that his mother's name? Su Zhe felt a wave of dizziness. Not only was his father a heavenly chosen of humanity, but his mother was too. Even more astonishing, she had secured first place in the All Races tournament. The All Races tournament was a grand event jointly organized by the elders of all races in this world, aimed at fostering exchanges among young cultivators. Every participant was a prodigy among prodigies, with exceptional talent and extraordinary combat prowess. To stand out among such elite competitors and claim the top spot was an achievement of unimaginable significance. Thinking about his parents' status as senior researchers at the Interdimensional Research Institute, Su Zhe suddenly felt a sense of clarity. No wonder they had achieved such high positions at such a young age. As heavenly chosen of humanity, they were bound to excel in any field they pursued. Su Zhe reclined on the chair, a proud smile playing on his lips. Images of his parents, celebrated prodigies among the human race, flashed through his mind, filling his heart with pride. In this world, the emergence of one prodigy could bring joy to the entire human race. Yet his family had produced two. No, soon it would be three. A glimmer of determination appeared in Su Zhe's eyes. Defeating a golden core cultivator during the foundation establishment stage? Doesn't sound too difficult, he thought confidently. He tapped on his father's profile on the screen, hoping to learn more, but all that appeared was a jumble of unreadable characters, devoid of any useful information. Su Zhe was already used to this. It seemed that all information about his parents had mysteriously vanished from the internet. What really happened back then? Su Zhe frowned as he pondered. With the strength my parents possessed, ordinary dangers shouldn't have been able to harm them. He silently resolved to visit the Interdimensional Research Institute to uncover the truth. Time flew by, and Su Zhe's life fell into a predictable rhythm. He alternated between staying at home and attending school. During this time, he revisited the wild forest. The forest, once consumed by flames, had regained its vitality, with lush greenery now blanketing the ground. Following his memory, Su Zhe arrived at Eru's territory. As he approached, he saw Xiongda and Eru locked in a fierce brawl. The moment they noticed Su Zhe, the two beasts rushed toward him, eager to air their grievances. Su Zhe frowned and asked what had happened. Xiongda immediately started spilling the details like a torrent. Boss, you have no idea. This Eru is such a reckless fool. I kindly took him to get some monkey brew, but not only did he try to steal the wine, He even tried to flirt with the Monkey King's wife. We ended up being chased by that high-tier, ranked Monkey King for ages. Not only did we fail to get the wine, but we got beaten to a pulp and barely made it out alive. Hearing this, Suze turned his gaze to Eru, thinking to himself, so Eru likes this sort of thing? Cross-species interaction? Isn't there supposed to be reproductive isolation? Eru's face turned bright red as he shouted angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? I just said a few words to the Monkey King's wife, who was the one who drank 3 whole vats of monkey brew and got so drunk they knocked over half the Monkey King's stockpile? If it weren't for that, do you think the old monkey would have been so furious? The bear and tiger were soon arguing heatedly, on the verge of coming to blows again. Fortunately, with Suze present, they managed to restrain themselves. Suddenly, a flash of fire streaked through the air. Little Fire darted around joyfully, while Little Green coiled around Suze's wrist, looking at Little Fire with disdain. Still just a little brat, can't sit still, Little Green seemed to mutter in its mind. Xiongda and Eru exchanged glances as they watched Little Fire, sensing a familiar aura emanating from it. Is this the bird egg from before? How has it already reached the lower tier of Frank? They were surprised, but quickly came to terms with it. After all, it wasn't shocking for a beast following their boss to achieve such progress. After briefly checking on Xiongda and Eru, Suze didn't linger in the forest. He reminded them to stay safe and avoid unnecessary risks before heading back to the city. It's worth mentioning that Wang Lin frequently invited Suze over for meals. At first, Suze felt a bit uneasy, but after a few visits, he became familiar with the Lin family. As a result, his visits became more frequent. Each time, both Wang Lin and Lin Miaoyi seemed genuinely happy to have him there, though for some reason, Lin Miaoyi's father, Lin Fan, looked increasingly displeased. On his most recent visit, Suze noticed that Lin Fan's face was ashen and bloodless, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Could he be sick? Suze wondered to himself. I should ask about it next time. As the younger generation, it's the right thing to do. Should I bring some supplements as well? He fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. Suze had been focused on channeling his cultivation into the flame bird when suddenly, the system notification chimed, triggering the rebate function. Random numbers flashed rapidly before settling on an astonishing 80 times. Suze raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise and delight flashing in his eyes. 80 years of cultivation, not a bad day for luck, Suze mused to himself. Recalling the recent streak of high rebates, he couldn't help but let a small smile tug at the corners of his lips. He quickly pulled up the system panel to check his latest status. Name, Suze. Age, 16. Cultivation technique. Incomplete version of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Art. Martial cultivation, body refinement stage 9, 2,100 years. Alchemy cultivation, 50 years. Beast taming. Azure Serpent E-class, mid-tier. Flame Bird F-class, mid-tier. Other cultivations, none. Remaining cultivation, 80 years. Without hesitation, Suze poured all 80 years of cultivation into his martial arts. A familiar warm current surged through him, finally converging into the 9th Dragon Elephant seed. Although the seed showed no obvious changes, Suze could feel its awakening drawing near. There's still a month left until the demon-suppressing tower trial. Suze calculated silently. That should be enough time for me to break the 3,000-year barrier and activate the 9th Dragon Elephant seed. The flame bird chirped happily a few times before diving into the beast-taming space to sleep soundly. As one lazy creature disappeared, another, even lazier one made its appearance. Suze gently patted Xiaoqing's head and smiled. Xiaoqing, I misunderstood you before. You're actually the diligent one. Xiaoqing squinted its eyes in satisfaction, relishing the attention, secretly pleased. It thought smugly, that little upstart is still too inexperienced. All I had to do was pretend to work hard for a few days, and I got this result. Determined, it vowed to firmly maintain its position as the favorite. Around noon, a luxury car came to a stop outside Suze's building. Receiving the message, Suze went downstairs immediately. The car window rolled down slowly, revealing a pair of bright eyes, followed by Lin Miaoyi's radiant smile. Suze, you're finally here. I've been waiting for ages, Lin Miaoyi said with feigned annoyance, though her joy was unmistakable. Suze said helplessly, didn't I tell you I could come by myself? There was no need to go through all this trouble. This was on the way. Now hurry up and get in. Lin Miaoyi stuck out her tongue playfully and urged him with a grin. In the driver's seat, Chun Wei observed the scene in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a sigh. Before they set off, Lin Fan had specifically instructed him to monitor the interaction between the two and report anything unusual immediately. Known for being an overprotective father, Lin Fan was naturally wary of Suze, who had suddenly entered his daughter's life. However, watching Lin Miaoyi now, practically glowing with excitement like a fangirl, Chun Wei couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. He recalled his initial prejudice against Suze, but after spending some time around him, his opinion had undergone a dramatic shift. Whether it was in martial arts, alchemy, or his background, Suze had demonstrated extraordinary talent and strength. making him a truly exceptional individual. Chun Wei's impression of the young man grew increasingly favorable. Despite Su Zhe's remarkable background, he showed no arrogance whatsoever, always greeting others politely and respectfully during their encounters. Over time, Chun Wei even secretly wished that his lady might develop a relationship with Su Zhe. Of course, he dared not share this thought with Lin Fan, knowing full well that Lin Fan's fiery temper would lead to trouble. The car drove steadily, while Lin Miaoi chatted away enthusiastically about various topics. Su Zhe remained silent, simply listening while inwardly speculating about the purpose behind old Master Wang's invitation. Eventually, the car pulled up in front of the familiar villa. By now, Su Zhe no longer needed anyone to guide him and confidently made his way to the living room alongside Lin Miaoi. Inside the living room, Wang Lin and Lin Fan had been waiting for some time. Su Zhe stepped forward to greet them, and Wang Lin warmly welcomed him with a smile. "Ah, Xiao Su, you're here. Come, have a seat and try this tea. They say a pound of it costs hundreds of thousands." Lin Fan stood nearby, his lips twitching involuntarily. This was the precious Dahong Pao tea he had painstakingly acquired from ancestral tea trees, and nearly half of it was being used up in one sitting. When he saw Su Zhe casually take the cup and taste the tea without hesitation, his face darkened even further. In his mind, he fumed. This kid is too young to appreciate fine tea. What a waste. Noticing Lin Fan's displeased expression, Su Zhe curiously asked, "Uncle Lin, you don't look so well lately. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Fan nearly jumped in frustration, silently cursing. "Why do you think my face looks like this? If it weren't for you, would I be this aggrieved?" Just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin interjected. "Him? Unwell? He's as strong as an ox. And besides, with me around, even if he had problems, they wouldn't remain problems." Lin Fan caught the warning in his father-in-law's tone and turned red with suppressed frustration, swallowing back the words he had been about to say. Moments later, Su Zhe set down his teacup and cautiously asked, "Old Master Wang, is there a reason you called me here today?" Wang Lin chuckled and replied, "Why do you say that? Can't we just catch up without an agenda? But yes, there is something." As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a jade bottle and a small cloth pouch. "This is a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills and some vitality-nourishing pills. The pouch is a replica of a Qinkuan bag, with a larger capacity than most spatial artifacts. I noticed you don't seem to have anything like it, so I thought I'd prepare one for you." Su Zhe was startled and instinctively tried to decline, but Wang Lin had already placed the items in his hands. "You know these little things are no trouble for me. There's no need for formality between us. Just take them." After a brief moment of hesitation, Su Zhe accepted the gifts. He understood old Master Wang's personality. Once he decided to give something, he would never take it back. Looking at the pills and the Qinkuan bag in his hands, Su Zhe felt a warmth in his heart. It was a comforting feeling to be cared for and valued in this way. Upon seeing the Qinkuan bag, Lin Miaoi immediately pouted and playfully complained. "A Qinkuan bag? Grandpa, this is way better than my spatial ring. Even your own granddaughter doesn't have one." Wang Lin laughed and replied, "Of course Grandpa thought of you as well. I picked one out for you too." With that, another Qinkuan bag appeared in his hand, which he handed to Lin Miaoi. Lin Miaoi exclaimed in delight, her voice sweet as she said, "Thank you, Grandpa. You're the best." She immediately pulled Su Zhe along to study the use of the Qinkuan bag. The two of them huddled together, their fingers occasionally touching different parts of the bag, their faces glowing with excitement. Wang Lin sipped his tea and gazed softly at the young pair before him. His heart was filled with emotion, recalling how his initial approach to Su Zhe was solely because of that mysterious alchemy master. Yet now, he genuinely liked this young man. Su Zhe's qualities shone like a string of pearls in Wang Lin's mind. Extraordinary strength, the possession of two powerful contract spirit beasts, exceptional talent in alchemy, a deep background yet remarkably humble, kind-hearted, and respectful toward the elderly and young. Over these past days of interaction, Wang Lin had developed a warm, familial affection for Su Zhe, as if he had gained an additional grandson. To Wang Lin, gifting items like pills or the Qinkuan bag was nothing more than a small token of affection for the younger generation. As for their value, for an alchemist, wealth was never in short supply. Half a month later, on an early morning, Su Zhe rose early. His martial cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the body refining stage at 2,960 years, just 40 years shy of the 3,000-year threshold. If luck was on his side today, he could break through the 3,000-year barrier and activate the 9th dragon elephant seed. Xiao Qing was already prepared, looking at Su Zhe with anticipation. Su Zhe took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on Xiao Qing. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Flood Dragon Snake, triggering the cultivation rebate feature. Selecting this session's rebate multiplier. Your rebate multiplier is 40. You have gained 40 years of cultivation." A wave of joy swept across Su Zhe's face. Perfect timing. Without hesitation, he added the 40 years of cultivation directly to his martial cultivation. In the next moment, a thunderous boom erupted from within Su Zhe's body, deafening like a clap of thunder. A surge of pure spiritual energy poured into the ninth dragon elephant seed. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed as a fine crack appeared on the seed. Suddenly, dazzling golden light burst forth from the crack, and an overwhelming force surged out, transforming into streams of golden energy that flooded into Su Zhe's limbs and bones. The golden true energy in his dantian grew increasingly dense, radiating a more brilliant golden glow. Soon, the true energy reached its peak and began to undergo a transformation. A drop of golden liquid appeared, followed by a second, then a third. More and more golden spiritual liquid gathered, forming a small pond. The golden light shimmered, and a surge of vitality erupted. An unprecedentedly powerful force surged through Su Zhe, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. His body radiated golden light, illuminating the entire room in a golden hue. Amid the hazy golden glow, a towering, colossal elephant emerged faintly. Its feet stood in the underworld, its head touching the heavens. The giant elephant's massive body was surrounded by a galaxy, and with a sweep of its long trunk, it gathered countless shining stars. With a single tremor of its body, countless stars shattered into fragments. Roar! The giant elephant raised its head and let out a silent roar that seemed to echo across time and space, resonating in Su Zhe's ears. His eyes snapped open, and a brilliant golden light burst forth from his gaze. An invisible ripple spread outward from his body, enveloping an area nearly 1,000 meters in radius. Divine sense. Su Zhe turned his focus inward to his dantian and saw a shimmering golden pond. True energy had transformed into liquid foundation establishment stage. Su Zhe focused intently, summoning the system interface to carefully review his latest stats. The flickering information on the screen was clear. Name: Su Zhe. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: incomplete version of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Art. Martial Dao Cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage, Early Phase. 3,000 years at the Foundation Establishment Stage. The strength of 9 giant elephants. Su Zhe thought to himself, elated. Reflecting on the grueling month of training that had finally elevated him from the 9th level of body tempering to the Foundation Establishment Stage, he exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host cultivation has reached the Foundation Establishment Stage, meeting the conditions for unlocking new features. Unlocking system functions. System store activated. Daily infusion limit increased to 100 years. Infusion targets increased to 2 demonic beasts per session. Su Zhe's eyes lit up, his excitement overflowing. A system store? Daily infusion limit raised to 100 years? And now I can infuse 2 beasts at a time. A wave of joy surged through him. His hard work was finally paying off. Upon inspecting the new features, Su Zhe realized they would only be available starting tomorrow, so he temporarily set aside the idea of using the infusion function. Instead, he eagerly opened the system store. In an instant, a translucent white screen materialized before him, displaying a dazzling array of items. Scanning through the options, he noticed the items were categorized into 5 sections: weapons, armor, pills, special items, cultivation techniques, and recycling repair. Ice Spear, 10 years of cultivation. Frost Talisman, 50 years of cultivation. Godspeed Steps, 100 years of cultivation. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, 100 years of cultivation. The items became increasingly expensive as he scrolled, with prices in the later sections measured in terms of millennia. Out of curiosity, Su Zhe scrolled to the very bottom, only to find a pitch-black screen with a single line of text. You have not fully unlocked the store. These items are unavailable for viewing. This didn't surprise Su Zhe. Even if he could unlock the store, he knew his current strength wouldn't allow him to afford such items. After careful analysis, Su Zhe realized that most of the items were of little use to him. Ordinary pills were inferior to the daily infusions, and his Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Art was already powerful enough to make additional cultivation techniques unnecessary. With a body as strong as a ferocious beast, he had little need for weapons either. However, some of the special materials piqued his interest, such as crafting materials, formation resources, and medicinal herbs. But what intrigued him the most was the recycling repair function. When he accessed it, all of his cultivation-related items appeared, each marked with a specific recycling value. Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, recyclable for 50 years of cultivation. E-Rank Lower Tier Beast Core, recyclable for 50 years of cultivation. Frank Upper Tier Beast Hide, recyclable for 20 years of cultivation. Profound Ingrass, recyclable for 30 years of cultivation. After some deliberation, Su Zhe decided to recycle all the items he deemed useless, gaining a total of 300 years of cultivation. Realizing that this amount was insufficient to significantly enhance his martial prowess, he decided to invest all of it into alchemy. Alchemist, 350 years. As the cultivation energy merged with him, Suze felt an extraordinary clarity of mind and an unprecedented sense of enlightenment, as though a new door had opened before him. Suze closed his eyes and pondered, feeling the transformation of knowledge in his mind. The once obscure and difficult fundamentals of alchemy now became clear and comprehensible. To his surprise, not only could he fully grasp them, but he could also deduce new insights and ideas. However, he still had some doubts about the accuracy of these new thoughts. I'll have to find a chance to consult old Wang when I visit the Lin family for a meal, Suze resolved silently. Soon, his attention was drawn to the repair option. Driven by curiosity, he clicked on it. The information that appeared before him made his pupils contract slightly. High-grade foundation establishment pill can be repaired to supreme grade, requiring 100 years of cultivation. High-grade spirit origin pill can be repaired to supreme grade, requiring 50 years of cultivation. Dragon elephant body refining technique can be repaired to the complete version, requiring 100 quintillion years of cultivation. Suze's expression shifted from delight to shock. The potential of the repair function left his thoughts racing with possibilities. However, when he saw the cultivation requirement for the dragon elephant body refining technique, his face darkened instantly. 100 quintillion years, he muttered under his breath, cursing. How many lifetimes would that take? Even reincarnating 100 times wouldn't be enough. Just as he was about to give up, his gaze fell on a line of small text. Repairs can be done in stages. Repairing to 10 requires 100,000 years of cultivation. Repairing to 20 requires 10 million years of cultivation. Suze breathed a small sigh of relief. Although the first stage alone required 100,000 years of cultivation, compared to the astronomical amount of cultivation needed to activate a single dragon elephant seed in the later stages, this number seemed slightly less daunting. Shaking his head, Suze refocused on his current priority, a demon suppression tower trial. Improving my strength and status is the key to connecting with stronger individuals and uncovering hidden truths, he resolved firmly. I must find out the truth about my parents' disappearance. Closing the marketplace interface, Suze opened the document sent by Lin Miaoyi. This document, detailing the demon suppression tower trial, was a compilation of valuable experiences from predecessors. He carefully read through it. The demon suppression tower is not an actual tower, but an independent extra-dimensional space separate from the primary plane. In the 29th year of the Awakening era, a human exploration team accidentally discovered this space. After paying a heavy price, humanity eventually gained control of it and transformed it into a trial ground for cultivators. Due to the innate strength of extra-dimensional creatures, the primary requirement for entering the demon suppression tower is reaching the foundation establishment stage. The trial opens once a year and lasts for 1 month. During this time, nearly all young human powerhouses participate, while many human elites observe the battles. This makes the trial not only a test, but also a stage for strong individuals to select disciples and for prestigious academies to recruit outstanding students. Suze focused his mind and channeled a century's worth of cultivation into the Azure Serpent. In an instant, the system's notification sounded. The rebate function was triggered, with a multiplier of 5. 5 centuries of cultivation surged into Suze's body like a tidal wave, instantly revitalizing his spirit. The tiny Azure Serpent's scales shimmered faintly, its eyes half closed, as if basking in the comfort of a warm spring. This time, the sensation was even more intense than before. A torrent of spiritual energy emerged within it, causing its strength to climb rapidly. Suze kept his gaze fixed on the data panel displaying the Azure Serpent's stats, though a trace of disappointment flickered in his heart. With a bloodline grade of only E, the Azure Serpent's potential was capped at the same level. Despite carrying traces of the Azure Dragon's bloodline, it was far too diluted to break through its limitations. Even with the infusion of 100 years' worth of cultivation, it merely enriched the spiritual energy within its body, still far from achieving a qualitative leap. However, Suze did not lose heart. With the system's assistance, he was confident that even a pig could be nurtured into the strongest being in existence. As he pondered his next steps, a sudden burst of flame appeared. Little Flame darted joyfully out of the beast's space, circling the room once before landing lightly on Suze's shoulder. It affectionately nuzzled his cheek, its feathers smooth and warm. Just as Suze was about to infuse the Firebird with a century of cultivation, the system issued a warning. The Firebird was still in its juvenile stage, its strength insufficient, and its meridians too fragile to bear such a massive influx of spiritual energy. The system recommended infusing only 10 years of cultivation. Suze immediately understood Little Flame was currently at frank mid-tier, equivalent to a body-strengthening cultivator. Forcing a century's worth of cultivation into it might cause it to explode on the spot. After careful consideration, Suze proceeded with the infusion. The system notification sounded again, this time with a rebate multiplier of 30. Although the base amount was small, the multiplier was astonishing, granting Suze an additional 3 centuries of cultivation. He couldn't help but feel delighted. After soothing Little Flame, Suze returned it to the beast's space and opened the system panel. 8 centuries of cultivation remained. Tentatively, he allocated 5 centuries to his martial arts. Instantly, a warm current coursed through his body as pure energy surged into the 10th dragon elephant seed. However, the seed remained unresponsive. Suze realized that activating each subsequent dragon elephant seed would likely require cultivation measured in millennia. Deciding to reserve the remaining 3 centuries for later, Suze tidied up briefly before grabbing 2 jars of monkey brew and heading out. This wine, brewed by the monkey clans of the wild forest, was rich and flavorful, true delicacy. A few days ago, Xiongda and Erhu had gifted it to him. These two often got into brawls with the Monkey King, but seemed undeterred by repeated beatings, frequently sneaking into the monkey's territory. Xiongda was solely after the monkey brew, but Erhu's true intentions remained unclear. Before leaving, Suze handed a biology textbook to Erhu, instructing it to study diligently. However, judging by Erhu's distracted demeanor, it was clear his advice went in one ear and out the other. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Suze's path of cultivation was like a winding mountain trail, each step filled with hardship and reward. Through relentless daily practice, he finally succeeded in activating the 10th and 11th dragon elephant seeds, with the power within him surging like a stampede of 11 giant elephants. While he felt elated by this achievement, he also understood that this was merely the beginning of a long journey of cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and Xiaohua also made groundbreaking progress in their respective training. Under Su Zhe's meticulous guidance, Xiaoqing broke through her bottleneck after repeated infusions of energy, advancing her cultivation to the upper level, reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. This accomplishment was extraordinarily significant for Xiaoqing, as it touched the limits of her species. Xiaohua's progress was even more astonishing. With Su Zhe's assistance, its latent power gradually awakened, and within just half a month, it ascended to the upper level. Su Zhe could sense the immense potential within Xiaohua, and believed it was only a step away from breaking through to the level. The rapid improvement of the two spirit beasts surprised even Su Zhe. Xiaoqing had become capable of competing with golden core-level beasts, and her newly awakened water manipulation abilities were remarkably powerful. Against weaker opponents, she could even extract the water from their bodies directly, a technique that even golden core-level beasts struggled to defend against. Xiaohua's combat prowess was equally impressive. It could easily challenge opponents of higher levels, and ordinary level beasts were powerless before it. However, its fireball technique, though immensely powerful, posed a problem. It often reduced its targets to ashes, wasting valuable cultivation resources. As Su Zhe looked at the charred remains of the beasts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Those were all cultivation resources. While each beast's value might be modest, over time, they could accumulate into a significant sum. To prevent further waste, Su Zhe strictly forbade Xiaohua from using its fireball technique unless faced with a truly formidable enemy. Afterward, they ventured into the depths of the forest to explore. The ecosystem there was vastly different, with level beasts reigning as the true overlords and occasional sightings of clever beasts. Considering the potential dangers, Su Zhe avoided venturing too deep and instead chose to operate in relatively safer outer regions. Even so, their harvests were abundant. In the face of Su Zhe's overwhelming raw strength, even level beasts stood no chance. Before long, they had collected a wealth of valuable materials: lowered level beast cores, hides, fangs, qingling fruits, upper level beast heartblood, as well as level beast meat and other resources. The system indicated that these materials were highly nourishing and specifically recommended that the male host use them to enhance his own vitality. Su Zhe inspected some items that could even be fashioned into a belt and fell into contemplation. Being young and vigorous, he was in the prime of his physical development and clearly had no need for such supplements. Suddenly, Su Zhe recalled Uncle Lin's recent pallor and vague responses when asked about his health. He speculated that Uncle Lin might be dealing with some private, perhaps embarrassing, issues. Su Zhe thought to himself that such matters could indeed be sensitive for older men. After careful consideration, Su Zhe decided to discreetly gift these nourishing items to Uncle Lin. After all, the Lin family had shown him great kindness recently, and presenting a thoughtful gift seemed like a fitting gesture of gratitude. Su Zhe began planning how to deliver the gift without drawing attention, hoping it would help improve Uncle Lin's well-being. Chen Wei was strolling around the estate early in the morning. As he approached the front gate, he spotted Su Zhe. "Ah, Xiao Su, you're here. Come on in. The old master has been waiting for you all morning." Uncle Chun greeted him warmly. Su Zhe smiled and replied, "Uncle Chun." He got into the small car and was soon at the familiar villa. Hearing the news, Wang Lao came out beaming with joy. The Lin family's villa was particularly lively today, with quite a crowd inside. Su Zhe asked curiously, "Wang Lao, what's the occasion for all this excitement today?" Wang Lin chuckled and explained, You rascal, where have you been these past few days? You didn't even come to visit me. Meow E just passed the assessment and earned her qualification for the Demon Suppression Tower trial. All these people are here to celebrate. Oh, Suze suddenly recalled the matter. Since he had already obtained his trial qualification long ago, he hadn't paid any attention to the assessment. Following Wang Lin into the house, Suze noticed a dozen or so people gathered in the living room. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a familiar figure. Principal, what brings you here? He asked in surprise. Tang Yi was about to smile, but froze mid-expression. What do you mean by that? Why can't I be here? He retorted with a hint of displeasure. Wang Lin quickly explained. Principal Tang and I go way back. We met earlier when I was in the capital. Suze nodded thoughtfully, a realization dawning on him. The principal was not only powerful, but also an old acquaintance of Wang Lao, and they had known each other since their time in the capital. It seemed the principal's background was far from simple. At that moment, a clear and sweet voice rang out. Suze, you're here. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, a tall and slender figure appeared before him. Lin Miao E beamed brightly, her big, sparkling eyes curving into crescents. Suze smiled and said, Miao E, congratulations on earning the qualification for the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Hearing this, Lin Miao E became even more excited. She immediately launched into an animated recounting of her assessment experience. You know, even though I'm an alchemist, my combat skills aren't too shabby. Some of those opponents underestimated me just because I'm an alchemist so annoying. But the last one was pretty strong. Still, I managed to win. She paused briefly before adding, oh, by the way, do you remember Qin Feng from the previous year? He actually participated in the assessment too and passed. I heard he's been training like crazy and consuming a ton of foundation establishment pills just to seek revenge on you. At this, Lin Miao Yi couldn't help but laugh. To her, Qin Feng's efforts were likely in vain. No one knew Suze's strength better than she did. A few days ago, at her request, she had sparred with him. The result was utterly one-sided. She was defeated before she even had time to react. Suze's power was on a completely different level, unfathomable and unreachable. Lin Miao Yi thought to herself, Qin Feng aiming to challenge Suze with just a foundation establishment breakthrough? What wishful thinking. At this rate, Qin Feng might never catch up to Suze, not in this lifetime. Revenge? That might have to wait until the next life. She and Suze chatted enthusiastically, oblivious to the darkened face in the distance. Lin Fan's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot, his eyes filled with despair, devoid of any light. Watching the two young figures, his heart sank into an abyss of melancholy. These days, Lin Fan's gaze was almost glued to Lin Miaoyi and Suze. When he couldn't be there in person, he even arranged for Chun Wei to observe them secretly. However, things were developing in a way that deeply troubled him. Watching his precious daughter grow closer to Suze day by day, Lin Fan felt as if his heart was being roasted over a fire. While he was lost in thought, Suze's voice suddenly broke through. Uncle Lin, what are you thinking about? This call jolted Lin Fan out of his reverie. He cleared his throat and replied, feigning calmness. Oh, nothing much, just pondering some things. Suze keenly noticed the exhaustion in Lin Fan's eyes. He sighed inwardly. Middle-aged Monty always find it hard to open up in situations like this. Lin Fan's weary expression, dull eyes, and absent-mindedness all pointed to one thing: signs of physical weakness. With his extensive knowledge of medicine, Suze was all too familiar with such conditions. Lowering his voice, Suze said, Uncle Lin, come with me. I have something good for you. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned before chuckling. I've had more good things in my life than you can imagine. What could you possibly have for me? Hearing this, Suze's face darkened, and he almost turned around and left. He thought to himself, what a strange way to compare. Besides, my focus has always been on improving my skills and uncovering the truth of the past. I've never dabbled in those so-called traditional crafts. After a brief pause, Suze restrained the urge to walk away. He pulled Lin Fan aside into the living room. A faint light flickered in his hand as he retrieved a carefully wrapped item from his storage pouch. Steep this in wine. After 30 days, it'll be ready to use. Drink a cup morning, noon, and night. If you need it urgently, you can also apply it externally, Suze explained before turning to leave. Lin Fan looked at the package in his hands, filled with doubt. What kind of mysterious item could this kid possibly give him? Driven by curiosity, he cautiously tore open a corner of the wrapping. The moment he caught sight of the massive object inside, he was stunned. What the? Even someone as usually composed and dignified as Lin Fan couldn't help but blurt out in shock. A treasure from a golden coexisted tiger beast. This was the ultimate gift for any man. In an instant, Lin Fan snapped out of his daze and swiftly stored the item in his spatial artifact with lightning speed. He glanced around nervously, ensuring no one was watching, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Unconsciously, a smile tugged at the corners of Lin Fan's lips, and his impression of Suze shifted. This kid might not be so bad after all. Although he wasn't quite at the point of needing this, he had indeed been feeling less energetic in recent years. It might be time to give himself a proper boost. Steeping it in wine and drinking a cup 3 times a day, it didn't sound too troublesome. He decided to pick a fine barrel of wine from his cellar for the purpose. But then a thought struck him. Would the type or vintage of the wine affect its effectiveness? I'd have to ask someone about it. Ask his father-in-law? No way. The thought sent a shiver down Lin Fan's spine. If he dared to bring up such a question, not only might he lose 3 limbs, but he could also end up severing all ties with the family. Ask Miaowie. That was even more out of the question. It seemed his only option was to consult Suze. Honestly, this young man really needed to work on his gift-giving skills. So inexperienced. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Fan's mood visibly improved. His face lit up with a healthy glow as he strode back to the main hall. In the living room, glasses clinked as the room buzzed with a lively crowd. Wang Lin guided Su Zhe through the gathering, warmly introducing him to the distinguished guests present. "Ah, Su," Wang Lin said with a beaming smile, gesturing toward an imposing middle-aged man. "This is Xiong Shang, the president of Jiangnan City's Practitioners Association." He then pointed to several other prominent individuals. "This is our city lord, Su Jing. And here we have Principal Liang Han of Experimental High School, and Principal Li Liang of Second High School." Suze stayed close by Wang Lin's side, nodding politely to each person. The guests responded with enthusiasm, many already familiar with Suze's reputation. After all, achieving the 5th level of body refinement in such a short time was nothing short of extraordinary. Initially puzzled by Suze's rapid progress, the guests quickly pieced things together upon observing his close relationship with Professor Wang Lin, a renowned alchemy expert from Tianyuan Academy. With such a mentor backing him, Suze's meteoric rise no longer seemed so improbable. Still, some couldn't help but harbor doubts. How much of his strength was genuine, and how much was merely the result of relying on alchemical aids? Rumors had spread that Suze would soon participate in the Demon Suppression Tower trial. When the time came, his true abilities would be revealed. For now, much of the warmth the guests showed him stemmed from their respect for Wang Lin. As the banquet officially began, the clinking of glasses continued. Wang Lin frequently served Suze dishes, and the two engaged in lively conversation. To uninformed onlookers, their camaraderie sparked curiosity and speculation. Tang Yi, ever sharp-minded, suddenly entertained a bold theory. Could Suze be Wang Lin's illegitimate son? Of course, such thoughts remained confined to his mind. He wouldn't dare voice them aloud. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat nearby, occasionally glancing at Suze, who was chatting animatedly with his precious daughter. Though Lin Fan's expression was still somewhat stern, it had softened noticeably compared to before. Suze caught this change out of the corner of his eye and raised an eyebrow, wondering to himself, has Lin Uncle's mood improved so much in such a short time? Could he have already used the restorative item I gave him? But the time was so brief, could he have eaten it raw? A shiver ran through Suze at the thought. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Men of a certain age really would go to extreme lengths to boost their vitality. 3 hours later, the banquet finally came to an end. After bidding farewell to the guests, Suze also said his goodbyes to Wang Lin and the others. Lin Miaowie scrunched her adorable nose and reminded him earnestly, "Suze, don't forget the Demon Suppression Tower trial starts in 3 days." Wang Lin chuckled warmly. "Su, we'll be there to watch you, of course. I've been bragging about you to everyone, so my reputation is riding on your success." Suze smiled and exchanged a few more pleasantries before heading home. 3 days later, a system notification sounded in Suze's mind. You have infused the green Jiao serpent with 100 years of cultivation. Activation of the infusion rebate function. Rebate multiplier selected. Your multiplier is tenfold. You have gained 1,000 years of cultivation. Overjoyed, Suze thought to himself that using a large infusion base was indeed worthwhile. Even with a modest multiplier, the resulting gain was substantial. Without hesitation, he allocated the 1,000 years of cultivation to his martial arts progress. Instantly, a surge of immense and pure spiritual energy materialized, coursing through his meridians like a tidal wave and strengthening his body. As the energy completed a full cycle within him, it poured into his 12th dragon elephant seed. Crack! The familiar sound of a breakthrough echoed as golden light burst forth. The 12th dragon elephant seed was finally activated. Suze immediately felt his physical strength skyrocket, and his power ascended to new heights. However, Suze felt a subtle change in his cultivation within, and a glimmer of joy flickered across his face. Just then, a streak of firelight flashed, and Xiaohua flew out from the beast taming space, happily landing on his shoulder with a crisp chirp. Seeing this, Xiaoqing felt secretly smug. Rolling its eyes, it coiled around Suze's wrist, thinking to itself, that little third wheel. So what if its talent is great? Every morning, doesn't the master still channel that miraculous warm energy into me first? Too young and inexperienced after all. Suze extended his hand and began channeling his cultivation into Xiaohua. This time, luck was average. The return multiplier was only 8-fold, equivalent to 80 years of cultivation. After weighing his options, he decided to allocate this cultivation to his alchemy skills. Instantly, his alchemy cultivation surged to 430 years. Xiaohua affectionately nuzzled Su Zhe's hand before returning to its cozy nest in the beast taming space. Before leaving, it glanced at Xiao Qing with a hint of pity, silently resolving to itself, no more slacking off. I must work hard to become the master's capable assistant and secure my current treatment. That green snake is a cautionary tale, I must learn from it. After handling these matters, Su Zhe had a simple breakfast and headed downstairs to wait. Before long, a car arrived. He got in skillfully and greeted Chen Wei. An hour later, they arrived at the heart of Jiangnan City, where the towering building of the Cultivators Association stood. Su Zhe passed the identity verification and entered the building, arriving at a spacious hall. The place was already bustling with people, including familiar faces from the Lin family and a few strangers who appeared to hold significant status. The Lin family trio had been waiting for some time. Wang Lin waved kindly. Lin Miaoi greeted him with an excited smile, and even Lin Fan, rarely showing emotion, nodded at Su Zhe in acknowledgement. Su Zhe stepped forward to greet each of them in turn. Wang Lin's expression suddenly turned serious as he solemnly advised Su Zhe and Lin Miaoi. You two must remember, in the extra-dimensional space where the demon suppression tower is located, the beasts are incredibly powerful, and many possess special abilities. Never underestimate them. Although each of you has a rescue jade talisman, it doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Every year, there are cases of casualties. Extremely cautious. Lin Fan added from the side. Know your limits. Don't push yourself. If you can't win, retreat. For once, Wang Lin didn't contradict his son-in-law. Instead, he retrieved 2 jade bottles from his spatial artifact and continued. These are pills I personally refined. As long as you still have a breath left, they can bring you back. Wang Lin gently and solemnly placed the jade bottles containing the pills into Su Zhe and Lin Miaoi's hands. Su Zhe curiously opened the jade bottle and carefully examined the pills inside, only to realize he couldn't recognize them. He looked at Elder Wang with a puzzled expression and asked, Elder Wang, what is this? Lin Miaoi's eyes suddenly lit up. She exclaimed in surprise, Black jade bone-mending pill? Grandpa, have you been refining this pill for the past 2 days? Her voice was filled with astonishment and admiration. Wang Lin nodded with a smile, the wrinkles around his eyes betraying a hint of exhaustion. Jiangnan City is great in many ways, but sometimes it's hard to find the right medicinal ingredients. That's what caused the delay for a few days. Fortunately, I managed to finish refining it before you head into the demon suppression tower. Su Zhe brought the pill closer and took a gentle sniff. A peculiar yet refreshing fragrance filled his senses. Instantly, he felt a soothing coolness spread throughout his entire body, making him feel lighter and more energized. Inwardly, he marveled. This is indeed a rare, healing treasure. No wonder Elder Wang looks a bit tired. It turns out he's been working tirelessly on refining these pills for us. A wave of warmth surged in Su Zhe's heart as he silently put the pills away. At this moment, Su Zhe noticed Lin Fan signaling toward him. Following Lin Fan to a quieter spot, he saw the man's expression turn serious. Lin Fan spoke with utmost gravity. Su Zhe, I'm counting on you to take care of Miaoi in there. After all, she's an alchemist, and her combat abilities are relatively weaker. Su Zhe nodded firmly. Don't worry, Uncle Lin. He'll handle everything. He thought to himself, regardless of his relationship with Lin Miaoi, the kindness and care shown by the Lin family in recent days, along with Elder Wang's painstakingly refined pills, had brought him a long-lost feeling of warmth and belonging. This bond was genuine, and Su Zhe had etched it deeply into his heart. After their brief exchange, the two returned to Elder Wang and Lin Miaoi. Lin Miaoi looked at them curiously and asked, What were you two whispering about? Why are you keeping secrets from us? Su Zhe merely smiled faintly and shook his head. Lin Miaoi huffed lightly. Fine, don't tell me then. At that moment, more people began arriving in the hall. Soon, Principal Tang Yi appeared with over 10 students in tow. The students looked both excited and nervous, their eyes betraying a hint of unease. Tang Yi's gaze quickly landed on Su Zhe, and his eyes lit up as he briskly walked over. Su Zhe, how are you feeling? Ready for this? Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. Go on, don't put too much pressure on the kid. It's better to stay calm and relaxed right now. Su Zhe scanned the room and quickly spotted a familiar figure, Qin Feng. Their eyes met, and Qin Feng's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. He thought to himself, don't let me run into you inside the demon suppression tower, or he'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Over the past few months, Qin Feng had been training relentlessly day and night. Coupled with the aid of pills, his strength had grown rapidly. He was secretly pleased with himself. 3 days apart, and you should look at me with fresh eyes. After 3 months of grueling training, he was determined to showcase his strength in this trial and prove his power to everyone. Su Zhe noticed the hostility emanating from Qin Feng, but paid it no mind. He simply shook his head lightly. In Su Zhe's eyes, Qin Feng's strength posed no threat to him whatsoever. He might not even be a match for a low-tier class flame user. As time passed, More cultivators participating in the demon suppression tower trials began to arrive. Suddenly, the floor in the center of the hall cracked open, and an ancient stone platform slowly rose. Its surface was engraved with intricate runes, embedded with crystals that emitted a faint glow. It was a teleportation array. Two middle-aged array masters in long robes appeared and began working busily on the platform. The profession of an array master was exceedingly rare, as it involved the profound principles of space and time. Without over a decade of dedicated training, even entry-level mastery was out of reach. At last, the array masters confirmed the spatial coordinates were accurate and stepped down from the platform. Xiong Shang, the president of the Cultivators Association, stepped forward and gave a brief but inspiring speech, encouraging everyone to bring honor to Jiangnan City. Following his words, the trial participants boarded the platform in order of their assigned numbers. Once the first group was in position, Xiong Shang unleashed a powerful aura, channeling his spiritual energy into the platform. A strange sound echoed through the void as the platform's runes lit up with dazzling brilliance. Space began to distort, colors flickered, and a massive rift appeared, revealing a small, floating world shrouded in darkness. In an instant, the trial participants on the platform vanished. The second group, get up there quickly. The teleportation array won't hold for long. Even Xiong Shang, a nascent soul stage expert, appeared visibly exhausted at this point. When it was Su Zhe's group's turn, Wang Lin reminded him, if you encounter cultivators from other cities inside and conflict arises, don't hold back. Su Zhe understood the message and nodded solemnly. As the third group prepared to depart, Xiongsheng urged them, hurry up. The teleportation array is about to shut down. Su Zhe bid farewell to Wang Lin and Lin Fan before stepping onto the platform. Lin Miaoyi stood beside him, looking slightly nervous as she asked about the deeper meaning behind Wang Lin's words. In a calm voice, Su Zhe explained, Miaoyi, remember this above all else. Our lives are the most important. Lin Miaoyi seemed thoughtful and nodded in understanding. A powerful suction force enveloped them, and the scenery blurred in an instant. After a whirlwind of dizziness, Su Zhe opened his eyes, adjusting to the glaring sunlight. Before him stretched an endless desert, with scorching heat radiating off the barren, lifeless sands. They had finally arrived in the world of the Demon Suppression Tower. Su Zhe had just stepped into this unfamiliar land when he immediately felt the temperature around him rise sharply. Waves of scorching heat surged toward him, as if intent on melting him alive. Above, a blazing sun mercilessly roasted the earth, its blinding light making it nearly impossible to keep his eyes open. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to realize Lin Miaoyi was nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease gripped his heart as he swiftly unleashed his spiritual sense. Instantly, the area within a kilometer radius unfolded in his mind. In the distant desert, faint silhouettes of 2 or 3 figures were visible, but none of them were familiar faces, let alone Lin Miaoyi. It seems the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower have changed again. Everyone's entry point must be randomized this time, Su Zhe muttered under his breath, his brows furrowing slightly. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly echoed from the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire world of the Demon Suppression Tower. Welcome, trial participants. I am the world's spirit of Dimension 1098. Welcome to my world. Here, you will encounter formidable demonic beasts, long-hidden treasures, and the realm where yin and yang are reversed. Boundless treasures and wealth await you, but so do lethal dangers. Before the voice had even faded, countless beams of light shot down from the sky, landing precisely in the hands of each trial participant. Su Zhe extended his hand, and a small jade talisman gently fell into his palm. The world spirit continued. To ensure your safety, please keep this rescue talisman with you. When faced with life-threatening danger or an inescapable predicament, activate it, and I will transport you out of this world. Additionally, the Human Elders Council has established a points leaderboard. You can earn points by slaying demonic beasts or through other hidden means. Your final ranking will determine your trial results. As these words echoed, the sky shimmered faintly, and a massive transparent screen slowly unfolded. It was densely packed with names, each accompanied by a point total and ranking. Although everyone's current points were at 0, the rankings seemed to hold a deeper significance. It didn't take long for someone to uncover the mystery. The current rankings were based on strength. At the top of the leaderboard were many renowned prodigies. These individuals were celebrated in the main dimension for their remarkable achievements, extraordinary talents, and unparalleled strength. Many believed they were destined to become the pillars of humanity's future. The top 10 names on the leaderboard were surrounded by golden frames, making them stand out prominently. All eyes were drawn to this section. In 10th place was Tong Lan, a genius from the northern metropolis of Black Dragon City, known for her prowess as a sorceress. Unlike warriors who excel in unknown combat, sorcerers shine on the battlefield, where a single powerful area effect spell can cause devastating damage, earning them the favor of military forces. 9th place belonged to Xiao Ding, a rare formation master. One by one, the names of young prodigies appeared as the rankings climbed upward. When Su Ze's gaze reached the third place, a familiar name caught his eye: Sun Xiu. This name was nothing short of legendary to most young cultivators. They buzzed with discussions, marveling at the incredible talent of this prodigy. Though he hadn't managed to slay the golden core demon beast, the fact that he fought it to a standstill was already astonishing. Everyone agreed was undoubtedly a top-tier genius, second only to He Shuer. However, when people took a closer look at the leaderboard, an astonishing discovery left them all stunned. Sun Xiu's name was ranked third. Even more surprising, the seemingly unbeatable He Shuer was in second place. All eyes shifted upward in unison, and when they saw the name shining in golden brilliance at the top of the leaderboard, a hushed silence fell over the scene. Su Ze, this unfamiliar name stirred a massive uproar in every corner. Except for the cultivators from Jiangnan City, everyone else exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled over how this sudden newcomer had surpassed the most prominent talents of the human race to claim the top spot. Reactions varied across the many corners of the Demon Suppression Tower world. Some were confused, some were shocked and furious, while others were overjoyed. Students from Jiangnan City's #1 high school were ecstatic, as Su Ze was one of their own. Lin Miaoyi, in particular, was so excited that her eyes sparkled. Clenching her small fists, she silently vowed to work even harder so as not to fall too far behind Su Ze. Only Qin Feng stood there, his expression shifting unpredictably, his mouth agape and unable to close. He couldn't believe the rankings before him. How could Su Ze possibly surpass those who could battle golden core demon beasts? Yet deep down, he knew that the chances of the leaderboard, created by the strongest human cultivators, being wrong were even slimmer than the chances of him, a self-proclaimed straight guy, actually being gay. Meanwhile, on the peak of a mountain, a graceful figure stood against the wind. The howling gusts couldn't shake her in the slightest. Su Ze, her melodious voice carried a mix of curiosity and fighting spirit. Interesting. The young woman chuckled softly, sensing that this demon suppression tower trial was going to be far from dull. Elsewhere, near a vast lake surrounded by a dense forest, a youth with a cold and delicate face stared icily at the leaderboard. In the clear water of the lake, a few fish swam leisurely. This boy, named Sun Xiu, had a dark glint in his eyes. He swear, he muttered through gritted teeth. Always one step ahead of me. And now this Su Ze, someone I've never even met, how dare he take first place? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his hand, sending several streaks of energy slicing through the air. The lake's surface erupted with splashes as blood from the fish stained the shallow waters red. Whoever you are, you'd better pray we don't meet here, Sun Xiu said coldly. And he swear, this time, I won't lose to you again. The lake had calmed, but patches of glaring crimson floated on its surface, mingled with shattered scales and fragments of flesh. The final blessing of the spirit of the world echoed across the sky. Good luck, trial participants. Then, the voice faded away, leaving only a massive transparent screen suspended in the heavens. Su Ze toyed with the rescue jade talisman in his hand, his gaze settling on his own gleaming, golden name. He was genuinely surprised the leaderboard had placed him in first place. It felt far too conspicuous. He pondered silently. Among those prodigious young talents, there were surely many combative individuals. Seeing an unfamiliar name at the top of the rankings would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction. If they encountered him, they would likely insist on an impromptu duel. Though Su Ze wasn't afraid, the prospect of being repeatedly challenged was undeniably troublesome. Moreover, winning such duels would bring no real benefit and might even fuel their determination to surpass him. It was simply not worth it. Fortunately, the leaderboard displayed only names, not images. Apart from the practitioners from Jiangnan City, there were likely very few who would recognize him. An idea struck him, and Su Ze made up his mind. From now on, I'll temporarily go by the name Qin Feng, he murmured to himself, feeling quite satisfied with the decision. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the desert, and waves of golden sand flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, the dunes began shifting. Within minutes, the entire landscape had transformed. Su Ze's heart sank as he realized that navigating in such an environment was nearly impossible. If one lost their sense of direction, it would be exceedingly difficult to retrace their steps. However, for him, this posed no significant issue. A piercing cry resonated through the sky as a blazing red light shot upward. Xiaohua emerged from the beast's space and immediately felt the intense heat surrounding them. Its entire body warmed comfortably, and it nearly let out a delighted chirp. Xiaohua soared through the air, rolling through the high altitudes and diving through the scorching waves above the ground. As a fire tribute beast, this place was nothing short of paradise. In stark contrast, Xiaoqing seemed somewhat uncomfortable, instinctively radiating a faint chill. Su Ze suddenly felt a refreshing coolness, as if stepping into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. Glancing at Xiaoqing, he couldn't help but marvel. Xiaoqing, I didn't know you had this ability. Why didn't you use it sooner? Just think of how much we could have saved on air conditioning bills. Shaoqing rolled its eyes dramatically. Perhaps due to its Azure Dragon bloodline, Shaoqing still couldn't speak even after advancing to a rank. However, Suze speculated that once it reached rank, this restriction might finally be lifted. Looking up, Suze noticed that the leaderboard had already changed. Several unfamiliar names had appeared, indicating that others had begun hunting beasts. He called out, Xiaohua, stop playing around and get to work. He realized he couldn't afford to waste any more time. In the distance, Xiaohua heard Suze's command and let out a sharp cry before soaring into the sky. With astonishing speed, it circled a few times before spotting a patch of green far in the distance. It transmitted a vague message to Suze through its thoughts while using its wings to gesture in a specific direction. Suze nodded in understanding and gave a thumbs up to show he got the message. Without hesitation, he started moving toward the direction indicated by Xiaohua. Before long, as Suze climbed over a sand dune, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation underfoot. Looking down, he noticed he had stepped on something hard and irregularly shaped. Driven by curiosity, he used his foot to brush away the covering sand, only to reveal a human skull. The unexpected discovery sent a shiver down Suze's spine, the cold dread spreading through his entire body. At that moment, countless dark holes suddenly appeared in the surrounding sand. Soon after, swarms of black ants began pouring out. The system immediately identified the creatures for Suze. Name, Desert Army Ant. Level, Frank Upper Tier. Special Bloodline, None. Skills, Devour, Acid. Note, one of the deadliest threats in the desert. These ants move in massive swarms, often numbering in the thousands. For weaker cultivators, being surrounded by them spells certain death. However, once fried and seasoned, they are surprisingly delicious. Suze scanned the area and estimated there were over 1,000 army ants surrounding him. Most were Frank, but nearly 30 were E-rank. Such a formation would leave any Foundation establishment cultivator helpless. However, for Suze, this was nothing more than a minor diversion. With a slight lift of his toes, he stomped on a nearby E-rank mid-tier army ant. With a sharp crack, the seemingly tough ant was instantly crushed, as fragile as paper. Simultaneously, Suze's points increased by 200. Gazing at the restless swarm in front of him, Suze's lips curled into a faint smile. He looked up at Xiaohua in the sky and called out, Xiaohua, hey, race your chance to shine. Xiaohua let out an excited cry and transformed into a streak of fire, diving down rapidly. It opened its mouth and unleashed a massive fireball, hurling it straight into the ant swarm on the ground. With a thunderous boom, flames exploded outward, instantly incinerating a large portion of the army ants. Emboldened by its success, Xiaohua grew even fiercer, launching fireball after fireball. In the blink of an eye, a sea of fire spread across the desert. The army ants, overwhelmed by terror, realized they were facing a formidable enemy and began retreating toward the depths of the sand dunes. But the relentless flames melted the sand into molten lava, leaving most of the ants with no escape. In a last-ditch effort, a few E-rank army ants tried to fight back, spraying green acid at Xiaohua. However, before the acid could even reach it, the intense heat evaporated the liquid completely. Suze glanced at the leaderboard and saw his points skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, he reclaimed the top position. Despite their small size, the army ants displayed remarkable intelligence. The moment Little Fire launched its first fireball, the ant leader immediately sensed danger. As the flames erupted, a terrifying wave of energy swept through, instantly reducing several E-ranked army ants to ashes. Without hesitation, the leader issued a retreat order, and the disciplined swarm obeyed without delay. However, the retreat was still hasty. Little Fire resembled a fully automated weapon, its small mouth emitting fireballs in rapid succession. Suze watched in astonishment, inwardly marveling at the extraordinary power of the vermilion bird bloodline. The fireball technique was not only instantaneous, but also seamless. Meanwhile, Shaoqing, who had been comfortably coiled around Suze's wrist in a deep sleep, suddenly felt the rising heat around it and opened its eyes uneasily. Witnessing Little Fire's impressive display of power, it instantly became alert. This newcomer was undeniably strong, and Shaoqing grew wary. It stole a glance at Suze, only to see its master beaming with pride and giving Little Fire a constant thumbs up. A pang of anxiety gripped Shaoqing's heart. It regretted its recent complacency, which had allowed Little Fire to steal the spotlight. Determined, it resolved to remain fully focused from this moment on, vowing to clear all obstacles for its master and give this newcomer no chance to outshine it. On the ground, molten lava flowed slowly, radiating deadly heat. Army ants struck directly by the fireballs instantly turned to ash, while those on the periphery of the inferno also met a grim fate. Little Fire's barrage of fireballs had nearly halved the swarm's numbers in a single strike. Suddenly, Suze recalled the system's notification. He casually picked up a roasted army ant from the edge of the fire. Its once black shell now glistened with a reddish hue, emitting a unique aroma. Peeling back, the shell revealed tender white meat beneath, exuding a scent reminiscent of fresh crab. The meat was delicate, translucent, and melted in his mouth with a burst of fragrance. Suze couldn't help but praise its flavor. While the pure energy it contained had little effect on him, the taste was undeniably excellent. Little Fire perched proudly on Suze's shoulder, puffing out its chest like a student awaiting praise. Suze chuckled, stroking its smooth feathers, and complimented. "Well done, Little Fire. Your fireball technique is like a rapid-fire cannon. Keep it up, the future is yours." Hearing this, Xiaoqing felt a pang of familiarity. It suddenly remembered that its master had once said the same words to it. A sense of urgency surged through it, and its body tensed as its eyes scanned the surroundings, eager to encounter a formidable beast to showcase its strength. Little Fire, still brimming with excitement, soared into the air again, taking on the role of scout. Suze glanced at the leaderboard and began calculating his next move. Suze glanced at the leaderboard with satisfaction. His name was prominently displayed at the top, boasting an impressive score of 6,300 points. Following behind him was Tong Lan with 1,500 points. Scrolling further down, the rest of the participants hadn't even broken the 1,000 point mark. After all, the trial had just begun, and most participants had yet to encounter any beasts, let alone be as fortunate as Suze, who had stumbled upon an entire army ant colony. With a faint smile, Suze casually tossed aside the shell of an army ant he had just finished eating and grabbed a few more. He strolled leisurely, munching as he went, as if he were taking a casual walk in the forest rather than navigating a perilous trial ground. The savory taste of the ant meat melted in his mouth, but his pace remained brisk as he pressed forward into the unknown. Meanwhile, on another side of the trial ground, Tong Lan was completing her final incantation. As the spell concluded, the last mid-tier rank beast before her collapsed to the ground. She wiped the sweat from her brow and nodded to herself excitedly. "Great! Now I have 1,700 points. First place should be mine for sure." Tong Lan had indeed been fortunate. The group of beasts she encountered perfectly suited her expertise. As a sorcerer, she excelled at handling large groups of enemies. Coupled with the fact that the strongest among them was only a mid-tier rank beast, Tong Lan had easily wiped out the entire den. However, when she confidently looked up at the leaderboard, her smile froze. 6,300 points? She exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the name above hers. How did Suze manage that? Tong Lan was utterly baffled. She had already considered herself lucky to encounter a whole group of beasts, earning nearly 2,000 points in a short time. But Suze? Could he have also found a beast horde? Yet over 6,000 points, what did that even mean? How many beasts would he have to kill for that? Recalling how much effort it had taken her to defeat just 3 mid-tier rank beasts, Tong Lan couldn't help but gasp. How many had Suze killed? If converted into mid-tier rank beasts, it would be at least 30 or more. Impossible. Tong Lan shook her head, rejecting the thought. No one could kill over 30 mid-tier rank beasts in such a short time. Unless they're a golden core stage cultivator or possess power equivalent to that level. But she quickly dismissed the idea. Those kinds of geniuses are rare and are usually given the title of prodigy of the human race. There aren't many of them. In the past decade, there's only been one, he swear. Eliminating these unlikely scenarios, Tong Lan arrived at a single conclusion. There's only one possibility: Suze must be slaughtering frank beasts. He's exploiting the sheer number of frank beasts to rack up points. While the trial rules didn't explicitly forbid such tactics, Tong Lan found this method disgraceful. This guy, how shameless, she thought angrily. In other corners of the dimensional trial space, other participants also noticed the anomaly on the leaderboard. They stared at the rankings displayed in the sky and reached conclusions similar to Tong Lan's. That's Suze. Judging by his initial ranking, he should be quite strong, but he's resorting to such underhanded tactics just to farm points? Disgusting. In no time, Suze became labeled as the disgrace of cultivators in the minds of many trial participants. However, deep within a shadowy forest, a graceful figure moved nimbly through the trees. With a casual gesture, she felled an upper-tier rank beast. The mysterious woman's eyes flickered slightly as she glanced at the leaderboard. Softly, she murmured, "Farming points with frank beasts? Interesting. But to kill so many in such a short time, his stamina is remarkable." In the alternate dimension of space 1098, the sky was a brilliant blue, unblemished by a single cloud. A massive transparent screen shimmered faintly, displaying an orderly list of cultivators' names, with the top 10 standing out prominently. Yet, whenever someone's gaze landed on the name at the very top, their expression would twist into one of utter disdain. That staggering score at the top seemed like a sharp thorn, piercing deeply into their pride. "Disgrace of cultivators," someone muttered through gritted teeth. "We can't let that shameless person keep dominating first place." This collective anger ignited an invisible force, instantly fueling the determination of all the trial participants. Like arrows released from a bowstring, they scattered across forests, deserts, lakes, valleys, and every other type of terrain. Wherever beasts roamed, their fierce battles could be seen. As time passed, the numbers on the leaderboard began to shift rapidly, with names climbing higher and higher. Yet, even with all their efforts, the towering score of over 6,000 remained an insurmountable peak, leaving many in awe and frustration. Some grew furious, others anxious, and a few resorted to cunning schemes. They deliberately sought out weaker groups of beasts, hoping to accumulate points more quickly. However, upon attempting this strategy, they discovered its hidden dangers. Even the weakest grade beasts in this dimension were significantly stronger than their counterparts in the outside world. Moreover, these beasts often traveled in large packs. Even for cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, facing such overwhelming numbers was daunting. Before long, a few unlucky individuals, exhausted and surrounded, found themselves on the brink of death. In desperation, they had no choice but to activate their emergency rescue talismans. In an instant, ripples appeared across the sky, followed by beams of radiant light descending from above, enveloping the endangered cultivators. Simultaneously, their names on the leaderboard dimmed, and their scores were permanently frozen. Witnessing this, the trial participants were filled with mixed emotions: relief that they had avoided such a fate, and pity for those who had failed. Meanwhile, Suze stood at the edge of a desert, tossing aside the shell of a soldier ant and wiping the sweat from his hands. His gaze fell on a patch of green in the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. After walking for half a day, he was finally about to leave this barren wasteland. Suddenly, a faint thud came from behind him. A lizard beast, hidden beneath the sand dunes, had barely begun its sneak attack when a flash of green light pierced through it. Suze's score on the leaderboard rose again, reaching a perfect 7,000 points. The green light flickered, and Xiao Qing returned to Suze's wrist. It glanced smugly at the small fiery creature in the sky, clearly pleased with itself. This wasn't the first time. Each time the small fiery pet spotted a beast, the green light would strike first, instantly dispatching the creature. The fiery pet hadn't had a chance to act, leaving it so frustrated that its feathers stood on end. The fiery creature grew wary, sensing a potential rival. Had Xiao Qing, after being relegated to the sidelines, decided to make a comeback? A sudden thought struck it, and it shuddered. Could Xiao Qing be eyeing its position? Suze seemed oblivious to the subtle tension between his two spirit companions. He simply patted Xiao Qing gently, offering a few words of praise. Then, he called out to the fiery pet and quickened his pace toward the oasis ahead. At the same time, in cultivators' associations across the outside world, formation masters were working tirelessly, their brows dripping with sweat. At last, the intricate array they were assembling was complete. The formation diagram lit up with a dazzling glow, as pure spiritual energy from countless energy crystals flowed steadily into it. Moments later, an enormous holographic image unfolded before their eyes. The projection vividly displayed diverse terrains, forests, oceans, lakes, deserts, all part of the Demon Suppression Tower's world. Holding their breath, the onlookers watched as figures darted through the landscapes, locked in fierce combat with beasts. This trial had only just begun. A gasp rippled through the crowd as murmurs of surprise and confusion erupted. Today's Demon Suppression Tower trial seemed different from the usual. The starting positions of all participants had been completely randomized, undoubtedly increasing the difficulty of the challenge. Whispers spread among the onlookers, with some suggesting that this change might better test the true capabilities of the participants. Lin Fan's face showed a trace of worry as he turned to Wang Lin, hesitating to speak. Wang Lin, quick to notice Lin Fan's unease, frowned and asked, "What's on your mind?" Miao Yi may be an alchemist, but her strength is nothing to scoff at. Besides, she has the emergency jade talisman. What danger could she possibly face? Hearing Wang Lin's reasoning, Lin Fan felt somewhat reassured, though the concern in Wang Lin's eyes didn't fully dissipate. The two instinctively began scanning the massive projection screen, hoping to spot Miao Yi and Su Zhe among the participants. Just then, a startled exclamation interrupted their search. "Su Zhe?" Both of them turned sharply, following the voice. It was Li Liang, the headmaster of second high school, whose eyes were wide with shock. Sensing the crowd's curious stares, he quickly explained, "Don't look at Meluk at the leaderboard. Su Zhe is ranked first." The entire hall erupted in an uproar. All eyes turned to the leaderboard, where Su Zhe's name stood at the top with an astonishing 7,000 points, far ahead of the second-place contender, the prodigy sorcerer Tong Lan, who had 2,600 points. Am I seeing this right? Su Zhe's score is more than double the second-place ranking? Someone muttered in disbelief. The hall buzzed with speculation. Most people had heard of Su Zine, exceptionally fast cultivator from the advanced high school. Yet, rapid cultivation didn't necessarily equate to strong combat abilities. Many believed Su Zhe's strength was merely the result of Wang Lin's alchemical support, assuming his combat prowess to be below average. But the leaderboard's glaring numbers shattered those assumptions. Though these were only the initial scores, they were enough to prove Su's extraordinary capabilities. Tang Yi's eyes gleamed with pride as he straightened his posture, feeling a surge of honor for the advanced high school. Wang Lin and Lin Fan were equally stunned. They had always known Su Zhe was powerful, but this was beyond their expectations. To surpass so many elite prodigies from the capital and claim the top spot on the leaderboard, it was unfathomable. Amid their amazement, one question lingered in their minds. How had Su Zhe achieved this? Everyone present was familiar with the Demon Suppression Tower's trial rules and understood how incredibly difficult it was to amass such a high score at the very start of the challenge. Could this guy be cheating? The thought crossed their minds simultaneously. It wasn't just those in the hall across the entire Human Alliance territory. Anyone with access to the trial's projection was filled with the same burning question. Who was Su Zhe? Why had no one heard of him before? And how had he managed to accomplish such a feat? Countless human powerhouses were eager to uncover the truth. Frustrated voices rose, with some complaining aloud. Damn that Dimensional Space Research Institute. They still haven't fixed the projection delay issue. With all the funding they get every year, what are they even doing? Meanwhile, in a quiet office at the Dimensional Space Research Institute, an elderly man with snow-white hair suddenly furrowed his brows, as though sensing something. He calculated with his fingers, and his expression darkened. Muttering under his breath, he cursed. Who's cursing me behind my back? At that moment, the space in front of him distorted, and a document appeared on his desk out of thin air. The old man glanced down, his face turning serious as he read the cover. Stamped in bold red letters was the word Top Secret, with a smaller line beneath it. 0529 Dimensional Space is about to reopen. The old man's eyes grew deep and contemplative, his gaze flickering with intensity. He murmured, 10 years. It's finally happening again. Meanwhile, within the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, Su Zhe stood before an oasis, taking in the first breaths of humid, refreshing air. Behind him stretched a vast desert, its heat radiating in waves, while ahead lay a tranquil bamboo forest, exuding peace. Su Zhe smiled faintly and stepped into the oasis. But the moment his foot touched the lush ground, the world around him shifted. A profound and inexplicable sensation enveloped him, as if the entire world was spinning beneath his feet. The moment Su Zhe stepped into the bamboo forest, an unusual sensation surged through his body like an electric current. He turned abruptly, only to find that the desert behind him had vanished, replaced by a lush, verdant bamboo forest. It was as if he had been transported to an entirely different world in the blink of an eye. This place is suspicious. Su Zhe's instincts screamed a warning, but he quickly composed himself. He recalled the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. The strongest threats in each area would not exceed the Golden Core stage, a safeguard designed for Foundation establishment cultivators. To ensure his safety, Su Zhe retrieved a rescue jade talisman from his robes and infused it with a trace of golden true energy. The talisman immediately emitted a faint glow, establishing a connection with the heavens. It still works, he thought with relief. No matter how strange this bamboo forest is, I can escape at any time. Suddenly, a streak of fire tore through the sky. Xiaohua descended from above, landing on Su Zhe's shoulder with a plaintive chirp, transmitting a vague sense of grievance. Su Zhe furrowed his brow, realizing that Xiaohua had encountered some form of suppression in the air. He gently stroked Xiaohua's soft feathers and reassured it. It's okay. You're down here now, no need to blame yourself. Xiaohua nuzzled against Su Zhe's hand, prompting a jealous reaction from Xiaoqing nearby. Mindful of the bamboo forest's strangeness, Su Zhe decided to send Xiaohua into the beast-taming space. There might be rank demonic beasts here. It's safer for you to stay protected. He then patted Xiaoqing, who let out a resonant hiss and transformed into a streak of green light, darting into the bamboo forest. Su Zhe followed closely behind, his body remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. The deeper he ventured, the denser the bamboo forest became, and wisps of ethereal mist began to spread from its depths. Suddenly, he halted, carefully sensing the spiritual energy in the air. This isn't ordinary mist, Su Zhe thought in astonishment. It's spiritual energy, so dense it's almost tangible. He attempted to activate the dragon elephant body refinement technique, and in an instant, his body seemed to transform into a massive black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, surging into his body like a torrential river. After a moment, Su Zhe shook his head. For regular cultivators, training here would triple their cultivation speed. But for me, activating just one dragon elephant seed requires 1,000 years of cultivation. Looks like I'll have to rely on the system. As he gazed deeper into the bamboo forest, curiosity flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. What kind of place is this? With that question lingering in his mind, he pressed onward, delving further into the unknown. Such dense spiritual energy. Su Zhe's mind was filled with questions, yet he couldn't hide his excitement. He turned to Xiaoqing with a smile and said, "It seems we've stumbled upon an extraordinary place. Come on, Xiaoqing, Let's go check it out. As Su Zhe and Xiao Qing ventured deeper into the bamboo forest, a sudden flash of red light appeared on a display screen in the monitoring hall of the Kyoto Interdimensional Research Institute in the primary plane. The alarm blared, echoing through the space. Warning. Dimensional space 1098 connection to a cultivator's information source has been severed. The alarm immediately drew the attention of numerous researchers. They quickly gathered around the screen, scrutinizing the data and engaging in a flurry of discussions. So it's the trial world of the demon suppression tower. I thought something had happened to our exploration team, one researcher said with a sigh of relief. Looks like another unlucky soul stumbled into a high-level demon beast's burial ground. Another researcher speculated. That seems likely. But with the emergency talisman available, at worst, they'll just be eliminated. There's no danger to their life, the lead researcher concluded. All right, everyone, back to work. As the researchers returned to their respective tasks, the situation was promptly relayed to various cultivator associations. In the Cultivator Association building in Jiangnan City, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on Su Zhe's holographic projection. However, just as Su Zhe entered the bamboo forest, his image abruptly vanished. What happened? Where did Su Zhe's projection go? Someone exclaimed. Could it be he's dead? An inexperienced voice speculated. Hearing this, Elder Wang furrowed his brows and snapped angrily. Watch your mouth. Su Zhe would never die before you do. Over the past few days, he had come to regard Su Zhe as his own. Such remarks naturally ignited his fury. He turned his gaze towards where the projection had disappeared, his eyes filled with worry. At that moment, a staff member from the Cultivator Association stepped forward to explain. Elder Wang, please remain calm. We just received word from the Kyoto Interdimensional Research Institute. It's highly likely that Su Zhe has entered a demon beast burial ground. The unique energy in that area has disrupted the Institute's monitoring devices. However, the emergency talisman linked to the world's spirit is still functional, so there's no need to worry about Su Zhe's safety. Hearing this explanation, Wang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan and Tang Yi also felt a weight lifted from their hearts. However, the surrounding onlookers began to speculate once again upon hearing the news. Now that you mention it, there have been trial participants in the past who entered similar places. With only Foundation establishment level strength, escaping from such a place is nearly impossible. Doesn't that mean he'd have to use the emergency talisman? That would result in elimination, wouldn't it? What a pity. If Su Zhe hadn't ended up there, his performance would have been remarkable. It's unfortunate that he might be disqualified for something like this. There's nothing that can be done. Sometimes, luck is just as important as strength. Wang Lin sighed and said, well, as long as he's safe, that's all that matters. Titles and accolades are meaningless compared to life. Tang Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew full well that placing in the top 10 of the Demon Suppression Tower trials meant far more than just a title. Invitations from prestigious academies, attention from influential figures, and generous rewards, these were enough to tempt even nascent soul cultivators and beyond. If Su Zhe were truly eliminated because of this, it would be an incredible loss. In the world of the Demon Suppressing Tower, deep within a bamboo forest in the desert, Su Zhe moved cautiously through the dense bamboo grove, his spiritual sense extending like tendrils, only to be suppressed by the surrounding mist, reducing his perception range to a mere 100 meters. As he ventured further, the spiritual energy grew denser, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled patterns across his face. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. 100 meters was but a fleeting moment for a drank beast, and the lurking danger kept him on high alert. As he advanced, the bamboo grew increasingly towering and dense. Su Zhe tilted his head upward, observing the massive bamboo stalks, each as thick as a millstone and towering dozens of meters high, far exceeding the typical height of bamboo in the main plain. What was even more astonishing were the fine red veins that sprawled across the surface of these colossal bamboos, resembling blood vessels. These bamboos, surely they didn't grow by drinking blood, did they? Su Zhe murmured to himself, suspicion filling his mind. Xiao Qing, stay alert. He softly cautioned his serpent companion. Xiao Qing nodded solemnly, its expression wary. Its unique, danger-sensing ability had detected an unusual presence ahead, something slightly different from the norm. Through their bond, it relayed this warning to Su Zhe. After weighing his options, Su Zhe decided to investigate. If we can't win, we'll just run for it, he half-joked, stepping forward. Xiao Qing slithered closely behind, its movements tense and guarded. It wasn't long before Su Zhe abruptly stopped in his tracks. He glanced to the side, retrieving a dagger from his dimensional pouch. Parting the dense underbrush, he revealed a pale shape beneath. When he saw it clearly, Su Zhe's pupils contracted. It was the skeleton of a beast. A system notification immediately appeared. Name, Desert Monitor Lizard deceased. Rank, Drank lower tier. Crouching down, Su Zhe carefully examined the remains of the Drank lower tier beast. His gaze eventually focused on the creature's chest, where its ribs were shattered in multiple places. Even though the flesh had long decayed, it was evident that a powerful strike had caused its death. Other than that, the rest of the skeleton showed no significant injuries. Rising to his feet, Suze fell into deep thought. A drank lower-tier beast, comparable in strength to a human golden core cultivator, had been so effortlessly slain here. This suggested the presence of a threat at least of drank middle tier lurking within the bamboo forest. Realizing the gravity of the potential danger, Suze couldn't help but heighten his vigilance. He knew that the exploration ahead would require the utmost caution. Suze proceeded cautiously, staying alert to the dangers around him. About 100 meters ahead, another class beast's skeletal remains came into view. The system notification popped up again, revealing injuries similar to the previous ones this time. The creature's spine had been struck, its vertebrae shattered, and half its body nearly severed. Without pausing, Suze quickened his pace and ventured deeper into the bamboo forest. Along the way, more class beast carcasses were scattered about, all without exception killed by heavy blows. Some of the remains were completely shattered, with bone fragments strewn everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. As he advanced further, the red patterns on the tall bamboo around him grew denser and brighter, even beginning to emit a faint glow, resembling flowing blood vessels. Intrigued, Suze took out his dagger and made a cut on one of the bamboo stalks. Swish! Bright red liquid gushed out immediately, carrying a faint metallic scent of blood. Frowning, Suze thought to himself, how can bamboo bleed? This is far too strange. Suddenly, the cut bamboo began to tremble, emitting a sharp, creaking sound as if crying out in pain. At that moment, a sharp whistling noise came from behind him. Instinctively, Suze ducked to avoid it. The sound of crack, crack, filled the air as a crimson blur grazed his back, slicing through dozens of bamboo stalks in an instant. The forest erupted with eerie screeches as copious amounts of red liquid sprayed out, filling the air with a heavy, nauseating stench. Suze quickly rolled to the side, agilely dodging the falling red liquid. Xiaoqing let out a menacing hiss, its body tense, eyes fierce, ready to defend its master at all costs. Focusing his gaze, Suze finally saw the attacker clearly. The system instantly provided information. Name, Treant Tribe, Green Bamboo Clan. Level, D Class, Lower Tier. Special Bloodline, None. Abilities, Blood Fury, Heavy Strike. Notes, an exceptionally rare species, few in number but immensely powerful. Typically gentle in nature, they seldom attack other creatures. However, they seem to have been corrupted by something, driving them into a berserk state. Roar! A hoarse growl echoed from nearby. The bamboo forest swayed as a massive figure emerged, a towering, slender form nearly 10 meters tall, with limbs resembling thick branches, entirely blood-red with distinct bamboo segments. Its head was adorned with crimson bamboo leaves, and its scarlet eyes locked onto Suze, radiating a frenzied, killing intent. Glancing back, Suze saw the devastation behind him. The bamboo forest lay in ruins, with dozens of stalks as thick as millstones and tens of meters high severed in a single blow, a testament to the attacker's immense strength. Yet, to Suze, it was still just shy of being overwhelming. Roar! The Treant bellowed again, its heavy steps shaking the ground as it charged directly at Suze. Boom! 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 The ground trembled under the weight of heavy footsteps. A towering bamboo Treant, approximately 10 meters tall, strode forward on its slender legs and closed the distance to Suze in mere moments. Its excised eyes glowed an eerie blood red, filled with rage and madness. Roar! The Treant let out an enraged bellow, raising its massive arm high. A crimson bamboo limb lashed down like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. Suze remained calm, though a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This Trent's strength far surpassed any drank beast he had encountered in the wild forest, particularly in terms of raw power. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly dodged to the side. Boom! The Trent's strike missed its mark, smashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Dust and debris erupted into the air, sending shattered rocks flying in all directions. A faint golden glow enveloped Suze, forming a protective barrier around him. The fragments ricocheted off the golden light, crumbling into harmless dust as they fell to the ground. Xiaoqing, brimming with excitement, was eager to join the fray, but Suze stopped him. You've worked hard on the journey here. Take a break for now. Xiaoqing rolled his eyes, muttering internally. Now you notice I've been working hard? You didn't say a word earlier. And now you're itching to fight, stealing my opponent? Despite his thoughts, he obediently followed Suze's orders, retreating to a safe distance while keeping his eyes glued to the battle. The Treant, frustrated by its repeated failures, grew even more enraged. Roar! Die! It growled in a hoarse, garbled voice, its eyes brimming with chaos and murderous intent. Suze frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss with the creature. The system hinted that it had likely been corrupted by some unknown force. His gaze flickered toward the depths of the bamboo forest. There had to be something lurking there. At that moment, the treant launched another attack, lifting its massive foot to stomp down on Suze. A faint smile of anticipation appeared on Suze's lips as he began channeling the dragon elephant body refinement technique. One by one, the dragon elephant seeds within him erupted with radiant golden light, unleashing a surging power that coursed through his body. The overwhelming energy radiated outward, filling the air with a suffocating pressure. In the next instant, Suze raised his head, his eyes transforming into a brilliant golden hue, resembling a pair of gilded orbs. The treant's enormous foot descended rapidly, but this time, Suze chose to meet it head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the forest. The intense collision unleashed an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. Crack! 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 The shockwave tore through the bamboo grove, snapping the thick stalks like twigs. Crimson liquid gushed out in torrents, as if a rain of blood had fallen, staining the ground a deep scarlet. Suze stood firm, both hands raised, stopping the treant's strike in its tracks. The golden light around him shimmered fiercely as he clenched his right fist and drove it into the treant's foot. Thud! The treant's massive form shuddered violently as an overpowering force surged through its foot, followed by searing pain. Crack! Tiny fractures began to spread across the treant's leg, resembling the delicate cracks on fragile porcelain. The fissures quickly extended along its entire lower leg. The outcome of the battle was becoming increasingly clear. The tree spirit staggered backward, a fleeting moment of clarity flashing through its murky, blood-red eyes. It fixed its gaze on Suze, a glimmer of confusion crossing its face. How could this small foundation establishment cultivator cause a dranked demon beast, equivalent to a golden core expert, to fail 3 times in a row? Agonizing pain surged through its body, and the tree spirit's fury erupted like a volcano. That brief clarity was instantly consumed by madness. Damn it! Its deep, raspy roar echoed through the bamboo forest. The crimson glow in its eyes intensified, and the red patterns on its body ignited like burning flames. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. A rustling sound filled the bamboo forest as the red patterns on every bamboo stalk lit up, resonating with the tree spirit. Amid cracking sounds, the tree spirit's form began to expand, and the cracks on its legs visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Its aura surged like a rising tide, quickly reaching the peak of the lower rank, with faint signs of breaking into the mid-tier. Suze's golden pupils flickered as his figure blurred and vanished from his original spot. Faced with a golden core-level demon beast that surpassed him by an entire realm, he showed no fear. Instead, he launched an attack. If anyone else were present, they would have been dumbfounded. After all, even he Schwer, hailed as a prodigy, had barely managed to slay a lower-rank demon beast at the peak of Foundation Establishment. Yet Suze was only in the early stages of Foundation Establishment. However, just as Suze was about to reach the tree spirit, the surrounding bamboo seemed to come alive. Their towering forms suddenly bent like taut bows. Snap! A series of explosive sounds echoed through the air as dozens of crimson streaks shot towards Suze like arrows. Frowning, Suze twisted his body with agility, narrowly avoiding the powerful barrage. But there were simply too many bamboo stalks. The entire bamboo forest seemed to transform into countless writhing tentacles, wildly lashing at him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was left in utter disarray, with deep trenches crisscrossing the area, soil flying everywhere, and large boulders shattered into fragments. Just as Suze evaded this wave of attacks, the tree spirit let out another low growl, waving its massive hands to command even more bamboo stalks to strike at him. Xiaoqing, observing the situation, looked visibly anxious. It turned into a streak of green light, using its innate evasion technique to weave through the relentless attacks and appear instantly at Suze's side. Suze glanced at the suddenly appearing Xiaoqing and gave a faint smile, signaling for it to remain calm and not act rashly. However, they had no time to communicate further. Whoosh! A piercing whistle tore through the air as dozens of crimson streaks intertwined into a massive net, enveloping Suze completely. This attack left virtually no room to dodge, could only take it head-on. To make matters worse, with a point of the tree spirit's finger, 2 bamboo stalks suddenly burst from the ground beneath Suze, coiling around his legs like serpents and pinning him firmly in place. Roar! The tree spirit let out a low growl, filled with satisfaction. To it, no creature that entered this bamboo forest ever left alive, and this little human would be no exception. Whoosh! Dozens of crimson bamboo stalks shot forward like arrows loosed from a bowstring, hurtling mercilessly towards Suze with a force that was both terrifying and overwhelming. At the same time, 2 tough bamboo strips coiled tightly around his body, rendering him immobile. A glint of cruel satisfaction flashed in the treant's eyes as it growled, eagerly anticipating the human's demise. But just as the bamboo was about to strike Suze, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted. It engulfed Suze entirely, making him appear like a radiant sun, dispelling the crimson glow of the bamboo forest. In an instant, the entire bamboo grove was bathed in this brilliant golden light, illuminating everything in its reach. Amid this dazzling radiance, an enormous figure began to materialize. It was a colossal elephant. Beneath its feet stretched an abyss of endless shadows, where countless gods and demons were imprisoned, writhing and roaring in futility. Above its head loomed an infinite starry sky, with galaxies swirling around its colossal form, and even the massive sun seemed insignificant, like a speck of dust in its presence. The terrifying sight sent an involuntary shiver through the treant. The madness in its eyes faded, replaced by sheer terror. It stared wide-eyed at the giant elephant, its mind awash with confusion and dread. Suddenly, the phantom of the elephant moved. Its long trunk swung upward, appearing slow but moving with astonishing speed as it lashed forward. With a thunderous boom, the crimson glow shattered, and the thick bamboo stalks exploded like fragile porcelain. The golden light around Suze grew even more intense. With a slight tremor, the resilient bamboo strips binding him snapped apart effortlessly. In a flash of golden brilliance, Suze shot into the air like an arrow, instantly appearing before the treant. His fist, radiating immense power, shimmered with golden light, exuding an aura of destruction. The treant, overwhelmed with fear, instinctively raised its arms in defense. With a deafening crash, the treant's massive body was sent flying, toppling a large swath of bamboo forest as it crashed to the ground. Cracks spread across its body, deep and terrifying, as though it was on the verge of shattering entirely. The treant was utterly horrified, its eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. It could not fathom how a mere foundation establishment cultivator could unleash such an overwhelming force. The treant struggled to its feet, its body racked with pain. Looking down, it realized both of its arms had been broken, twisted into grotesque shapes. Before it could react further, the golden light flared once more. Suze stepped forward, leaving behind a faintly glowing golden footprint on the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. Suze's battle spirit surged, his golden eyes blazing with intensity. The immense power coursing through his veins roared like a raging river. Seeing the golden light again, the treant panicked, realizing that another blow could very well be its end. Driven by primal fear, it turned and fled, its long legs pounding the ground as it sprinted desperately toward the depths of the bamboo forest. Trying to run? Suze's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a light tap of his toes, he shot forward like an arrow, pursuing the treant with relentless speed. Xiaoqin followed closely behind, pushing the four symbols escape technique to its limits to barely keep up with Suze's pace. The treant, now utterly desperate, bulldozed through the dense bamboo forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its frantic bid to escape. The liquid sprayed by the crimson bamboo stained the treant in a blood-red hue, its panicked flight an image of utter desperation. In this life-or-death moment, the treant unleashed an unprecedented burst of speed, frantically commanding the nearby crimson bamboo to block Suze, who was in relentless pursuit. However, these obstacles were meaningless to Suze. Without hesitation, he charged straight through, the sharp crack of the bamboo breaking echoing as they splintered under his force, failing to slow him even slightly. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding bamboo no longer merely bore red patterns but turned entirely blood-red. Their toughness increased significantly, rivaling that of metal. Seeing this, Suze chose to dodge nimbly rather than forcefully breaking through. While he was still capable of snapping the bamboo, doing so would compromise his speed. Suze's golden eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on the towering figure ahead, a sense of admiration rising in his heart. The treants truly lived up to their reputation. If it were an ordinary beast from the wilderness, that previous strike would have left it with shattered bones and certain death. Even so, these obstacles only slightly slowed Suze's pursuit. The gap between them continued to close. The treant grew increasingly terrified, its eyes wide with fear as it fled madly, internally screaming, "Faster, faster. I just need to reach that place, and I'll be safe." At last, the treant smashed through two crimson bamboo stalks, and the view ahead opened up. A small basin came into sight, barren and desolate, with a dense blood-red mist in the center obscuring the scene below. A glimmer of hope flashed in the treant's eyes as it lifted its foot to step forward. But at that critical moment, a deathly whistle cut through the air from behind. A flash of golden light streaked by, followed by a deafening boom. A gaping, horrifying hole appeared in the treant's chest as a golden figure pierced straight through. The treant's movements froze, its body stiffening as its lifted foot fell weakly back to the ground. The madness and frenzy in its eyes faded, replaced by a blank, vacant stare. Its strength rapidly drained away, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Suze glanced back at the treant, now devoid of life, ensuring its death before shifting his attention toward the basin ahead. It seemed this was the destination the treant had been desperately fleeing toward. A flash of green light signaled the arrival of Xiaoqing, who appeared at Su Zhe's side. The serpent gazed solemnly at the basin and conveyed a thought to Su Zhe. He nodded, speaking in a low voice. Be careful. I suspect whatever turned that treant into what it was lies within this basin. With that, he cautiously stepped into the basin. The moment he entered, a thick, metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. Su Zhe frowned and looked down. The soil beneath his feet was a deep crimson, damp and glistening, as if soaked in fresh blood. Alert, Su Zhe's golden eyes sharpened. Together, he and Xiaoqing proceeded warily. As they ventured further, the soil's color deepened to an even darker red, with small fragments of white stone faintly visible scattered across the ground. Reaching the basin's bottom, Su Zhe suddenly heard a soft squelch underfoot. Looking down, he found a small puddle of liquid blood, not clear water. His eyebrows furrowed as his gaze shifted forward, his pupils constricting sharply. The scene before him was chilling. Pools of blood-red liquid were scattered across the area, alongside enormous fragments of white stone. Closer inspection revealed these stones were actually massive shards of bone. At the epicenter of the blood's intensity, a colossal figure loomed faintly within the mist. Su Zhe's gaze locked onto it, and a system prompt immediately appeared. Name, Fire Jiao deceased. Level, B-class upper tier. Su Zhe's footsteps suddenly came to a halt, his pupils contracting sharply. Beside him, Xiaoqing also sensed the suffocating aura ahead, her muscles tensing instantly. A branch-heightier demonic beast. Su Zhe was alarmed. Such a being was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator among Haman's pinnacle force that commanded awe wherever it appeared. Fragments of cultivation levels flashed through his mind. Foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, integration. Each step was a massive chasm, requiring extraordinary talent or incredible fortune to overcome. And the fire serpent before him, though now lifeless, had once been a terrifying existence on par with a soul transformation expert. The thick scent of blood filled the air, and Su Zhe suppressed the urge to gag as he crouched down to closely examine the blood pooling at his feet. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Warning, blood essence of branch-heightier demonic beast severely depleted. Each liter of blood can be recycled for 5 years of cultivation. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. His gaze swept across the basin, where countless pools of blood were scattered, staining the soil a dark crimson. A rough estimation suggested that if all the blood were recovered, he could gain at least tens of thousands of years of cultivation. However, Su Zhe did not rush to recycle the blood on the ground. Instead, he strode toward the basin's depths, his sights set on the fire serpent's remains shrouded in a glowing red mist. Compared to the blood, whose essence had already diminished, the corpse itself was undoubtedly the most valuable treasure here. As he moved forward, Su Zhe casually collected the blood he encountered along the way. The system panel displayed his remaining cultivation years steadily climbing, quickly surpassing the 1,000-year mark. When he came across a particularly large pool of blood, he waved his hand and absorbed it all at once. Recovered 100 liters of fire serpent blood. Gained 500 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 1,100 years. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Zhe quickened his pace toward the area where the blood-red glow was most intense. As he ventured deeper, the pools of blood grew larger and more numerous. His remaining cultivation surged rapidly, soon breaking past the 5,000-year threshold. Finally, the massive outline of the fire serpent's skeleton began to emerge faintly within the blood-red light. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Su Zhe approached the remains with caution. Another notification from the system echoed in his mind. Warning, bone fragments of branch-heightier demonic beast severely depleted. Each fragment can be recycled for 10 years of cultivation. Su Zhe's eyes lit up with excitement, his mind already calculating how much astonishing gain this colossal skeleton could bring him. Su Zhe's palm gently brushed over the fragment of white bone, and it vanished instantly. His cultivation power remained at 1,110 years. Without pausing, he continued forward. Before long, he arrived at the location where the blood-red glow was the most intense. Without hesitation, Su Zhe stepped into it. Suddenly, a wave of frenzied, killing intent surged into the minds of both him and Xiaoqing. In an instant, negative emotions such as rage, irritability, despair, and hatred exploded like wild weeds growing out of control. The darkest corners of Su Zhe's heart were ruthlessly exposed and magnified infinitely. A crimson hue flickered deep within his eyes, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body. Under the blood-red light, his face twisted into a terrifying and grotesque expression. Xiaoqing was not spared either. Her eyes quickly turned bloodshot, and a hoarse growl escaped her throat. Su Zhe was startled and finally understood why the trance had been corrupted. The spiritual energy of the great beast was too formidable at the moment of its death. Its frenzied, killing intent remained within its body and leaked out as it decayed, infecting the trance. At this moment, if Su Zhe could not suppress the killing intent invading his mind, He too would likely follow in the Trent's footsteps, reduced to a mindless creature consumed by slaughter, forever losing his sense of self. In this critical moment, the golden pond in Su Zhe's dantian suddenly boiled, radiating beams of golden light. In the next instant, the golden light erupted from within him, transforming his eyes into golden pupils that shimmered brilliantly. The dazzling radiance quickly dispelled the blood-red glow enveloping him. In an instant, the tide of negative emotions receded. Su Zhe's eyes regained clarity, and he exhaled deeply. His entire body was now surrounded by a faint layer of golden light, shielding him from the blood-red glow's influence. Who would have thought the dragon-elephant body refinement technique had such an effect? Su Zhe thought to himself in amazement. Xiaoqing also recovered, though she was still shaken. Her body curled slightly as she stared warily at the faintly visible massive skeleton in the distance. With the golden light protecting him, Su Zhe felt emboldened, though he remained cautious and ready to retreat at a moment's notice. He reminded himself of the saying, "As long as the green hills remain, there's no need to worry about firewood." However, his caution seemed unnecessary. The fire serpent had been dead for a long time, and the only threat was the lingering frenzied killing intent. 10 minutes later, Su Zhe's remaining cultivation power had increased to 5,600 years. At the same time, the colossal remains of the fire serpent were fully revealed before him and Xiaoqing. The dragon bloodline within the fire serpent had evidently reached a significant level, granting it many characteristics of a true dragon. Its nearly 20-meter-long body exuded a majestic and commanding presence. Even after years of death, it still radiated an oppressive aura that was hard to ignore. Its fiery red scales covered its entire body. Although many were shattered, a few intact scales still emitted a faint, shimmering light. Su Zhe carefully examined the fire serpent's remains, his brows furrowing slightly. The creature's death had been gruesome. Its body was riddled with bloodied holes and savage wounds, with flesh torn apart and all its blood long drained. Its 4 claws were twisted, its dragon whiskers curled back, and the long horns on its head had been forcibly snapped. Its massive head bore eyes that remained wide open, filled with madness and unwillingness. Xiaoqing trembled slightly, feeling a deep, soul-level fear. In the world of beasts, suppression through bloodline and rank was particularly evident. However, as a human, Su Zhe felt less of this oppressive force. To him, the fire serpent seemed to have once been a mighty and awe-inspiring creature, but its current tragic state had stripped away any semblance of its former grandeur. Without wasting time, Su Zhe immediately activated the recovery function. Su Zhe stood before the remains of the fire Jiao, and the system's recovery notifications poured into his vision like a cascading waterfall. Essence of class high-tier beast flesh, severely depleted. Recoverable cultivation, 5 years. Essence of bone fragments, severely depleted. Recoverable cultivation, 5 years. Fangs, recoverable cultivation, 1,500 years. Tendon essence, severely depleted. Recoverable cultivation, 300 years. A trace of regret flickered in Su Zhe's eyes. Apart from the intact fangs, the other parts had suffered significant losses. However, his excitement quickly returned the sheer quantity made up for the lack of quality. By fully recycling this fire Jiao's remains, I can gain at least 28,000 years of cultivation. Su Zhe calculated inwardly. This is the kind of cultivation that would normally take centuries to accumulate. With a light leap, he landed on the fire Jiao's shattered body. His hand gently brushed over its coarse scales as he murmured, "What a pity. If it had just died or its injuries weren't this severe, the recoverable cultivation would have been several times greater." With that, he began the recovery process. The system's notifications came one after another. Recovered 100 class high-tier beast scales, gained 3,000 years of cultivation. Recovered 2 class high-tier beast fangs, gained 3,000 years of cultivation. Recovered 500 liters of class high-tier beast blood, gained 2,500 years of cultivation. Su Zhe's cultivation surged rapidly, snowballing from its initial 5,600 years. It quickly surpassed the 10,000-year mark and continued racing toward 20,000 years. As his cultivation skyrocketed, the fire Jiao's remains visibly shrank. Flesh vanished, the pools of blood on the ground evaporated, and the bones were absorbed. In just a few minutes, the fire Jiao's body shrank from over 20 meters to barely 10 meters, leaving only a massive head behind. Su Zhe's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his heartbeat quickening. I wonder if the fire Jiao's inner core is still intact? If it is, this would be a huge windfall. He gently placed his hand on the fire Jiao's head, starting to recover the scales and skin on its surface. The system immediately prompted, remaining recoverable cultivation, 29,000 years. Next, Su Zhe began to recover the skull. As the bones encasing the brain were absorbed, a mass of white, viscous, rotting matter spilled out, emitting a nauseating stench. So this is how the fire Jiao died, Su Zhe muttered with a frown. Such overwhelming force directly shattered its brain, leaving no intact tissue behind. No wonder the system deemed it worthless for recovery. Ignoring the stench, Suze picked up a long, thin bone fragment and carefully sifted through the brain matter. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a hard object. Raising an eyebrow, Suze quickly pulled it out. A soft red glow shimmered in his palm. It was a translucent red crystal. What is this? Suze examined the crystal curiously but found nothing unusual about it. At that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly became excited and sent a mental message to Suze. Use divine sense? Suze murmured in confusion before extending his divine sense. With the system's contract in place, Xiaoqing and Xiaohua couldn't possibly do anything that would harm themselves. The moment Suze's spiritual sense touched the red crystal stone, his vision suddenly blurred. He realized that a fragment of his consciousness had been pulled into an unfamiliar space. While Suze was still bewildered, a ferocious roar reverberated around him. Looking up, he saw a crimson-scaled flood dragon materializing out of thin air. Its whiskers swayed, and its claws stretched menacingly. The flood dragon's body quivered, sending ripples through the void, its aura overwhelming. Suze's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively stepped back a few paces. How is this guy alive again? He thought anxiously. After all, he had just sold the creature's remains to the system at a bargain price. Facing the original being now, it was hard not to feel uneasy. However, upon closer observation, Suze noticed something peculiar. The flood dragon's eyes were devoid of any emotion, as if it hadn't even acknowledged his presence. Its movements were fluid and continuous, resembling the demonstration of some kind of martial technique. Suze focused intently on the dragon's every motion, determined not to miss a single detail. He had no idea how much time had passed when a sudden chill on his cheek jolted him awake. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked down, only to find that the red crystal stone in his hand had vanished. Flood Dragon 5 forms, Suze murmured to himself, vivid images of the flood dragon's agile maneuvers replaying in his mind. He finally understood the true nature of the red crystallet was the inheritance stone of the fire flood dragon, containing its most powerful martial arts techniques. By human standards for martial techniques, this was undoubtedly a top-tier grade skill. Above it were only a grade techniques and the legendary grade ones. Such a rare and valuable technique, if made public, would inevitably spark fierce competition among countless powerful practitioners, even attracting nascent soul-level experts. However, a wry smile appeared on Suze's face. This is a flood dragon's martial art. Every move and step is tailored to the dragon's physique. How could a human like me possibly learn it? He realized with frustration that due to the vast differences in body structure, many of the movements were simply impossible for him to replicate, let alone master. As Suze wrestled with his dilemma, an idea suddenly struck him. He reopened the system shop, this time selecting the repair function instead of recycling. Flood Dragon 5 forms, a grade martial technique of the Flood Dragon race, can be repaired into a human-compatible version. Cost: 15,000 years of cultivation. Suze's lips curled into a grin as he read the prompt. Though the price was steep, acquiring a grade martial technique would undoubtedly be worth it. With this technique, his strength would increase by at least one tier. Without hesitation, Suze chose to repair it. In an instant, his remaining cultivation years plummeted from 29,000 to 14,000. Shortly after, a brand new martial technique appeared in his mind. Every move had been ingeniously adapted to suit human physiology, its power not only intact but subtly enhanced, perhaps even surpassing the original. At the same time, Suze's system panel updated. Among the lines of information, a new martial technique option had been added. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Art. Martial technique: Flood Dragon 5 forms. Suze gazed at the updated panel, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the dramatic leap in strength that awaited him. With 14,000 years of cultivation remaining, Suze felt a surge of excitement. This immense amount of cultivation was equivalent to countless days of arduous practice. Without hesitation, he began channeling the years of cultivation into his martial path, using millennia as units. Begin, Suze commanded in a low voice. Instantly, a warm current surged within him. The purest energy flowed like a river, nourishing every meridian in his body. The Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique automatically activated, guiding the energy through a complete circulation within his body before finally infusing it into the 13th Dragon Elephant Seed. 1,000 years of cultivation were poured in, but the seed remained unresponsive. Suze frowned slightly and injected another 1,000 years. Still, the seed was silent. Taking a deep breath, he infused an additional 2,000 years of cultivation. Crack! A familiar sound of breaking rang out as the 13th Dragon Elephant Seed finally activated. A burst of golden light appeared, and a surge of overwhelming power flooded Suze's entire being, further strengthening his physical body. But Suze did not stop. He continued channeling cultivation, this time targeting the 14th Dragon Elephant Seed. After injecting another 4,000 years of cultivation, the crack sound echoed again, and the 14th seed was activated. The combined forces of the two seeds surged through him, causing the energy within his body to boil. With only 6,000 years of cultivation left, Suze decisively poured 4,000 years into the 15th dragon elephant seed. Crack! A third crisp sound echoed as the 15th seed was also activated. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated from within Suze. The three dragon elephant seeds simultaneously released dazzling golden light, and golden true energy gushed forth from his dantian like a spring. The once small golden pool rapidly expanded, transforming into a small lake in the blink of an eye. Golden light rippled across the surface, and the pure true energy churned endlessly. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Suze's aura surged rapidly. In mere moments, his aura shifted dramatically, propelling him directly into the midstage of the Foundation establishment realm. In an instant, the entire basin was illuminated by a burst of golden light. The radiant brilliance emanating from Suze quickly spread outward, dispelling the oppressive blood-red glow that had enveloped the basin. Amid the resplendent golden light, a massive phantom of an elephant appeared behind Suze. Roar! A deafening roar resounded as if it had traveled across time and space. The countless red bamboo trees in the forest trembled violently, their leaves scattering like a torrential blood rain. Slowly, Suze opened his eyes, which shimmered with golden light, resembling two miniature suns radiating an indescribable aura of dominance. Exhaling deeply, he fell into contemplation. After advancing to the Foundation establishment stage, the number of dragon elephant seeds required to enhance his strength had significantly increased. He foresaw that at higher realms, the cultivation and seeds needed would undoubtedly grow even more demanding. Rising to his feet, Suze stretched his body and clenched his fists. He could feel the immense power coursing through his arms, filling him with anticipation for the future path of cultivation. Suze brought up the system interface and carefully examined his attributes. His attention was suddenly drawn to a line of small text beneath the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. The note clearly stated, each martial technique is divided into 4 stages: beginner, proficient, master, and perfected. This indicated that, similar to cultivation techniques, practicing martial techniques also required consuming cultivation years. This discovery was not surprising. The cultivation of martial techniques mirrored that of cultivation methods. Time and effort were essential to mastering any technique. For a high-level martial art like the modified 5 styles of the Flood Dragon, this was especially evident. Given its level far exceeded Suze's current cultivation, the time required to master it was unimaginable. After a moment of contemplation, Suze decided to experiment by injecting 10 years of cultivation into the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Instantly, just like when he first learned alchemy, an overwhelming surge of knowledge and insights flooded his mind. Mystical principles and intricate changes unfolded before him, and the secrets of the technique gradually became clear. Martial technique. 5 styles of the Flood Dragon beginner level. The gap between the nascent soul stage and the Foundation establishment stage was immense, with the golden core and nascent soul stages standing in between. This disparity was beyond vast. Under such circumstances, achieving the beginner stage with just 10 years of cultivation was truly a pleasant surprise. Suze revisited the moves of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon in his mind. This time, he not only understood their existence, but had genuinely mastered them. Through deeper comprehension, he realized just how fearsome this martial technique was. Eager to test its power, Suze could hardly contain his excitement. His figure flickered, disappearing from his original spot, and reappeared in a bamboo grove near the basin. Raising his hand slightly, Suze assumed a seemingly odd, yet profoundly intricate starting stance. The first style? A glimmer of golden light appeared in his eyes, quickly spreading to his arm and swirling around his fingertips. He pointed lightly toward the dense bamboo grove. Whoosh! A brilliant streak of golden light flashed, and a powerful surge of energy shot forth. Crack! 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 The golden light effortlessly pierced through the blood bamboos, which were as hard as steel, instantly penetrating dozens of thick trunks. The tremendous force spread rapidly, and fierce cracks ran along the bamboo surfaces. Boom! A series of deafening crashes followed as one blood bamboo after another fell to the ground. A straight path appeared in the bamboo grove before Suze. Seeing this, a trace of joy flickered in his eyes. The 5 styles of the Flood Dragon truly lived up to its reputation as a level technique. Without even using his full strength, it already displayed such astonishing power. Without hesitation, Suze formed his fingers into a claw and swiped lightly toward the bamboo grove. The second style of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. Another large section of blood bamboo collapsed in response. His hand shifted again, forming a fist, which he then thrust forward with force. Moments later, Suze slowly retracted his hand and surveyed the surroundings. Before him now lay a wide-open clearing, with countless blood bamboos scattered haphazardly on the ground. Many were reduced to fragments, while only a few retained a semblance of their original shape. Observing the devastation before him, Suze couldn't help but sigh in amazement. The 5 styles of the flood dragon appeared simple and unassuming on the surface but concealed immense power within. Its 5 moves: finger, claw, fist, leg, and body were the most basic, straightforward, and primal forms of combat. In the original version of the 5 styles of the flood dragon, these moves had no specific names. However, after being refined by the system, each move was given a plain yet intimidating name: Dragon Finger, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, Dragon Whip Kick, and Dragon Impact. The corner of Suze's mouth twitched slightly as he silently made a decision. Whenever he used the 5 styles of the flood dragon in the future, he would never utter the names of these moves. Despite their incredible power, the names were just far too over the top. In the far distance, a few red bamboo trees were covered in cracks under the impact of the residual force. With a crisp snap, they finally succumbed to the immense power and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Suze nodded in satisfaction, silently assessing his strength. He should now be comparable to a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Of course, his actual combat prowess would still need to be tested in battle. Nearby, Xiaoqing watched the scene unfold with astonishment in its eyes. It glanced at Suze and silently grumbled to itself. Master's power is practically like that of a humanoid beast. Noticing Xiaoqing's gaze, an idea suddenly struck Suze. While he couldn't cultivate the original version of the 5 techniques of the Flood Dragon, Xiaoqing certainly could. It already had a trace of Azure Dragon bloodline within it, and its form bore some resemblance to the Fire Flood Dragon. As the concentration of its Azure Dragon bloodline increased, Xiaoqing's body would inevitably evolve further toward the form of a Flood Dragon. Theoretically, the 5 techniques of the Flood Dragon were perfectly suited for Xiaoqing. Looking at Xiaoqing, Suze smiled and said, "Xiaoqing, I've got something good for you. Close your eyes." Although Xiaoqing was puzzled, it obediently complied. Suze extended a finger and gently tapped Xiaoqing's forehead. With a surge of spiritual intent, the original version of the 5 techniques of the Flood Dragon instantly appeared in Xiaoqing's mind. Xiaoqing was initially startled, but as it saw the gracefully moving Flood Dragon within its mind, a wave of excitement surged in its heart. As a beast, it could more intuitively grasp the power of the 5 techniques of the Flood Dragon. However, for a mere rank beast like Xiaoqing, mastering an advanced rank lifeform's signature techniques was still a daunting challenge. Without Suze's assistance, Xiaoqing would need significant time and effort to fully comprehend the techniques. Opening its eyes, Xiaoqing affectionately nuzzled Suze's palm, clearly in an exceptionally good mood. It thought to itself, "As expected, Master still cares about me. He entrusted me with such a precious gift. This proves my status is irreplaceable." Cheered by the thought, Xiaoqing gleefully transformed into a streak of green light, darting around the bamboo forest several times before finally calming down. Suze chuckled, letting Xiaoqing enjoy itself. He then turned and walked back to the edge of the basin, approaching the Trent's corpse to begin the process of salvaging resources. Drank lower-tier beast bones, recoverable for 500 years of cultivation. Drank lower-tier beast blood, recoverable for 200 years of cultivation. The system's notification sounded. The Treant had decent strength, but due to its species, it provided very little usable material. Aside from its body, there was almost nothing else to recover. In the end, Suze gained a total of 910 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation, 2,900 years, Suze calculated. This amount of cultivation was far from sufficient to activate the next dragon elephant seed. He sighed, so frustratingly limited. "Xiaoqing, time to go," Suze called out, preparing to leave the area and continue their journey. However, an hour later, Suze's expression darkened. By now, they should have exited the bamboo forest, yet all around them, the dense bamboo grove remained unchanged. Extending his spiritual sense, he discovered its range had shrunk even further. The strange suppression seemed to be growing stronger, even weakening the connection between his distressed talisman and the world spirit. Initially, Suze had assumed the eerie nature of the bamboo forest was due to the fire flood dragon's corpse. After all, the power of a nascent soul cultivator could influence the environment to some degree. But now, even after selling the flood dragon's remains to the system, the situation had not improved. In fact, it had worsened. This left Suze deeply puzzled. Why hasn't that oppressive force disappeared? Instead, it seems to have grown even stronger? Suze's heart was filled with alarm as his brows knitted tightly. He scanned his surroundings, the rustling bamboo leaves echoing in the air, which was heavy with an eerie atmosphere. Could there be other hidden dangers lurking in the bamboo forest? Without hesitation, he awakened Xiaoqing, who had been immersed in practicing the 5 dragon techniques. In a low voice, he warned, "Stay alert. There might be unknown threats nearby." Xiaoqing froze for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately tensed up. her expression turning serious. Her body coiled like a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to confront any potential enemies. Meanwhile, out on the vast grasslands beyond the bamboo grove, Tong Lan was tending to her injuries. She retrieved healing medicine from her spatial ring and carefully applied it to the deep gash on her leg, where bone was faintly visible. A cooling sensation spread through her body instantly, easing the excruciating pain. Tong Lan let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and cast her gaze over the surrounding wolf carcasses, massive creatures as large as oxen. A lingering fear flickered in her eyes. These wolf demons were not only powerful but also skilled in coordinated attacks, their cunning rivaling that of humans. Tong Lan had to muster every ounce of her strength and skill to take down the pack, suffering injuries in the process. But the rewards were substantial. These wolf demons earned her a hefty 3,200 points. She glanced at the leaderboard and saw her name at the top with an impressive 15,200 points. Yet, the joy of her accomplishment was short-lived. At the same time, in various cultivator associations across the main world, people had taken notice of the changes on the leaderboard. The top spot has changed again. It's that genius sorceress, Tong Lan. But I doubt she'll hold on for long. Sun Xiao, who's in second place, already has 14,200 points. Not surprising. He's a prodigy, second only to He Shuer, capable of going toe-to-toe with a golden core-level demon beast. His strength is definitely formidable. What about He Shuer? Why isn't her name in the top 10? Not sure. It seems like she's just strolling through the trial. Every point she's earned so far has been from casually slaying demon beasts, without even trying to hunt them down. It's not a big deal. With her abilities, she could easily catch up on points if she got serious. By the way, what about Su Zhe? Still stuck, it seems. He probably won't make it out. Even if he manages to survive or escape, he's already out of the running for the leaderboard. True. It's a shame he had such a strong start. In Jiangnan City, Wang Lin, Lin Fan, and Tang Yi all wore grim expressions. Su Zhe's initial rise to the top of the leaderboard had thrilled them, but his misfortune in stumbling into such a perilous place had dashed their hopes. If he couldn't escape in time, his chance at ranking would be lost. A significant blow. Wang Lin sighed heavily and said to the other two, when Xiao Su gets out, let's not bring this up. Missing out on the top spots on the leaderboard because of this. He's bound to feel terrible. Let's not make it worse. Lin Fan and Tang Yi nodded in agreement. Their eyes returned to the projected map, focusing on the foggy patch in the desert. Worry and regret filled their gazes. Back in the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower, many other challengers had also noticed the situation. Su Zhe's score had been stuck at 7,200 for a long time, with no change. Although his name was still glowing, indicating he hadn't been eliminated. What exactly had happened? The challengers shook their heads and sighed. Whatever the reason, with such a wide gap in points, Su Zhe was undoubtedly out of contention for the top spots on the leaderboard. In the bamboo forest, Su Zhe and Xiao Qin cautiously advanced. As the bamboo thinned out, a faint golden glow shimmered in the distance. The invisible oppressive force grew stronger, and the range of their divine sense had shrunk to a mere 30 meters, even less than their visual range. Su Zhe became increasingly alert, a thought forming in his mind. The tragic state of the Fire Jiao's corpse clearly indicated a fierce battle. Its opponent's strength was at least on par, if not slightly superior. Judging by the wounds, the opponent was likely another beast. But where had this beast gone? Was it gravely injured as well, perhaps perishing somewhere nearby? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Zhe's eyes as he fixed his gaze ahead. Meanwhile, in the outside world within the Demon Suppression Tower's realm, the transparent leaderboard on the sky's dome was changing rapidly. Some names rose in rank, others fell, and many dimmed and disappeared altogether. From time to time, dazzling beams of light descended from the sky, rescuing trial participants from peril. The top 10 rankings saw little change, mostly featuring renowned genius cultivators. Suddenly, there was a shift at the top. Sun Xiao's score surged to 17,200, overtaking Tong Lan to claim the lead. In various cultivator associations, all eyes were on Sun Xiao, with many expressing admiration. They marveled at his outstanding performance against a group of 5E-class high-tier beasts. Even though he relied on weaponry, his feat was undeniably impressive. Discussions buzzed about the bright future awaiting humanity and the upcoming grand assembly of all races. Some mentioned the Star Spirit clan's peerless prodigy, wondering how they would compare to Ren Shuer of the human race. Within the Human Alliance, all available experts were closely monitoring the trials in the Demon Suppression Tower, eager to gauge the strength of emerging talents. Suddenly, someone noticed that Sun Xiao appeared to be in conflict with other participants, drawing everyone's attention. In the lush forest of the Demon Suppression Tower's world, Sun Xiao stood motionless, his expression cold as he faced two trial participants. The two wore uneasy expressions, unable to fathom why Sun Xiao had suddenly blocked their path. Forcing themselves to remain calm, they attempted to bypass him, only to find themselves locked in place by a thread of divine sense. Their faces turned pale as one of them demanded in a low voice, Sun Xiao, what are you trying to do? Sun Xiao cast a cold glance at the two trial participants before him, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a mocking smile as he spoke. Teaming up? The Demon Suppression Tower trial doesn't prohibit teaming up, does it? One of the participants visibly tensed, their voice trembling slightly. Then we. Sun Xiao sneered, his gaze as if he were inspecting two insignificant ants. True, there are no rules against it, but I have my own standards. Having trash like you participate alongside me in this trial is frankly embarrassing. Anger flickered in the eyes of the two participants, but they dared not voice any objections. One of them gritted their teeth and said, Fine, we want team up. What exactly do you want? Sun Xiao shook his head expressionlessly, his voice as cold as ice. Don't make me take action. Use your emergency jade talismans and leave this place on your own. Spare me the eyesore. You. One of them snapped, unable to hold back. And if we refuse to leave? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Sun Xiao's eyes turned icy, and a murderous intent erupted from him. Then I'll have no choice but to deal with you myself and rid this place of useless trash. In the next instant, Sun Xiao's figure moved like a phantom, appearing right in front of them. His hands turned into claw-like shapes as he struck viciously at their faces. The attack was ruthless, its intent lethal if it landed. There was no doubt it would result in immediate death. The two participants clearly hadn't expected Sun Xiao to be so domineering or his strike so merciless. They barely managed to raise their arms in defense, but the sheer force sent them flying. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed as they were thrown back, their arms twisted unnaturally. Pain surged through their bodies, and agonized screams filled the air. Sun Xiao looked down at the two writhing figures on the ground, the disdain on his face deepening. The two of you couldn't even withstand a single strike from me. Trash utter trash. Why don't you just die already? As he spoke, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified, and a menacing aura radiated from him. The two fallen participants were overcome with terror, their faces pale with fear. They finally realized that Sun Xiao truly intended to kill them. This time, they didn't hesitate any longer. Enduring the excruciating pain, they retrieved their emergency jade talismans with their fractured hands and activated them. In an instant, two beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping them. Moments later, their figures vanished, transported back to the main world. Sun Xiao glanced upward with a hint of dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, What a nuisance. Trash like that, how could their value to humanity surpass mine? Killing them wouldn't change a thing. This trial is filled with far too many weaklings. Only true warriors deserve to compete on the same stage. As for the rest of the trash, I'll take it upon myself to clean them up. In the distance, faint sounds of battle reached his ears. A cold, cruel smile spread across Sun Xiao's lips as his figure vanished, darting toward the source of the commotion. Back in the main world, the assembled human experts exchanged uneasy glances, a heavy silence hanging over them. Sun Xiao's actions didn't seem to explicitly violate the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trial, but the implications were deeply troubling. Their gazes shifted toward the remaining trial participants, their minds racing with concern. If Sun Xiao truly unleashed a killing spree, the affected families would undoubtedly retaliate. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan City Practitioner Association, Wang Lin and the others had also noticed Sun Xiao's behavior, their expressions darkening. Wang Lin exchanged a worried look with Lin Fan as they anxiously watched the holographic projection. A chilling thought struck them simultaneously. Miao, he appeared to be in the vicinity of Sun Xiao. The outside world was in an uproar as trial participants scrambled to hunt down beasts, eager to increase their points. Yet, deep within this bamboo forest, Su Zhe appeared exceptionally calm. He advanced leisurely, and the dense bamboo gradually gave way to a barren cliffside terrain. The sight before him was both imposing and desolate. Jagged peaks rose sharply, with not a blade of grass in sight. The bare rock surfaces gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Without hesitation, Su Zhe stepped into this wasteland, scaling peak after peak with unwavering determination. As he ventured further, faint golden glimmers began to appear on the ground. Su Zhe crouched down, carefully examining the shining fragments. They seemed to be remnants of fur from some creature, golden, as if forged from pure metal, sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight. In the distance, the sky suddenly darkened. Thick clouds gathered, and flashes of lightning danced within the stormy mass. Thunder roared, shaking the heavens, startling Shao Qing, who grew visibly uneasy. It could instinctively sense a presence ahead, one far more powerful than the fire serpent they had encountered before. Su Zhe cautiously touched the jade talisman for emergency aid, confirming that there was still a faint connection to the world's spirit above the heavens. Only after ensuring this lifeline was intact did he feel a measure of relief. As long as the talisman remained functional, he had a way out in the face of mortal danger. Man and serpent pressed on deeper into the peaks. The oppressive clouds hung lower, bearing down with an almost suffocating force. The surrounding light dimmed drastically, reducing visibility to a minimum, with only the occasional flash of lightning momentarily illuminating the shadowy landscape. At last, after cresting another peak, an enormous mountain loomed into view. Like a colossal sea-stabilizing pillar, it stood unyielding amidst the surrounding peaks. Dense clouds swirled around it, shrouding the entire mountain in darkness. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the sky. Within the churning clouds, a bolt of lightning branched out like a tree. Moments later, a fierce storm erupted, with wind and rain lashing violently as lightning and thunder filled the air, making the very earth tremble. Amidst the thunderstorm, the space seemed to distort slightly. A breathtaking scene unfolded before Suze, startling him into clutching the jade talisman tightly. From the storm-cloud sky, a streak of golden light pierced through. A massive creature emerged, spreading its wings as it soared. Suze's pupils contracted. It was a great golden rock, its body shimmering as if cast from molten gold. With a single beat of its wings, it transformed into a streak of golden brilliance, ascending to the heavens. At that moment, a burst of fire erupted from the clouds. A dragon-like serpent appeared, its ferocious form coiling and twisting as it launched a ferocious assault on the golden rock. A brutal clash between two class beasts unfolded in an instant. Surprisingly, this terrifying battle had no effect on the mountain below. Suze breathed a sigh of relief and kept his gaze fixed on the monumental duel, his eyes filled with awe. This was the power of the nascent soul realm. With a mere gesture, they could shatter mountains and reshape the land, wielding power that defied nature itself. It didn't take long for Suze to realize that what he was witnessing wasn't happening in the present. The unique terrain of these peaks had preserved the echoes of a legendary battle between the fire serpent and the golden rock, replaying the events of that fateful clash as though they were etched into the fabric of this place. After what felt like an eternity, the sky was streaked with blood. The fire serpent, battered and bloodied, stumbled away into the distance. Though victorious, the golden rock was not unscathed. Its body was engulfed in flames, one wing nearly broken. Golden feathers rained from the sky like falling stars, disintegrating into shimmering fragments that scattered across the mountains below. The golden-winged rock let out a silent roar, its massive body enveloped in blinding flames as it slowly descended onto the colossal mountain peak. With this earth-shaking spectacle, the storm began to subside, and the thunder faded away. Suze gazed at the towering mountain before him, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. He reflected on his recent gains. Just the fire dragon alone had granted him nearly 30,000 years of cultivation, along with a level martial technique. The golden-winged rock, being a beast of the same rank as the fire dragon, was bound to yield rewards no less impressive. Calling out softly to Xiao Qing, Suze strode briskly toward the mountain. Moments later, he stood atop the peak. The sight before him left him astonished. The summit was unnaturally flat, as though a powerful force had sliced off its top, creating a massive platform. Standing on the summit, Suze's attention was completely captured by the scene before him. The entire platform shimmered with golden light, its surface covered in dazzling gold. At the center of this golden expanse lay a massive skeleton, the remains of a golden rock, a level high-tier beast, now long deceased. A broad smile spread across Suze's face, his earlier suspicions confirmed. He hurried forward, carefully examining the golden rock's remains. Much like the fire dragon, its body had not decayed, though many parts were charred by flames, resulting in a slightly lower preservation quality. Even so, the skeleton promised a significant boost to Suze's cultivation. This time, Suze's actions were swift and practiced. He began the recovery process without hesitation. The essence of the level high-tier beast's bones, though heavily depleted, still yielded 10 years of cultivation. The essence of its flesh, also severely diminished, contributed another 5 years. The feathers, however, were astonishingly valuable, providing a remarkable 2,000 years of cultivation. The sinews, though partially lost, added 300 years. Even the heavily damaged claws granted an additional 15 years of cultivation. As the recovery progressed, the remaining cultivation years displayed on his system interface climbed rapidly. Despite the golden rock's body being extensively scorched and partially losing its value, its larger size compared to the fire dragon still resulted in a substantial yield. At last, the golden rock's remains were fully recovered. Suze was thrilled to discover that his total cultivation years had reached an impressive 30,000. Even more exciting, a radiant golden feather appeared in his hand. Without waiting for Xiao Qing's prompt, Suze instinctively infused his spiritual sense into the golden feather. In an instant, a piercing cry echoed in his mind. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a magnificent rock soared into the sky, its wings spread wide as it ascended to the heavens. It streaked across the sky with breathtaking speed, almost impossible to track. This was none other than the golden rock's signature martial technique, 9 steps of the rock. Though not as legendary as the mythical golden-winged rock, it was still an extraordinary and rare level technique. Standing atop the mountain, Suze's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This journey to the bamboo forest had yielded far more than he had anticipated. Nearly 60,000 years of cultivation, the activation of 3 dragon elephant seeds, a leap in strength to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and 2 precious level techniques in his possession. Skillfully navigating the system interface, Suze selected the repair function. The system prompted, Blevel Martial Technique, 9 steps of the rock from the rock clan can be adapted to a human version. Cost, 15,000 years of cultivation. Without hesitation, Suze confirmed the repair. In the next moment, the human-adapted version of the Blevel Technique, 9 steps of the rock, was imprinted into his mind. At the same time, Suze felt his cultivation suddenly plummet, leaving him with only 15,000 years of power. Without hesitation, he poured the energy equivalent to 10 years of cultivation into the heavenly rock 9 steps. In an instant, a flood of insights and knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave. A golden rock burst forth from the radiant light, spreading its wings and soaring through the skies with lightning speed. Suze's heart leaped with joy. He had mastered the entry level of the heavenly rock 9 steps. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, savoring the essence of the improved version of the heavenly rock 9 steps. Suddenly, he opened them, and 2 golden sparks flickered deep within. With a single step, his figure left behind a trail of golden afterimages and instantly appeared 50 meters away. Before Xiaoqing could react, the scenery before her eyes shifted, and a large boulder materialized in front of her. Suze's lips curved into a satisfied smile. This movement was entirely different from before. It no longer relied purely on physical strength, but instead on refined footwork, making it more efficient and almost silent. As the dragon elephant body refinement technique circulated, the golden lake in his dantian rippled and then began to boil. Streams of pure golden energy surged into his meridians. In that moment, Suze's entire body radiated dazzling golden light, and his aura surged dramatically. He activated the heavenly rock 9 steps once more, taking a step that caused his figure to vanish instantly. On the mountaintop, a brilliant golden light streaked around in a full circle. The sound of rushing wind echoed in his ears as his eyes transformed into golden pupils, and a smile of exhilaration spread across his face. At this moment, his speed had increased by at least 5 times. Moments later, the golden light flashed, and Suze reappeared at the mountaintop. He exhaled a breath of impure air and regulated his energy to calm the turbulence within his body. Though his golden energy was abundant and his recovery ability exceptional, the grade martial technique's consumption was significant, making it unsustainable for prolonged use at such extreme speeds. Extending his divine sense into the beast's space, a flicker of firelight appeared. Xiaohua joyfully circled around before landing on Suze's shoulder. Suze chuckled and said, "Xiaohua, I've got something good for you too." With that, he lightly touched Xiaohua's forehead with his finger, imparting the heavenly rock 9 steps to it. Feeling the technique manifest in its mind, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Though it didn't fully grasp its value, it could sense the immense power within. Thrilled, it nuzzled Suze's face enthusiastically, as if saying, "Master truly spoils me. You even shared such an incredible technique with me." Suze's gaze swept over Xiaoqing, his heart alert. He silently resolved to work even harder, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. The fate of the green snake served as a cautionary tale. Even its efforts had failed to earn it a cultivation technique. Gently stroking Xiaohua's soft feathers, Suze smiled and said, "All right, take your time to comprehend this when we return. Don't waste this precious cultivation technique." Xiaohua nodded vigorously before diving back into the beast taming space. A trace of disdain flickered in Xiaoqing's eyes, seemingly unimpressed by Xiaohua's enthusiasm. Suze scanned the mountaintop to ensure nothing was overlooked, then sat cross-legged. His remaining cultivation base was 10,990 years. Without hesitation, he activated the 16th dragon elephant seed. A burst of golden light erupted, dazzling and radiant. Suze immediately channeled 4,000 years of cultivation into the 17th seed. With a crisp crack, the golden glow intensified. With 2,990 years of cultivation left, the 18th dragon elephant seed was activated next. Repeating the process, another 4,000 years of cultivation ignited the seed. All 3 dragon elephant seeds were now unlocked, unleashing a surge of energy that coursed through Suze's body, refining his meridians and tempering his entire being. The small lake in his dantian bubbled furiously, expanding rapidly. After a long while, the phenomenon subsided. Suze opened his eyes and felt the significantly enhanced power within him, nodding with satisfaction. 18 dragon elephant seeds, the strength of 18 giant elephants. His physical prowess alone had reached a terrifying level. However, Suze sensed that this was not the limit of the foundation establishment stage. Ancient texts recorded martial cultivators born with divine strength who could achieve physical power equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds during the foundation establishment stage. Such individuals were incredibly rare, often found among other races. Suze's eyes gleamed with determination. To become a true powerhouse, he had to push himself to the limit at every stage. Only by doing so could he qualify to uncover hidden secrets and make all obstacles bow before him. He rose and stretched his body, a series of deep, resonant booms echoing from within, brimming with raw power. Extending his divine sense, he noticed the suppression in the area had slightly weakened, allowing his perception range to increase gradually. Even so, the presence of two near-divine transformation peak-level beasts still heavily influenced the area. Suze estimated it would take some time for the region to return to normal. To test his theory, he activated the 9 steps of the heavenly rock, carrying Xiao Qing as he transformed into a streak of golden light and sped into the distance. After a while, Suze stopped before a faint barrier and shook his head in resignation. As expected, it would take more time to leave this place. However, he wasn't in a rush. This period could be used to familiarize himself with the Flood Dragon 5 forms and the 9 steps of the heavenly rock. Meanwhile, in the desert outside, a tense confrontation was unfolding. A bloodied trial participant shouted angrily, "Sun Xiao, do you think you can do whatever you want here just because of your family's influence?" Sun Xiao smirked coldly, his grin widening into an exaggerated mockery. He replied with disdain, "Sorry to disappoint you, but having a powerful background does mean I can do whatever I want. Believe it or not, even if I kill you right now, no one outside will bat an eye." In the main world, a quiet commotion began to spread among the major cultivator associations of the Human Alliance. Sun Xiao's earlier actions were like a bombshell, drawing everyone's attention. Among the crowd, someone whispered, "Just how powerful is Sun Xiao's family influence?" An informed individual immediately responded with a hint of disdain in their tone. "That's a silly question. The Sun family is one of the 8 great families. Their power is unimaginable." Lowering their voice as if divulging a secret, they added, "Their reach extends into almost every sector of human society, especially in the energy industry, where they dominate, controlling over 60% of the entire market." The surrounding crowd gasped, and someone added, "Don't forget, the head of the Sun family is a permanent member of the Human Alliance's Elder Council. Their family is full of powerful individuals, with strength that's impossible to fathom." Sun Xiao, as the sole heir of the Sun family, was practically born with a golden spoon in his mouth, another person sighed. From a young age, he's been extraordinarily gifted, able to get whatever he wants. No wonder he developed such an arrogant and domineering personality. Someone else was less impressed. "Sure, he's arrogant, but he has the strength to back it up. Though he can't compare to Hishware slaying a golden core demon beast, the fact that he can fight one to a standstill is terrifying enough." Still, his actions this time were definitely over the line. The group fell silent, silently lamenting the unfairness of the world. Some are born at the finish line, while most spend their entire lives struggling to even catch up. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, Wang Lin and Lin Fan's faces grew increasingly grim. Even though Wang Lin, as a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy, was usually highly respected, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the face of a behemoth like the Sun family. In their hearts, they silently prayed, hoping that Miao Yi would stay far away from the dangerous figure that was Sun Xiao. Both of their gazes involuntarily turned toward the misty expanse of the desert, their hearts filled with anxiety. They had no idea about Suze's current situation, relying only on the names on the leaderboard to confirm he hadn't yet encountered fatal danger. At the same time, in a sprawling estate in the capital, an opulently decorated room housed an elderly man with a sinister expression and triangular eyes. He was staring intently at the holographic projection of the Demon Suppression Tower's world. "Master, could it be that the young lord's actions are somewhat inappropriate?" a subordinate cautiously asked. The old man stroked his mustache, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "My grandson, Sun Ho's direct descendant, is always right in whatever he does. Even if he's wrong, he's still right." He let out a chilling laugh. "Besides, Xiaoer is merely saving those useless fools the trouble by eliminating them early. He's protecting them. They should be grateful." The subordinate quickly nodded in agreement, retreating respectfully to the side. Inside the Demon Suppression Tower's world, Sun Xiao swept his cold gaze across the pillar of light before him, letting out a derisive snort. These weaklings couldn't even withstand a single move from him. How utterly boring. Just then, the leaderboard underwent a dramatic change. A name suddenly lit up with dazzling brilliance, its points skyrocketing like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, the name surged to the top, pushing Sun Xiao down to second place. Sun Xiao looked up at the leaderboard, his expression turning icy cold. The name at the top was glaringly clear. Hishware. The voice of the spirit of the world echoed once again throughout the trial grounds, like a thunderclap shattering the silence of the sky. Participant number 2, Hishware, has slain a drank low-tier demonic beast, the golden-eyed bat, earning 10,000 points. At that moment, the remaining 5,029 trial participants all raised their heads in unison. their sharp gazes fixed on the transparent leaderboard in the sky. Hishwaner's name shone brilliantly on the board, and the figure of over 20,000 points beside it seemed to dance vividly in everyone's pupils. Unbelievable, someone exclaimed. Hishwarer has slain another golden corestage demonic beast. Only then did the crowd realize that her earlier calm and composed demeanor had all been leading up to this moment. Upon closer calculation, an rank high-tier beast was worth merely 700 points, while a single drank beast brought in a staggering 10,000 points. This one strike alone equaled the painstaking efforts of other prodigies over an extended period, placing her on an entirely different level. On the desolate expanse of the desert, Sun Xiu's expression darkened ominously. His already sullen features twisted further, as if ink could drip from his face at any moment. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, his chest seething with frustration. He clenched his teeth and thought, I can slay golden corestage beasts too. Last time, I just wasn't proficient enough with that artifact. Now that I've mastered it, I can definitely take down a golden core beast. But why? Why was everyone's attention focused solely on Ishwar? Sun Xiu's heart roared in anger. I am the sole heir of the Sun family, a future member of the Human Elder Council. Why is everyone so fixated on a woman? Sun Xiu's expression grew increasingly ferocious, his aura brimming with hostility. With a single thought, an errank beast appeared in the distance within his line of sight. In the next instant, his figure vanished abruptly. Boom! The beast's body exploded with a deafening sound, blood splattering everywhere and drenching Sun Xiu in crimson, making him appear like a figure drenched in blood. His points on the leaderboard increased by 300, but compared to Hishwar, there was still a massive gap of over 5,000 points. Grinding his teeth, Sun Xiu's figure disappeared once more, as if determined to vent his frustrations through relentless slaughter. Meanwhile, in the Cultivators Association, the spectators were abuzz with fervent discussion. As expected of a true prodigy of the human race, she was keeping a low profile earlier, but it turns out she was building up to this, slaying another golden corestage beast, and this time it seemed even easier for her. She's grown much stronger. Now this is what a human prodigy should be like. Still, the others aren't bad either. Though they can't compare to Hishwar, they're still quite impressive. True, but when it comes to raw strength, Hishwar stands unmatched. With her in this year's 10,000 races tournament, our human race's performance is bound to be remarkable. If only we had one or two more prodigies like her, we might even have a shot at taking first place in the tournament. You're dreaming. Do you think prodigies like her appear so easily? Yeah, you're right. Wang Lin gazed at her graceful figure and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Hishwar has truly grown a lot. In the future, she might very well become one of the top combatants of our human race, possibly even reaching the transformation god stage or higher. Tang Yi's eyes flickered as he suddenly thought of Su Zhe. As a martial cultivator himself, his understanding of Su Zhe's potential was deeper than Wang Lin's. Inwardly, he pondered, if that kid can grow without setbacks, he might. But soon, he shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Su Zhe's luck is just too bad. To think he ended up trapped in such a place right from the start. It seems he's destined to miss out on the top ranks of the leaderboard this time. Time flies like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. Within the Human Alliance, although attention on the Demon Suppression Tower trial has slightly waned, people still find themselves glancing at the transparent leaderboard during moments of leisure. Over the past few days, the trial participants seem to be spurred by some unseen force, each striving with renewed vigor. Some hunted demon beasts tirelessly, day and night, causing the rankings on the leaderboard to shift as frequently as a spinning carousel. Several promising trial participants began to shine, their scores skyrocketing as they surged forward with relentless momentum. However, alongside the rise of new stars, many participants were forced to withdraw in defeat, sent back to the main world by the spirit of the world. Though they lost their chance, they managed to preserve their lives. Despite the intense fluctuations on the leaderboard, the top 10 positions remained as solid as a rock. Even when changes occurred, they were limited to minor adjustments of 1 or 2 ranks. These top-tier participants seemed to be playing a game of musical chairs, taking turns occupying the coveted spots. Amid this fierce competition, Hishwar firmly held onto the first-place position, while the name Sun Xiu gleamed prominently below hers, securely in second place, as though it was his predestined rank. Suddenly, the booming voice of the spirit of the world echoed across the Demon Suppression Tower realm. Participant number 2, Hishwar, has slain a lower-ranked demon beast, the twin-headed demon wolf, earning 10,000 points. All the trial participants instinctively looked up at the leaderboard, where Hishwar's score soared by another 10,000 points, reaching an astonishing total of 43,000 points. The gazes of the onlookers carried a trace of numbness. This was already the third golden core-level demon beast she had slain. Compared to their initial shock, they were now somewhat accustomed to her achievements. In the wilderness, Sun Xiu swung his sword, severing the head of a massive python and crushing it underfoot. His score on the leaderboard increased by 500 points, bringing his total to 28,000. Yet, the gap between him and Hishwer only continued to widen. A ruthless glint flickered deep in his eyes as he let out a cold snort, his expression filled with venomous intent. From his pocket, he retrieved a map detailed with the topography of the Demon Suppression Tower realm, his gaze fixed on a triangular symbol drawn in bright red ink. The time is almost right. Enjoy your moment of glory while it lasts soon. It will be my turn to shine. A cold smile tugged at Sun Xiu's lips as he strode swiftly toward the marked location on the map. Elsewhere, Lin Miaoi wiped the sweat from her brow and took out a pill to restore her spiritual energy, swallowing it in one motion. She looked up at the leaderboard in the sky, searching for Su Zhe's name 200 points, still unchanged. Given Su Zhe's capabilities, it made no sense for his score to be so low. Lin Miaoi frowned, a trace of worry surfacing in her heart. Could Su Zhe have run into trouble? At the same time, within a forest of towering, jagged peaks, Su Zhe stood before a gradually fading, dim light, a trace of joy appearing on his face. The influence of the two nascent soul-level demon beasts in this area was finally dissipating. Moments later, a muffled sound echoed from the void, and Su Zhe immediately felt the oppressive force vanish completely. A profound and indescribable sensation washed over him, and the scene before his eyes subtly distorted. In an instant, an endless expanse of mountains came into view. Verdant and full of life, the landscape teemed with vitality. Birds flitted through the skies, and faint rustling sounds emerged from the undergrowth. With a quick scan, Su Zhe spotted several demon beasts running through the forest. He looked up at the transparent leaderboard that once again materialized, stretching across the sky. Finally, I'm out, Su Zhe murmured softly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Su Zhe murmured softly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. His gaze wandered over the leaderboard, and when he noticed that the first place, Hishwer, had already accumulated over 40,000 points, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seems like everyone's been busy these past few days, he muttered, continuing to search for familiar names. When he saw that Lin Miaoi's name was still brightly lit, he let out a sigh of relief. If she had been eliminated, it would have been hard to explain to Elder Wang and Uncle Lin after leaving this place. Shaoqing lifted its head, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it gazed at the vast forest ahead. Having been confined in the beast taming space for several days, it could no longer contain its eagerness to unleash its full potential. Sparks of fire flickered, and Xiaohua leapt out of the beast taming space impatiently, flames dancing on its wings, as if it were ready to charge into the forest and face the beast's heathen. Su Zhe smiled and patted Shaoqing's head gently. We've lost 5 days' time to step it up. Before his words had fully landed, Shaoqing transformed into a streak of green light and darted into the forest. A faint golden glow appeared in Su Zhe's eyes as he took a step forward, his figure vanishing instantly. Meanwhile, in the main world, Wang Lin and the others had long given up hope. However, Lin Fan, out of habit, glanced again at the spot where Su Zhe had disappeared and suddenly froze. What is it? Wang Lin noticed his reaction and asked. Lin Fan's eyes widened, and he pointed at the holographic projection in shock. The mist, it's gone. What? Wang Lin spun around, and sure enough, the mist had dissipated, revealing a bamboo forest and strange peaks in the distance. They all turned to the leaderboard in unison and saw that Su Zhe's name was still lit, indicating that he was still inside the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, Su Zhe's long stagnant points began to skyrocket. 7,200, 7,700, 8,200, 8,800, 9,300, 10,300. In just a few minutes, his points had surpassed 10,000, and his ranking shot up from over 4,000 to 280th place. The dramatic change immediately caught everyone's attention. Su Zhe? Wasn't he trapped? How did his points suddenly skyrocket? Did he escape? That's impossibly. No one at the Foundation establishment stage could make it out of that place. Even if he did escape, how could his points increase so much so quickly? People began searching for Su Zhe's whereabouts and finally spotted him along with Shaoqing and Xiaohua in a dense forest. Xiaohua spat out a blazing fireball, which hit a grade mid-tier beast below with pinpoint accuracy. The beast didn't even have a chance to fight back before it was reduced to ashes. Among the human alliance, many people's pupils constricted. Isn't that little bird still grade? It looks like a flame bird. If it's lucky, it could evolve into a grade beast. Su Zhe's luck isn't bad. But someone pointed to the pile of ash on the ground and exclaimed, "That's not the point. The beast it just killed was a grade mid-tier beast." Awakened by the reminder, everyone suddenly realized a shocking truth. The gap between grade and grade beasts was an insurmountable chasm. Although the difference between the body refinement stage and the Foundation establishment stage wasn't as vast as that between the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, it was still not something an ordinary cultivator could overcome easily. Among humans, a Foundation establishment cultivator who could defeat a Golden Core level beast would earn the enviable title of Heaven's Chosen. Similarly, in the beast realm, and a grade beast that could slay a great opponent would be bestowed a special title Beast King. The gazes of all the human experts immediately focused on the small flame beast. Although it was only grade, its effortless defeat of an grade beast clearly demonstrated the latent potential of a Beast King within this unassuming creature. This guy actually contracted a beast with the makings of a Beast King. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. However, this shock was soon tempered by rationality. After all, having the potential of a Beast King was one thing, but who could guarantee that it would still be able to leap ranks and defeat a grade beast after reaching a grade? Such feats were far from common. Over the years, the number of heavens chosen among humans could still be counted in mere dozens. Wang Lin and his two companions watched Su Zhe intently, their eyes sparkling with excitement and their faces filled with joy. They couldn't help but praise him. This kid really had a hidden card up his sleeve. One of them remarked thoughtfully. As far as I know, Su Zhe's first contracted beast was that snake, which should be the strongest. The three exchanged knowing glances, each seeing the same anticipation reflected in the other's eyes. Just how far could Su Zhe go? Inside the Demon Suppression Tower's world, Lin Miaoi gazed at the glowing name, her large eyes curving into crescents as a sweet smile unknowingly graced her lips. She murmured softly, I knew it. Su Zhe can definitely do it. Meanwhile, far away by a crystal-clear stream, a graceful silhouette appeared silently. She stood quietly by the water, her gaze fixed on the leaderboard. On her usually cold and composed face, a rare trace of anticipation emerged. This guy who ranked above me in the initial standings better not disappoint me, she thought to herself. Otherwise, this trial will turn out to be far too dull. Elsewhere, Sun Xiu came to a halt, his gaze lingering on Su Zhe's name for a moment, his eyes filled with icy disdain. Who is this guy from some backwater place? Just seeing his name is irritating, he sneered, shifting his gaze to the towering mountain ahead. At its base, a dark and mysterious cave loomed faintly, its depths unknown. A cruel and merciless smile curled at the corner of Sun Xiu's lips as he dashed toward the enigmatic entrance. In the forest, Su Zhe stared at the pile of ashes before him, then glanced up at the small flame beast in the sky, shaking his head with a sigh. This wasteful little creature had incinerated the grade mid-tier beast with a single fireball, leaving nothing behind, not even a strand of fur. That was valuable cultivation essence gone. Though an grade beast could only provide a few centuries worth of cultivation, every bit counted. Even scraps add up over time. Next time, be more careful. Try not to use the fireball spell, it's too wasteful. Su Zhe instructed the small flame beast. The creature nodded reluctantly, feeling wronged. It thought to itself, it's not my fault those big guys are so weak they get burned to ashes instantly. How can you blame me for being too strong? Just then, an eerie green light flickered suddenly among the trees. Xiaoqing appeared, dragging the corpse of an upper-tier grade E beast, and tossed it onto the ground with a smug expression, casting a provocative glance at Xiaohua. Su Zhe gently patted Xiaoqing's head and said with a smile, well done, Xiaoqing. Keep up the good work. Xiaoqing nodded eagerly and, filled with energy, dashed back into the forest to continue its hunt. Witnessing this, Xiaohua felt a pang of unease, a growing sense of urgency washing over it. Flapping its wings nervously, it glanced back and forth between Su Zhe and Xiaoqing. With a wave of his hand, Su Zhe appeared to store the beast's corpse into his storage bag, but in reality, he directly recycled it using the system. A system notification flashed in his mind. Upper tier grade E beast pelt, recycled for 100 years of cultivation. Upper tier grade E beast core, recycled for 200 years of cultivation. Upper tier grade E beast flesh, recycled for 150 years of cultivation. Upper tier grade E beast fangs, recycled for 120 years of cultivation. This single upper tier grade E beast brought Su Zhe a total of 730 years of cultivation. Combined with his previous gains and the system's rebate, Su Zhe's remaining cultivation years now totaled 13,500. However, he refrained from immediately activating another dragon elephant seed. His previous experience taught him that activating multiple seeds consecutively seemed to yield better results, so he decided to continue accumulating more cultivation. After handling this, Su Zhe checked the leaderboard and noticed he had advanced by one rank. However, he realized that progressing further up the leaderboard would become increasingly challenging. On one hand, the top-ranked trial participants were generally very powerful, and their rate of earning points was not slow. On the other hand, Su Zhe's rapid accumulation of points was largely due to the abundance of beasts in this untouched forest. In other areas, after being heavily hunted by numerous trial participants, the beast population had significantly dwindled. Particularly, grade E beasts had become scarce, making it harder to gain points. As a result, many participants began venturing deeper into the Demon Suppression Tower world, where they faced stronger beasts, including grade D beasts, which posed much greater risks. But for those seeking higher points, this was the only viable option. Standing atop a mountain peak, Su Zhe gazed into the distance. The horizon was shrouded in a hazy mist, obscuring the view. Xiaohua landed on his shoulder while Xiaoqing stood by his feet. Su Zhe unleashed his divine sense, which extended up to 6 kilometers. Within this range, he found that the area held very few beasts. While there were still some lower-tier grade F beasts, they offered too few points in cultivation years to be worth hunting. It seems we need to go deeper, Su Zhe murmured. Stay alert. He recalled Xiaohua into the beast space and took Xiaoqing with him. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he activated the 9 steps of the heavenly rock technique, vanishing instantly into the mountain range. A streak of golden light zipped through the mountains as Su Zhe moved at incredible speed, only pausing when encountering grade E or higher beasts. Each time, Xiaoqing took the lead, while Su Zhe observed from the side. As they ventured further, Su Zhe's points in cultivation years steadily, albeit slowly, increased. The vast grasslands were riddled with countless holes, where a group of rodent-like demonic beasts was foraging. High above, a sharp-eared hawk circled, its demonic energy quietly gathering as it prepared to launch a deadly strike at the massive rodent king below. Suddenly, a figure flashed like lightning into the midst of the rodents. With a muffled boom, the rodent king exploded into a mess of flesh and blood. The surrounding rodents panicked, scurrying frantically into the holes in the ground. Sun Xiu's eyes were cold, his hands enveloped in a faint purple glow. With a wave of his hand, a fierce gust of wind howled forth. The sound of squelch echoed repeatedly as blood mist filled the air, and chunks of flesh flew in all directions. The pungent stench of blood quickly spread as most of the rodent horde was slaughtered, leaving the survivors to desperately flee underground. Sun Xiu let out a cold snort and stomped forcefully on the ground. Purple energy rippled outward as an immense power erupted, causing the earth to quake. With a deafening boom, a rumble came from underground, accompanied by the anguished screams of the rodents. The tunnels collapsed, burying all the demonic beasts alive. The hawk in the sky witnessed this scene and was utterly terrified. It abruptly abandoned its dive and turned to flee into the distance. Sun Xiu raised his head, watching the shrinking black dot, and a chilling smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The entire slaughter took less than 5 seconds, and the entire rodent-like demonic beast horde was annihilated. This action earned Sun Xiu 3,000 points, but the gap between him and He Shuai remained vast. Sun Xiu's eyes darkened as his figure flickered, heading toward a distant mountain. Moments later, Sun Xiu stood before a pitch-black cave. After pulling out a map to confirm his location, he stepped inside without hesitation. Instantly, his connection with the world spirit was completely severed. The world spirit immediately detected the anomaly and sent an alert to the main world. However, in the Alternate Dimension Research Institute of the main world, a researcher in a work uniform discreetly intercepted the message on their interface. Meanwhile, in the Sun family estate in Kyoto, an elderly man with graying hair and a cold, sinister expression received news that the young master had reached his destination. He gave a faint order, "Have them get ready." Elsewhere, Su Zhe was racing across an endless lake, balancing on a massive log. True energy surged beneath him, propelling the log forward like a high-speed motorboat. Above him, Xiaohua circled in the air, continuously scanning the surroundings. Beneath the water, a faint blue light flickered intermittently. Su Zhe frowned, scanning the area while extending his spiritual sense to take in everything around him. He noticed something unusual. For such a vast lake, the number of demonic beasts was surprisingly low. Even if trial participants had been here, this level of scarcity seemed highly abnormal. Through Su Zhe's spiritual sense, he detected only a few grade demonic beasts in the lake and not a single a grade 1. Faced with this seemingly endless expanse of water, Su Zhe's heart was filled with questions. He increased his output of true energy, further boosting his speed as he decided to delve deeper into the area. After all, as long as the beasts were below grade high level, he had nothing to fear. At the same time, across various corners of the Demon Suppression Tower world, many trial participants noticed the same strange phenomenon. The number of demonic beasts had drastically diminished. The explorers ventured deep into the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, only to discover something unusual. The beast dens were completely empty, as if the creatures had all evacuated simultaneously. This strange phenomenon left everyone puzzled. What exactly had happened? At the mountain's peak, a graceful figure appeared out of thin air. She stood at the highest point, her almond-shaped phoenix eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed into the hazy distance. From afar, the faint silhouettes of powerful beasts could be seen darting through the forest, converging from all directions, seemingly with a shared purpose. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black cavern, Sun Xiu moved like a phantom. His spiritual sense extended outward, clearly mapping the path ahead. If tracked on a map, it would show that he was heading deeper into the underground world of the Demon Suppression Tower. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden light appeared ahead. Without hesitation, Sun Xiu stepped into the unknown. The scene before him opened up spectacularly. A massive underground world came into view. The ceiling was adorned with countless glimmering crystals, illuminating the subterranean expanse as brightly as daylight. Mountains encircled the area, shrouded in mist, while powerful beasts roamed the forests. In the distance, a colossal serpent coiled around a mountain peak, its massive body radiating an overwhelming aura of menace. In a deep pool, a gigantic shadow loomed, occasionally surfacing, with portions of its body resembling small islands. The sheer presence of these beasts confirmed they were all formidable class entities. Even someone as experienced as Sun Xiu couldn't help but feel awe in this moment. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered the silence. Who goes there? A fierce gust of wind swept through as a blue ox charged through the air, appearing instantly before Sun Xiu. A human. The blue ox's expression shifted drastically. Sun Xiu calmly retrieved a token engraved with the character Sun and said coldly, I'm here to fulfill an old agreement and reclaim what's mine. The blue ox scanned the token with its spiritual sense, and its initial fury quickly turned into elation. After all these years, are we finally going to be free? It scrutinized Sun Xiu and asked, Who are you? Sun Xiu frowned, responding impatiently. Sun Xiu, the future head of the Sun family. His tone was haughty, his head slightly raised, as if the golden core beast before him was of no consequence. The blue ox trembled slightly before turning around. Climb on. They'll take you to see the demon god. Without hesitation, Sun Xiu leapt onto the ox's back. Hold on tight. The blue ox warned before channeling its demonic power, transforming into a streak of blue light as it sped off into the distance. At the same time, the tranquil lake suddenly began to churn. The surface rippled violently, as though an enormous creature was about to emerge. Suze extended his spiritual sense into the lake's depths, spotting a massive, aura-laden entity rising toward the surface, its overwhelming demonic energy spreading outward. Suze's lips curled into a smile. Xiaoqing, looks like a big one's coming our way. Beneath the depths of the tranquil lake, a shadow suddenly emerged and rapidly expanded. With a thunderous roar, the surface of the water burst apart, sending cascades of water crashing down like a waterfall. An ear-splitting roar followed, its invisible sound waves spreading in all directions, shaking the airborne droplets into a thick mist. Through the dense white fog, a colossal creature broke through the surface of the water. Its massive body churned up towering waves, yet neither Su Zhe nor the log beneath his feet wavered. They stood as immovable as a pillar anchoring the sea. Su Zhe fixed his gaze on the enormous beast before him, as a stream of information flashed through his mind. Name, Xianming turtle. Rank, lower D class. Special bloodline, a faint trace of Xuanwu lineage. Abilities, water manipulation, heavy strike, frost breath. Notes, a powerful turtle-type beast with a massive build, highly nourishing and considered a delicacy. Can be braised, stir-fried, or used in soup, with an exceptionally savory flavor. The turtle shell can also be used to create herbal jelly, a renowned remedy for heat relief. A D-class beast. Finally, it's here. Suze showed no trace of fear as he faced the colossal creature up close. Instead, his eyes gleamed with interest as he studied it, calculating how much profit this massive being could bring him. The Xianming turtle's icy eyes locked onto the diminutive human ahead, emanating a murderous intent. It could feel Su Ze's evaluating gaze, which only fueled its fury. This insignificant ant dared to look at it with such condescension? Su Ze chuckled softly, thinking that a lower D-class beast wasn't even worth his effort. It would be better to let Xiaoqing have some practice. Turning to his contracted spirit beast beside him, he said, Xiaoqing, I'll leave this big guy to you. Xiaoqing eagerly surfaced, nodding with excitement. Ever since learning the 5 dragon techniques, it had been yearning for a proper battle. Those E-class beasts were no longer a challenge. Facing a D-class beast would be far more exhilarating. It slowly swam between Su Ze and the Xianming turtle, its aura gradually spreading. An E-class beast? The Xianming turtle froze for a moment before its rage intensified. It concluded that this despicable human was merely trying to buy time to escape by using his contracted spirit beast as a distraction. With a loud splash, a massive claw over a meter in diameter suddenly rose from the water, slamming down towards Su Ze with lightning speed and unstoppable force. The Xianming turtle intended to end the human in one decisive strike. Meanwhile, in the main world's Cultivator Association, someone suddenly cried out in alarm, noticing Su Ze's perilous situation. A D-class beast. Su Ze has encountered a D-class beast. What? A D-class beast? And it's the Xianming turtle, known for its formidable defense. Su Ze's luck is unbelievable. He just escaped trouble a few days ago, and now he's facing a D-class beast. Why is he just standing there? He should use the emergency signal jade. Wait a second, he's not planning to fight the D-class beast, is he? Impossible. Does he think human prodigies grow on trees? Wang Lin and his 2 companions stared intently at Su Ze's image. Lin Fan hesitated before speaking. Su Ze. Wang Lin glanced at Su Ze and said firmly, Su Ze isn't reckless. He knows his limits. He remained silent, his eyes fixed on the projection, a faint glimmer of anticipation flickering within them. Back at the lake, the Xianming turtle's enormous claw came whistling down with blinding speed and overwhelming power. It intended to crush the human first and deal with the rest later. However, at this critical moment, a massive column of water surged upward, colliding violently with the giant claw descending from the sky. With a deafening roar, water splashed in all directions, and the thunderous sound reverberated across the lake. Suze quietly maneuvered the log backward, while the small flame perched on his shoulder stared intently at the fierce battle unfolding before them. The Xianming turtle felt the tremor and a faint ache in its claw, a flash of surprise crossing its eyes. At such high-speed impact, the surface of the water was no different from concrete. Locking its gaze on Shao Qing above the water, it was incredulous to find that as a class beast, it was being obstructed by an E-class creature. The shame quickly transformed into overwhelming fury. Water manipulation technique. Ridiculous, the Xianming turtle scoffed coldly, launching its attack in an instant. With a thunderous roar, dozens of thick water columns shot skyward like steel whips, hurtling toward Shao Qing with a fierce howl. Simultaneously, ripples spread across the lake, and countless thin water streams surged forth like chains, aiming to entangle Shao Qing. A trace of disdain flashed in Shao Qing's eyes as it abruptly turned into a streak of green light and vanished. Amidst the explosive booms, the lake's surface erupted, sending waves surging high. Shao Qing's eyes glimmered with green light as it gracefully weaved through the water columns, its movements as agile as a spirit dancing among the waves, untouched by even a single drop of water. Suddenly, Shao Qing soared into the air and appeared directly above the Xianming turtle's head. Twisting its body into a bizarre posture, it radiated an intense green glow. With a sharp tearing sound, a gruesome wound appeared on the edge of the Xianming turtle's eye socket, spraying blood. The strike had instantly robbed the Xianming turtle of vision in one eye. The Xianming turtle didn't even have time to react before the searing pain struck, cutting its field of vision in half. It let out a harrowing scream, the agony and humiliation driving it into a frenzy. To be wounded by such a tiny creature was an unbearable disgrace. A cold, murderous intent filled the Xianming turtle's remaining eye. The deep blue patterns on its shell suddenly lit up, energy rapidly coalescing. It opened its massive jaws, glowing with an eerie blue light. Boom! A blinding beam shot from its mouth. In an instant, the lake's temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of ice spread rapidly. The frost breath. The beam moved with astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. With a resounding explosion, the newly formed ice shattered, sending countless sharp shards flying in all directions. The unrelenting pain continued to fuel the Xianming turtle's rage. It began gathering the eerie blue light in its mouth once more, launching a frenzied barrage at the lake's surface. In the main world, the onlookers' faces turned pale. This is bad. The Xianming turtle has gone berserk. Why hasn't Suze used the distress talisman yet? Does he have a death wish? Stop watching. This Xianming turtle seems to have a special bloodline. Its power is far beyond that of an ordinary beast. Suze is likely going to be eliminated this time. No, if he doesn't use the distress talisman soon, he might lose his life. In the world of the Demon Suppression Tower, an intense and breathtaking battle was unfolding over a vast lake. The Xianming turtle spewed a dazzling azure blue beam from its mouth, instantly freezing the lake's surface. However, the thick layer of ice was shattered moments later by a surge of violent energy. The Xianming turtle's entire body was covered in mysterious patterns, and powerful energy continuously gathered within its mouth. A sharp pain from its eye jolted the Xianming turtle's nerves. A proud drank demon beast, blinded by a mere rank creature. If word of this got out, what would become of its reputation in the demon beast realm? Other drank beasts would surely mock it relentlessly. Consumed by rage, the Xianming turtle lost all rationality. Its massive body stood atop a large chunk of ice as it unleashed a frenzied torrent of freezing energy. Yet amidst this deadly attack, enough to make even other drank beasts wary, a streak of green light danced effortlessly, evading every lethal strike. Within the green glow, Shao Qing was shrouded in an energy barrier, shielding it from the surrounding icy onslaught. In the distance, Suze had already withdrawn from the battlefield. Shao Qing's eyes remained locked on the Xianming turtle, its figure flickering as it dodged and advanced. The incomplete four symbols Azure Dragon escape technique displayed power rivaling the sky rock 9 strides, transforming Shao Qing into a streak of green light that instantly appeared before the Xianming turtle. Shao Qing's body coiled like a fully drawn bow. Panic flashed in the Xianming turtle's eyes as it tried to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed forth, followed by the crisp sound of crack. The Xianming turtle's head was left bloodied, with half its face caved in. Shao Qing's strike was devastating, shattering the bones in the turtle's face as if struck by a steel whip. The Xianming turtle let out an earth-shaking roar, its eyes instantly bloodshot. The excruciating pain robbed it of reason as its demonic energy surged wildly. The wounds on its face began to heal rapidly. Burning its essence, its power climbed to new heights, vowing to crush this little green snake into dust. A massive claw came hurtling down with a deafening boom, sending shards of ice flying across the lake like a sudden hailstorm. Meanwhile, in the main world, everyone stared in stunned silence at Shao Qing's figure, unable to believe their eyes. An rank contract beast battling a drank demon beast and gaining the upper hand? The Cultivator Association was deathly quiet until someone exclaimed, "A demon king. That green snake is a demon king." Immediately, a myriad of emotions flickered in the onlookers' eyes: shock, confusion, greed. They suddenly realized why Suze had amassed so many points. His contract beast was a demon king, a creature with power comparable to the Golden Core stage. No wonder his initial ranking was so high, and no wonder he had managed to escape from the unknown lands. Wang Lin's face finally broke into a smile as he praised, "Excellent. This kid really had a trump card hidden away." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. "I knew there had to be a reason he escaped the unknown lands. Turns out he had such a powerful demon beast by his side." However, Tang Yi quietly muttered, "That might not be entirely true." He glanced at Suze, his gaze still filled with anticipation. Suddenly, he felt disappointed in the Xianming turtle. Why couldn't it just charge over and give Suze a good slap? Suze pondered silently, realizing it was time to uncover the details about this young man. He focused his attention on the holographic image, where the Xianming turtle's body was riddled with wounds that appeared as rapidly as bamboo shoots after rain. Shao Qing transformed into a streak of green lightning, circling the massive creature incessantly. Each strike left a deep, bone-revealing gash on the turtle's tough shell. Shao Qing, well aware of the Xianming turtle's remarkable shell defense, targeted its exposed head and limbs instead. Suddenly, a green flash pierced through the turtle's foreleg like a sharp sword. A cracking sound echoed as the thick leg bones were instantly covered in web-like fractures. With a pained howl, the enormous creature collapsed to its knees. The madness in the Xianming turtle's eyes receded slightly, replaced by an unmistakable mix of shock and terror. Its raspy, deep voice carried disbelief as it uttered, "Demon King." But Shao Qing gave it no chance to recover. The green light intensified, shooting forward like an arrow straight at the turtle's face. With a soft puff, the Xianming turtle didn't even have time to react as its vision was overwhelmed by a blinding green glow. A bloody hole appeared right in the center of its forehead, with blood and white brain matter gushing out. Shao Qing mercilessly churned its brain into a pulp, then descended along its neck, rampaging through its body and piercing every organ along the way. Suddenly, a deep blue inner core, roughly the size of an adult's fist, came into view. The core rotated slowly, its surface etched with intricate patterns resembling the form of a giant Xuanwu turtle. A surge of powerful demonic energy emanated from it, and a flicker of desire flashed in Shao Qing's eyes. For a creature like Shao Qing, with the bloodline of a divine beast, this inner core's power would be immensely beneficial. Through their contract, Shao Qing conveyed a thought to Suze. From a distance, Suze paused briefly, then nodded slightly in approval. With permission granted, excitement sparkled in Shao Qing's eyes as it opened its mouth and swallowed the inner core. The core dissolved instantly, transforming into an overwhelming surge of demonic energy that coursed through Shao Qing's body. Its aura climbed rapidly, and a peculiar transformation seemed to be occurring within. Meanwhile, the Xianming turtle's eyes gradually dimmed, its body stiff and immobile. The once brilliant patterns on its shell faded quickly, and the energy gathering in its mouth dissipated. With a resounding crash, its massive body fell heavily onto the icy surface, lifeless. At the very moment the Xianming turtle drew its last breath, the distressed talisman in Suze's arms emitted a faint glow, triggering the world's spirit above the heavens. The next moment, the ethereal voice of the world's spirit echoed throughout the Demon Suppression Tower's realm. Participant number 1, Beast Tamer Suze, has slain a drank lower-tier demonic beast, the Xianming turtle. Reward, 10,000 points. This announcement reached the ears of every trial participant, causing their actions to halt in unison as they struggled to believe what they had just heard. Yet the transparent leaderboard in the sky provided undeniable proof the moment Suze's name lit up with a dazzling glow. His points surged by 10,000, skyrocketing past the 20,000 mark to a total of 21,700 points. His name streaked across the leaderboard like a shooting star, climbing rapidly until it stabilized at the 10th position. Almost every trial participant instinctively looked up at the leaderboard, their gazes fixed on the radiant name, their eyes filled with shock. Suze actually killed a core formation demonic beast. Isn't that something only the prodigies of the human race could achieve? In every corner of the small world, the trial participants simultaneously looked up, their gazes fixed on the dazzling name Suze. That name was like a thunderclap, shaking the entire trial space to its core. Suze has slain a golden core-level demonic beast. This news spread like wildfire. The eyes of the trial participants glimmered with disbelief. They knew exactly what this new prodigy of the human race had emerged. Not long ago, Hishwer had earned the supreme honor of being named a human prodigy by slaying a golden core-level demonic beast. At that time, the entire human alliance erupted in celebration, and the younger generation looked up to her as their inspiration. And now, in just over a month, another Foundation establishment cultivator had accomplished this incredible feat. The World Spirits announcement could not be wrong. The glowing name and the sudden surge of 10,000 points in the rankings told the undeniable truth. Suze, a previously unknown young man, had now ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Lin Miaoi clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes shining with determination. I knew Suze could do it. She silently vowed to train even harder. Even if she couldn't shine as brightly as Suze, she refused to let the gap between them grow too wide. On the other side, Qin Feng clutched his injured leg, staring at Suze's name in utter shock. A mix of disbelief and frustration churned within him. His earlier ambitions to reclaim his pride in the Demon Suppression Tower trials now seemed utterly laughable. Atop a mountain deep within the Demon Suppression Tower's world, a graceful figure stood quietly, her gaze fixed on Suze's name. A trace of surprise flickered in her eyes before it transformed into deep anticipation and fighting spirit. Things are getting more interesting, she murmured softly, her eyes drifting toward a mist-shrouded region in the distance. In the forest, trees crashed to the ground as massive, powerful demonic beasts emerged one after another, advancing steadily forward. The scene foreshadowed the arrival of even greater challenges. Meanwhile, in the associations of cultivators across the main world, the voice of the world's spirit echoed through the halls. What? Beastmaster Suze has slain a golden core-level demonic beast. Shocked exclamations filled the air. Aside from the Jiangnan City Cultivators Association, almost no one had paid attention to Suze before. This sudden news left everyone in disbelief. The news swept through the human alliance like a hurricane. Elite academies, research institutes, prominent families, and countless powerful figures all received the astonishing report immediately. Quick, retrieve the footage of Suze's battle. Countless people sprang into action, desperate to confirm the authenticity of the news. Soon, the battle footage over the lake was displayed before their eyes. When they saw Shaoqing calmly holding its own against the berserk attacks of the Xianming turtle, everyone was left speechless with astonishment. Finally, at the moment when Shaoqing burrowed into the Xianming turtle's skull and delivered the fatal blow, the entire human alliance fell into a stunned, collective silence. The expressions of joy instantly blossomed on the faces of many human leaders, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This news, like a bolt of lightning, ignited their passion in an instant. It's confirmed. A golden core-grade demonic beast was slain purely through strength. An elderly man with white hair exclaimed, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. Who would have thought that this new prodigy is actually a beast tamer? A burly middle-aged man marveled, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Did anyone notice? The contracted beast seems to be a blue jiao snake. A woman in an elegant robe suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with curiosity and doubt. Isn't the maximum potential of that kind of beast only grade E? A thin man beside her frowned, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. If it were just an ordinary blue jiao snake, it couldn't possibly possess such combat power. A scholarly-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed his frames up and analyzed in a serious tone. If I'm not mistaken, this blue jiao snake must carry some sort of special bloodline, which means its potential far surpasses the ordinary. This is a demon king, a being comparable to our human prodigies, the white-haired elder spoke again, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. However, a cold voice abruptly interrupted the crowd's enthusiasm. If that's the case, then Suze relied entirely on his contracted beast to defeat the Xianming turtle. His own strength remains unproven. To call him a prodigy is nonsense. The atmosphere froze for a moment. But soon, another voice spoke up, tinged with disdain. The primary strength of a beast tamer comes from their contracted spirit beasts. Do you expect a beast tamer to abandon their specialty and physically wrestle a golden core-grade demonic beast to death? Exactly, others chimed in. Suze is undoubtedly a human prodigy. With this conclusion reached, the news spread like wildfire. Major social media platforms and cultivator forums erupted, and one piece of news quickly climbed to the top of the trending list. A new human prodigy emerges. Beast tamer Suze from Jiangnan City slays a golden core demonic beast with a Foundation establishment body. In this era of highly advanced information technology, the speed of news dissemination was astonishing. Within half an hour, nearly the entire human alliance was aware of this shocking development. Communication devices buzzed incessantly as messages about Suze poured in like snowflakes. The new human prodigy, Suze. This name echoed in every corner of the human alliance. Even elementary school students just out of class were excitedly discussing it. Young cultivators stared at the glowing name on their screens, their eyes filled with admiration and longing. Among the human elites, many faces bore expressions of excitement and exhilaration. Meanwhile, at the True Dragon Academy in the capital, the academy's headmaster, Zhang Muji, a nascent soul powerhouse, wore a meaningful smile. A talent like this deserves to be in my True Dragon Academy, he murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. At the western border of the human alliance, atop the roaring winds of the sky, where each gust could obliterate even nascent soul cultivators, a massive figure suddenly burst through the clouds. It was nearly 100 meters long, its scales as dark as ink, with four razor-sharp claws gleaming coldly. Two antler-like horns atop its head exuded majesty, and its long whiskers flowed with the wind. Its enormous eyes, with icy vertical pupils, radiated an intimidating sharpness. It was a flood dragon. Perched atop the dragon's head was an elderly man with white hair. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. A beast tamer? His voice carried an uncontrollable thrill. In the next instant, the black flood dragon let out a low growl, and its massive body vanished into the boundless sea of clouds. Simultaneously, in the Sun family estate, Sun Ho's expression was as cold as ice. Frowning as he watched the battle footage of Shao Qing, a trace of jealousy and resentment flickered in his eyes. Such a demonic beast, given to a backwater brat, what a waste, he said coldly, then turned to his subordinates. Look into it. See if there's a way to make a contracted spirit beast choose a new master. Elsewhere, in the office of the director of the Interdimensional Research Institute, an elderly man with white hair and beard stared at a holographic projection in front of him, his eyes flickering as if lost in deep thought. After a long while, a trace of undisguised astonishment appeared in his gaze, and he murmured, "Three prodigies in one family. What kind of talent is this?" The old man let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Chongqing, you truly have an extraordinary son." Inside the Jiangnan City Cultivators Association, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Lin Fan's face flushed red, his chest heaving violently as he let out an enraged roar that reverberated through the hall. "You little rascal!" Principal Tang's eyes glimmered with excitement, his body leaning slightly forward as he stared intently at Su Zhe's figure, his lips trembling as if silently chanting something. Meanwhile, Wang Lin gently stroked his beard, a confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I told you, young Su would not disappoint us," he said. Though he appeared composed, the flicker of excitement in his eyes betrayed his inner exhilaration. Prodigy of the human race. These four words echoed in everyone's hearts. Even within the entire human alliance, there are only two such individuals. The crowd around them seemed to awaken from a dream, their gazes shifting toward Wang Lin and his companions. The other school principals glanced at Principal Tang with envy, secretly lamenting, "If only Su Zhe were a student at our school." The scene shifted abruptly to the Demon Suppression Tower's world, where a frigid lake stretched out, shrouded in a chilling mist. Su Zhe walked slowly across the icy surface, accompanied by Xiaohua, who radiated warmth like a living furnace, dispelling the surrounding cold. Su Zhe's gaze was locked firmly on the distant corpse of the Xianming turtle, from which a powerful energy ripple emanated. High above the lake, spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, forming a massive vortex. The vortex cascaded downward like a waterfall, pouring entirely into the Xianming turtle's lifeless body. Suddenly, a deep, resonant heartbeat echoed, rippling across the water's surface. Within the turtle's corpse, a formidable life force was undergoing a transformation. Su Zhe refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to stand still and wait patiently. As time passed, the heartbeat grew louder and more frequent, booming like the rhythmic pounding of war drums. Boom, boom, boom. Each beat pulsed with vibrant vitality. A flicker of joy appeared in Su Zhe's eyes. Judging by this, Shao Qing is about to advance. Inside the Xianming turtle's body, Shao Qing was enveloped in a radiant green glow, undergoing a monumental transformation. The vast demonic energy contained within the turtle's core continuously flowed into Shao Qing. Even more remarkable was the wisp of Xuanwu energy that had condensed within the core over the turtle's years of cultivation. This was the power of the supreme, four divine beasts. For an ordinary demonic beast, even obtaining a trace of this sacred power could change its destiny forever. The surging demonic energy coursed through Shao Qing, strengthening its body relentlessly. Its blood seemed to boil, activating mysterious symbols hidden deep within its lineage. In an instant, a profound knowledge appeared in Shao Qing's mind, further completing the fragmented Azure Dragon escape technique. Crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed from deep within Shao Qing's body. Its blue scales began to fade and wither, shrinking and peeling away. In their place, a new layer of scales emerged from beneath its skin. The crackling sounds continued as Shao Qing's body expanded visibly, growing longer and more robust. Standing beside the Xianming turtle's massive corpse, Suze observed it closely. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar emanated from within the turtle's body. In the next moment, a dazzling green light burst forth from the wounds on the turtle's flesh. Its abdomen swelled suddenly, as if some colossal entity was about to tear its way out. Suze's brows furrowed as he swiftly retreated to a safe distance. With a deafening boom, the turtle's abdomen exploded, sending fragments of flesh, organs, and blood spraying in all directions like a macabre rain. The air was instantly filled with the overpowering stench of blood, and the ground was littered with gore. However, Suze's attention was fixed on the green figure that had emerged from the turtle's body. Suspended midair was a massive azure serpent, over 30 feet long, radiating a brilliant green light. Suze stared in awe, utterly stunned by the sight before him. Xiaoqing suddenly let out a piercing, sorrowful roar and leapt into the air, twisting and turning like a mighty flood dragon rolling through the heavens. Each movement was accompanied by violent tremors, as if it were enduring unimaginable pain. Suze instinctively wanted to intervene, but Xiaoqing's will stopped him in his tracks. He could only stand by and observe, quickly pulling up the system panel to urgently search the marketplace for any life-saving elixirs that might work on a beast. At that moment, a deep, resonant dragon's roar seemed to echo from the void, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Xiaohua, too, sensed the gravity of the situation and stared nervously at Xiaoqing in the sky, realizing this could be a critical moment in its breakthrough. Meanwhile, many powerful figures in the main world had also turned their attention to this rising human prodigy. Some mistakenly thought that Suze's contracted beast was in trouble, but experienced beast tamers quickly gave a shocking explanation. Xiaoqing was undergoing a profound evolution. Evolution? Shouldn't it be called leveling up? Someone asked in confusion. The beast tamers, their voices trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Can't you see it? That green serpent carries the bloodline of a divine beast. It's not just leveling up, it's purifying and enhancing its bloodline." This revelation hit the crowd like a bombshell. Divine beast bloodline? The concept alone left everyone astounded. Some eyes gleamed with greed, but rationality quickly prevailed. Suze's status as a prodigy of the human race was well known, and any reckless actions could provoke the wrath of the Human Elders Council. As the crowd reeled in shock, in the Sun family estate in Kyoto, an elder sneered and remarked, "A divine beast bloodline? How could someone from such a humble background possibly possess such a powerful beast?" However, his skepticism was soon shattered by reality. Xiaoqing let out another earth-shaking roar, and a brilliant green light burst forth, enveloping its entire body. Within the dazzling radiance, Xiaoqing's form began to undergo astonishing changes. With a sharp tearing sound, the skin on Xiaoqing's abdomen split open, yet no blood flowed. Instead, four sharp claws emerged, gleaming with a chilling light. Two distinct protrusions appeared on its head, as though something was about to break free. Most astonishingly, its slender snake tail transformed into the shape of a fish tail. Emerald scales, as if meticulously crafted armor, covered Xiaoqing's entire body, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Compared to a fire dragon, only Xiaoqing's head remained, as before every other part had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Seeing this, Suze finally breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. A series of messages appeared before his eyes. Name: Azure Jiao Incomplete Evolution. Level: Tire, lower rank. Special bloodline: 3 Azure Dragon bloodline. Skills: 4 symbol Azure Dragon flight technique incomplete, water manipulation, wood element spells, 5 forms of the Jiao Dragon. In that moment, Suze realized that his Xiaoqing was transforming into a far more powerful being, with a future brimming with limitless possibilities. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed from within Xiaoqing's body, as if heralding some astonishing transformation. In an instant, it transformed into a vortex of spiritual energy, radiating an overwhelming gravitational pull. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward it like a tidal wave. Brilliant green light swirled around its body, and beneath its pale green scales, its muscles bulged with explosive power. Xiaoqing's form began to grow, slowly but steadily, until it finally stabilized at a length of about 50 feet. It suddenly raised its head and shot toward the sky, letting out a resounding dragon's roar. Amidst the misty clouds, a majestic azure flood dragon twisted and turned, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Suze, Xiaohua, and countless human warriors from the main world silently watched this scene unfold. Witnessing a beast king with divine bloodline ascend was even rarer than experiencing a heavenly tribulation firsthand. Xiaohua gazed enviously at Xiaoqing, silently reflecting on its own lack of strength and resolving to work even harder. Noticing Xiaohua's change in mood, Suze gently stroked its soft feathers to comfort it. "Don't be discouraged, Xiaohua. Your potential is just as extraordinary, and your future is full of promise." He felt a sense of relief at the healthy competition between Xiaoqing and Xiaohua, believing that this kind of pressure would help them grow faster. Moments later, Xiaoqing calmed its excitement and descended from the sky. On either side of its half-meter-wide head were noticeable protrusions, and its large, copper-colored eyes with pale green vertical pupils radiated an intimidating presence. However, in the next moment, all its aura was instantly retracted. Xiaoqing affectionately nuzzled its enormous head against Su Zhe's chest, rubbing against him playfully. Su Zhe chuckled, patting it gently. All right, Xiaoqing. You're a dignified drank beast now. Pay attention to your image. Having reached drank, Xiaoqing was now capable of speech. Its clear, melodious voice rang out. What's wrong with being drank? I've only been around for a short time. Technically, I'm still just a baby. Su Zhe thought about it and realized Xiaoqing had a point. But with its massive size, its act of snuggling up to him for affection did look rather comical. Sensing Su Zhe's thoughts, Xiaoqing raised its head and said, Oh, I get it. Master, you like small and cute things. With a flash of green light, its body rapidly shrank back to its original small snake form. Wow, you can grow big, shrink small, and even change your size at will you re like a living Rui Jingu Bang. This ability of yours is truly enviable, Su Zhe joked. Xiaoqing blinked its eyes, clearly not understanding the reference. Su Zhe didn't bother to explain further, and instead started cleaning up the remains of the Xianming turtle. Its shell, claws, and flesh were scattered across the ground, and collecting these materials took considerable time. In the end, he obtained a total of 3,600 years worth of cultivation. 1,000 years from the shell, 600 years from the claws, 650 years from the flesh, and 1,350 years from other parts. Su Zhe looked at this substantial harvest with satisfaction, feeling a sense of joy for both his and his companion's growth. Su Zhe nodded in satisfaction, feeling the surging cultivation power within him. With 17,100 years of accumulated cultivation, he now had enough to activate 4 dragon elephant seeds. His gaze fell on Xiaoqing, who was treading lightly across the icy surface. The flood dragon seemed to sense something from the depths of the lake. Suddenly, a question arose in his mind. Where did the Xianming turtle come from? His earlier divine sense probe had clearly shown nothing at the bottom of the lake, yet this creature had appeared out of nowhere. Su Zhe frowned slightly, a bold hypothesis forming in his mind there might be something hidden beneath the lake bed. Shall we go down and take a look? Su Zhe suggested. Xiaoqing nodded enthusiastically in agreement. To ensure safety, Su Zhe instructed Xiaohua to temporarily return to the beast space. Before leaving, Xiaohua took a long, deep look at Xiaoqing's majestic form, imprinting the scene in its memory and silently vowing to work harder to catch up. With a light tap of its claws, Xiaoqing shattered the half-meter thick ice, creating a large opening. It let out a low growl before diving into the lake without hesitation. Su Zhe followed closely, his body emanating a faint golden glow as a protective shield. The man and the dragon dove rapidly, the surroundings growing darker and the water pressure increasing. For two beings of their strength, these challenges were trivial. Before long, they reached the bottom of the lake. There were no signs of other creatures here, save for a few glowing invertebrates drifting about. Su Zhe extended his divine sense, carefully scanning the environment. Suddenly, a massive fissure came into view. Su Zhe moved swiftly to its edge, observing that it was about 30 meters wide, 100 meters long, and unfathomably deep. What was even more astonishing was that his divine sense could not penetrate the fissure. Whatever lay inside was a complete mystery. Xiaoqing swam up behind Su Zhe, also attempting to probe the fissure with its divine sense, only to meet the same barrier. Su Zhe pondered for a moment. The Xianming turtle had most likely emerged from this fissure. Its unique properties must have concealed its presence during his earlier search. After a brief consideration, Su Zhe decided to take the risk and investigate. With both his and Xiaoqing's strength, they should be able to handle any situation unless they encountered a high-tier Class D or stronger beast. In the worst-case scenario, they could always use the emergency escape talisman to retreat. Having made up his mind, Su Zhe plunged into the fissure without hesitation, with Xiaoqing following closely behind. At that very moment, Su Zhe's figure disappeared once again from the holographic map of the main world. The observers began to murmur among themselves. Su Zhe has ventured into another unknown area? The dangers in the depths are far greater than those on the surface. Isn't he being too reckless? With Xiaoqing, a beast at the king level, he should be fine. Let's hope he doesn't get stuck for too long this time. By the way, did you notice that the beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower world seem to be migrating? I heard Sun Xiu also entered a similar unknown area. His image has disappeared too. Sun Xiu should be alright. I heard he carries the Sun family's ancestral treasure with him. At the same time, in the vast underground space of the Demon Suppression Tower's world, a streak of light tore through the sky at an astonishing speed. This streak of light was none other than the Azure Bull, with Sun Xiu seated cross-legged on its back. With a faint glimmer in his hand, a half-finished sword embryo suddenly appeared. Though incomplete, the sword's body emanated a ferocious and overwhelming aura of killing intent. As soon as the sword embryo materialized, it trembled violently, unleashing a sharp and maddened murderous energy. The azure bull immediately froze, feeling an icy chill pierce through its spine. The terrifying killing intent filled it with intense fear. Fortunately, a jade pendant on Sun Shio's body emitted a soft glow in time, enveloping the sword embryo and suppressing its murderous aura. The azure bull let out a silent sigh of relief, cautiously glancing at the sword embryo, only to shudder once more. It immediately increased its speed, thinking it must deliver this terrifying being to its destination as quickly as possible. For a moment, it even suspected that the lethal sword might unsheath itself and strike it down at any time. Sun Xiao examined the sword in his hand carefully, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. He thought to himself that as long as he completed the critical component of the sword embryo, it would become a true Dao weapon. At that point, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, slaying golden core level beasts, gaining the title of a prodigy among humans. Such achievements would be within easy reach. Even with the Azure Bull's incredible golden core level speed, it took a long time to reach their destination. Sun Xiao slung the sword over his back and looked ahead, his pupils contracting instantly. On the horizon, a breathtaking and surreal scene unfolded before him. A hollow mountain hung upside down in the sky, defying all logic. From the mountain's opening, wisps of white mist continuously billowed outward. Below the mountain, an overwhelming number of demonic beasts had gathered, their auras fierce and powerful, all of them at the golden core level. Sun Xiao raised an eyebrow as he scanned the scene. With a quick glance, he estimated there were at least 100 golden core level beasts. Their monstrous energy surged skyward, spreading an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. The appearance of the Azure Bull immediately drew the attention of the golden core beasts. They turned their heads, their cold eyes locking onto Sun Xiao with intense hostility. Yet, Sun Xiao's expression remained unmoved. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle. Suddenly, the sword on his back let out a clear, resonant hum. In an instant, the sharp sword intent cut through the gazes of all the demonic beasts. Nearly 100 golden core beasts felt a sharp pain in their eyes, their hearts instantly on high alert. To their astonishment, they sensed a faint trace of death emanating from the sword on the human's back. The Azure Bull, terrified by the sudden burst of sword intent, faltered in its steps, silently cursing its misfortune. It pushed itself to go even faster, transforming into a streak of light as it darted toward the mountain. The next moment, the world seemed to flip upside down, and the surroundings spun chaotically. When Sun Xiao regained his senses, he found himself standing at the foot of the mountain, with a vast expanse of land and forests now above his head. Around him, hulking demonic beasts watched him intently, exuding a fierce and oppressive presence. Unfazed, Sun Xiao stepped forward toward the mountain. Although the golden core beasts around him were filled with resentment, none dared to block his path. They understood that this was tied to their chance at regaining freedom, and they could only suppress their frustration. Without stopping, Sun Xiao continued deeper into the mountain. Gradually, the number of demonic beasts around him thinned, but their auras grew increasingly formidable. A cave suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. Sun Xiao stepped inside without hesitation. Inside, mysterious patterns flickered, silver light swirling, while scattered glowing minerals provided faint illumination to the shadowy space. The long sword on his back trembled incessantly, as if sensing something it deeply desired ahead. As he navigated through the narrow passage, the space ahead abruptly opened up. The heart of the mountain was hollow, with a deep, seemingly bottomless pool at its center. Above the surface of the pool, two distinctly different mists intertwined. One was scorching steam, and the other was an icy chill. These two opposing elements coexisted in harmony within the same body of water. What was even more astonishing was the sight at the edge of the pool. Two demonic beasts, both at the peak of the golden core stage, were kneeling humbly, their postures subservient. Suddenly, ripples spread across the calm surface of the pool. A towering white figure emerged slowly. It was a snow-white ape. Its eyes burned red like fire, and though it rose from the water, not a single drop clung to its pristine fur. As soon as the white ape appeared, an overwhelming and ferocious aura erupted, sweeping through the entire space. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Sun Xiao's usually cold and arrogant face. The thought of nascent soul transformation beast flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The rules of the Demon Suppression Tower's world had been altered. No matter how talented a beast was, it could not break through the nascent soul stage. This white ape before him was likely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, teetering on the edge of transformation, being referred to by the Azure Ox as Demon God. The white ape's calm and expressionless eyes locked onto Sun Xiao. It spoke in a low tone. A descendant of the Sun family? Do you still remember the promise your family made years ago? Sun Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he replied. In exchange for the blood god pearl, we'll take it, refine it successfully, and naturally grant you all your freedom. The white ape's voice turned icy. Not just freedom, you must also ensure our safe return to the far northern demon kingdom. Of course, Sun Xiu answered. As one of the 8 great clans, the Sun family would never break its word. The white ape's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, it made its decision. If you go back on your word, don't blame me for taking action against the younger generation. Sun Xiu's lips curled into a faint smirk, but a trace of cold malice flashed in his eyes. This damned monkey dared to threaten him? Suppressing his anger, he took out a stone tablet covered in intricate patterns from his spatial ring and urged, "Stop wasting time. Activate this formation diagram." The white ape took the formation diagram, scanned it with its spiritual sense to confirm its authenticity, and then asked in a deep voice, "The blood god pearl is still missing one critical component. It requires the blood of at least 3,000 foundation establishment cultivators. My demon clan will not contribute even a drop more." A cruel smile appeared on Sun Xiu's face as he pointed downward. "Out there, aren't there thousands of foundation establishment cultivators waiting?" The white ape raised an eyebrow, clearly startled by Sun Xiu's ruthlessness. But it quickly revealed a sinister grin. "They're only humans, let as many die as possible." However, its eyes glinted with cunning. "Those are your kin, aren't they? Among them are quite a few geniuses. If you sacrifice them all, won't it cause trouble for you later? Or are you planning to pin the blame on us demons?" The white ape's expression darkened, and a menacing aura surged forth. Sun Xiu let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He spoke indifferently, his tone dripping with arrogance. "So what?" His words landed like a heavy blow, leaving the white ape momentarily stunned. It blinked, as if struggling to believe what it had just heard. After a brief pause, the white ape furrowed its brows, its voice tinged with concern. "Those families may not compare to your Sun family, but they're not weaklings either. If you sacrifice them all in a blood ritual, won't their clans come after you for revenge?" Hearing this, Sun Xiu's lips curled into a cruel smile. His gaze turned icy and ruthless, as if he were looking down on mere insects. Normally, he wouldn't bother explaining anything to this dead monkey. But seeing that it wasn't willing to act without a reasonable explanation, Sun Xiu forced himself to respond with patience. "Do you think the formation masters of the Sun family are useless? That formation diagram doesn't just collect blood energy, it also isolates the meddlesome spirit of the world, cutting this alternate dimension off completely from the outside world." His voice grew colder, his eyes gleaming with overconfidence. "By then, those outside will be as blind as bats. No one will know what happened here. At that point, the truth will be whatever I decide to say it is." Sun Xiu continued outlining his plan, his tone filled with a chilling disregard for life. "Even if they somehow uncover the truth, by then, those people will already be dead. Dead is dead, there's no reversing it. Living prodigies are their prized investments, but once they're gone, they're just names on a list. Would they really risk an all-out conflict with the Sun family over a few dead people? It wouldn't be worth it. As long as the Sun family offers suitable compensation, the matter will be smoothed over." The white ape listened, its brows tightly knitted. After a long silence, it spoke slowly. "What about that human prodigy? That's a once-in-a-generation genius your kind has struggled to produce." At the mention of this title, a fierce hostility surged in Sun Xiu's expression. He gritted his teeth and spat. "That wretch. She only surpassed me by a small margin, that's all. Slaying a golden core cultivator? I can do that too. Why should all the glory be hers?" His voice grew more agitated, his eyes glinting with madness. "And once I've completed the sword embryo, he'll surpass that wretch by far. When that time comes, even if I kill her, so what? As the last remaining human prodigy, what could they possibly do to me?" Sun Xiu sneered and continued. "For years, humans have failed to achieve decent results in the Myriad Clans tournament. Those old geezers are desperate for a breakthrough this time. If I can't participate in the tournament, their losses will be even greater." As he spoke, he unsheathed the long sword from his back, gently caressing its scabbard as murderous intent filled his eyes. Raised in an environment of indulgent jealousy fostered by Sun Ho, Sun Xiu had grown into the extreme and twisted individual he was now, shaped by the Sun family's constant pampering. The white ape gazed at Sun Xiu, a chill creeping into its heart. Being targeted by someone like him was truly unsettling. It refrained from asking further questions and simply gave a low, commanding order. "Activate the 100 Beasts formation immediately. Once the formation is in place, kill all those humans." The 2 golden core demon beasts guarding the deep pool obeyed and quickly left. Outside the mountain, countless beasts assembled, each taking their designated positions as formation nodes. A cacophony of low, guttural roars filled the air, echoing across the landscape. Torrents of demonic energy surged forth, converging through the 100 Beasts formation into a brilliant beam of light that shot into the heart of the mountain. At the same time, the white ape placed its palm on the formation diagram. A terrifying aura of a half-step nascent soul cultivator erupted, and silver-white light flared up. The intricate patterns on the diagram lit up, and the formation quietly took shape. In the next moment, the combined demonic energy of 100 golden core demon beasts flowed like a raging river into the formation diagram. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the heavens and the earth as the formation was fully activated. In an instant, an invisible ripple burst forth from the depths of the mountains, sweeping across the entire demon suppression tower world in the blink of an eye. High above in the heavens, the hazy orb of light in the void trembled violently, as if struck by an immense force. A voice filled with shock, fear, and disbelief echoed through the void. I've lost connection with the dimensional space. At the same time, trial participants scattered across the demon suppression tower world felt a sudden shift. One after another, they retrieved their emergency jade talismans from their pockets. When they realized that their connection to the spirit of the world had been completely severed, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? The emergency talisman isn't working. What just happened? Is there something wrong with the spirit of the world? Cries of alarm erupted everywhere. The transparent leaderboard in the sky flickered briefly before vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the main world, the holographic projections that allowed powerful figures to observe the trials in the demon suppression tower suddenly cut off. What on earth is the Interdimensional Space Research Institute up to? Why would they abruptly interrupt the projection? Damn it! I was just watching my disciple fight. What nonsense is the Institute pulling this time? How could they mess up at such a critical moment? Quick! Find out what's going on. There are so many people watching. Most assumed that the issue lay with the Research Institute, and discussions broke out in confusion. In Kyoto, at the Sun family estate, a servant reported, "Master, it seems the young master has begun his plan." Sun Ho nodded, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. The sword embryo in question was something the Sun family had acquired from an interdimensional space. If successfully forged into a true treasure sword, it would grow into a divine weapon surpassing the transformation stage, elevating the Sun family's power to new heights. The Interdimensional Space Research Institute was in utter chaos. Countless researchers leapt to their feet, staring intently at the massive central screen in the hall. The once seamless torrent of data flowing across the screen had abruptly frozen, replaced by a glaring red message. Level 2 anomaly detected. Dimensional space, 1098 connection lost. The researchers at the Institute knew full well this wasn't a mere technical glitch. Something had gone terribly wrong with dimensional space, 1098 itself. A mysterious force had severed the spirit of the world, cutting off their control over this space. This was a major event. Since the founding of the Interdimensional Space Research Institute, Level 2 anomalies had occurred only 59 times, the last of which was a decade ago. That incident had escalated into a Level 1 anomaly, a disaster of the highest order. Nearly 1,000 young cultivators from the Human Alliance elite talents from various regions, including key heirs of prominent families, were currently in that space. Among them were two of the Human Alliance's most exceptional prodigies. If anything were to happen to these individuals, the researchers shuddered at the thought. Such a catastrophe would send shockwaves through the entire Human Alliance. In the Institute Director's office, the elderly director straightened his posture, his gaze turning sharp and resolute. Investigate. Re-establish contact with dimensional space, 1098 immediately. With this command, the entire Interdimensional Space Research Institute sprang into action. Apart from maintaining essential monitoring of other dimensional spaces, nearly all personnel were mobilized. Moments later, the elderly director's figure silently disappeared from the office. Deep beneath the demon suppression tower, golden core-level beasts formed a grand array, channeling their demonic energy into the array's core. Meanwhile, a high-tiered class beast led a group of golden core beasts that had not participated in the formation, quietly slipping away. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the underground world, shaking every corner. In response, E-class beasts began to emerge, gathering en masse. These were the same beasts that had mysteriously vanished from the surface earlier. They coalesced into a black ocean, their numbers swelling. Dozens of golden core beasts each commanded their own forces, forming a torrential black flood surging toward the surface. The tide was saturated with an atmosphere of bloodlust, brutality, and madness. Freedom! Deep, guttural growls echoed throughout the beast horde, as countless pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed with yearning. The sound shook the entire underground world as the black torrent surged forth. Amidst the mountain ranges, a slender figure suddenly halted, gazing up at the sky. Has the world spirit been sealed off by the formation? A grave expression appeared in her phoenix-shaped eyes. Every trial of the demon suppression tower attracted the attention of numerous human powerhouses. To provoke chaos at such a time, one must either be insane or have meticulously planned it in advance. Clearly, the latter seemed far more likely. With a graceful leap, her figure flickered through the forest, arriving atop a hill to overlook an area shrouded in white mist. Suddenly, a blood-eyed hawk swooped toward her. He frowned slightly. With a loud boom, The hawk instantly exploded into pieces. Strange, an E-class low-tier beast dares to attack me? Meanwhile, across the small world, trial participants were just recovering from the panic caused by their disabled distress talismans, only to discover the beasts behaving with unprecedented ferocity. These creatures seemed to have abandoned all sense of self-preservation, recklessly charging forward regardless of the power disparity. Some participants easily dispatched the beasts, others were injured under the relentless attacks, and a few unfortunate ones fell to their claws. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, further inciting the beast's frenzy. The blood of the fallen seeped silently into the ground, traveling vast distances to the underground mountain. The trial participants anxiously gazed skyward. Without the world spirit's intervention, their chances of survival dwindled by the moment. Suddenly, thunderous booms shattered the air as the ground across the demon suppression tower world erupted. Smoke and dust billowed, and massive, bottomless fissures appeared. Roar! Kill every human! A furious howl echoed from the depths of the fissures. In an instant, countless beasts surged out from the cracks, a black tide engulfing the land, leaving no trace of life in its wake. Following them, colossal golden core-level beasts emerged, their overwhelming demonic aura spreading across the battlefield as their spiritual senses locked onto the trial participants. A blood-soaked massacre unfolded. When the beast horde appeared before the participants, their expressions shifted from shock to terror, though a faint glimmer of hope still lingered in their hearts. They were elites from various cities, each possessing extraordinary skills. If they fought with all they had, there might still be a sliver of hope. However, when the colossal creature emerged from the beast horde, the flicker of hope was instantly extinguished, replaced by overwhelming despair. A golden core beast. Such a being could only be rivaled by the most exceptional human prodigies. In this dire situation, survival seemed impossible. A sudden burst of blood stained the ground red. The black torrent of beasts surged forward, and those unlucky enough to be exposed were swallowed by the horde before they could even scream. Blood vapor rose into the air, quickly seeping into the ground, absorbed entirely by the mountain's array patterns. In mere moments after the beast tide's appearance, nearly 100 trialgoers had perished. On the grassland, a tall and striking man found himself surrounded by the beast tide. The golden core beast stared at him intently, but did not immediately attack. The reason was clear: a grand array pattern had suddenly unfolded beneath the man's feet. Complex array runes shimmered and converged into radiant light, blasting toward the beast tide. A deafening explosion shook the grassland as the searing energy reduced the beasts to ashes. Even the golden core beast was forced to retreat. A path opened through the horde. This man was none other than Xiao Ding, a prodigy in array formations hailed as an ancient century talent. His face was pale, but he wasted no time, swiftly moving through the path to escape the encirclement. The demon suppression tower world is in serious trouble. This thought flashed through his mind. The fact that a golden core beast could consciously command the horde to hunt trialgoers was unprecedented. If such an event occurred, human experts would normally descend immediately to annihilate the beasts in the area. The beasts were not mindless creatures. Though he did not know the reason, the disappearance of the world's spirit was evident. The most urgent task was to join forces with other trialgoers. Only by uniting their strength could they face the unpredictable challenges ahead. Xiao Ding retrieved an array diagram and activated it with all his might. The space before him distorted, and a portal appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, he stepped through, evading the pursuing beasts. At the same time, other highly skilled geniuses also realized the gravity of the situation. They began searching for nearby trialgoers, preparing to face the beast tied together. Survival was the only goal to endure until the world's spirit reappeared. The anomalies in the demon suppression tower world would surely have been noticed by the outside world. As long as they held on until the human experts arrived, victory would be within reach. Therefore, no matter what, they had to survive. Meanwhile, deep underground, in a pitch-black tunnel where one could not see their own hand, Su Zhe was moving swiftly. His spiritual sense extended outward, alert for any sudden changes. The connection to the rescue jade talisman had been severed, and he knew he had to exercise extreme caution. Accompanied by a serpent, he had traveled an indeterminate distance through the dark tunnel, losing all sense of direction. Su Zhe only knew that he was heading roughly toward the depths of the demon suppression tower world. Suddenly, the path ahead began to slope downward, leading further into the depths of the earth. At the end of the tunnel, a faint point of light flickered through the dense white fog, hazy and indistinct. Su Zhe slowed his pace, holding his breath and concentrating as he cautiously moved forward. Beside him, Xiaoqing shrank its form, following closely with heightened vigilance. The two advanced carefully, and Su Zhe used his spiritual sense to send a reminder. Xiaoqing, be ready to retreat at any moment. Xiaoqing nodded in understanding, its four symbols Azure Dragon evasion technique having improved partially due to its enhanced bloodline, making its speed on par with Su Zhe's. Before long, A dense white mist appeared before them. Suze scanned it with his spiritual sense and frowned slightly. This mist was no ordinary phenomenon. It contained two completely opposing attributes. One part burned with intense heat, while the other was piercingly cold. This abnormality heightened Suze's caution, and he murmured, "Be careful. There might be something unusual ahead." With that, Suze stepped into the mist decisively, and Xiaoqing followed closely. The mist thickened, swallowing their figures as they moved forward along a descending passage. Suze felt half his body engulfed in heat, while the other half was chilled to the bone. Yet no demonic beasts appeared to block their way. At last, the passage ended, revealing a shimmering body of water that seemed bottomless. The dense mist was emanating from this very place. Within the water, the forces of ice and fire intertwined in a peculiar, continuous cycle. The image of Taiji flashed through Suze's mind, and he recalled the ancient saying, "The Taiji gives rise to the two forms," which seemed to perfectly match the scene before him. Golden true energy surged from his dantian through his meridians, enveloping Suze in a faint golden glow. He declared decisively, "Let's go down and take a look." Without hesitation, he leapt into the depths of the pool, with Xiaoqing right behind him. The pool was far deeper than Suze had anticipated, seemingly bottomless. Fortunately, the protective shield of his true energy allowed him to remain underwater for an extended period. Xiaoqing, being naturally adept in water, moved with ease. Surrounding them, streams of hot and cold water alternated, creating a sensation akin to the coexistence of fire and ice. Suze intensified the golden glow around him, increasing his speed as they continued to dive deeper. Suddenly, a powerful tearing force surged forth, as if the world itself had flipped upside down. This force of yin-yang reversal was potent enough to tear apart cultivators below the golden core stage, and even unprepared golden core cultivators would struggle to withstand it. However, Suze's physical body was as resilient as that of a beast in human form. After a brief moment of dizziness, he quickly regained his composure. He looked up or rather, down, his golden, glowing eyes fixed on what lay above him, ready to face the unknown challenge ahead. In the far distance, a faint light began to emerge. Suze's heart stirred as he realized his destination was near. His body shimmered with golden light as he swam upward toward the glow. As the distance shortened, the rippling surface of the pool became increasingly clear. However, when he was just 15 meters from the surface, Suze abruptly halted. The golden light around him vanished in an instant, and his aura withdrew entirely into his body. Xiaoqing mirrored his reaction, swiftly shrinking to its original 1-foot-long form and retracting all traces of demonic energy. Both of them activated their internal energy, Suze his true energy, and Xiaoqing its demonic power, minimizing their life functions to the barest level. At that moment, the man and the serpent resembled two lifeless stones, silently suspended in the water. Suze tilted his head upward, his pupils narrowing sharply as his gaze locked onto a white figure hovering above the water's surface. In an instant, a string of information flashed before his eyes. Name, Fire-Eyed Water Ape. Danger level, extremely dangerous. Rank, High C class, half step into B class. Special bloodline, none. Skills, unknown level, difference 2, great to analyze. Note, upon encountering this creature, it is advised that the host immediately retreat. Otherwise, the system may need to seek a new host. That said, if you're open to it, Monkey Brain could make for a delicacy worth savoring. Suze's expression grew grave as a wave of tension surged through him like a tide. High C class, half a step into B class. This was equivalent to a peak nascent soul cultivator among humans, just one step away from ascending to a divine transformation level powerhouse. Such a being, formidable even among humanity, had appeared here within the Demon Suppression Tower's world. A chill ran up his spine, spreading through his entire body. Suze let out a bitter smile. This wasn't a matter of him eating monkey brawn, it seemed more likely he'd end up as the one being eaten. In a flash, a talisman appeared in Suze's hand, a grand teleportation talisman, a rare item worth the equivalent of 5,000 years of cultivation. When his distress signal had failed, Suze had scoured the system's marketplace for teleportation items and found this to be the only option within his means. The grand teleportation talisman could instantly transport its user 1,000 miles away. While the distance wasn't particularly vast, it had two extraordinary features: instant activation and no energy consumption by the user. These qualities were what made it so invaluable. Gripping Xiaoqing firmly, Suze prepared to activate the talisman and escape. But just as golden energy was about to burst from his fingertips, he froze. The fire-eyed water ape didn't seem to notice their presence. Instead, it was entirely focused on manipulating a stone slab in front of it. Even from over 10 meters beneath the water, Suze could clearly make out the intricate patterns etched into the slab. Formation runes? And judging by their design, they appeared to be human formation runes. Suze recalled what he had learned in school. There were distinct differences between human and demonic formation runes. With just one glance, he recognized the disparity. After observing closely, Suze raised his eyebrows slightly. Invisible waves emanated from the formation, and he vaguely sensed that these waves were what had caused the failure of his distress signal. Could it be that this was connected to the demonic beasts? Shifting his gaze, Suze suddenly noticed a human figure sitting cross-legged at the edge of the pool. In an instant, countless thoughts swirled through his mind, and various speculations followed one after another. Having lived alone for 10 years, Suze had long grown accustomed to assuming the worst about others. When humanity had occupied this extra-dimensional space years ago, they had slaughtered countless native demonic beasts. By all logic, the beasts here should bear an irreconcilable grudge against humans, making peaceful coexistence impossible. This left only one possibility: that this person had colluded with the demonic beasts, severing the connection between the world's spirit and the trial participants. Whatever their motives, this was an act that could not be tolerated. The Human Alliance dared to gather outstanding cultivators from various regions to enter the Demon Suppression Tower for trials because the trials were considered extremely safe. This sense of security stemmed from the existence of the world spirit, which constantly monitored the participants' conditions. If anyone activated the emergency Jade Talisman, they would be immediately transported back to the main world, ensuring their safety. However, the current situation was chilling. The world spirit had been isolated by a mysterious force, rendering the emergency talisman useless. This critical safety guarantee had abruptly vanished, plunging the Demon Suppression Tower into peril. To make matters worse, most participants were already facing formidable demonic beasts. If they were outmatched and unable to use the emergency talisman, their fate was grim. Suze analyzed the situation with a calm mind. Although he held a grand teleportation talisman that could allow him to escape danger at any moment, he decided to observe for now. In his heart, he speculated that whoever orchestrated such a bold and heinous act must have an earth-shattering scheme in mind. Suze and Xiaoqing silently concealed themselves underwater, closely monitoring the activity above. The fire-eyed water ape was entirely focused on manipulating the formation diagram before it. Its powerful demonic energy surged like a fountain, simultaneously maintaining the operation of the diagram and channeling energy from the 100-demon formation into it. Even at the peak of the half-step nascent soul stage, the water ape was visibly strained, exerting its full strength without daring to relax for a moment. For the water ape, this operation was a high-stakes gamble. Success meant regaining its freedom, while failure would result in its death, leaving no third option. With this in mind, the water ape gritted its teeth, its eyes blazing like two fiery orbs, filled with unyielding determination. At that moment, a wisp of blood energy materialized above the formation diagram. Sun Xiao, who was seated cross-legged, curled his lips into a faint smile. It's starting, huh? He thought to himself. Pity I can't personally face those so-called prodigies. As a certain graceful figure flashed through his mind, he let out a cold snort. As time passed, more and more blood energy quietly converged, and the blood-red glow above the formation diagram grew increasingly intense. A trace of pain flickered in the fire-eyed water ape's eyes. It could sense that the blood energy contained not only the essence of humans, but also that of demonic beasts. Yet, at this point, it had no choice but to press on. I have to speed up, the water ape thought. The powerful human cultivators outside must have already noticed the anomaly here. With a low growl, the water ape unleashed its full strength. Soon, the blood glow became so dense that it appeared almost tangible. Sweat beaded on its forehead as it struggled to control the glow, channeling it into the depths of the pool. From his hiding spot, Suze witnessed it all. The blood glow spread across the pool, dyeing the once clear water a vivid crimson. As soon as the blood energy entered the pool, the water began to boil violently, and thick mist rose, filling the cavern with a blinding whiteness. Suddenly, Suze sensed something and turned to look toward the deeper part of the pool. There, a blood-red orb hovered silently. The moment the blood energy appeared, the orb lit up abruptly, resembling a ravenous beast devouring the energy with insatiable greed. As it consumed more blood energy, a single imperfection on its surface began to slowly transform into a blood-red hue. What is that? Suze's mind swirled with questions. Though he didn't know its origins, he was certain that this was no ordinary object. Sun Xiao stood up, holding the sword embryo with both hands, his expression turning solemn. The surrounding surge of blood energy instantly agitated the sword, causing its blade to tremble violently as an intense killing intent spread through the air. Resonant sword cries, filled with longing, emanated from the scabbard, as if expressing excitement at the prospect of becoming a true divine weapon. With a faint smile, Sun Xiao reassured it, "Be patient. Soon, you'll become a true divine sword." He retrieved several talismans from his spatial ring and carefully affixed them to the blade. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the sword, scabbard and all, into the deep pool. A loud splash echoed as the sword entered the water, catching Suze's attention. Following the sound, he saw a long sword sinking into the depths. The sword seemed almost alive. No sooner had it left Sun Shio's grasp than it surged toward a blood-red orb, guided by the surrounding blood energy. The blood-red orb quivered slightly, as if gripped by fear. But the long sword had already made contact. To Su Zhe's astonishment, part of the orb's surface melted and fused with the sword, becoming inseparable. The sword emitted a resonant hum, trembling with what seemed to be uncontainable excitement. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Su Zhe's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, clearly, this person has colluded with a demonic beast, all for the sake of this sword. Su Zhe carefully observed the longsword. Though it remained sheathed, he could still feel its sharpness radiating from within. The sword's aura was fierce and bloodthirsty. While he couldn't determine its exact origins, Su Zhe was certain that this was a rare treasure. For a demonic beast on the verge of transformation to value it so highly, it was undoubtedly a precious artifact. However, Su Zhe keenly noticed that the sword seemed incomplete. Although he wasn't an expert in forging weapons, he had recently studied basic cultivation knowledge under Wang Lin, giving him a discerning eye for such matters. Su Zhe's gaze grew more focused. An incomplete sword meant it was likely unbound a masterless weapon. He glanced back and forth between the water ape hovering above the pool and the young man standing at its edge. A slight smile curved his lips, revealing a hint of excitement. A treasure like this should belong to someone worthy. Su Zhe mused. I may not be a saint, but I'm certainly better than this scoundrel who conspires with demonic beasts to harm his own kind. Surely, the sword itself wouldn't want to fall into his hands. Besides, the treasure is right here, unclaimed. If I take it, what does it have to do with him? After all, he's the one who threw it away in the first place. In that case, he can't blame me for taking it. Su Zhe signaled Xiaoqing to return to his wrist and gripped a large teleportation talisman in one hand. He stealthily moved closer to the sword and the blood-red orb. Just then, the sword, which had absorbed a portion of the orb, began to tremble slightly, releasing a peculiar energy wave. Su Zhe's eyebrows raised, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A sword spirit, he thought, elated. In this world, weapons capable of nurturing spirits were known as spirit artifacts. Weapon ranks, from lowest to highest, were categorized as magical artifacts, magical treasures, spirit artifacts, spirit treasures, celestial artifacts, and celestial treasures. While the first four ranks were common among cultivators, celestial artifacts and celestial treasures only existed in legends. Even among nascent soul cultivators, those who owned spirit artifacts were exceedingly rare, often acquiring them through sheer luck. Spirit treasures, a tier higher, were typically the exclusive weapons of cultivators in the divine transformation stage. As for anything beyond that, they existed solely in myths. At this moment, the sword before Su Zhe was unmistakably a spirit artifact, newly imbued with a sword spirit. No, perhaps it was even more than that. The presence of the sword spirit was growing steadily stronger. At this rate, the sword could very well evolve into a spirit treasure. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Zhe marveled to himself. It's like a gift from the heavens. Above the cold pool, a surge of blood-red energy roiled like tidal waves, growing increasingly dense. Beads of sweat as large as peas rolled down the water ape's forehead, and steam rose from its body as it struggled visibly. As the thick blood energy poured into the depths of the pool, the water began to churn violently, boiling as if alive. Dense fog spread rapidly, shrouding the entire valley and reducing visibility to almost nothing. Standing at the edge of the pool, Sun Shio's eyes glimmered with intense anticipation, his excitement barely concealed. He stared intently into the pool, but the thick white mist obscured his view, preventing him from discerning what lay beneath. The thought of probing with his divine sense briefly crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He vividly remembered the sword's violent and bloodthirsty nature. With the blood god pearl not yet fully absorbed, any reckless use of his divine sense would expose him to the sword's ferocious killing intent, potentially causing severe damage. For cultivators, the divine sense was their most fragile aspect, and injuries to the soul were notoriously difficult to heal. A single mistake could leave a lasting scar, or even hinder future achievements. Though Sun Shio was typically proud and reckless, he dared not act rashly now. He could only wait patiently by the pool, though his heart burned with anxious anticipation. Beneath the surface, Su Zhe held a grand teleportation talisman in his hand, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he gazed excitedly at the sword just within reach. The blood-red pearl was steadily dissolving, greedily absorbed by the sword. The soul within the blade grew increasingly powerful, and Su Zhe realized the moment had come. He cautiously extended his divine sense, inching closer to the sword before plunging directly into it. If he could tame the sword spirit, this masterless treasure would be his. Even though Su Zhe had no expertise in swordsmanship, how could he possibly let such a treasure slip away? However, as soon as Su Zhe's divine sense entered the sword, he was overwhelmed by an onslaught of negative emotions: savagery, madness, fury, restlessness. The sword's ferocious killing intent surged like a tidal wave, chilling him to the bone. Clang! The The sword trembled, emitting a sharp, resonant hum. A dazzling crimson light burst forth as the blade unsheathed itself. The sword, 3 feet long, gleamed with a cold, razor-sharp edge and was entirely blood-red. Yet, what stood out was the peculiar 20-millimeter-wide crack running down the center of the blade, surrounded by dozens of tiny fractures, as if it had once been broken and crudely repaired. Freed from its sheath, the sword unleashed an even more menacing aura. The blood energy within the pool grew restless, converging into a massive torrent that surged toward the sword. At the center of the pool, a gigantic vortex of blood energy formed, with the sword hovering at its core, ravenously devouring the surrounding energy. The dissolution of the blood-red pearl accelerated dramatically, releasing an immense amount of pure blood energy, which the sword absorbed in an instant. As the sword continued its frenzied absorption, the small cracks on its surface began to mend, and even the widest central fissure slowly started to close. Standing at the edge of the pool, Sun Xiu heard the sword's hum and saw the sudden vortex of blood energy taking shape. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. He silently celebrated, thinking, decades of planning by the Sun family have not been in vain. The blood god pearl is indeed capable of repairing the divine sword. The thought of the sword's restoration and the immense increase in power it would bring filled Sun Xiu with uncontrollable excitement. Sun Xiu's heart burned with excitement. He could already picture himself wielding the long sword slaying Jindan-level demon beasts below mid-tier with a single strike. As for earning the title of a prodigy, that was practically within his grasp. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, and his entire body trembled slightly from exhilaration as he eagerly awaited the restoration of the longsword. At that moment, 15 meters underwater, Su Zhe's vision suddenly blurred, and his consciousness was abruptly pulled into a strange, eerie space. What appeared before him was a battlefield of unspeakable carnage. Severed limbs and bodies were strewn everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed, staining the earth a dark crimson. A dense, ominous glow of blood shrouded the battlefield, and the murderous aura was so intense it almost felt tangible. Su Zhe's heart tightened as he quickly activated his divine sense to investigate. Only then did he realize that the scene before him was nothing more than an illusion. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his gaze was drawn to a figure at the center of the battlefield. It was a tall and imposing man, his long hair flowing freely, his body covered in wounds, and his shattered armor failing to conceal his commanding presence. In his hand, he gripped a snow-white longsword, its unique patterns on the hilt and blade instantly revealed to Su Zhe that it was the very blood-red longsword he had just been coveting. Before Su Zhe could process this revelation, the man made his move. A torrent of blood energy erupted from within him, transforming into a boundless sea of blood that filled the heavens and earth. He leaped into the air, his longsword blazing with radiant light, and unleashed a strike powerful enough to destroy the world. Crack, crack, crack. The space around him shattered like fragile porcelain, the ground caved in, and the sky was cleaved in two. Countless living beings were reduced to dust in the spatial fissures, their dying breaths releasing waves of murderous energy that surged toward the longsword and its wielder. The longsword, now covered in cracks, could no longer withstand the strain and shattered with a resounding snap. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the sword, and then his entire body exploded in a thunderous blast. His blood and flesh stained the snow-white longsword a deep crimson, and the violent, murderous aura poured into it, causing the sword to radiate an overwhelming malevolence. Su Zhe was utterly stunned. This level of power far surpassed the nascent soul stage 1 strike could obliterate an entire realm. The man must have been in existence beyond the nascent soul stage, and the longsword was no mere artifact. It was once an immortal weapon. Only due to its fracture and the corruption of its murderous aura had it fallen to its current degraded state. As Su Zhe pondered this, an unexpected change occurred. Although the earlier scene was an illusion, the overwhelming murderous aura was very real. It detected Su Zhe's divine sense projection and immediately became agitated, surging toward him like a massive tidal wave. Su Zhe's heart raced with panic. If his divine sense projection were obliterated here, it would inflict irreversible damage on his spirit. But it was too late. The crimson waves of murderous energy were already upon him, threatening to crush him into nothingness. At this critical moment, a deafening roar erupted from Su Zhe's body. Instantly, brilliant golden light surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire space and transforming it into a vast golden ocean. At the center of this radiant light, a colossal elephant materialized out of thin air. Its massive form seemed capable of supporting both heaven and earth, and its two eyes shone as brightly as blazing suns. The giant elephant stood proudly amidst the golden ocean, its wise eyes slowly scanning the blood-red sea of malevolent energy before it. A trace of almost human-like disdain flickered in its gaze. Suddenly, the elephant raised its trunk, which became entwined with countless golden threads. With a thunderous roar, it swung its trunk with earth-shattering force, striking directly at the blood sea within reach. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The overwhelming sea of blood shattered instantly under the blow, scattering blood-red light in all directions. The concentrated malevolent energy dissipated into faint wisps of mist, drifting across the fractured ground. The elephant was far from finished. It lifted one of its massive, mountain-like front legs and stomped down with immense force. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous tremors sent dazzling golden light flooding out like an unstoppable torrent, filling every crack in the ground and driving away the remaining traces of malevolent energy, leaving them nowhere to hide. The scattered energy seemed almost sentient, frantically retreating back into the long sword. The sword trembled slightly, as though intimidated by the overwhelming power it had just witnessed. However, the elephant appeared unsatisfied. It raised its massive foot, preparing to crush the sword beneath it. At the last possible moment, Suze urgently called out to stop it. Though uncertain if his effort would succeed, he sent out a swift mental command. Miraculously, the elephant froze in its tracks. The golden light rapidly receded like an ebbing tide, dissipating into the air before retreating back into Suze's body. The spirit within the sword breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the scene before Suze's eyes faded like a retreating tide. The gruesome battlefield vanished without a trace, and the familiar pool of water reappeared before him. His body trembled slightly as he returned to his senses and let out a long breath of relief. Nearby, Shaoqing looked at Suze with deep concern, urgently transmitting a message through its divine sense. Master, what happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly freeze? Moments earlier, it had seen Suze's eyes turn blood red, his entire body emanating an aura of terrifying malevolence. Realizing the connection to the long sword, it had been ready to attack the weapon if Suze hadn't quickly returned to normal. I'm fine, I just saw something. Suze reassured with a smile, gently patting Shaoqing's head. He turned to look at the long sword, a flicker of excitement flashing in the depths of his eyes. An immortal-grade weapon, a legendary artifact. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage might never lay eyes on such a supreme treasure. Yet here it was, standing before him in all its glory. Though the sword had once been broken, causing its grade to decline, its value still far surpassed that of a spiritual treasure. Suze's heart surged with joy. This could very well be the greatest fortune he had gained from the Demon Suppression Tower trial. His eyes gleamed as he extended his divine sense toward the sword once more. With the earlier lesson learned, the sword spirit was unlikely to act so arrogantly again. As expected, when his divine sense touched the sword again, the surrounding scene remained unchanged. Who are you? A cold, melodious voice suddenly rang out. Moments later, a faint blood-red glow emerged from the sword, taking the form of a young woman in a crimson dress, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her oval face was adorned with delicate features, her skin as fair as jade. Her slender brows furrowed slightly, and her phoenix eyes glimmered with a frosty light. Below her straight nose, her thin red lips pressed into a tight line. She stared at Suze with a wary expression. This crimson-clad maiden was none other than the sword spirit of the blood-red long sword. In that earth-shattering battle, the Zhanxian sword suffered devastating damage. Its blade was shattered, its aura corrupted by malice, and it was nearly destroyed. Fortunately, in their final moments, its previous master used the last of their strength to protect the sword spirit. Though it narrowly survived, the sword spirit fell into chaos and lost all connection with the outside world. It wasn't until the Sun family discovered the broken sword and used countless rare materials to barely repair it. Later, Sun Xiu cast the sword into a deep pool, utilizing the power of the blood god Pearl and an immense amount of blood energy. Gradually, the blade recovered, and the sword's spirit finally regained a sliver of consciousness. Just as the sword's spirit awakened, she was startled to sense someone probing with their divine sense, seemingly intending to claim her. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dared to covet her? Fury burned within her as she resolved to teach this insolent fool a lesson. However, recalling the terrifying aura emanating from that giant elephant earlier, the sword spirit couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. That kind of power even surpassed her late master, a powerful cultivator who was only one step away from ascending to immortality. Outwardly calm, the sword spirit was inwardly deeply concerned. Suze gazed at the young woman who had suddenly appeared, unfazed by her presence. As a former celestial weapon, it wasn't surprising for the sword spirit to take on a human form. However, her questioning caught him off guard, and he found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't very well admit that he had been eyeing her form, could he? Even if she was just the spirit of a weapon, saying such a thing would come across as inappropriate. Before Suze could gather his thoughts, the sword spirit spoke abruptly. Are you planning to take the Zhanxian sword? Suze's eyes flickered, and he inwardly marveled at the sword's imposing name. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, he nodded lightly. The sword spirit fixed her gaze on Suze, falling into deep thought. Her previous master was gone, and as a weapon, her ability to protect herself was limited. She didn't need to find a new master. The person before her was unfathomable, his cultivation profound, his aura powerful, and the techniques he practiced were mysterious and extraordinary. Such a person was indeed qualified to become her master. Hey, how long have you been cultivating? The sword spirit asked, her tone softening. Suze pondered for a moment before replying. If you count it all up, about 3 months? 3 months. The sword spirit's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Suze. Have you been consuming heavenly treasures nonstop for 3 months? Yet, Suze's expression didn't suggest he was lying. Someone capable of practicing such techniques had no reason to deceive her. If this person could grow smoothly, his future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary, perhaps even far surpassing her late master. A wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and a wise servant chooses a worthy master to serve. For a celestial weapon, finding a powerful and promising master was a fundamental principle. Gritting her teeth, the sword spirit made her decision. All right then, hurry up and perform the blood recognition ritual. Let's get this over with and stop wasting time, she said, her words startling. With that, she returned to the Zhanshan sword. Both Suze and Xiaoqing were stunned. They had expected to negotiate at length or even resort to force, but things had turned out surprisingly simple. Seeing no signs of deception from the sword spirit, Suze wasn't about to delay. After all, there was still a ticking time bomb to deal with. He pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the Zhanshan sword while guiding it with his true energy. At the same time, his divine sense extended, connecting with the sword. In an instant, a mysterious and profound sensation surged through him. Suze felt a strange bond form between himself and the sword spirit. The malice lingering on the blade dissipated, and the sword let out a soft hum, trembling slightly. At the same time, a new message appeared on Suze's system interface. Weapon, Zhanshan sword spirit artifact level, pending repair, upgradable. Suze gazed at the prominent crack on the long sword, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. To him, any problem that could be fixed was not worth worrying about. For ordinary people, repairing the immortal slaying sword would require immense time and effort, gathering countless rare materials, and enlisting the help of a top-notch weapon craftsman just to have a chance at success. But with the cheat-like system at his disposal, Suze only needed to lift a finger and use the repair function in the system's shop to solve the issue with ease. Of course, such convenience came at a steep price. Thinking about the massive amount of cultivation energy he was about to consume, Suze felt a pang in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh inward despite gaining more cultivation energy as his strength grew. It always felt like a drop in the bucket, far from enough. At that moment, the immortal slaying sword trembled slightly, and the voice of the sword spirit, a young girl, emerged from within. Her tone had softened significantly compared to her initial hostility. Master, I still need to devour the blood god pearl. The blood energy within it will aid in repairing my body. Suze nodded in agreement and asked, how much time will that take? The sword spirit replied succinctly, 3 days. Suze frowned slightly, and, after a moment of contemplation, said, 3 days feels a bit too long. Can you speed it up? The sword spirit remained aloof, responding curtly, the fastest is 2 days. Suze gave a light nod. 2 days, while not short, was still within an acceptable range. Meanwhile, above the deep pool, the sound of the sword's resonance echoed. Upon hearing it, Sun Xiu's face lit up with unconcealed excitement. He abruptly stood up, leaning forward to peer into the pool. However, the thick mist and the blood-red glow within the water obscured his view, leaving him unable to discern what was happening below. Naturally, he was unaware that at the very moment the sword's resonance rang out, someone was preparing to intercept the treasure his family had painstakingly prepared for him. It's almost done, Sun Xiu muttered to himself, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, the array diagram in the hands of the water ape emitted a faint glow. Seeing this, Sun Xiu grew even more elated. The array diagram had ceased absorbing blood energy, signaling that the blood god pearl was complete. All that remained was for the longsword to absorb the blood god pearl and repair its cracks. Just then, a golden core-level demonic beast approached from the distant mountains and respectfully inquired, Lord Demon God, now that the formation has stopped absorbing blood energy, should we continue the extermination of the humans? A glint of cruelty flashed in the water ape's eyes as it replied coldly, since we've started, we might as well finish the job. The golden core beast nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. At the same time, in the world above ground, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest. Roar. This was followed by a series of deafening crashes. Boom, boom, boom. Trees were snapped, dust filled the air, and shattered rocks shot out like bullets in all directions. A 20-meter-long lizard-like, demonic beast burst out of the dust cloud. The drank lower-tier beast was covered in blood, with 2 ghastly wounds on its head, and its eyes were filled with terror. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of multicolored light streaked through the air, piercing the lizard beast's body in an instant. The destructive energy rampaged within, obliterating all signs of life in mere moments. The lizard beast's body stiffened, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping after crushing a large swath of towering trees. A graceful figure emerged from behind. Hishwer gazed at the massive corpse before her, a flicker of worry hidden deep in her eyes. This was the fifth one already, and even she was beginning to feel the strain, her energy significantly depleted. She suddenly coughed lightly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Though she quickly wiped it away, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Low-tiered grade beasts could still be managed, but facing mid-tiered grade beasts made even a stalemate incredibly difficult. From the distant forest, Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and a group of other prodigies hurried over, their faces filled with concern as they inquired about Hishwer's condition. Their bodies bore wounds, their clothes were torn and tattered, leaving them in a disheveled state. Behind them, nearly 1,000 trial participants emerged one after another, survivors who had joined the group along the way. Witnessing Hishwer slay the golden core beast firsthand left everyone deeply shaken. Their eyes were filled with admiration, and they murmured their relief at narrowly escaping disaster. If not for Hishwer's intervention, the golden core beast would have caused devastating casualties. However, the mention of the golden core beast cast a shadow over their faces. In truth, the losses had already been severe. When the beast tide first appeared, countless trial participants were killed or injured within moments under the lead of the golden core beast. It was estimated that only a little over 1,000 had survived. For many, this was their first encounter with such a brutal scene, leaving a profound impact on their hearts. Hishwer shook her head and said, "I'm fine, but we must leave immediately. The next wave of the beast tide is approaching." Tong Lan's face darkened as she muttered in despair. At this rate, well, eventually. Xiao Ding frowned and interrupted, swiftly taking out materials for setting up an array. His hands glimmered as he began inscribing array patterns. Despite his arm being wrapped in bandages and his movements hindered, he efficiently completed the formation. A white light emerged, enveloping the trial participants. This special array significantly boosted their speed, allowing them to keep pace with the main group as they retreated. Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar echoed from afar. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they turned toward the sound. On the horizon, a massive black beast tide appeared, with a colossal beast over 30 meters long standing out prominently. "A mid-tiered grade beast," someone exclaimed in shock, despair written all over their face. Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the other prodigies looked grim. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ding said, "Finally, a beast surpassing the low-tiered grade has appeared. We'll work together to drive it back." But Hishwer shook her head and said softly, "You all go ahead. They'll catch up later." Tong Lan looked at her with worry. "That's a mid-tiered grade beast." "You." Hishwer's gaze grew serious as she fixed her eyes on the beast. "Don't worry. I'm no saint. But the more lives we save now, the greater our hope of survival and the longer we can hold on." A robust and capable martial artist spoke in a deep voice. "Sister Schwer, don't worry. Once we've escorted the main group to safety, we'll return to help you." Each of them had their own desperate measures, and together, they could indeed pose a threat to the golden core beast. Hishwer nodded lightly, her figure vanishing in an instant. A deafening roar erupted as the fierce battle began. Meanwhile, the Institute of Dimensional Studies in the main world released a piece of shocking news that sent ripples across the land. As soon as the announcement was made, the expressions of many human powerhouses changed dramatically, their brows furrowing in deep concern. The world spirit had suddenly lost contact, cut off by a strange and unknown force. This implied that the emergency jade talismans might have become ineffective, leaving the trial participants unable to evacuate in the face of danger. Panic swept through the crowd as many faces turned pale, their eyes filled with fear. Their disciples and descendants, carefully nurtured future stars, were currently inside the demon suppression tower world. Any mishap during this trial would lead to unimaginable consequences. With each passing second, anxiety surged like a rising tide among the gathered crowd. What is the Institute of Dimensional Studies doing? Why hasn't this problem been resolved yet? Someone couldn't help but shout, their voice filled with urgency and anger. "If my disciple meets any harm, I will slaughter every demon beast in the demon suppression tower." Another powerhouse growled through gritted teeth, their eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. At that moment, terrifying auras erupted suddenly from various regions of the human alliance. High in the boundless sky, a middle-aged man clad in white appeared out of thin air. His entire being radiated dazzling multicolored light, and his piercing gaze locked onto the space before him, his brows furrowed in a deep knot. Shortly after, a second and third figure emerged in succession. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures, each dressed uniquely, appeared in the sky, standing upon the void with an air of overwhelming power. They were unmistakably a group of divine transformation realm powerhouses. Brother Tong, you've arrived. One of the divine transformation experts addressed the white-clad man who had appeared first, his tone tinged with tension. The white-clad man, Tong Wei, gave a slight nod, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. Brother Xiao, is shouting trapped inside as well. After a brief exchange among the divine transformation cultivators, they collectively turned their attention to the space before them. Suddenly, a blinding burst of light erupted, unleashing a destructive force in a deafening roar. With a resounding boom, the space distorted slightly, and a massive rift appeared. It was the entrance to the Demon Suppression Tower world. However, the rift was obstructed by a layer of dense, white mist, temporarily severing the connection between the dimensional space and the main world. The head of the Tong family, Tong Wei, allowed the light in his hand to dissipate as he lowered his arm, frowning deeply at the hazy white mist. He murmured to himself, "Is it not possible?" The other divine transformation experts, witnessing this, began to take action one after another, attempting to break through the mist to ensure the safety of their younger generation. Deafening explosions rang out as one terrifying attack after another, powerful enough to level mountains, surged into the spatial rift like bolts of lightning. Yet when the dust settled, the white mist remained unscathed. The attacks of the divine transformation powerhouses were neutralized by a peculiar energy, which only caused the mist to grow denser. Realizing the futility of their efforts, the faces of the divine transformation cultivators darkened. Xiao Tianrong, staring intently at the mist, suddenly furrowed his brows and declared, "A formation." As a descendant of a family specializing in formations, he keenly sensed that the white mist emanated from the power of a formidable array. In that case, does this mean someone deliberately isolated the Demon Suppression Tower world from the outside? One of the divine transformation experts speculated coldly, his expression grim. "Whoever it is, if anything happens to my son, I will make them pay with blood." A suffocating killing intent spread through the air as the divine transformation cultivators' expressions turned even darker, their murderous intent palpable. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared before the crowd. One was a tall, imposing man with piercing tiger-like eyes, exuding an aura so commanding that it seemed capable of holding back an entire army. The other was an elderly man with white hair, dressed plainly, silently gazing at the spatial rift. These two were none other than Zhang Muji, the headmaster of True Dragon Academy, and Zhong Shouhu, the director of the Interdimensional Space Research Institute. The assembled nascent soul cultivators all nodded respectfully toward the two headmasters, though their demeanor was noticeably more deferential when addressing Zhong Shouhu, bowing deeply. "Director Zhong, you're here. Master Zhong, you've finally arrived. Please, Master Zhong, you must come up with a solution. My last disciple is still in there." The crowd, as if seeing their savior, eagerly gathered around Zhong Shouhu, their eyes filled with anticipation. As the director of the Interdimensional Space Research Institute, Zhong Shouhu was not only a peak nascent soul expert, but also a master of spatial laws. He had ventured into countless alternate dimensions and was the most knowledgeable about such emergencies. Zhong Shouhu raised a hand to signal for silence, then stepped forward toward the white mist. The crowd immediately fell quiet, holding their breath as they waited for his next move. The director stared at the mist intently, a trace of anger suddenly flickering across his brow. A formation of this level, there's no way the beasts of the Demon Suppression Tower's world could have created it. Zhong Shouhu thought to himself. He was well aware of a half-step nascent soul monkey in the underground world, but he had previously warned it and confirmed that its abilities did not include formation techniques. Among humans, only the 8 great clans were capable of deploying such an advanced formation. Subtly, Zhong Shouhu turned his gaze, scanning the nascent soul cultivators from the 8 great clans. A glint of killing intent flashed deep in his eyes. If anything happens to Chongqing and Linger's child, the 8 great clans will have no reason to exist. They are nothing but a blight. To act so selfishly, to commit such heinous deeds, it's as if they're desecrating their own lineage. Just then, a message popped up on Zhong Shouhu's communicator. It was a holographic projection showing a heavily fortified chamber. Inside, a soul lamp burned brightly, its flame vigorous, indicating that its owner was currently safe. Zhong Shouhu let out a small sigh of relief but quickly furrowed his brow again. He turned his attention back to the white mist, his hand now glowing with a dazzling light. "I must break through this mist quickly. Xiao Su could be in danger at any moment," Zhong Shouhu thought, his vigilance heightened. Meanwhile, the nascent soul cultivators nearby caught sight of the soul lamp's projection, their pupils contracting sharply. Whose soul lamp is that? Could it be that Director Zhong rushed here for the lamp's owner? Does someone in the Demon Suppression Tower's world have a connection to him? Xiao Tianrong and Tong Wei exchanged glances, both seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This was undoubtedly a significant revelation. "Everyone, gather here and assist. We must break through this formation as quickly as possible," Director Zhong ordered in a deep voice. With a sharp wave of his hand, Countless intricate runes materialized, filling the sky. Even Xiao Tianrong, a nascent soul formation master, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock at the sight of those runes, many of which were beyond his comprehension. But there was no time to dwell on it. Nearly 10 nascent soul cultivators let out a low shout as their vast spiritual energy surged forth, pouring into the runes. A blinding beam of light shot up into the sky. Zhong Shouhu, his expression solemn, stood at the core of the formation, channeling its immense power to strike at the white mist. Facing the mist imbued with the reversing forces of Taiji, Yin, and Yang, only an overwhelming surge of power far beyond its limits could shatter it completely. The plan of the nascent soul cultivators to rescue their disciples had begun. In an instant, dazzling multicolored lights swept across the sky, as if the entire world had been painted with a dreamlike hue. Amidst deafening rumbles, dense white mist churned violently, resembling a boiling ocean. Deep beneath the world of the demon suppression tower, a deep pool within a towering mountain suddenly began to bubble furiously. White mist erupted like a fountain, surging into a mysterious formation. The body of the water ape trembled violently, as if bearing the weight of 1,000 tons. The demonic energy within it surged out uncontrollably, like a dam breaking apart. At the same time, outside the mountain, 100 golden-cored demonic beasts roared in unison. Their bodies quivered as the demonic energy within them receded like a tidal wave, leaving them weakened and frail in an instant. The water ape turned to glare at Sun Xiao, a trace of urgency flashing in its eyes. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, those nascent soul cultivators outside will all come charging in. Sun Xiao frowned deeply, clearly displeased with the water ape's tone. Yet, he understood the gravity of the situation. With a flicker of light from the ring on his finger, he summoned 5 figures in an instant. Nascent soul puppets. The water ape's pupils contracted sharply, its voice trembling with shock. Creating such puppets was an astronomical feat. Even obtaining the body of a nascent soul cultivator, one of the prerequisites, was enough to deter countless families. Yet the Sun family had produced 5 at once. Such overwhelming power was truly staggering. Sun Xiao sneered coldly, his tone filled with arrogance. The Sun family wouldn't act without thorough preparation. Only when everything is ready do we make our move. With that, he activated the puppets. The 5 nascent soul puppets opened their eyes simultaneously, releasing an overwhelming aura that filled the air with suffocating pressure, like towering mountains bearing down. In a flash, they appeared around the formation, raising their hands in unison. Torrents of spiritual energy surged out from within them like vast oceans. With the assistance of the 5 nascent soul puppets, the formation stabilized instantly. The oppressive force on the water ape lessened significantly, and it finally let out a sigh of relief. It cast a furtive glance at the blood-red vortex within the pool, silently pondering, what kind of treasure could be worth such a massive cost for the Sun family? Beneath the pool, Suze gazed at the 5 puppets radiating terrifying energy, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. That kid's background is clearly extraordinary, to be able to bring out 5 nascent soul-level puppets. He chuckled inwardly, but no matter what he brings out, it's useless now. The immortal slaying sword has already chosen its master. That kid has done all the work for me. They'll have to thank him properly in the future. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a day had passed. High above, the faces of the nascent soul cultivators were grim. Dean Zhong stared at the churning white mist before him, his brows tightly furrowed, and a growing urgency in his gaze. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes for the trial disciples inside. We can't wait any longer. A sharp determination flashed in his eyes as his aura surged, his posture straight as a spear, and the light in his hands flared brilliantly. At the same moment, within the demon suppression tower world, deafening booms echoed across the vast grasslands. A dense horde of demonic beasts, forming an endless black tide, launched a frenzied assault on the encircled trial disciples. The air was filled with bloodthirsty roars as countless beasts, their eyes bloodshot, charged forward in a mad frenzy. The trial disciples' faces were pale, their hands trembling slightly. Though determination burned in their eyes, it was mingled with fear and despair. They were completely surrounded, with no path of escape, only the choice to fight to the death. All of their gazes turned toward the distance, where their only hope lay. In the distance, a golden-cored demonic beast was locked in fierce combat with a slender figure. He Schwenner's face was as pale as paper, her movements noticeably slower than before. The relentless battles had drained her immensely, and her exhaustion was evident. Not to mention, the beast before them was of mid-level drank strength, something they could barely hold their ground against, let alone slay. At this critical moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, and a ferocious aura swept over like a tidal wave. The trial participants turned toward the sound, only to see a massive serpent hurtling toward them at an alarming speed, its scales gleaming with a cold, metallic shine under the sunlight. A golden core beast, someone exclaimed in shock, their face instantly turning pale. The The serpent's target was clear. It was heading straight for Hishwer, who was already entangled with the drank beast. The two beasts were evidently planning to team up to take down this formidable woman. It's over. They're going to gang up on Sister Schwer. Tong Lan's voice trembled, her eyes filled with despair. The other trial participants felt the same, a heavy sense of helplessness weighing on their hearts. If Hishwer, their strongest combatant, were to fall, their only hope would be extinguished. At that moment, a single name surfaced in everyone's mind: Suze, the newly risen prodigy who had the power to defeat a golden core beast. Where was he now? If he were here, perhaps things wouldn't seem so hopeless. Suze, where are you? A silent cry echoed in their hearts. Could he have already perished? The terrifying thought flashed through their minds, and someone in the crowd shuddered, their wide eyes brimming with sorrow. Just as despair threatened to consume them all, Xiao Ding suddenly clenched his teeth, a crazed determination flashing across his handsome face. I'll set up a formation. I need your help, he said in a low, resolute voice. The surrounding geniuses were momentarily stunned, but after fighting alongside Xiao Ding for some time, they had developed a sense of trust in him. Though they didn't know exactly what he intended to do, they quickly gathered around him, ready to offer their support. Xiao Ding's hands moved swiftly, producing formation materials seemingly out of thin air and scattering them across the ground. His fingers danced as he inscribed intricate patterns at an incredible speed. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his face flushed, clearly under immense strain. Moments later, a grand formation took shape. Xiao Ding spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the core of the formation. His face turned as white as paper. In the next instant, dazzling light erupted from the formation. Seeing this, the others channeled their spiritual energy into the formation. A massive surge of power gathered within it, causing Xiao Ding's body to tremble violently. Veins bulged on his skin, and his bloodshot eyes reflected his struggle. The formation placed an enormous burden on its caster, and any mistake could harm his very foundation, jeopardizing his future cultivation. But Xiao Ding paid no mind to this. Gritting his teeth, he focused all his will on controlling the formation, his gaze locked onto the rapidly approaching serpent. Boom! A golden light shot out, crackling with streaks of electricity, and hurtled toward the serpent like a lightning bolt. The serpent's vertical pupils flashed with fear as it frantically tried to evade. But the golden light was too fast. It struck the serpent's body in an instant. With a deafening explosion, the serpent's body was scorched black as electricity danced across its scales. Its massive body was flung backward, crashing to the ground and rolling violently as blood sprayed in all directions. When it finally came to a halt, everyone could see a gruesome hole in the middle of its body, nearly severing it in half. The serpent let out one last agonized cry before its aura faded, its life hanging by a thread. Xiao Ding exhaled deeply as the formation's glow dimmed, and the materials at its core disintegrated into dust. His vision blurred, and his body went limp as he collapsed backward. Tong Lan and the others barely had time to celebrate before rushing to catch him, their cries of alarm filling the air. In the distance, the drank mid-level beast's eyes flickered with shock, and its body instinctively retreated. It let out a low growl, and the beast horde halted their assault. Seizing the opportunity, Hishwer flickered back into the main group. For now, the immediate danger was averted. Relief washed over the group, and the joy of narrowly escaping death surged through their hearts. To their surprise, these geniuses had such a powerful hidden trump card. Perhaps this time, they truly had a chance to survive. Sister Schwer, how are you? Are you okay? The trial participants rushed forward, their concern evident in their expressions. Tong Lan quickly retrieved a crystal-clear elixir and handed it to Hishwer. A few of them deftly brought out pristine white bandages and carefully replaced her wrappings. Hishwer took the elixir without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. As the medicine entered her body, a warm current spread throughout her, rapidly restoring her depleted spiritual energy. She shook her head lightly, signaling that she was fine, but her gaze fell on Xiao Ding. Are you all right? She asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Don't do that again. That move just now almost destabilized your foundation. Xiao Ding's face was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color. The usually handsome features of his face now bore traces of melancholy. He shook his head, his voice weak but resolute. If we don't give it our all now, when else should we? The others fell silent at his words, unable to refute him. A heavy silence spread among them, like an overwhelming tide. Unconsciously, they all turned to look at the distant expanse of black waves, the endless tide of beasts. A sense of despair and helplessness surged in their hearts. On the horizon, the silhouettes of demonic beasts continued to emerge, endlessly pouring into the ocean of the beast tide. Their numbers grew at an alarming rate, and their deafening roars echoed from all directions, as if threatening to devour the entire world. Breaking through this siege seemed like an impossible task. Take this time to recover. We'll attempt to break through later, Hishwer said softly. She then sat cross-legged on the ground, activating her cultivation technique to heal her injuries and restore her energy. The surrounding trial participants immediately straightened their expressions and followed suit, focusing all their efforts on recovering their strength. At the center of the beast tide, a massive gray-white wolf stood with piercing eyes locked on the distant group of humans, particularly on Hishwer and her companions. A flicker of apprehension flashed in its gaze. This woman had killed 6 golden core beasts in just 2 days. To think, there were only 11 of them that had emerged from the underground world this time, and that young human had just used a formation to kill another one. Now, including itself, only 4 golden core beasts remained on the surface. Could this be one of the legendary human prodigies? The giant wolf thought to itself, its gaze growing colder and its murderous intent almost tangible. The humans have imprisoned us for years. It's time to collect some interest. Once the remaining 3 golden core beasts arrive, we'll slaughter all of your precious geniuses. Time ticked by, the cycle of day and night passing like a fleeting moment. By midday the next day, Hishwer, Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the other human prodigies opened their eyes and exhaled deeply, their gazes sharp and focused. After a night of rest, they had done their utmost to restore themselves to peak condition. Xiao Ding's face had regained a hint of color, and his sharp eyes were fixed on the giant wolf in the beast tide, calculating the angle of his next move. The surrounding trial participants also rose to their feet. Seeing the prodigies recover their strength reignited a glimmer of hope in their eyes. The previous day, they had all handed over their remaining elixirs to these prodigies. Now, it seemed that their decision had been the right one. The chance of escaping alive seemed just a bit higher. However, just then, a deep, guttural roar echoed from afar, followed by a second and a third. On the horizon, 3 massive figures appeared, their overwhelming golden core auras instantly spreading across the battlefield. 3 golden core beasts? Someone exclaimed in shock. The crowd's faces turned ashen in an instant. The faint flame of hope that had just been reignited was snuffed out in a heartbeat, replaced by a tide of despair. Their eyes dimmed with hopelessness. If it had been just 1 more golden core beast, they might have managed. But 3? This was a crushing blow. How could they possibly defend against this? Even Hishwer's expression hardened, a sense of powerlessness rising within her. She knew all too well that if the situation turned dire, she might be able to barely break through the encirclement at the cost of injury. But what about the others? How would they survive? Hishwer was overwhelmed with a mix of frustration and anxiety. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Even if she managed to break through the encirclement, how long could she hold on? Would the strong reinforcements from the outside arrive in time to rescue them? She knew the dean must be doing everything in his power, but could she endure until that moment? Clenching her fists, Hishwer steeled herself. The Demon Suppression Tower trial was only the beginning of her grand ambitions. She yearned to shine at the 10,000 Races Conference, to bring glory to the human race. Looking around at her companions, Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the other geniuses, their gazes were equally unsettled, filled with a mixture of frustration, anxiety, anger, and despair. Were they truly destined to perish in this small, alternate dimension? Meanwhile, in the depths of the underground world, a critical transformation was quietly unfolding. The blood god Pearl had vanished, leaving only the Zhanshian sword suspended in the water. The sword was absorbing the last remnants of blood energy, and the crack along its surface had nearly disappeared, leaving only a faint trace behind. Suze looked up toward the surface of the pool. The water ape and 5 nascent soul puppets were wholly focused on maintaining the deceiving heaven formation, too preoccupied to notice the changes below. The man at the edge of the pool, obscured by thick mist, couldn't see the situation at the bottom either. Suze calculated silently, preparing to give them a surprise. Although he wasn't entirely sure of the situation outside, Suze could make some educated guesses. With the distressed talisman rendered useless and no way to retreat, it was likely that the trial participants who had fallen to the beasts were in grave danger. From the conversations between the water ape and the golden core level beast, he realized the participants might be facing a coordinated assault. Suze was particularly worried about Lin Miaoya's safety. Before entering, both Elder Wang and Uncle Lin had urged him to look after her. Over the past days, Suze had been living with the Lin family, learning much from Elder Wang. If the Lin family's only heir were to come to harm, Suze wouldn't be able to face them. Even so, Suze knew he couldn't act recklessly. If the formation wasn't destroyed, the world spirit would remain isolated, and the distress talisman would remain ineffective. At that point, everyone would be trapped, left to the mercy of their enemies. Even if the outside forces were working on a rescue plan, time was of the essence. And in that time, the water ape and the 5 nascent soul puppets could annihilate all the trial participants. The key to everything lay in the deceiving heaven formation diagram floating in the air. Only by destroying it and breaking the formation could the distress talisman be reactivated. However, Suze knew he couldn't accomplish this alone. He had to stay, waiting for the Zhanshian sword to restore itself so he could borrow its power to destroy the diagram. Finally, The Zhanshian sword absorbed the last trace of blood energy. The crack along its surface had almost completely disappeared, leaving only a faint white mark. Suddenly, the sword released an incredibly sharp burst of sword energy, its ferocious and bloodthirsty aura spreading instantly. The pool water churned violently, and thick white mist rose, obscuring Sun Xiu's vision. He froze for a moment before his face lit up with joy. Had it succeeded? He could feel the overwhelming sword energy radiating from the Bladiat was so powerful that even from dozens of meters away, it made his skin sting. This power far exceeded Sun Xiu's expectations, and he was ecstatic. The stronger the sword, the stronger he would become as its master. He began to imagine himself wielding the sword at the 10,000 Races Conference, cutting down the geniuses from all the races, earning the admiration of the entire human alliance. The thought sent an excited shiver through his entire body. Deep beneath the pool, the cold, clear voice of the sword spirit echoed once more, reaching Su Zhe's ears. Master, the blood god Pearl has been completely absorbed. My injuries are mostly healed now. However, the remaining loss of my essence can only recover slowly over time. Before Su Zhe's eyes, the information of the immortal slaying sword appeared. Weapon, immortal slaying sword, low-grade spiritual treasure, reparable and upgradable. The earth-shattering battle had inflicted unimaginable damage on the sword. If not for the previous master protecting it with his life force, it would have long since turned into ordinary iron. Thanks to the Sun family's full efforts to repair it and the nourishment of the blood god Pearl, the immortal slaying sword had barely been restored to the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Even so, the current immortal slaying sword was undoubtedly a precious treasure. A spiritual treasure, something countless nascent soul cultivators dreamed of but could never obtain in their lifetime. Sun Xiu had once fantasized about using the immortal slaying sword to make a stunning debut at the grand assembly of the myriad races, becoming a peerless genius admired by all. Now, such a treasure had fallen into Su Zhe's hands. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a resonant hum, as if declaring it was ready. Shaoqing silently climbed onto Su Zhe's wrist, also prepared for action. Su Zhe raised his head, his gaze fixed on the formation diagram above, his eyes gleaming as thoughts raced through his mind. The system panel emerged, displaying a remaining cultivation base of 14,000 years. Without hesitation, Su Zhe allocated 12,000 years of cultivation directly to martial arts. In an instant, an immense and pure energy erupted within him. The dense energy surged through his meridians, strengthening his physique, nourishing his channels, and finally, under Su Zhe's guidance, pouring entirely into the dragon elephant seed. Crack, crack, crack. 3 crisp cracking sounds echoed as dazzling golden light burst forth from the dragon elephant seed. In his dantian, the golden lake churned and boiled, manifesting the phantom of a colossal elephant that roared thunderously. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth, causing the golden lake to expand rapidly. Boom! A deep, resonant heartbeat reverberated through the pool, causing the surrounding water to ripple. Su Zhe's eyes glowed with golden light, resembling molten gold. Blinding radiance erupted from his body, illuminating the entire deep pool in a golden hue, dispelling the lingering white mist. Sun Xiu squinted, leaning forward to peer into the depths of the pool, only to spot a figure. A sword spirit, he muttered in a mix of surprise and joy. A weapon with a spirit could be called a spiritual weapon, and one whose spirit could take form and possess a higher consciousness was a genuine spiritual treasure. At this moment, the sword spirit was in perfect harmony with Su Zhe and naturally understood his intentions. The immortal slaying sword began vibrating intensely, its spirit brimming with excitement. After countless years, it could finally fight again. The long-forgotten yearning for battle seemed ready to break free from the confines of the sword. Amid the radiant golden light, Su Zhe's figure flickered as he appeared in front of the immortal slaying sword. He reached out and grasped its hilt. Its icy touch sent a chill coursing through his entire body. Sharp sword energy radiated outward, churning the surrounding water, as if heralding the earth-shaking battle that was about to unfold. The sword spirit sensed the aura emanating from Su Zhe and immediately envisioned the image of the giant elephant in her mind, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. The golden light surrounding Su Zhe exerted an overwhelming sense of pressure on her, a suppression that stemmed from absolute hierarchy rather than strength. It was like a rabbit facing a tiger, and an uncontrollable primal fear surged within the sword spirit. However, as time passed, the sword spirit gradually adapted to this oppressive force. The golden light's impact on her diminished significantly, no longer evoking the earlier feeling of imminent collapse. Meanwhile, astonishing changes were occurring within Su Zhe's body. 3 dragon elephant seeds activated simultaneously, intertwining and merging their energies, triggering a chain reaction. This greatly enhanced the reinforcement of his physical body, as torrents of energy roared through his meridians and dantian. Su Zhe gripped the immortal slaying sword in one hand and held the great teleportation talisman in the other. Without hesitation, he took a step forward. Utilizing the 9 steps of the heavenly rock and the surging power within him, his speed broke through all limits, becoming impossible to track. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from the depths of the pool. With a thunderous roar, the water shattered, and the radiant golden light illuminated the entire mountain's interior. Suze, moving with lightning speed, appeared beside the formation diagram in the blink of an eye. The water ape's expression changed drastically as it realized that the figure before it was not the sword spirit, but a living human. Its eyes flared with fiery rage, but it could not spare the focus to deal with him. Outside, the nascent soul cultivators were relentlessly attacking the white mist day and night, driving the water ape into a state of urgency. If it divided its attention, the great formation might be instantly destroyed. A deep anxiety flickered in its eyes. Sun Xiao was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly shifted to alarm. However, before they could react, Suze had already made his move. Raising his longsword high, Suze poured all of his surging spiritual energy into the immortal slaying sword. In an instant, a burst of blood-red light erupted. A sword beam, like a crimson river, descended like a waterfall, striking down upon the formation diagram in a heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed all around. Violent energy radiated outward in waves, sweeping across the area and flinging the weakest, Sun Xiao, into the air. The intricate patterns of the heaven-deceiving formation flickered violently as the sword energy clashed fiercely with the formation's energy. Then, with a sharp crack, a fissure appeared on the stone formation diagram. The water ape's face turned ashen, its eyes filled with terror. Crack, crack. The fissures rapidly spread, soon covering the entire formation diagram. With a resounding blast, the stone shattered into fragments, and the formation diagram was utterly destroyed. The mysterious energy dissipated in an instant. At that moment, the entire Demon Suppression Tower world felt a massive surge of divine consciousness. An ancient and powerful will descended upon the underground world, reaching the heart of the mountain. A light, ethereal voice resonated, saying, "Trial participant number 1, Suze, thank you." By now, the terror in the water ape's eyes had turned into pure fury. It glared at Suze with murderous intent, its body glowing as it prepared to strike and kill him. Yet, just as the critical moment arrived, Suze's figure suddenly flickered and vanished from the underground world. Suze felt his vision blur and his heart jolt in surprise. Before he could even activate the great teleportation talisman, he had been transported away. He quickly realized that the world spirit must have intervened, escorting him to safety. The scenery before him changed dramatically, revealing towering mountains shrouded in thick white mist. Suze took a deep breath of the long mist fresh air and tentatively asked, "World Spirit, can you teleport me to trial participant Lin Miaoi's location?" He felt a bit nervous, unsure if such a request was feasible. However, the World Spirit's voice soon responded, simple and direct, with just 2 words, "I can." The vast grasslands were alive with movement as the beast horde surged like a boundless ocean. 4 golden core-level demonic beasts gathered in one spot, their cold, indifferent eyes fixed on He Schwerer and the other prodigies. Their fierce auras chilled the air, making it feel stifling and heavy. The deep voice of the giant wolf broke the tense silence. "I'll hold that woman off. The 3 of you deal with those brats first. Then we'll join forces to take her down." The other 3rd-class lower-tier golden core beasts nodded in agreement, their silence signaling their resolve. The giant wolf added a stern warning. "Be careful of that man who looks like a pretty boy. His formation techniques are terrifying." Black Snake was obliterated by just one of his strikes. "Don't let your guard down." Its tone was filled with caution, clearly unwilling to suffer further losses. One of the other beasts responded confidently, "Got it. That kid probably has only one good strike in him. As long as we dodge it, we can wipe them out in an instant. Once that's done, the 4 of us can gang up on the woman. It'll be a piece of cake." With their plan set, the 4 golden core beasts transmitted their orders to the minds of every beast in the horde. "Kill all the humans. Leave no one alive." With this command, the entire beast horde erupted in earth-shaking roars. Demonic energy surged into the sky, scattering the clouds above. Among the humans, the trial participants turned pale with fear. Despair, terror, and anxiety spread like a plague. "It's over. We're done for this time. There's no way we're getting out alive," someone muttered, their voice trembling with hopelessness. Faced with the overwhelming threat of the 4 golden core beasts, the group fell into despair. Even if He Schwerer could hold off one beast and Xiao Ding and the other prodigies joined forces to fight another, the remaining 2 beasts alone could easily decimate the nearly 1,000-strong group. He Schwerer's expression was grim as she spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, do your best." Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and the others nodded silently, steeling themselves for the life-and-death battle ahead. Taking the initiative, He Schwerer charged toward the class mid-tier giant wolf. The 2 moved away from the group in tacit understanding. ensuring their battle wouldn't endanger others. In an instant, blinding light erupted as the fierce clash began. Meanwhile, the other three golden core beasts turned their attention to Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and the rest. Xiao Ding's face was tense as he shouted, "Help me out." He retrieved the last of his materials from his spatial ring and began constructing a large formation, determined to fight with everything he had. But the three golden core beasts weren't about to let them prepare unchallenged. "Kill them all," one growled. With a thunderous roar, the black tide of beasts surged forward, crashing toward the trial participants like a relentless wave. Many trial participants were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Lin Miaoi clenched her fists tightly. Though regret filled her heart, her gaze soon turned resolute. She silently vowed that even if she were to die, she would take a few of the beasts down with her. Xiao Ding worked tirelessly to construct the formation, intricate patterns of energy taking shape before him. Blood spilled from his mouth as his face turned ashen. Behind him, Tong Lan and the other prodigies were no better off, their spiritual energy rapidly depleting as they poured it into the formation. A glimmer of determination flickered in their eyes. They knew this might be their final stand. And just as the situation reached a critical tipping point, just as all the trial participants were prepared to face their last stand, ready to burn their life force in a desperate battle, a vast surge of divine consciousness suddenly swept across the entire world. In that instant, the rescue jade talismans each participant carried began to emit a faint glow, forming a fragile connection with the heavens. In the sky, a white point of light appeared abruptly, then exploded brilliantly. A familiar transparent barrier spread across the firmament in an instant, shimmering with countless names in dazzling radiance. Yet, many of these names had already dimmed. Of the original 5,000 trial participants, fewer than 1,000 remained. Excluding those who had been expelled by the world's spirit from the demon-suppressing tower, over 3,000 had perished, devoured by the beasts. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Had the world spirit returned? Had the rescue talismans regained their function? Did they finally have a chance to leave this terrifying otherworldly realm alive? A wave of joyous exultation erupted among the crowd. Faces that had been darkened by despair now lit up with renewed hope, and eyes once dull sparkled with life again. The thrill of survival washed over them, and the trial participants cheered, wept, and embraced one another in relief. At that moment, the voice of the world's spirit echoed throughout the entire demon-suppressing tower. Participant number 1, Su Zhe, has single-handedly resolved the crisis and helped the world spirit of Dimensional World 1098 regain control. A reward of 1 million points is granted. A blinding burst of light radiated from Su Zhe's name, outshining even the sun. His points skyrocketed by 1 million in an instant, propelling him to the top of the leaderboard and creating a staggering gap of over 900,000 points between him and the second-place participant, He Shuer. In the distance, He Shuer, who had been locked in a fierce battle with a giant wolf, suddenly froze and looked up at the sky. A flash of shock crossed her phoenix-like eyes. Known for her composure, even she was left utterly stunned by the announcement. The other trial participants were no different. They all raised their heads, staring intently at Su Zhe's name with wide eyes and gaping mouths, frozen in place as if turned to stone. Even the giant wolves and other beasts paused and looked skyward. But unlike the humans, their eyes were filled with fear and despair. The human trial participants had not been eradicated, and yet the world spirit had already regained control. This spelled the complete failure of their plans. They could not comprehend how a young human with mere foundation establishment-level strength had managed to thwart a half-step divine transformation demon god. In an instant, the mindsets of the trial participants and the beasts reversed dramatically. Among the crowd, Lin Miaoi gazed at that radiant name shining like the sun, tears streaming down her face. Her hands trembled as she covered her mouth, overwhelmed with emotion. Su Zhe not only survived, but also helped the world spirit restore order to the demon-suppressing tower, earning 1 million points in one fell swoop and becoming the unprecedented and unparalleled leader of the points ranking. At this very moment, under the gaze of tens of thousands of trial participants and beasts, the space above the sky began to distort slightly. A spatial portal materialized out of thin air, and a figure stepped through it with deliberate grace. It was a young man, standing tall with a blood-red longsword in hand, his entire body bathed in radiant golden light, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. A faint smile played on his lips, but his eyes were cold and distant. It was none other than Su Zhe himself. In front of the dimensional gate, the trial takers and the beasts held their breath, eyes fixed on the slowly opening door. A handsome young figure emerged, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Even the slowest among them could immediately deduce that this was Su Zhe, the top scorer on the leaderboard following He Shuer, the second human prodigy to emerge, and the beast tamer who had saved nearly 1,000 trial takers. High in the sky, a streak of green light flashed as Xiao Qing's form rapidly shifted, returning to its true appearance. In an instant, a 15-meter-long flood dragon appeared before the crowd. Its foreclaws gleamed with cold light, and its deep green scales shimmered under the sunlight, tightly arranged across its massive body. Its tail, resembling that of a fish, swayed gently, yet carried an explosive force. Xiaoqing raised its head slightly, holding Su Zhe steadily on its back. Its long whiskers drifted in the wind, and its eyes glinted with a piercing coldness as it locked onto the strongest mid-tiered grade beast, the giant wolf. This scene left the trial takers in awe, while the beasts trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of fear. Years later, these trial takers would vividly recall the scene at noon that day. A young man bathed in golden light, wielding a longsword, standing atop a majestic flood dragon as he descended from the sky like a hero stepping out of a myth. Roar! Xiaoqing let out a thunderous dragon's cry, shaking the heavens and the earth. The oppressive aura unique to a grade beast swept over the area like a tide. The beast horde immediately whimpered and collapsed to the ground, their limbs limp, losing even the courage to flee. Even the three lower-tiered grade beasts were no exception, paralyzed with fear. Despite being of the same rank, the green flood dragon exerted an overwhelming pressure they could not resist. A grade beast. Su Zhe's contracted spirit beast is a grade beast. A wave of astonished exclamations erupted among the trial takers as they stared at Xiaoqing in disbelief. They finally understood how Su Zhe had managed to slay a golden core beast. His contracted spirit beast was such a powerful grade flood dragon. Several beast tamer trial takers looked at Xiaoqing and Su Zhe, standing on its back, with envious expressions, marveling at Xiaoqing's might. Standing atop Xiaoqing, Su Zhe surveyed the crowd below. His spiritual sense quickly scanned the area and soon located Lin Miaoyi. Seeing that she was only exhausted from overexertion and had no other injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and waved at her, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, finally revealing a genuine smile. Xiaoqing descended lightly, transforming into a streak of green light that delivered Su Zhe safely to the ground. Su Zhe leapt down from the flood dragon's back and patted its head gently. His voice was calm, but carried a chilling intent. Go, kill them all. The words were almost identical to what the golden core beast had said earlier, except now the roles of hunter and prey were reversed. Oh, and one more thing, Su Zhe added. Try to keep their bodies intact. I have a use for them. To him, this sea of beasts and the four golden core beasts were nothing more than free cultivation resources. Xiaoqing nodded slightly, a glint of excitement flashing in its vertical pupils. Since ascending to grade, it had yet to engage in a true battle. Now was the perfect opportunity to test its strength against those creatures. Roar! With a low growl, it transformed into a streak of green light and charged toward the three golden core beasts. The trial takers erupted in shock. What? It's charging in alone? That's too reckless. It should wait for everyone to join forces. This is way too dangerous. In the eyes of everyone present, Xiaoqing's actions were undoubtedly reckless. Xiao Ding and the others' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly manipulated the formation to target a Jindan-level demonic beast, intending to provide assistance. However, to their surprise, Su Zhe raised his hand to stop them. Don't interfere, Su Zhe said calmly. Xiaoqing hasn't had a chance to stretch its muscles in a long time. Let's not ruin its fun. Xiao Ding frowned deeply, his hands trembling slightly as he struggled to maintain the formation. He asked hesitantly, Are you sure? What if your contracted spirit beast gets injured? Su Zhe shook his head, his tone filled with unwavering confidence. That's impossible. Back when Xiaoqing was at a rank, it could already kill Drank opponents, rivaling the prodigies of the human race. Now that it's advanced to Drank, dealing with three ordinary beasts of the same level is a piece of cake. With that, Su Zhe turned and walked toward the mid-level Drank giant wolf, leaving behind a single instruction. Just stay out of this. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and the other geniuses exchanged glances before ultimately choosing to trust Su Zhe's judgment. The glowing runes of the formation dimmed, and the dazzling light faded away. What is Su Zhe trying to do? One of the geniuses asked in confusion. A beast master is supposed to fight alongside their spirit beast to maximize their strength, isn't that right? Xiao Ding's face turned pale as he explained. A beast master's strength is usually weaker than their spirit beast. In battles at the Jindan level, it's actually wise for a foundation establishment cultivator like Su Zhe not to participate directly. The crowd suddenly understood. Indeed, at this level of combat, the Beastmaster themselves would be the weak link. Su Zhe's decision to stay out of the fight was undoubtedly the best choice. Look, the battle has started. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiaoqing and the three Jindan-level demonic beasts. Xiaoqing transformed into a streak of green light, appearing before its opponents in the blink of an eye. Its cold, vertical pupils scanned its adversaries as if it were appraising lifeless objects. The three Jindan beasts experienced a drastic shift in their mindset. They knew all too well that once the human experts outside intervened, their fate would be sealed. Overwhelmed by fear, Their emotions morphed into frenzied desperation. Let's work together to kill this dragon and take down as many humans as we can. They roared in unison, their eyes glowing red with madness as they launched their assault. However, a trace of disdain flickered in Xiaoqing's eyes. Its figure blurred and vanished from their sight. In the next moment, it reappeared in front of a massive black ox. Its razor-sharp claws slashed downward, aiming directly for the ox's skull. The black ox was utterly terrified, its speed too slow to react. In a panic, it channeled its demonic energy, and the twin horns on its head glowed with a dark light, rising to meet Xiaoqing's attack. Those horns were its strongest offensive and most durable defensive feature. But with a crisp crack, the meter-long horns shattered instantly. Xiaoqing's claws continued their descent unimpeded, striking the black ox's head with devastating force. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. The black ox's skull was crushed like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere as white brain matter spilled out. Its body froze for a brief moment before collapsing heavily to the ground. With a single strike, Xiaoqing had instantly killed a Jindan-level demonic beast. The murmurs among the challengers fell silent in an instant, and all eyes turned unanimously to the azure-scaled dragon. The air grew thick with disbelief, as though time itself had frozen in that moment. Did it really just kill a beast of the same level that easily? And with a single strike, someone muttered under their breath, their voice trembling with shock and confusion. What they had anticipated as a grueling battle had turned into a lightning-fast slaughter, so swift and decisive it was almost incomprehensible. Xiao Ding and the other prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. This strong. They exchanged uneasy glances. This is insane. It just swatted a Jindan-level beast to death with a single blow? Everyone was well aware that Xiaoqing's power must be extraordinary. The dragon's form clearly hinted at a unique bloodline coursing through its veins. Yet the strength it displayed far exceeded anyone's expectations, like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, shaking them to their core. In the distance, He Xuaner's pupils contracted slightly as her gaze locked onto Xiaoqing. Her mind raced, and she couldn't help but question herself. If it were her, at the early Jindan stage, could she have slain a low-tiered class beast so effortlessly? The answer was uncertain. Even if she could, it would have required at least 60% of her strength. Yet this spirit beast had dispatched it as casually as swatting a fly. At that moment, the two surviving Jindan beasts finally snapped out of their stupor. Their bodies trembled violently, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The events that had just unfolded were so fast, they hadn't even had time to react before watching their companion be struck down. The thick scent of blood hung in the air, assaulting their senses and triggering their primal survival instincts. Attack together! One of the beasts growled, its voice low and guttural. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a searing torrent of flames. The intense heat swept across the area, incinerating countless lesser beasts that failed to escape in time. The two Jindan beasts, however, paid no heed to the collateral damage. They unleashed their raw, violent energy, the shockwaves reducing nearby beasts to mangled remains. At the same time, they began retreating rapidly, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's body glowed with a faint green light as it darted nimbly through the air. Its speed was astonishing, and a thin mist seemed to envelop its movements. Its vertical pupils gleamed with a luminous green, exuding an unparalleled confidence. Suddenly, thick, sturdy vines burst out from the ground, writhing like serpentine giants. In an instant, they coiled tightly around the two Jindan beasts. This was one of the innate abilities of the four-symbol Azure Dragona Wood Element spell. The vines were covered in sharp, needle-like thorns as hard as steel, which pierced through the beast's flesh in a heartbeat. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, leaving their bodies riddled with wounds. The two Jindan beasts were horrified, their bodies convulsing violently. Enduring the searing pain, they managed to break free from the vine's grip, though the thorns tore away chunks of flesh as they escaped. The gruesome sight of bloodied skin and muscle left on the vines was enough to make anyone's stomach churn. But the brief entanglement had given Xiaoqing the opening it needed. In a flash, it surged forward, its body coiling through the air like a steel whip. This was the 5 techniques of the Flood Dragon, a formidable class martial skill. Crack! Crack! 2 deafening sonic booms exploded in the air as Xiaoqing's movements broke the sound barrier, a clear testament to its blistering speed. The two Jindan beasts were overwhelmed with pure terror and despair. This level of speed was far beyond their ability to react, leaving them no choice but to brace for the fatal strike. Boom! Boom! 2 deep, resonant impacts echoed, followed by the crisp sound of bones shattering. The massive bodies of the Jindan beasts were sent hurtling through the air like cannonballs. Their midsections caved in with ghastly indentations, and they spewed torrents of blood, painting crimson arcs across the sky. Thud! 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 Their bodies tumbled across the ground, crushing hundreds of smaller beasts beneath them before finally coming to a halt. Their once fierce eyes grew dull and lifeless, their breaths shallow and fleeting. It was clear they were on the brink of death, with no chance of survival. The entire battle had unfolded with lightning speed, yet it was nothing short of breathtaking. The sheer power Shao Qing displayed shattered everyone's understanding of strength, leaving the challengers in awe and reverence. In that moment, they realized one undeniable truth. True power often defies expectations, leaving all who witness it in stunned admiration and fear. The moment Shao Qing made her move, the atmosphere on the battlefield froze. Within just 10 seconds, 3 golden core demonic beasts collapsed lifelessly to the ground. This shocking scene left both the beast horde and the trial participants in stunned silence. In the distance, a mid-tier drank giant wolf witnessed the entire process of its companions being slain in an instant. It didn't even have time to react. Gazing at the azure dragon spiraling gracefully in the air, a deep sense of fear and dread surged within its heart. Instinctively, it felt that even it would stand no chance against that dragon. Run! I must escape immediately. The wolf's survival instinct screamed. Even living a little longer is better than dying here now. However, just as the giant wolf was about to turn and flee, a figure suddenly appeared in its path. It was a young man wielding a long sword, his hair glowing faintly with golden light. He smiled calmly, his gaze serene like still water. The wolf recognized him. Wasn't this the dragon's master? A glimmer of hope ignited in the wolf's heart. It knew that beast tamers were typically weaker than their contracted spirit beasts. Some beast tamers even relied on their contracted creatures for 70% of their combat strength. Besides, this young man seemed to be only at a mid-level strength himself. Martial prodigies and beast tamer prodigies are completely different concepts, the wolf thought to itself. Without their contracted spirit beast, they might not even compare to ordinary geniuses. This fool actually dared to come here alone. Opportunity knocked. The wolf had initially worried that Schwerer and the dragon would team up to attack it, but now it seemed that if it could eliminate this young man, his contracted spirit beast would undoubtedly suffer severe damage, rendering it incapable of fighting back. That would be the perfect moment to escape. A gleam of cunning flashed in the wolf's eyes as it rejoiced inwardly. Meanwhile, Schwerer was taken aback. Just a moment ago, Suze had suddenly appeared in front of her, shielding her. She didn't know Suze beforehand, so this was clearly not some heroic rescue. But what was Suze planning? Did he intend to face this mid-tier drank demonic beast, which even she couldn't handle, all by himself? At that moment, Schwerer noticed the glint in the wolf's eyes, and her heart instantly sounded the alarm. No, that wolf is going to attack Suze. She realized the imminent danger. While Suze was undoubtedly a prodigy, most of his strength likely came from his contracted spirit beast. His own abilities probably fell far short. Schwerer's expression changed drastically. Her usually composed face suddenly turned anxious. The human race had finally produced 2 prodigies. They couldn't afford to lose one here. She had finally found a worthy rival and couldn't bear to lose him for such a reason. But it was already too late. The giant wolf had begun its attack. Its body lit up with a dazzling white glow, and its gray-white fur danced wildly as its speed surged. It was using a desperate, life-risking technique to deliver a fatal blow to Suze. Only by doing so could it grasp a slim chance of survival. The wolf transformed into a massive white ball of light, streaking through the air with blinding speed as it charged towards Suze. Schwerer could feel the oppressive force emanating from the white light. The wolf's speed was astonishing, so much so that even she couldn't react in time. It was too late to intervene. It's over. Schwerer's heart sank, but she still recklessly dashed towards Suze, her body emanating a faint glow in an attempt to shield him from the deadly blow. In the crowd, Lin Miaoi's eyes widened in terror as she watched, panic flooding her face. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and other geniuses were equally shocked, quickly turning toward Shao Qing and shouting desperately for it to help. Unexpectedly, Shao Qing was casually sitting on the ground, bored, idly pawing at a broken horn from a large black ox. It glanced briefly in the direction of the white wolf, but then lowered its head again, as if completely indifferent to the situation. Spirit beast turning on its master? This horrifying thought instantly crossed the minds of Xiao Ding and the others. At this moment, the giant wolf had already reached Suze. Its face twisted into a ferocious grin, its sharp teeth mere inches away, and its foul breath filled the air. The shadow of death loomed over Suze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for this heart-stopping moment. Schwerer instantly teleported to a spot 3 steps behind Suze, her hand glowing faintly as she prepared to shield him. However, her speed was ultimately a fraction too slow, and a trace of helplessness flickered in her eyes. Suze's actions were nothing short of courting death, and to make matters worse, his contracted spirit beast made no move to assist him. Glancing to the side, Schwerer caught sight of Shao Qing absent-mindedly toying with a large ox horn, completely indifferent to the dire situation unfolding. Could it be that the spirit beast is turning on its master? The horrifying thought flashed through Hishweder's mind. There were indeed historical accounts of spirit beasts overpowering their masters and rebelling. From afar, the other trial participants observed the scene with growing anxiety. After all, Suze had once helped the world's spirit regain control, making him a savior in their eyes. As the ferocious giant wolf charged forward and Shao Qing remained motionless, many could not bear to watch and shut their eyes in despair. At that moment, Suze held his breath, enduring the nauseating stench of the wolf's maw. Narrowing his eyes, a glint of cold determination shone within them. Suddenly, a crimson light erupted from the Zhanshin sword, and the faint silhouette of a young girl began to emerge. Suze raised his sword and slashed, the sword spirit mirroring his movements as they struck through the air together. Swish! A dazzling, blinding streak of blood-red sword light burst forth, casting its glow across the faces of every trial participant and beast. The fierce, sword energy radiated outward, shredding the grass beneath into tatters. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth like a raging sea, roaring with ferocity. The giant wolf's eyes, as large as bronze bells, widened in shock, its pupils shrinking as terror overtook it. From the sword light, it sensed an overwhelming aura of death, instinctively recognizing that a single strike could mean its end. With beastly sensitivity to danger, the wolf attempted to twist its body and flee, but it was already too late. Helpless, the giant wolf had no choice but to brace itself for a heat-in confrontation. Its gray and white fur bristled, glowing brightly as a sturdy protective shield formed around its body in an instant. Yet the blood-red sword light was already upon it. With a sharp tearing sound, the sword light slashed heavily against the shield, sparks flying in all directions. For a moment, the wolf's eyes gleamed with savage delight, its cruel confidence returning. It was certain that this mere Foundation establishment human could not possibly unleash a second strike, and its moment of slaughter was imminent. But a crisp cracking sound shattered its delusion. Crack! The wolf's body froze, its gaze fixed in disbelief on the crack that had appeared before it, horror etched across its face. In mere moments, the fissure spread like a spiderweb. Boom! The gray-white glow exploded into fragments, and the blood-red sword light accelerated abruptly, vanishing in a flash. The massive wolf didn't even have time to react before a streak of cold light slashed across its head. The sharp sword arc descended from above, leaving a flawless symmetrical line across the wolf's enormous body. A crimson line spread rapidly, from the crown of its head to the tip of its tail, from its spine to its abdomen. The wolf's ferocious eyes gradually lost their luster, the final trace of fear frozen in its pupils. With a deafening crash, the colossal wolf's body shattered apart, splitting neatly into two halves that thudded heavily onto the ground. Amid the clatter, its broken innards spilled across the terrain, yet, strangely, not a single drop of fresh blood emerged. Suze frowned deeply. His purpose in acting had been to claim the wolf's body. If Hishweder had been the one to slay it, the corpse would naturally belong to her, and he wouldn't stoop to seizing it by force. In his eyes, this wolf, with its body spanning dozens of meters, contained thousands of years of cultivation, a treasure capable of activating a dragon-elephant seed. But now, with no trace of blood in the corpse, a significant portion of its cultivation value was lost. Gazing down at the immortal slaying sword in his hand, a system notification suddenly appeared. Weapon: Immortal Slaying Sword, lower grade spiritual treasure. Restoration progress: 1001,000,000 blood chi. Note: once sufficient blood chi is accumulated, the Immortal Slaying Sword can be restored to a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Suze raised an eyebrow, contemplating. If the entire blood chi of a D-class mid-tier giant wolf was worth only 100 points, wouldn't that mean he'd need to kill at least 10,000 beasts of the same tier to elevate the sword to a mid-grade spiritual treasure? And to restore it further to a high-grade spiritual treasure, a supreme treasure, or even a celestial weapon, how many beasts' blood chi would that require? Then again, the Immortal Slaying Sword, once a celestial weapon, held immense potential. The fact that even a mere golden core-level beast could contribute a fraction of its power was an unexpected boon. After all, lower-grade spiritual treasures were exclusive to nascent soul cultivators. A mere D-class beast was hardly worth fretting over. The only challenge lay in finding such a large number of D-class beasts. However, hunting higher-tier beasts might expedite the process. With this thought, Suze felt slightly relieved, but he suddenly noticed an eerie silence around him. Turning, he found himself locking eyes with Hishweder, whose beautiful phoenix-like eyes were filled with shock. Behind her, all the trial participants were holding their breath, their gazes fixed on Suze, who still gripped the blood-stained sword in his hand, their expressions brimming with disbelief. A beast tamer had just slain a D-class mid-tier wolf king with a single strike. Xiao Ding, Tong Lan, and the other prodigies stood frozen as if turned to stone. They stared at the figure before them, bathed in golden light, his sword still radiating the remnants of a blood-red glow. his posture upright like a pine tree. This sight filled even these geniuses with a sense of dread. A single question echoed in their minds. Wasn't Suze a beast tamer? Shouldn't a beast tamer's strength be weaker than their contracted spirit beasts? How could he possibly slay a golden core-level beast on his own? This completely shattered their understanding of the world. Schwenner's phoenix eyes widened in astonishment, her shock evident on her face. Her gaze shifted back and forth between Suze and the massive wolf's corpse, struggling to believe the scene before her. The giant wolf, which had left her helpless and barely able to hold it off, had been so effortlessly slain by Suze. She examined Suze closely, her eyes suddenly locking onto the long sword in his hand. Despite standing several steps away, Schwerer could feel the razor-sharp aura emanating from the blade. The Zhanxian sword, which had just absorbed the entire essence and blood of a drank beast, was radiating a chilling, killing intent, its bloodthirsty energy quietly spreading. This sword is not ordinary. Schwerer's instincts flared with alarm. With her vast experience, she immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Zhanxian sword. That terrifying, almost lifelike energy it exuded reminded her of only one other weapon, the life-bound artifact of Zhang Muji, the nascent soul powerhouse and headmaster of True Dragon Academy. The shock in Schwenner's eyes deepened. Could it be that Suze's sword was a spiritual treasure? The thought was staggering. After all, even among nascent soul cultivators, few possessed such rare and invaluable artifacts. Yet, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation for how Suze had managed to kill a mid-tier drank beast with a single strike. She could sense that Suze's cultivation level was merely at the mid-stage foundation establishment, though he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. Still, he was ultimately only at the mid-stage. As for herself, a peak foundation establishment cultivator, she could barely hold her own against a mid-tier drank beast. The idea that Suze had defeated the giant wolf purely through his own strength? That theory seemed even more far-fetched than the sword being a spiritual treasure. Schwerer shook her head, her gaze once again falling on the blood-red sword, her heart filled with indescribable awe. In the distance, the other trial participants were momentarily stunned into silence before breaking out in a cacophony of exclamations. Suze, he killed a mid-tier drank beast with just one strike. This is unbelievable. How did he do it? Isn't he a beast tamer? How is his own combat power this strong? This defies all logic. I can't wrap my head around it. Even the prodigies like Xiao Ding and his group were rendered speechless. Finally, someone spoke up. I want to know too. How on earth did Suze accomplish all this? That giant wolf was too much even for Sister Schwerer to handle. And yet he. Xiao Ding took a deep breath, shaking his head, completely at a loss for an explanation. At that moment, a deafening explosion, like a clap of thunder, erupted across the sky. A massive spatial rift appeared, splitting the heavens like a ghastly scar. The next instant, waves of overwhelming divine consciousness surged out of the rift, sweeping across the entire demon suppression tower world in an instant. Soon after, figures radiating terrifying auras and exuding intense killing intent began to step out of the rift. These were none other than the nascent soul powerhouses who had been waiting outside the demon suppression tower world. Each of them wore grim expressions, their eyes brimming with murderous intent as they floated in midair. Their vast divine consciousnesses swept over the land like a tide, taking in everything below. None of the trial participants scattered across the grasslands could escape their notice. Silhouettes streaked across the sky, as if shooting stars descended upon the grasslands. These were the nascent soul cultivators arriving. The trial participants looked up in awe, seeing the powerful figures hovering in midair, surveying the land below. The nascent soul experts are here, came the exclamations, their urgency softened by the relief that the crisis was now over. Zhong Shouhu and the other nascent soul cultivators swept the area with their spiritual senses, instantly assessing the number of people present and locking onto their respective disciples or protégés. Most disciples, equipped with life-saving artifacts and strong abilities, had emerged relatively unscathed. Zhong Shuha's sharp gaze quickly landed on Suze, who stood beside the massive corpse of a wolf. His eyes flashed with a peculiar light. So similar, uncanny resemblance, he murmured to himself. Noticing Suze's composed demeanor and unscathed appearance, Zhong Shouhu finally looked away, a satisfied expression on his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Muji noticed Schwerer's pale complexion and immediately teleported to her side. Schwerer, are you all right? He asked with concern, channeling spiritual energy through his fingertips to examine her condition. He found that she had only overexerted herself, with some minor injuries and slight depletion of spiritual energy, nothing serious. Letting out a sigh of relief, he gestured toward the massive gray wolf carcass and exclaimed, Schwerer, have you broken through again? You've reached the point where you can take down a mid-tiered class demonic beast. This statement drew the attention of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators, who turned their gazes toward Schwerer, astonished by her rapid progress. However, contrary to their expectations, Schwerer shook her head gently and pointed toward Suze. Her voice, calm and cool as always, broke the anticipatory silence. It wasn't me. That wolf was slain by Suze. What? Zhang Muji blinked in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. The words that followed struck him like a bolt of lightning. Suze killed the wolf with a single strike, he Schwerer continued. He also helped the world spirit regain control of the demon suppression tower, restoring the functionality of the distressed talismans. His contracted spirit beast even killed 3 golden core demonic beasts. Without his intervention, we wouldn't have held out this long. The nascent soul experts froze, as if hearing an impossible tale. They turned sharply to Suze, who stood quietly by the wolf's corpse, their piercing gazes filled with shock. Helping the world spirit regain control of the demon suppression tower? A contracted beast that killed 3 golden core demonic beasts? A single strike to defeat a mid-tiered class beast that even he Schwerer couldn't handle? How could this be possible? The first thought that came to their minds was disbelief. It wasn't that they lacked experience, but what he Schwerer claimed was simply too incredible. Yet, she had no apparent reason to lie. The experts turned to their disciples or family members, asking in unison, is what he Schwerer said true? The responses were unanimous. The disciples all nodded firmly, confirming her account. Yes, Sister Schwerer is telling the truth. Suze really killed that wolf with a single strike. Even now, the disciples appeared dazed, as though caught in a dream. Suze's feats were simply too extraordinary. Not only that his contracted spirit beast had also demonstrated unparalleled strength, instantly killing 3 golden core demonic beasts. Who else could achieve such a feat? All eyes, including those of the nascent soul cultivators, now focused intently on Suze. This young man, what kind of training had he undergone? A single, unspoken question echoed in their minds. What on earth is this guy made of? A flicker of surprise flashed in Zhong Shouhu's eyes. The son of Chongqing and Linger undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent, but Suze, as a beast tamer, personally slaying a mid-tiered level demonic beast was truly astonishing. With a flick of his finger, a transparent crystal with intricate mechanical structures within flew out from the ground. A beam of light projected a scene of Suze battling a giant wolf, drawing the attention of all the nascent soul cultivators present. When that dazzling sword light appeared, the nascent soul cultivators' eyes lit up with sharp brilliance, all turning in unison to the blood-red longsword in Suze's hand. At this moment, the surging golden energy within Suze had already subsided, and the golden glow around him had faded. The immortal slaying sword in his hand appeared ordinary once more. However, to the nascent soul cultivators, it was anything but ordinary. As soon as their spiritual senses extended toward it, they were met with a terrifying vision: mountains of corpses, seas of blood, shattered earth, severed limbs, raging rivers of crimson, and a lone, upright figure standing amidst the battlefield. These images flashed by like lightning, and the immortal slaying sword emitted a flash of blood-red light, its sword aura rippling outward, seemingly displeased with the prying of the nascent soul cultivators. A spiritual treasure. The nascent soul cultivators instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of the immortal slaying sword, their eyes gleaming with awe as they fixed their gazes on the treasured blade in Suze's hand. A mere foundation establishment cultivator wielding a spiritual treasury and artifact coveted by nascent soul cultivators themselves. Among the nearly 10 nascent soul experts present, few, if any, possessed weapons of such caliber. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the longsword in Suze's hand, their disbelief evident. Previous investigations indicated that Suze had shown no exceptional qualities before the age of 16. Yet now, he held a spiritual treasure-grade longsword. Among them, a nascent soul cultivator from the Sun family looked particularly agitated, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he fixated on the immortal slaying sword. Wasn't this the very divine artifact their family had poured all their resources into restoring? How could it have ended up in Suze's possession? The exclamations of the nascent soul cultivators caused an uproar among the trial participants. Someone asked in confusion, "A spiritual treasure? What's that?" Another quickly explained, "A spiritual treasure is a treasure second only to celestial artifacts. Many nascent soul cultivators can only wield spiritual weapons as their arms, let alone possess a spiritual treasure." The long sword in Suze's hand gleamed with a blood-red light, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. That seemingly ordinary sword turned out to be a spiritual treasure. No wonder he could slay the giant wolf with a single strike. It was thanks to the power of the treasure. Yet, even so, Suze's strength was still astonishing. After all, spiritual treasures are not something one can wield so easily. Without enough spiritual energy, it's impossible to unleash the full power of a spiritual treasure, someone whispered. That makes it a bit less unbelievable. The trial participants buzzed with discussion, and Xiao Ding and the others finally felt relieved after hearing this. The blood-red sword being a spiritual treasure explained the incredible scene they had just witnessed. The eyes of the nascent soul cultivators flickered with calculation as their thoughts raced. They weighed the pros and cons. Was it a waste for a foundation establishment cultivator to possess such a treasure? Just then, a cold snort interrupted their musings. Zhong Shouhu turned, his gaze sweeping over the crowd indifferently, and said flatly, Su Zhe is a prodigy of the human race. It's rare for our people to produce two such talents. I don't want anything to happen to him. The nascent soul cultivators stiffened, immediately dismissing any inappropriate thoughts. As the director of the Interdimensional Research Institute, Zhong Shouhu held an unparalleled status within the human alliance, rivaling even the 8 great clans. Moreover, his cultivation was profound and his strength formidable, forcing even nascent soul cultivators to tread carefully around him. However, the nascent soul cultivator from the Sun family could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on the sword in Su Ze's hand, and asked in a deep voice, Where did you get that sword? Before he finished speaking, a wave of oppressive pressure descended upon Su Ze, locking him in place in an attempt to discern the truth of his words. The blood-red sword flashed briefly, instantly dispelling the oppressive force. Su Ze studied the nascent soul cultivator before him, finding him vaguely familiar. After a moment of thought, he raised the blood-red sword and said with a smile, This? I picked it up by the roadside. At this, the crowd collectively rolled their eyes. What a joke. Picking up a spiritual treasure on the roadside? Why don't we ever find one? This guy's really showing off. Among the crowd, Lin Miaoi covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as her bright eyes curved into crescent moons. Even Zhang Muji and Zhong Shouhu couldn't help but chuckle. The Sun family's nascent soul cultivator, however, darkened, his expression a mix of anger and gloom. He shouted sternly, Speak. Where did you really get that sword? That is clearly a treasured artifact of the Sun family. How did it end up in your hands? Before the words were fully out, he stepped forward, reaching out to grab the sword. The unique aura of a nascent soul cultivator erupted, overwhelming and immobilizing Su Ze. The blood-red sword flared with light as its spirit awakened autonomously to shield Su Ze. But as merely a sword spirit, it bore lingering injuries and struggled under the oppressive force of the nascent soul cultivator. The blade trembled, and the spirit strained to hold on. Su Ze's eyes turned cold as he stared at the Sun family cultivator, and in an instant, the clues in his mind connected. The Sun family's treasure? Then the man by the deep pool must have been from the Sun family. Was it Sun Xiao? The name flashed through Su Ze's mind. Sun Xiao, a direct descendant of the Sun family, second only to He Shuier as a martial prodigy, and the cherished heir of the Sun family patriarch. A chilling thought surfaced in Su Ze's mind. Could it be that the Sun family was colluding with the demon race? Zhang Muji frowned deeply, his gaze sharp as lightning. Su Ze, the student he had already regarded as his own, was being treated so rudely by the Sun family's nascent soul cultivator? This was utterly unacceptable. With a flash of movement, Zhang Muji appeared in front of Su Ze, shielding him. He let out a cold snort, and with a sweep of his palm, a fierce gust of wind roared. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the Sun family's nascent soul cultivator staggered backward, as if struck by a heavy blow. Thud, thud, thud. The cultivator stumbled back dozens of steps before barely managing to steady himself. His face flushed red as he glared at Zhang Muji with a mixture of shock and anger, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Zhang Muji's strength was far superior, and it was clear that even with this strike, he had held back. At that moment, Zhong Shouhu also stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Muji, firmly placing Su Ze behind them. His voice was cold as he demanded, What do you think you're doing? The Sun family's nascent soul cultivator suppressed his fury and reluctantly explained, That longsword is a treasured artifact our Sun family obtained from an interdimensional space 100 years ago. Now that it's in Su Ze's possession, I have every right to question it. Zhong Shouhu sneered at his words, his aged face full of disdain. Just because you claim it's yours, does that make it so? The Sun family has been overstepping its bounds in recent years. Do you really think the human race belongs to you? As soon as he said this, the other nascent soul cultivators in the vicinity chimed in, their long-standing dissatisfaction with the Sun family evident. They were more than happy to seize this opportunity to criticize. Exactly. What proof do you have that it's your family's treasure? Are you just picking on Su Ze because you think he's an easy target, planning to take it by force? The mighty Sun family stooping to such shameful behavior, what a disgrace. One after another, their sharp words struck like daggers. The Sun family's nascent soul cultivator's face turned ashen with rage, but he was left speechless, unable to refute their accusations. At that moment, Tong Wei, the patriarch of the Tong family, stepped forward with a warm smile and said to Su Ze, Young friend, don't be afraid. If the Sun family gives you any trouble, come to the Tong family. We'll protect you. The other nascent soul cultivators secretly cursed Tong Wei for taking advantage of the situation to recruit Su Ze, but they, too, began to speak up, each hoping to draw this rising star of the human race into their own faction. Seeing this, Zhang Muji smiled and turned to Su Ze. He said, Su Ze, you should understand the difference between joining a family and joining an academy. In their families, you'll always be an outsider. But at our academy, it's a different story. His words caused the expressions of the nascent soul cultivators to darken. Zhang Muji had a point. There was a fundamental difference between families and academies, especially when it came to a sense of belonging. Unless one was raised within a family from a young age, there would always be a sense of estrangement. Zhang Muji, brimming with confidence, continued, "The strength of the true Dragon Academy is something you should already know. It ranks first in the entire human alliance. Joining us would also give you the chance to spar with Schwer regularly. For someone at your level, finding an opponent of equal strength is a rare opportunity." He paused briefly before adding, "Of course, it's best not to use your spiritual treasure during the sparring." As soon as his words fell, the gazes of numerous nascent soul cultivators immediately locked onto Su Zhe, awaiting his decision. In the distance, countless trial participants watched the scene with envy. After all, these were nascent soul powerhouses, beings who were usually lofty and unreachable, rarely seen by ordinary people in a lifetime. Yet now, this group of top-tier experts was eagerly vying to recruit Su Zhe, who wouldn't be envious of such treatment. But they also had to admit that the title of human prodigy truly made Su Zhe deserving of such exceptional attention. However, Zhong Shouhu frowned and interrupted. "Is this really the time for you to be fighting over recruits? Let's deal with the situation at hand first." The other nascent soul cultivators nodded in agreement. The nascent soul cultivator from the Sun family wore a grim expression, his eyes flickering as he thought to himself, "I hope Shower has already retreated from that area." He cast a glance at Su Zhe, his gaze filled with killing intent. No matter how Su Zhe had obtained the immortal slaying sword, the treasured artifact belonging to the Sun family had to be reclaimed. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed through the air. Waves of immense energy rippled outward. In an instant, the figures of the nascent soul cultivators appeared high in the sky. They made no unnecessary movements. With just a sweep of their divine senses, they locked onto countless demonic beasts. The beast horde grew restless, the threat of death looming over the battlefield. Yet, among the beasts, the strongest only reached the upper rank, which was no match for the nascent soul powerhouses. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, sounding like firecrackers in unison. The bodies of the demonic beasts burst apart one after another, leaving fragments of flesh and bones scattered across the ground. Watching this scene, Su Zhe was deeply shaken. Was this the power of nascent soul cultivators? However, after the initial shock, a wave of heartache followed. All that cultivation potential, wasted. The remains on the ground were likely of little value for recovery now. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, nauseating and overwhelming. The immortal slaying sword trembled faintly, as if it were eager. Su Zhe glanced at the nascent soul cultivators in the sky and then at the sword, finally agreeing to the sword spirit's request. He released his grip, and a flash of blood-red light erupted. The immortal slaying sword shot forward, diving into the sea of corpses and blood, voraciously devouring the dense blood energy. The blood energy was so concentrated it almost materialized, and as the sword quivered, it unleashed a terrifying force, absorbing every trace of the surrounding blood energy. At the same time, a fierce and malevolent aura began emanating from the sword. The nascent soul cultivators fixed their gazes on the immortal slaying sword below. Even they couldn't help but feel a chill run through their bodies. The trial participants were even worse off. Some of them nearly collapsed to their knees, their legs buckling under the oppressive aura. Thankfully, Zhang Muji waved his hand, scattering a radiant light that enveloped the crowd and blocked the sword's malevolent energy. Even so, the trial participants were pale-faced and trembling, staring at the immortal slaying sword in terror. Was this the power of a spiritual treasure? Just a trace of its aura was enough to strip everyone of their ability to resist. Such a ferocious sword, and Su Zhe claimed he picked it up by the roadside? Thinking of this, they all turned to look at Su Zhe in unison, their eyes filled with confusion and shock. Regardless of whether the sword had truly been picked up, the sheer malevolence of the aura left them wondering how had Su Zhe managed to make this spiritual treasure recognize him as its master. Moments later, the Xian-slaying sword transformed into a streak of blood-red light, accompanied by a crisp sword cry, and returned to Su Zhe's hand. He silently checked the weapon's attributes. Xian-slaying sword, a lower-tier spiritual treasure. This battle had gained him 250,000 blood energy points, bringing him closer to the milestone of 1 million. Satisfied, Su Zhe sheathed the sword. In the sky above, Zhang Muji and the other nascent soul cultivators had not ceased their attacks. A simple, ancient bronze mirror appeared above Zhang Muji's head, its surface slowly rotating until it faced the ground. Buzz, the mirror trembled slightly, and a blazing, dazzling white beam of light shot out with a deafening roar. Boom! As the beam struck the ground, the earth cracked apart, and countless rocks and soil instantly vaporized and vanished. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, tangible and overwhelming, accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion that engulfed the area. The nascent soul cultivators, well prepared, quickly unleashed spiritual energy to shield the trial participants, sparing the Foundation establishment cultivators from being obliterated by the residual force alone. When the light dissipated, a massive passage leading deep into the earth was revealed. Layers of white mist rose from the passage, gradually unveiling the outlines of an underground world. Zhang Muji and the other nascent soul cultivators fixed their cold gazes on the fiery-eyed water ape hidden within the mountain, locking onto it instantly despite the distance. In the mist-shrouded underground world, the water ape's face was pale, and its legs bore gruesome wounds that bled profusely, staining its entire thighs red. Sun Xiao and the 5 nascent soul puppets had long vanished, evidently retreating beforehand. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual senses locking onto it, the water ape's heart sank into despair, its eyes filled with hopelessness. From the moment that human youth appeared and shattered the deceptive sky diagram, the water ape had known it was over, not just for itself, but for the entire demon race within the suppressing demon tower. The enraged human cultivators would undoubtedly cleanse this place in blood, making every demon beast pay for the trial participants who had perished. Recalling how Sun Xiao had fled immediately after the diagram was destroyed, crippling its legs and leaving it as a scapegoat, the water ape's heart was consumed with fury. Waves of pain surged from its wounds as the energy of the nascent soul cultivators continued to corrode its meridians, forcing it to use its demonic power to resist. Yet, thinking of Sun Xiao's frantic and enraged expression when the diagram was destroyed and his sword was taken, the water ape felt a trace of bitter satisfaction. Outside the mountain, the exhausted golden core demon beasts, drained by the 100 beasts array, trembled and prostrated themselves as the nascent soul cultivators descended. A series of muffled thuds echoed as these golden core beasts were swiftly annihilated. In the next moment, a pair of massive hands formed of spiritual energy reached out and seized the powerless water ape. Its limp body hung like a lifeless husk. A nascent soul cultivator snorted coldly, extended a hand, and forcibly extracted the water ape's primordial spirit. In an instant, their powerful spiritual sense pried apart its memories. The water ape's anguished screams echoed through the underground world. The soul-searching technique, a cruel form of mental torture, was no less than a brutal punishment for its victim. A single misstep could result in the soul being utterly destroyed. Fear filled the water ape's eyes, but it was powerless to resist. Surrounded by nearly 10 nascent soul cultivators, it knew escape was impossible. As the spell unfolded, vivid images appeared before the group. These were scenes of the water ape activating the deceptive heaven formation earlier, lifelike and detailed. By the deep pool, the figure of Sun Xiao also emerged. However, his face was blurred by a mysterious force, rendering it unrecognizable. 5 nascent soul puppets. Tong Wei sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Quite an audacious move. The Sun family's nascent soul cultivator secretly let out a sigh of relief at the sight. It seemed Xiaoer had been protected by the family head's gifted treasure, preventing his identity from being exposed. He silently gave thanks in his heart. Nearby, Xiao Tianrong furrowed his brows, his hands suddenly glowing with light. Without using any formation materials, he began inscribing intricate runes directly in the air. The group held their breath, watching the formation master's precise work. Moments later, a set of coordinates manifested clearly before them. Space began to distort, and a portal materialized out of thin air. The Sun family cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, a trace of anxiety flashing in his eyes. The other nascent soul cultivators, however, were elated and followed Xiao Tianrong into the portal without hesitation. Seeing this, the Sun family cultivator gritted his teeth and reluctantly entered as well. As the portal closed, the mountain area returned to silence. Only the thick scent of blood lingered in the air, a testament to the fierce battle that had just taken place. At that moment, a green light appeared in the distance. Suze arrived at the scene and, upon observing the carnage, sighed in sorrow. The immortal slaying sword, seemingly drawn by the lingering blood energy, flew out of its sheath and began voraciously absorbing the remaining essence of the slain golden core beasts. In mere moments, the immortal slaying sword had drained the blood energy of 100 golden core beasts. Hovering midair, its gaze landed on the collapsed fire-eyed water ape, filled with eager intent. Suze quickly intervened, stopping it in its tracks, and thought to himself, "This creature is a treasure I've set my sights on. The sword's power is already sufficient now, I need to focus on my own improvement." Leaping down, he landed in front of the water ape and carefully examined its body. The nascent soul cultivator who had used the soul-searching technique earlier had crushed the creature's primordial spirit afterward. Technically, the water ape was already dead, but its half-step nascent soul-level physique remained resilient, leaving its body barely clinging to life. In human terms, it was now akin to a vegetative monkey. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Suze's eyes as he mused. "A peak crank beast, how much cultivation progress can this fetch me? Don't even think about absorbing this ape's blood energy," he warned the sword spirit. "I'm watching you not try to sneak any." The sword spirit manifested as a young girl, frowning in annoyance. I feel like you're insulting my character. Suze, surprised, blurted out. Shouldn't it be sword actor? The girl's delicate face darkened, and she turned to retreat back into the immortal slaying sword without another word. Suze awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. He then wielded the immortal slaying sword and delivered a clean strike, ending the fire-eyed water ape's life. Fortunately, the sword was a spiritual treasure and exceptionally sharp. Otherwise, breaking through the defenses of the now vegetative water ape would have been a challenge. A spray of blood burst from the water ape's skull with a sharp sound. Its head tilted to the side, and a flicker of relief crossed its eyes before life left its body entirely. Without hesitation, Suze began harvesting the water ape's remains. He wasn't concerned about the nascent soul cultivators objecting. After all, he had saved their descendants, and claiming the water ape as interest seemed fair. Besides, they likely had no interest in the creature's body. Activating the system's recycling function, lines of text appeared before Suze's eyes. He carefully reviewed the information provided by the system, calculating how much this harvest would boost his cultivation. Lines of information flashed before Suze's eyes, detailing the value of each part of the crank high-tier demonic beast, the fire-eyed water ape. Its fur could recover 3,600 years of cultivation, its flesh 2,000 years, and its bones 5,000 years. With a wave of Suze's hands, the beast's body began to vanish. First, its white fur dissolved into specks of light, followed by its flesh and bones. Moments later, the entire creature was fully recycled. This single crank high-tier demonic beast contributed a total of 22,000 years of cultivation to Suze. His remaining cultivation years soared to 24,000, leaving him quite satisfied with the outcome. After all, gaining such a massive amount of cultivation with almost no effort was an unexpected windfall. In the distant forest, shadows flickered. Hishwer and her group had also entered this underground world. Their eyes were filled with awe and curiosity as they gazed at the inverted mountain. Upon spotting Suze, they finally had the chance to approach and greet him. Hello, Suze. I'm Xiaoding, a formation master. My name is Tong Lan, and I'm a sorcerer. One after another, these talented individuals from all over introduced themselves to Suze. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration for this newly risen human prodigy. Suze's rise to fame could only be described as meteoric. Before the demon-suppressing tower trial, hardly any cultivators outside Jiangnan City knew his name. But now, everything had changed. He had slain a golden core demonic beast with a foundation establishment cultivation, turned the tide when nearly all trial participants were on the brink of defeat, and helped the world spirit regain control of the small world. He had descended from the skies atop his contract spirit beast, instantly defeating 3 beasts of the same rank, and as a beast tamer, he had slain a creature comparable to a mid-stage golden core demonic beast with a single sword strike. The most astonishing feat of all was obtaining a spiritual treasure sword within the demon-suppressing tower world, a treasure coveted even by nascent soul cultivators. These legendary deeds, all occurring in quick succession, were nothing short of miraculous. His staggering score of over 1 million points alone would be remembered by future trial participants for generations. Despite the crowd of talented individuals surrounding him, Suze maintained a humble demeanor. He smiled warmly and greeted them in a friendly manner. Nice to meet you all, I'm Suze. Seeing Suze's easygoing nature, the group visibly relaxed. Tong Lan, in particular, displayed her outgoing personality as she crouched down to examine the immortal slaying sword closely. She asked curiously, Suze, is this sword really a spiritual treasure? Did you really just pick it up? The surrounding talents perked up their ears, eagerly awaiting Suze's response. Suze, feeling slightly helpless, nonetheless answered truthfully. Yes, I really just picked it up. I was wandering around in a cave, and before I knew it, I stumbled upon this sword. Tong Lan, Xiaoding, and the others looked utterly incredulous. To them, a spiritual treasure of this level should have been hidden in a perilous location, guarded by powerful demonic beasts, or buried in some life-threatening forbidden zone where survival was nearly impossible. Suze must have gone through countless trials to obtain this spiritual treasure. Hishweder's phoenix-like eyes flickered with a glint of suspicion as a possibility connected to Sun Xiu surfaced in her mind. She recalled Sun Xiu's disappearance, the Sun family's nascent soul cultivator claiming the sword as their ancestral artifact, the sword's ability to absorb blood essence, and its collusion with demonic beasts to massacre trial participants. These scattered fragments pieced together into a chilling thread of evidence in her mind. However, she realized this matter was far beyond her ability to handle and could only be entrusted to a powerful figure like Zhang Muji. Meanwhile, in a dim corridor, Sun Xiu was being escorted at high speed by 5 nascent soul puppets. He lay sprawled on the back of one of the puppets, his expression shifting between gloom and rage. The shattering of the deceptive heaven array diagram meant decades of the Sun family's meticulous planning had gone to waste. What infuriated him even more was the loss of the immortal slaying sword, which had been painstakingly restored using countless resources, now seized by someone else. In his mind, the image of that radiant, golden figure emerging from the deep pool replayed over and over. That youthful and handsome face, faintly carrying an enigmatic smile, ignited a fire of wrath within him. Letting out a low growl, veins bulged on his forehead, and his face twisted into a beast-like snarl. He swore to track down the thief who had taken the sword and make them suffer a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared ahead in the corridor. It was a teleportation portal. Sun Xiu's expression shifted drastically. Just as he was about to flee, an overwhelming divine sense locked onto him. Moments later, a group of people emerged from the portal, led by none other than Xiao Tianrong, the patriarch of the Xiao family, accompanied by several nascent soul cultivators. The Sun family's nascent soul cultivator instantly appeared in front of Sun Xiu, shielding him. Recognizing the figure as his second uncle, Sun Xiu felt a slight sense of relief. However, their path was already blocked by 10 nascent soul cultivators from various factions, their expressions a mix of cold indifference, amusement, murderous intent, and seething anger. Zhang Muji's hand flickered faintly, producing a bronze mirror. His gaze was icy as he looked at the Sun family's nascent soul cultivator and said coolly, Sun Dequan, I hope you can provide us with an explanation. The gazes of the nascent soul powerhouses beside Zhang Muji were as sharp as blades, piercing directly at Sun Dequan and Sun Xiu behind him. One of the nascent soul cultivators sneered. So it turns out that the Sun family, one of the 8 great clans, is this extravagant, bringing out 5 nascent soul puppets at once. It seems their business has been thriving over the years. Another nascent soul cultivator chimed in. Meanwhile, our Tong family has been barely scraping by these past years. Since the Sun family is so wealthy, why not think about helping us out a little? The other nascent soul cultivators present nodded in agreement, their words dripping with sarcasm and resentment. Zhong Shouhu glanced at Sun Dequan and his son with even deeper disgust in his eyes. He had never been fond of the 8 great clans, and seeing them act like this only intensified his aversion. Sun Dequan's expression darkened, his gaze heavy as he quietly channeled his spiritual energy. The bronze mirror in Zhang Muji's hand glowed with dazzling light, its terrifying aura locking firmly onto Sun Dequan. Any sudden movement on his part would trigger the mirror's immediate attack. Sun Dequan's eyes flickered rapidly as he considered his options. Finally, he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and spoke with difficulty. This matter is indeed our Sun family's fault. We will make amends to all of you. How about compensating each family with 1 heavenly sacred divine fruit? At these words, the brows of the nascent soul cultivators shot up in unison. The heavenly sacred divine fruit was the prized treasure of the Sun family. It came from the heavenly sacred tree, and a great divine tree obtained by the Sun family's first patriarch from an interdimensional space. The tree bore fruit only once every 30 years, producing merely 7 or 8 fruits each time. Traditionally, only the Sun family's top talents and direct descendants were eligible to consume them. Years ago, a single heavenly sacred divine fruit had been auctioned off and fetched an astronomical price, equivalent to the value of an entire interdimensional space. The fruit's immense value lay in its trace fragment of the Grand Tao's laws. For nascent soul cultivators striving to break through to the Tao integration realm, it was the ultimate treasure. The mention of the heavenly sacred divine fruit immediately lit up the eyes of the nascent soul cultivators, their expressions brimming with fiery desire. One of them fixated on Sun Dequan and said excitedly, words alone mean nothing. Xiao Tianrong let out a cold laugh and added, swear an oath first. Lip service won't cut it. Sun Dequan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Offering so many heavenly sacred divine fruits would nearly empty the Sun family's reserves, and even he had never been entitled to consume one himself. Yet without paying such a steep price, he and Sun Xiu might not leave this place alive. Even if the 10 nascent soul cultivators didn't act together, Zhang Muji alone could obliterate him in an instant. And once these nascent soul cultivators aligned their stories, who could possibly hold them accountable? Left with no other choice, Sun Dequan raised a hand to the sky and solemnly swore an oath. Sun Dequan, a martial cultivation practitioner, made a solemn vow today. Upon safely returning to the family with Sun Xiu, I will immediately offer 10 heavenly sacred fruits. Should I break this oath, may I be struck by divine lightning, and may my cultivation never advance for the rest of my life. As soon as his words fell, a mysterious force descended from the void. Sun Dequan felt the laws of heaven and earth imprinting a mark within him. He understood that with his level of cultivation, the consequences of breaking this oath would be unimaginably severe. Behind him, Sun Xiu lowered his head, his expression twisted with rage. His uncle's words pierced his ears like needles, each syllable filling him with unbearable humiliation. He clenched his jaw tightly, his bloodshot eyes brimming with fury. His fists were so tightly gripped that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood that stained his hands. Sun Xiu's heart burned with fury. He couldn't comprehend how someone like him, the rightful heir of the Sun family, born to stand at the pinnacle, had fallen to such a disgraceful state. From childhood, he had been accustomed to everything going his way, with people yielding to him at every turn. But now, everything had changed. In Sun Xiu's eyes, everyone else was to blame. He believed he Schwerer should have willingly relinquished the title of the human race's prodigy. The spirit of the world should have presented the blood divine pearl to him. The nascent soul cultivators should not have dared to obstruct his path. The sword spirit of the divine sword should have acknowledged him as its master. He refused to accept this reality, all because thousands of lives, which he regarded as insignificant ants, had been lost. Noticing Sun Xiu's abnormal state, Sun Dequan's expression darkened. He quickly used his divine sense to render Sun Xiu unconscious, but it was already too late. Suddenly, 5 nascent soul puppets erupted with dazzling light, and waves of destructive energy surged through the cave. The expressions of the nascent soul cultivators changed drastically as they realized this was the prelude to self-destruction. Even with their cultivation levels, they dared not underestimate the power of 5 nascent soul puppets detonating simultaneously. At this critical moment, Zhong Shouhu acted. With a simple wave of his aged hand, he tore open a spatial rift. From within the void, an energy storm raged, and a powerful suction force pulled the 5 puppets into the rift. The spatial rift quickly closed, but in its final moment, a deafening explosion echoed from within. The terrifying energy waves reverberated, leaving everyone holding their breath, their faces pale as they stared in shock at the aftermath. The numerous nascent soul cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the scene. Their gazes instinctively fell on Zhong Ruihu, a trace of apprehension flickering in their eyes. The strength that Dean Zhong had displayed earlier was far beyond their reach, unfathomable and overwhelming. Soon after, their attention shifted to Sun Dequan and Sun Xiu, their expressions turning icy cold. Before any of them could speak, Sun Dequan stepped forward. A glint of ruthlessness flashed across his face as a cold light shimmered in his hand. With a sharp squelch, blood splattered, and a severed hand dropped to the ground. Enduring the excruciating pain, Sun Dequan, pale-faced, said in a deep voice, "Xiu'er is young and impulsive. I take responsibility for his actions. I ask everyone to spare him, for the sake of this old man." The nascent soul cultivators raised their eyebrows at Sun Dequan's decisive actions. They exchanged silent glances, each calculating their next move. The Sun family's behavior this time was indeed outrageous, but the price they had paid was not insignificant. Moreover, most of the deceased were from ordinary clans or mid-tier families without nascent soul cultivators, having little connection to them. Since the Sun family was willing to offer compensation in the form of the heavenly sacred spirit fruit, it wouldn't hurt to let them off for now. In the future, this incident could serve as leverage to suppress the Sun family's industries or even reduce their seats in the Elder Council. There was much to gain from this. Zhang Muji covertly transmitted his thoughts to Zhong Ruhu through divine sense. "Elder Zhong, what's your opinion?" Zhong Ruhu's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Sun Xiu, who was leaning against Sun Dequan. The Sun family has grown increasingly arrogant in their actions. I think it's time. Hearing this, Zhang Muji's eyes sharpened, his body tensing slightly. "Are we starting now?" Zhong Ruehu nodded faintly. "We've been waiting for the right opportunity, and now it's here. Once the Grand Elder returns, these parasites of the human race must all be eradicated." His gaze swept coldly over a few nascent soul cultivators from the 8 great clans nearby, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Let them go for now. Our preparations aren't complete yet. Our goal is to uproot them entirely, leaving no survivors." Zhang Muji nodded in agreement, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. Seeing the nascent soul cultivators hesitate to respond, Sun Dequan grew increasingly anxious and demanded sharply, "What more do you want?" At this moment, all eyes turned to Zhong Ruehu. Without concealing the disgust in his expression, he waved his hand dismissively and coldly uttered 2 words, "Get out." Sun Dequan's face alternated between red and pale. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his wrist, he vanished instantly. The other nascent soul cultivators, seeing the matter come to a close, also left the cave one by one. Meanwhile, in the underground world, many trial participants had already ventured in. They surrounded Su Zhe, their eyes brimming with envy. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, only the powerful could command such admiration. Lin Miaoi stood beside Su Zhe, recounting her experiences in detail. After confirming her safety, Su Zhe finally let out a breath of relief. Just then, the space around them suddenly distorted, and a spatial gate materialized out of thin air. As everyone stared in shock, the nascent soul cultivators who had just departed reappeared before them. A group of nascent soul cultivators suddenly appeared in front of Su Zhe, interrupting his conversation with others. Su Zhe looked up and saw these once imposing faces instantly replaced by friendly smiles. They eagerly vied to extend their invitations to him. "Su Zhe, how much do you know about our Zhuge family? one of the nascent soul cultivators asked. Another quickly chimed in. Suze, our Jiang family specializes in beast taming. Even our family head is a beast tamer. Are you interested in exchanging knowledge with us? Suze, Imli Jinbong from the Li family. What are your plans for the future? A third nascent soul cultivator interjected. One of the cultivators, unable to tolerate the roundabout approach, spoke bluntly. If you're trying to recruit him, just say so. Why beat around the bush? Turning to Suze, he smiled and said, Suze, if you join the Qin family, you won't just be a key focus for cultivation. You'll also become a direct disciple and be officially included in the family register. Zhong Shouhu frowned at this. Included in the family register? Doesn't that mean he would have to take the surname Chun? He thought to himself. Seeing this, the other nascent soul cultivators quickly adjusted their approach. Suze, the same goes for us. If you join our family, you'll be a top priority for cultivation, with full access to family resources. The offers grew increasingly tempting, leaving the surrounding trial participants stunned. Many couldn't help but wonder, if it were them, would they agree? Tong Lan, Xiao Ding, and others peeked over and sighed in relief when they realized their fathers weren't among the crowd. As geniuses from prominent families, they had some insight into the situation. They suspected that one of the reasons for the nascent soul cultivators' fervor was the upcoming 10,000 Races tournament. If they could recruit Suze into their family, have him represent the human race, and achieve outstanding results, their family status within the human alliance would undoubtedly soar, bringing countless benefits. More importantly, Suze's potential was limitless. Most critically, Suze was a beast tamer with an immensely powerful contracted spirit beast, and even possessed a spiritual treasure. Recruiting him into their family would be a triple win. Zhong Shouhu's frown deepened as he listened to the increasingly exaggerated promises. Suze was the only son of Chongqing. How could they expect him to change his surname and join one of the 8 great families? Zhang Muji, standing nearby, shared the same sentiment. He believed that only by entering the True Dragon Academy could Suze receive proper training, rather than getting caught up in the schemes and rivalries of these families. Finally, Zhong Shouhu couldn't hold back anymore. He said in a low voice, Enough. Suze will not join any of your families. The expressions of the other nascent soul cultivators darkened, and one of them retorted, Dean Zhong, does your Interdimensional Research Institute intend to meddle in everything, even matters like this? In an instant, all eyes turned to Zhong Shouhu. Despite Zhong Shouhu's formidable strength, the immense benefits at stake made the others unwilling to back down easily. The atmosphere grew tense, and conflict seemed imminent. Apart from Zhong Shouhu, Zhang Muji, Xiao Tianrong, and Tong Wei, the piercing gazes of the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators locked onto Zhong Shouhu. In an instant, faint spiritual waves rippled outward like water, enveloping him. Zhong Shouhu snorted coldly, and a sudden burst of light erupted from his body, slicing through the spiritual probes of the nascent soul cultivators like a blade. The nascent soul cultivators frowned deeply, their muffled grunts betraying disbelief. Inwardly, they were shocked. How could this old man possess such terrifying strength? Facing the suppression of 5 nascent soul cultivators, he managed to counter us so easily? Despite their shock, they were unwilling to give up the chance to recruit Suze. One of the nascent soul cultivators spoke coldly. In the end, it all depends on Suze's own choice. Zhong Lao, do you really think you can dictate Suze's decision? Zhong Shouhu's brows furrowed, his anger surging, nearly driving him to lash out. However, at that very moment, a thunderous rumble echoed from the surface world, shaking everyone's spirits. In an instant, the weather shifted dramatically. The once clear sky was engulfed by dark clouds, with flashes of massive lightning streaking through the dense overcast. A low, resonant roar accompanied the thunder, causing the nascent soul cultivators to pale as they instinctively looked upward. Through the massive chasm connecting to the underground world, they could vaguely make out a colossal figure emerging from the black clouds. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated again, this time clearer, piercing into everyone's ears. Even Zhong Shouhu and the nascent soul cultivators were filled with astonishment. An overwhelming wave of energy emanated from the sky above, a force that shook their very souls. This sensation was something only they could perceive. Those still in the foundation establishment stage remained oblivious. Suze frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the roiling clouds above. Beside him, Xiaoqing was the most sensitive. It felt an undeniable suppression in its blood lineal life force far superior and more concentrated than its own. This innate suppression stemmed from the primal instincts of life itself, utterly irresistible. The trial participants, noticing the grave expressions of the nascent soul cultivators, also turned their eyes toward the sky. Another roar echoed, this time even more distinct, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Then, with a deafening boom, the dense clouds were violently torn apart. A massive beast with a pitch-black body, crackling with arcs of lightning, emerged from the sea of clouds. Its robust frame was covered in dark scales, its head adorned with antler-like horns, and 2 long whiskers dangled from the corners of its mouth. swaying in the stormy winds. The creature's colossal body stretched nearly 100 meters long, with half of it still hidden within the clouds. Its powerful frame radiated an explosive energy that struck fear into all who beheld it. Atop its enormous head sat an elderly man dressed in black, seated calmly with an imposing presence. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning exploded beside the massive creature, illuminating it in stark detail and revealing its true form. Instantly, everyone present saw it clearly. It was a dragon. A dragon? That's really a dragon? Impossible. Weren't dragons supposed to have vanished long ago? How is one here? Look closely. There's an old man sitting on the dragon's head. Who is he? The trial participants erupted into a flurry of discussion, whispering fervently among themselves. Meanwhile, the nascent soul cultivators stood frozen, staring at the black dragon emerging from the clouds with their mouths agape. Shock, confusion, and fear intertwined on their faces, leaving them utterly incapable of maintaining composure in the face of this sudden and monumental event. The black dragon's roar thundered through the underground world, shaking it to its core. Its moon-like eyes locked onto the crowd, exuding an oppressive aura that made hearts race. At the same time, the elderly man in black, seated atop the dragon's head, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze, deep and vast as the starry sky, seemed to reflect the birth and death of stars, a perpetual cycle of creation and destruction. A suffocating pressure enveloped the area in an instant. Everyone felt their heartbeat quicken and their breathing grow labored. Some of the less resolute cultivators collapsed to the ground, fainting outright. The black dragon descended slowly from the clouds, its massive body spanning the sky like a moving black mountain. Even though it had restrained most of its aura, the remaining presence was enough to send chills down the spines of all present. Zhang Muji and the other nascent soul stage cultivators stared in shock at the scene before them. A legendary figure they had only heard of in myths surfaced in their minds. Lu Jingdao, the legendary beast tamer, whose contracted spirit beast was a black dragon, was hailed as one of humanity's strongest and a man at the pinnacle of power within the human alliance. What shocked them even more was that he had transcended the nascent soul stage and become a unity stage cultivator. Even though Lu Jingdao wasn't deliberately targeting them, the mere trace of his aura that escaped unintentionally made everyone's souls tremble. At that moment, the elderly man in black spoke. His voice, aged and slightly hoarse, echoed through the space. Which one of you is Su Zhe? The words struck like a bolt of lightning, snapping everyone out of their stupor. For a moment, they were stunned, but soon their shock was evident in their widened eyes. The 5 nascent soul cultivators surrounding Su Zhe instinctively stepped aside, exposing Su Zhe, who had been standing behind them. Su Zhe looked at the elderly man in black with a puzzled expression, wondering why such an extraordinary figure would seek him out. Stepping forward with calm composure, he responded neither humbly nor arrogantly, "I am Su Zhe." Lu Jingdao's gaze fell on the handsome young man before him. Seeing that Su Zhe showed no fear in the face of his overwhelming presence, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips, softening his otherwise stern expression. The nascent soul cultivators nearby couldn't help but twitch at the sight. The stories of Lu Jingdao flashed through everyone's minds. His decisive and ruthless methods, his infamous campaign with the Black Dragon into foreign territories, where he annihilated an entire capital city of another race overnight, earning the terrifying title of Nightmare. His brutal strategies even drew the attention of the bloodthirsty Rakshasa clan. That campaign not only cemented humanity's reputation, but also elevated Lu Jingdao's status to unparalleled heights. And at that time, he was only at the nascent soul stage. Now, having reached the unity stage, how powerful had Lu Jingdao become? In an era where unity stage cultivators were nearly extinct, Lu Jingdao was undoubtedly one of humanity's strongest. And yet, such an illustrious figure had come specifically to find Su Zhe? Suddenly, the crowd recalled Su Zhe's identity as a beast tamer, and a bold speculation surfaced in their minds. The nascent soul cultivators' expressions grew complicated as they exchanged glances. If their guess was correct, Su Zhe's status and future would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Lu Jingdao's gaze shifted between Su Zhe and the small green beast behind him, his satisfaction growing with each glance. His smile deepened, becoming unexpectedly warm, as he asked, "Young man, would you be willing to become my disciple?" Though his voice was quiet, his words exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. The crowd froze in shock, their minds completely blank. A unity stage cultivator, personally offering to take on a disciple? The revelation was so staggering that it left everyone utterly speechless. As soon as Lu Jingdao finished speaking, the jaws of many nascent soul cultivators present nearly hit the ground in shock. This mysterious and enigmatic elder actually intended to take Su Zhe as his disciple. It was already an extraordinary feat for a human cultivator to reach the nascent soul stage, let alone to have the opportunity to apprentice under a Dao integration powerhouse. Su Zhe was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, unable to react immediately. He recalled the earlier invitations from the 8 great families and shook his head inwardly. Joining someone else's family had never been his interest. In contrast, the True Dragon Academy had piqued his curiosity, and the Tianyuan Academy, where Elder Wang was from, wasn't a bad choice either. However, none of these options could provide what he truly needed. Suzai's cultivation path was unlike that of ordinary people. All he needed each day was to channel energy into Shaoqing and Xiaohua, and that was enough. Yet, the appearance of this powerful and mysterious elder had shifted his perspective. What did Suzai lack the most at this moment? A strong background to solid backing. Although Suzai had no intention of using power to oppress others, having such an identity would undoubtedly make things much more convenient. More importantly, this elder, who even instilled fear in nascent soul cultivators, was undoubtedly a being far beyond their level. If he could become this elder's disciple, Suzai might very well gain unparalleled freedom within the human alliance. With this thought, Suzai agreed without hesitation. He stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Disciple Suzai pays respects to master." The surrounding nascent soul cultivators dared not intervene, stepping aside to clear a path for him. Lu Zhengdao burst into hearty laughter, his voice echoing through the heavens. He praised Suzai repeatedly, though a sudden unnatural flush appeared on his face, followed by 2 light coughs. The nascent soul cultivators present furrowed their brows, seemingly noticing something unusual. However, Lu Zhengdao quickly returned to normal, his mood visibly improved as he waved his hand and retrieved a bottle of pills. "This is a small gift from your master. Keep it for now. I have some matters to attend to, so let us meet again in the capital in a month's time." With that, the jade bottle floated into Suzai's hands. Without sparing a glance at the other nascent soul cultivators, Lu Zhengdao mounted his black dragon and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Holding the bottle of pills, Suzai couldn't help but be astonished at how simple the apprenticeship process had been. He had expected to perform the traditional ceremonial kowtows, but his new master seemed entirely unconcerned with such formalities. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators let out a collective sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. They turned to look at Suzai with complex expressions. Who could have imagined that in just a brief moment, Suzai had transformed into the disciple of a Dao integration powerhouse? With this newfound status, even the 8 great families would have to think twice before dealing with him. Not far away, He Xue'er and the other talented young cultivators gazed at Suzai with envy in their eyes. He Xue'er's expression was particularly conflicted, though a fierce determination burned deep within her gaze. Finally, among her peers, someone had emerged who could rival her talent. She was eager to find out who would prevail if Suzai refrained from using spiritual treasures in a duel between them. More importantly, Suzai's remarkable performance had placed immense pressure on Hera, pressure that would drive her to push herself even further. Pressure brings motivation. This phrase resonated deeply among the trial participants, and even geniuses like Xiao Ding and Tong Lan were no exception. Suddenly, a new figure appeared before them. Suzai and He Xue'er stood like 2 towering mountains, blocking their path forward and igniting an even stronger fighting spirit within them. Catch up to them. This goal burned fiercely in the hearts of these prodigies. In the trial grounds, a wave of uproar erupted like thunder. Suzai actually became the disciple of a Dao integration expert. The news exploded among the crowd like a bomb. Normally, even encountering a nascent soul expert was a rare opportunity, let alone a supreme Dao integration master. To many cultivators, such a figure was akin to a mythical existence. Yet at this very moment, not only did such a master appear before their eyes, but they also publicly accepted Suzai as their disciple. All eyes were fixed on Suzai, filled with complex emotions: envy, jealousy, shock, and awe, all intertwined. However, unlike the nascent soul cultivators of the 8 great families, Zhang Muji's eyes were brimming with joy. He thought to himself, the academy is not like a family. Even if Suzai has become Lu Zhengdao's disciple, it won't stop him from joining the academy. Zhang Muji cheerfully stepped forward and enthusiastically said to Suzai, "Suzai, even though you've become a disciple of senior Lu Zhengdao, it doesn't affect your chance to join the academy. What do you think? Are you interested in True Dragon Academy?" Zhong Shouhu couldn't help but tease, "Dean Zhong, why the rush? Can't this wait until the trial is over?" Hearing this, Tong Lan suddenly realized something. Now that there are no more demonic beasts in the Demon Suppression Tower world, how will the trial continue? Everyone came to the same realization. Indeed, this was a problem. Just then, the voice of the world's spirit echoed in everyone's ears. Due to the depletion of demonic beasts in this world, the trial cannot continue. This trial is officially concluded. The leaderboard points are now locked. The ethereal voice continued. The first place on the leaderboard is Suzai, with 1.02 million points. Second place, He Xue'er, with. The world spirit announced the top 10 names one by one, but Sun Xiu's name was conspicuously absent. Some trial participants were puzzled by this, unaware that Sun Xiu had collaborated with the demonic beasts to launch a beast tide. If they knew the truth, they might have wanted to tear him apart. Moments later, gentle beams of white light descended from the sky, enveloping Suze and the other top 10 participants. Suze felt a comforting warmth as a pure energy surged into his body. Simultaneously, a series of intricate and mysterious symbols appeared in his mind. Focusing his attention, Suze quickly immersed himself in analyzing them. Ishwar and the others experienced the same, closing their eyes to comprehend the enigmatic fragments of symbols. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Muji remarked, "The world spirit is being generous this time, even offering its own fundamental Tao principles." Zhang Shouhu glanced at the sky with a smirk. Generous? Not at all. It doesn't even have a sense of tact. High above in the sky, within the boundless void, the hazy sphere of light seemed to hear Zhang Shouhu's words. Its glow flickered uncertainly, as if grappling with a difficult decision. Suddenly, a more radiant beam of light split from the sphere, piercing through the void in an instant and descending directly into the underground world, enveloping Suze in its brilliance. In the depths of the underground world, a radiant orb of light descended from above, swiftly arriving above Suze's head before merging into his body. In an instant, his mind was flooded with intricate, mysterious symbols, accompanied by a resonant sound akin to the teachings of a mighty sage. Suze sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a dazzling white glow. Faint runes occasionally surfaced on his skin, and he appeared to be in an extraordinarily profound state. This state resembled enlightenment, yet it was distinct. While enlightenment required personal comprehension, Suze seemed to be directly receiving fragments of the world's laws from its spirit. This was the Demon Suppression Tower world, designated as 1098, under the jurisdiction of the Interdimensional Research Institute. Zhang Shouhu, the institute's director and the direct superior of the world's spirit, had skillfully leveraged his authority to secure this privilege for Suze. At this moment, Suze's consciousness had entered another space. The surroundings were shrouded in a soft, hazy white light that flowed gently. Suddenly, a misty orb of light appeared before him. Suze was initially startled but quickly regained his composure. From the orb, he sensed a familiar energy and thought to himself, "This must be the spirit of the Demon Suppression Tower world." "Where is this?" Suze asked, puzzled. A serene voice responded, "This is my consciousness space. Why am I here?" "As the top scorer on the leaderboard and the winner of this trial, this is your reward," the world's spirit replied. "Reward? Why haven't I heard of such a reward before?" Suze asked, even more perplexed. The world's spirit recalled the divine message it had just received from Zhang Shouhu and involuntarily shuddered. Internally, it grumbled. Of course, there wasn't such a reward before. If it weren't for that old man's threats, why would I willingly part with a fragment of my essence for you to comprehend? Rank has its privileges, after all. Even a spirit must bow under the eaves. Despite its inner frustration, the world's spirit released a misty glow, which flowed into Suze's consciousness. Just as Suze was about to ask more questions, his surroundings suddenly shifted. A strange vision unfolded before him, a void of chaos, barren and lifeless, filled with an eerie stillness. Suddenly, a single point of light emerged, rapidly expanding. Space began to distort, the concept of time was born, and matter began to take shape. This was the scene of the Demon Suppression Tower world's creation. Under the control of the world's spirit, this normally lengthy process accelerated by thousands of times. Fragments of laws appeared one after another, each containing profound universal truths. Suze was instantly captivated by the vision, completely immersed in it. His eyes glimmered with faint white light, and mysterious fragments of laws flickered in and out of view. The knowledge contained within far exceeded Suze's current level of comprehension, belonging to realms only accessible to peak nascent soul cultivators or those who had achieved unity with the Tao. Though he couldn't fully grasp everything, with the world spirit's guidance, Suze still gained considerable insights. The portions he couldn't yet comprehend settled deep within his mind, waiting to surface when he reached the nascent soul stage. All the understandings from today would then erupt in their entirety. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The acquisition of the immortal slaying sword not only enhanced Suze's current strength, but also paved the way for his future growth. Slowly opening his eyes, Suze realized he had returned to the real world. The system panel promptly appeared before him, displaying a detailed list of his attributes. Name: Suze. Age: 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refinement Technique. Weapon: Immortal Slaying Sword, lower tier spiritual treasure. Martial skills: 9 steps of the Heavenly Rock Beginner, 5 forms of the Flood Dragon Beginner. Contracted Spirit Beast: Azure Flood Dragon Grade D, lower tier. The most eye-catching addition was a new special ability, the Spatial Law Instantaneous Movement within 10 meters. This was a fragment of spatial law application that Suze had comprehended under the guidance of the world spirit. Zhang Shouhu looked at Suze with anticipation but refrained from asking too much. As the child of Chongqing and Linger, Suze was bound to have gained some insights, but it was not his place to inquire about the specifics. Meanwhile, Shuai and the others also opened their eyes and stood up. Tong Lan was pleasantly surprised to find her understanding of spellcasting had deepened, while Xiao Ding's eyes sparkled with barely concealed excitement. With the aid of that white light, all of them had significantly improved their mastery over their abilities. Shuai closed her eyes to savor her newfound understanding. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath. This breakthrough had given her the confidence to advance to the Golden Core stage in the shortest time possible. Although Suze was eager to test his newly acquired ability, the current crowd made it inconvenient to do so. He thought to himself that this teleportation ability could serve as his trump card. In battle, he could appear anywhere near his opponent without warning, gaining a tremendous advantage and potentially securing victory with a single strike. The trial has ended. Teleportation will commence shortly. The world spirit's voice echoed once more. The trial participants exchanged glances, their expressions complex. What had started as a group of thousands had dwindled to only a handful. Yet, their eyes now held a steely determination. These survivors, having endured the crucible of life and death, had emerged with unshakable resolve and limitless potential for the future. Zhong Shouhu sighed as he observed the disheveled trial participants, a trace of weariness in his expression. He anticipated that the heavy casualties from the trial would inevitably lead to a wave of scrutiny and accountability. Thinking of the families of those who had perished, his gaze turned icy. The Sun family. It's time to deal with them, Zhong Shouhu mused silently. Within the human alliance, the entrenched aristocratic families wielded immense influence, their tangled interests often sowing discord. How could humanity unite as one under such circumstances? These obstacles must be eradicated to allow more talent to rise to the forefront. Beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping the participants. Their figures began to fade as they prepared to return to the real world. As the world spirit announced the leaderboard rankings, the projection crystals in major cultivator associations of the main world suddenly began to flicker. Brilliant light burst forth from the crystals, startling everyone within the associations. The projection crystal is reacting, a member exclaimed. The demon-suppressing tower world has reconnected. Quick, inform the others. Another person responded immediately, springing into action. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the families and mentors of the trial participants. At the Lin family estate in Jiangnan City, Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock upon receiving the news. Letting out a shout, he rushed toward Wang Lin's room. Moments later, the two figures shot out of the estate like arrows, sprinting toward the Cultivator Association. At the same time, in the principal's office of Jiangnan City First Advanced High School, Tang Yi raised an eyebrow before vanishing from his seat in an instant. Similar scenes played out across the human alliance, as countless figures surged toward their local cultivator associations. Meanwhile, at a sprawling, luxurious estate in the capital, an elderly man with a stern, sinister face stared at the glowing screen before him. His smile froze, replaced by a chilling glare. The small lines of text on the screen stabbed at his eyes. Plan failed, divine sword lost. All 5 nascent soul puppets destroyed. Sun Dequan severed his own hand. Each word struck Sun Ho like a hammer to his chest. To protect Sun Xiao, he had reluctantly agreed to compensate those individuals with 10 heavenly sacred fruits. Sun Ho fell into silence, and the atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing levels. The old servant quietly stepped back, careful not to disturb his master's thoughts. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, the solid wood desk, crafted from Wang Wali, exploded into splinters. Find them, Sun Ho roared. Find the person who stole my family's treasure alive. They'll make them pay 1,000-fold. The old servant nodded softly and quickly left the suffocating room. In the Cultivator Association Hall in Jiangnan City, the crowd was dense and abuzz with anxious chatter as people waited. I wonder what's happening in there. I hope everyone is safe. Any guesses about the rankings? Do we even need to guess? It's definitely Shuai in first place. What about Suze? Sure, he can take down Golden Core monsters, but he started too late. Catching up to Shuai's points would be nearly impossible. Wang Lin stepped to the front, staring intently at the projection crystal, waiting for the image to form. Finally, the crystal flickered, and a clear image appeared. At that exact moment, the world spirit began announcing the official leaderboard rankings. First place on the leaderboard, Suze, 1,020,000 points. The result struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. Wang Lin, Lin Fan, and Tang Yi froze in place, and the entire Cultivator Association fell into a deathly silence. How did the points get calculated so fast? Suze is in first place, and his points broke 1,000,000? The crowd was in disbelief, their gazes fixed on the leaderboard. At the very top, Suze's name shone brilliantly, but what stood out even more was the staggering number next to it. Over 1,000,000 points. The silence in the association lasted only a moment before erupting into a frenzy of discussion. Everyone was clamoring. How did Suze manage to score over 1,000,000 points? This score is unprecedented, unmatched in history. Tang Yi's eyes widened. His face flushed red as he shouted in excitement. Suzai's 1 million point struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, leaving them stunned. Wang Lin and Lin Fan were no exception. They stared at the long string of numbers, almost doubting their own eyes. The previous highest score had barely exceeded 200,000, which was already considered the peak for Foundation establishment cultivators. But now, Suzai had shattered that ceiling, crossing the 1 million mark in one fell swoop. How many golden core beasts would one have to hunt to achieve such a feat? It was utterly inconceivable. However, amidst the astonishment, a trace of unease began to creep in. Someone keenly noticed an anomaly. Why were there so many missing names on the leaderboard? A terrifying thought surfaced in everyone's minds. They frantically scanned the leaderboard for their children's names. It didn't take long before someone's face turned deathly pale. The name of their disciple had dimmed, signifying elimination. By all accounts, those eliminated should have been transported back through the teleportation array. Yet, the teleportation arrays of the Cultivator Association remained eerily inactive. This could only mean one thing: that person's eyes turned bloodshot, their body trembling uncontrollably. The crowd grew increasingly anxious, desperately searching for familiar names on the leaderboard. When Wang Lin and the others saw that Lin Miaoi's name was still glowing, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the expressions of those around them were grim. Each dim name on the leaderboard was like a dagger, stabbing deeply into their hearts. Tang Yi's expression also grew heavy. Among the names from First Advanced High School, several had dimmed as well. Those students were likely. He dared not imagine how he would face their parents. At that moment, news about the Demon Suppression Tower spread like wildfire. Across major social media platforms and cultivator forums, several keywords instantly topped the trending charts. Demon Suppression Tower World Reconnects. Trial ends early. First place, Suzai. 1 million points. Unprecedented human prodigy. Suzai. Suzai surpasses He Schwerer with 1 million points to claim first place in the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Trial participants reportedly suffered heavy casualties. Less than 1/5 remain. What happened in the Demon Suppression Tower world during those days of disconnection? Throughout the Human Alliance, billions of communication devices simultaneously buzzed with breaking news. Whether ordinary civilians or cultivators, everyone was stunned by the outcome of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Suzai, 1 million points, first place in the trial. This information completely redefined everyone's perception of Suzai. A dazzling new star was rising. Suzai's potential rivaled that of He Schwerer, and he might even surpass her by a wide margin. For the human race to produce two such prodigies at the same time, each more extraordinary than the other, was nothing short of miraculous. For a moment, a surge of pride and hope filled the hearts of all. With two prodigies emerging, the human race was destined for greatness in this era. Just then, the teleportation arrays in various cultivator associations began to emit a faint glow, and the surrounding space started to twist and ripple. All eyes turned toward the arrays, waiting for the return of the trial participants, eager to uncover the mysteries of this unprecedented trial. In the hall of the Cultivators Association, the light on the teleportation array began to flicker faintly. The crowd held their breath, anxiously awaiting the return of the trial participants. Suddenly, beams of light descended, and the silhouettes of the survivors gradually emerged. However, instead of the familiar faces they longed to see, a group of disheveled, battered trial participants appeared. These survivors, in their tattered clothing and disarrayed state, broke down the moment they saw their mentors or family members. They rushed toward their loved ones, releasing all the pent-up emotions in an instant. Parents, upon seeing their children in such a miserable state, were struck with alarm. They hurried to comfort them while frantically asking what had happened. Meanwhile, others stared at the now empty teleportation array, their eyes filled with anguish and sorrow. The fate of those who had yet to return was all too clear. Why? A parent cried out in despair, their voice trembling. Wasn't the Demon Suppression Tower trial supposed to be absolutely safe? Can someone tell me what happened? The anguished voice echoed through the hall. On the other side, Wang Lin looked at Su Zhe with admiration. Well done, kid. You really kept your strength hidden before. Lin Fan, on the other hand, observed Su Zhe thoughtfully. Tang Yi broke into a smile and gave Su Zhe a hearty pat on the shoulder. Our school's reputation has certainly been boosted this time. Then his expression turned serious as he turned to Lin Miaoi and asked, Lin, can you tell us what exactly happened in the Demon Suppression Tower this time? Lin Miaoi took a deep breath to calm herself. After glancing at Su Zhe, she replied softly, that day, our distress talismans suddenly stopped working. Then, countless demonic beasts emerged from the ground, led by a golden core grade beast, which organized them to hunt us down systematically. The crowd leaned in closer, their faces darkening with every word. When they heard how He Schwerer single-handedly fought off golden core grade beasts and held off a mid-tiered class beast, they couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. However, as Lin Miaoi recounted how trial participants were slain one after another by the beasts, with many unable to leave behind even a complete corpse, the hall was filled with a mixture of fury and grief. Lin Miaoi continued her account, quickly reaching the part where the remaining participants were surrounded, with the mid-tiered class beast glaring at them menacingly, and 3 more golden core grade beasts arriving to reinforce the siege. Tang Yi furrowed his brows and asked, with such a powerful horde of beasts, how did you manage to escape? The crowd suppressed their sorrow and focused intently, awaiting the answer. A trial participant took over, their eyes suddenly lighting up with a spark of hope. Turning to the silent Su Zhe, their voice grew louder with excitement. At that moment, we all thought it was over. We were ready to fight to the death. But then, all the trial participants focused their eyes on Su Zhe, admiration and fervor shining brightly within them. Lin Miaoi softly revealed an astonishing piece of news. Su Zhe not only helped the spirit of the world regain control over the realm, but also reactivated the distressed jade talismans. Just as she finished speaking, a portal suddenly appeared, and Su Zhe stepped out from within. What followed left everyone dumbfounded. Shaoqing, Su Zhe's contracted spirit beast, had ascended to a drank beast and instantly defeated 3 golden core-level beasts. As for Su Zhe himself, he approached a mid-tier drank giant wolf and slew it with a single sword strike. This shocking news spread like wildfire, shaking the various cultivator associations within the human alliance to their core. Everyone was left in utter disbelief, their minds replaying the incredible revelations. Su Zhe aided the spirit of the world? His contracted beast annihilated 3 beasts of the same level in an instant? And Su Zhe himself took down a mid-tier drank beast that even he Schwerer couldn't handle, all with a single strike? Soon, someone questioned the inconsistencies in the story, asking, isn't Su Zhe a beast master? How could he single-handedly defeat a mid-tier drank beast? The answer was even more shocking. Su Zhe's sword was a spiritual artifact. This revelation triggered waves of exclamations, but what came next was even more astonishing. The trial participants continued their account. Nascent soul-level experts descended, eradicating the rampaging beasts and delving into the underground world of the demon suppression tower to eliminate the mastermind behind the chaos. Afterward, these powerful figures surrounded Su Zhe, each vying to take him as their disciple, offering countless benefits in return. At that moment, a black dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, carrying a mysterious figure on its back, someone so revered that even the nascent soul experts showed utmost respect. It was said that this figure was a Dao integration level expert who personally descended to accept Su Zhe as his disciple. Su Zhe, in turn, gladly agreed. This news exploded like a bombshell, drawing gasps of disbelief from everyone present. Even prominent figures in the crowd widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow 2 eggs whole, standing frozen as if under a spell. While the trial participants felt envious, they also believed it was well-deserved. They explained, Su Zhe truly has the strength to back it up. His power is unparalleled, and his contracted beast possesses the bloodline of a divine beast, making it nearly invincible within the same rank. Moreover, that senior just so happens to be a beastmaster as well. Before long, someone pieced together the identity of the mysterious expert, Senior Lu Jingdao, Nightbane. This name caused another uproar. A Dao integration level expert, one of the protectors of humanity. And now, Su Zhe's master was this legendary figure. For a time, even the top-tier factions, including the 8 great clans, were filled with exclamations of astonishment. It took a long while for everyone to regain their composure, though they were still filled with awe. They realized that with Su Zhe as a prodigy of humanity, and under the guidance of such a powerful Dao integration level master, anyone within the human alliance who harbored ill intentions towards Su Zhe would have to think twice if not thrice before making a move. In Kyoto, at the Sun family estate, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. His face was pale, his sleeves stained with blood, and he was carrying someone on his back. It was none other than Sun Dequan and Sun Xiao, who had hurried back from the Demon Suppression Tower world. Sun Dequan sprinted all the way, wary of potential ambushes. When the familiar estate came into view, with its sprawling buildings and the central lake, he finally exhaled deeply, allowing his tense nerves to relax slightly. Second uncle is back. Quickly, go report second uncle and Sun Xiao have returned, someone exclaimed. Noticing Sun Dequan's empty sleeve, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Sun Dequan gestured dismissively and strode forward into the courtyard with Sun Xiao on his back. At that moment, Sun Xiao slowly regained consciousness. As soon as his awareness returned, his face twisted in pain, his teeth clenched, and a low growl escaped his throat. Xiaoer, we're home now. Sun Ho suddenly appeared. Seeing Sun Xiao's miserable state, his eyes filled with both anguish and fury. He wished he could shred the person who had stolen the divine sword into pieces. Grandfather. Hearing the familiar voice, Sun Xiao instantly snapped to full awareness. Seeing the familiar surroundings and his family, the red in his eyes began to fade. He stepped forward and gritted his teeth. Grandfather, the divine sword was stolen. I want that person dead now. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Sun Ho nodded, his expression dark and menacing. Of course, once we uncover who they are, your grandfather will personally ensure they regret ever being born. He turned to son Daquan, noticing the bloodstained sleeve, and his anger flared even more. Daquan, go treat your injuries and recover as quickly as possible. Just as son Daquan was about to leave, a piece of intelligence arrived. Sun Ho's brows furrowed slightly as a cold smile spread across his face. So, they've made their move. Sun Daquan paused in his steps, and Sun Xiao immediately looked up, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. Whoever that person was, even if they belonged to the 8 great clans, they would pay a heavy price. Sun Ho opened the intelligence report. A crystal projection displayed a segment of imagery, accompanied by floating text. Trial participant Su Zhe, a student at Jiangnan City's first high school. Background: ordinary family. Parents went missing a decade ago under unknown circumstances. Growth trajectory: unremarkable. Awakened talent: beast tamer. Has close ties with the Lin family of Jiangnan City and is a confidant of Wang Lin, a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy. The detailed information left nothing out. Su Zhe, that prodigy of the human race. Sun Ho and Sun Daquan frowned deeply. Prodigy of the human race? Sun Xiao froze in confusion. He had been unaware of Su Zhe's feat of slaying the Xianming turtle and earning the title of human prodigy while he was in the underground world. Human prodigy, he repeated, his voice rising sharply, his expression darkening. The fact that he Schwerer had become the first human prodigy was already a source of humiliation for him. And now there was another Su Zhe. Now even the title of second place has been taken away. Sun Xiao's forehead veins bulged like writhing worms, his face flushed red with rage. Gritting his teeth, he growled. So what if you're a human prodigy? I'll kill you all the same. The projection stone emitted a faint glow as an image slowly unfolded. It displayed the underground world of the demon suppression tower. The 3 men held their breath, focusing intently on every detail. In the image, a group of trial participants had gathered around someone at the mountain's edge, their voices rising and falling with constant questioning. It's him, Su Zhe. Sun Xiao's eyes widened, and his voice brimmed with venom. The projection continued, showing a returning nascent soul cultivator walking into the center of the crowd. Sun Daquan's face twisted into a cold smile as he watched himself being extorted in the recording. The nascent soul cultivator was enthusiastically extending an olive branch to Su Zhe, attempting to recruit him into one of the 8 great clans. The 3 men weren't surprised by this scene. They were waiting to see how Su Zhe would respond. Suddenly, the image darkened. Roar, a deep dragon's cry descended from the heavens, distant, yet awe-inspiring. What beast is making that sound? It's still alive? Sun Xiao asked, puzzled. But Sun Ho and Sun Daquan's expressions changed drastically. Even though it was merely a recording within the crystal, the suffocating pressure emanating from it left them trembling with fear. In the next moment, a massive black dragon abruptly appeared on the screen. Even more astonishing, atop the dragon's head sat an elderly man dressed in black, cross-legged, gazing down at the crowd with an air of dominance. The instant they saw the old man, Sun Ho and Sun Daquan's bodies trembled uncontrollably. Lu Zhengdao, a Dao integration cultivator. The human race's legendary beast tamer. Why is he here? Then, the old man's voice echoed. Su Zhe, would you like to become my disciple? What? Sun Daquan exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Lu Zhengdao wants to take Su Zhe as his disciple? Sun Hao's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flickering with shock and unwillingness. A Dao integration cultivator, that brat's master, is a Dao integration cultivator. Sun Xiao, though unclear about the full implications, could sense the gravity of the situation from the other's reactions. Who is he? He asked hoarsely. Lu Zhengdao, a Dao integration beast tamer. Sun Daquan replied with difficulty. The word struck Sun Xiao like a hammer to the chest, leaving him frozen in place. His features twisted into a grotesque expression as he muttered, Dao integration? Dao integration. Even someone as arrogant as him understood the weight of those 2 words. Suddenly, he looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the image of Su Zhe bowing to Lu Zhengdao. Fury boiled within him, threatening to erupt. Damn it! Damn it! What? His tightly clenched fists trembled, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, as his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. Sun Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that all the plans he had devised to torment Su Zhe might now be rendered meaningless. That divine sword is likely an immortal artifact. How many immortal artifacts does the human alliance even possess? If the Sun family could obtain that sword, our power would soar. But now, not only has it been snatched away by that brat, but it's also ruined decades of our planning, costing us so dearly. A single divine sword, 10 heavenly, sacred fruits. A surge of blood rushed to Sun Ho's head, his vision darkened, and his body swayed as he nearly collapsed. Brother, Sun Daquan quickly stepped forward, using his only intact arm to support him. Sun Ho's face was filled with fury, but he had no choice but to bitterly issue an order. Spread the word. Cancel all plans against Su Zhe for now. The hall of the Jiangnan City Cultivators Association was engulfed in silence. Wang Lin and the others stared intently at Su Zhe, their eyes filled with astonishment. In just a few days, the young cultivator's identity had undergone a dramatic transformation. What they once regarded as merely a promising junior had now shattered their expectations time and again. His status as a prodigy of the human race, his ability to instantly slay 3 golden core-level beasts, his feat of killing a mid-tiered class beast with a single strike, and the fact that he had a master at the integration realm overseeing him. Each of these accomplishments was something that 99 of cultivators could only dream of achieving in their lifetime. Standing before the crowd, Su Zhe appeared calm, as though he had already transcended to another plane. Tong Yi opened his mouth, struggling for a moment before finally blurting out, "Su Zhe, well done." No sooner had the words left his mouth than everyone present bowed deeply to Su Zhe in unison. Su Zhe raised an eyebrow, still processing this sudden gesture, when a stern-faced parent stepped forward and said, "Su Zhe, it's thanks to you that our Yiming survived. We can never repay this debt. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word." The families of the surviving trial participants came forward one after another to express their gratitude. Even the parents of those who had lost their children solemnly bowed in respect. Su Zhe had avenged their loved ones, and for that, they owed him their thanks. Su Zhe looked at the scene before him with a mix of emotions. In the world of cultivators, death was an ever-present reality. Even in these relatively peaceful times, it was a constant fact of life, let alone during the previous era of terrifyingly high mortality rates when humanity clashed with neighboring races. After a brief exchange of words, the crowd dispersed, clearly eager to investigate the mastermind behind the recent anomaly in the Demon Suppression Tower. Just as the hall began to empty, the massive crystal orb at the center of the association's room suddenly emitted a dazzling light, which coalesced into a humanoid silhouette. Moments later, a man dressed in a sharp black suit appeared before them. Wang Lin and Tong Yi exchanged a knowing smile and said to Su Zhe, "Get ready to receive a big gift." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Zhe's eyes, as if he already had an inkling of what was to come. Sure enough, the envoy walked straight up to Su Zhe, smiling as he said, "Su Zhe, greetings. I am an envoy from the headquarters of the Cultivators Association, here to present you with the reward for achieving first place in the trial." As he spoke, he produced a ring and handed it to Su Zhe. Just as Su Zhe accepted the ring and was about to inspect it, the envoy continued, "Due to your outstanding performance in this trial, all 32 academies across the Alliance, including the 9 prestigious institutions in the capital, have sent you invitations. With these, you may enroll in any academy of your choosing at any time." A thick stack of invitations appeared in Su Zhe's hands. He casually flipped through them, noting that the invites included those from the top academies of the Human Alliance: True Dragon Academy, Tianyuan Academy, Xiqing Academy, and Xingyun Academy, among others. Wang Lin and the others gazed at the dozens of precious invitation letters, their hearts filled with emotion. Each of these invitations was a treasure coveted by countless young cultivators. They were not just simple letters, but represented a pathway to greatness, offering an opportunity for cultivators from ordinary families to achieve a monumental leap in status. The envoy continued, his voice tinged with excitement. "Oh, and one more thing. Dean Zhang of True Dragon Academy specifically mentioned that if Su Zhe chooses to join their academy, he will personally invite the Sword Dao Grandmaster Shui Lei Han to mentor Su Zhe in swordsmanship. Moreover, other academies have also promised that if Su Zhe selects them, they will spare no effort to arrange for powerful mentors to personally guide his cultivation." The envoy's gaze remained fixed on Su Zhe, revealing one astonishing condition after another. Each offer was enough to drive any ordinary cultivator to madness. Personal guidance from a nascent soul expert, or even a Unity Realm master. Even Wang Lin and the others were inwardly astonished as they listened. "Sword Dao Grandmaster Shui Lei Han," Wang Lin exclaimed under his breath. "She's a genuine Unity Realm master and an honorary dean of True Dragon Academy, one of the most renowned Unity Realm experts among humanity. But she hasn't appeared in years. For Zhang Muji to invite someone of her caliber to mentor Su Zhe, that's incredible." Everyone turned to Su Zhe in unison, curious about what his decision would be. Although Wang Lin personally leaned toward recommending Tianyuan Academy for Su Zhe, the offers from the other academies were clearly far more enticing, so he chose to remain silent. The envoy continued, his smile growing wider. "Additionally, Su Zhe, 2 months from now, you must head to the capital. At that time, the Alliance's Elder Council will personally bestow upon you, and he swear the title of Human Race Prodigy. You will also gain the opportunity to train at the Soul Cleansing Altar for 1 month. Coincidentally, that will also mark the start of enrollment at the advanced academies." As soon as he finished speaking, the envoy's figure began to dissipate, transforming into specks of light that floated away. "My task here is complete. Su Zhe, I'll see you in the capital in 2 months." Suze held the spatial ring in one hand and the stack of academy invitations in the other, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his lips. Turning to the others, he asked, "The soul cleansing altar? What is that?" Tang Yi's eyes glimmered with a trace of longing as he explained in a deep voice. The soul cleansing altar is a divine artifact of our human alliance, a sacred training ground coveted by countless cultivators. It's said that training there can enhance your speed several times over. Wang Lin added. More importantly, it facilitates a transformation of the soul. That's what makes it truly invaluable. The soul and primordial spirit are the most fragile and difficult aspects to cultivate. If you can undergo a transformation there, your future potential could rise to an entirely new level. You too are incredibly fortunate. The soul cleansing altar rarely ever opens. I suspect it's being made available now because the All Races tournament is approaching and the Alliance wants to help you both strengthen yourselves in preparation. Wang Lin and the others exchanged glances, sighing emotionally. It's been far too long since our human race has achieved a noteworthy result in the All Races tournament. The last time was over 30 years ago, when someone named Bai Ling claimed first place. Since then, our rankings have plummeted, and we haven't even made it into the top 1,000. Hearing the name, Bai Ling, Su Ze's body trembled, and his eyes flickered with a complex light. Bai Ling, my mother, he murmured to himself. The champion of the All Races tournament. A resolute determination began to solidify in Su Ze's gaze as if he had made up his mind about something. Under the respectful gazes of the members of the Cultivators Association, Su Ze and his companions stepped out of the association's building. At dusk, the streets were bustling with people. Office workers poured out of high-rise buildings, hurrying home. Roadside food stalls were lively, their smoke mingling with the enticing aroma of freshly cooked meals, filling the pedestrian street with a comforting sense of daily life. Suze took a deep breath, savoring the familiar yet distant atmosphere. Though he had only spent a few days in the Demon Suppression Tower world, its monotony paled in comparison to the lively and reassuring scene before him. Wang Lin patted Suze on the shoulder and said with a grin, "Come on, let's head home for a proper meal. Consider it a celebration banquet for your success." Standing nearby, Tang Yi was also invited to join. Soon, two sedans pulled up in front of them. After getting in, the small convoy sped toward the Lin family estate. As night fell and the last glimmers of daylight disappeared beyond the horizon, the Lin family villa was brightly lit. The dining table was laden with an abundance of exquisite dishes. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Tang Yi curiously asked, "Suze, what's the reward for being first in the trial? Have you checked it yet?" Caught off guard, Suze realized he hadn't looked at the reward. He assumed it was likely something to enhance cultivation, which might not be particularly useful to him. However, with Elder Wang and the principal present, it was the perfect opportunity to have them help appraise it. He promptly retrieved the reward from his spatial ring. With a clatter, a small mountain of items appeared on the ground. Radiant glows of various colors intertwined, creating a dazzling display. The treasures emitted faint energy ripples that spread outward. "Wow, what a spendthrift!" Tang Yi exclaimed, rushing to the pile of treasures and carefully inspecting them. He picked up a manual and frowned. "Pure Land Mantra? Why is there a monk's technique here? How unlucky." He tossed the manual aside as if it burned his hand. Wang Lin pointed to a bottle of pills and said, "Xianyuan pills? Now this is valuable." The group began sorting through the treasures one by one. There were cultivation techniques, martial skills, elixirs, weapons, and various rare items. Each piece was priceless, and even the least valuable item could fetch an astronomical price at an auction. Breaking tribulation pills, jade replenishing pills, harmony pills, spirit gathering pills, Wang Lin marveled. These elixirs are crafted by top-tier alchemists and are incredibly beneficial for golden core stage cultivators. Tang Yi gestured at the materials in front of him and clicked his tongue in amazement. These are all at least from class high-tier beasts. Especially this onite looks like the core of a class beast. And these techniques, aside from that monks, are perfect for golden core cultivators. He turned to Suze, sighing in admiration. These are the best of the best for golden core cultivators. If I had access to such treasures back then, I would have reached the nascent soul stage ages ago instead of taking so long. Wang Lin chuckled and teased, "Oh, come on. Were you ever a prodigy of humanity back then? Did you achieve anything as remarkable as Suze?" He shot a glance at Lin Fan, both of them looking a bit sheepish. Compared to Suze, few could truly match up. However, Suze wasn't paying attention to their conversation. His focus was entirely captured by the words in front of him. Suze stared at the dense array of information in front of him, each line shimmering with the glow of cultivation years. Crank Lodeer, Demon Beast Inner Cores, Drank Hideer, Demon Beast Feathers and Scales, Supreme Grade Pai Dan, Xian Yuan Dan, the Buddhist Secret Technique, Pure Land Mantra, Drank Martial Skill, Xian Yin Thunder Palm. All these treasures, which were highly coveted by Tang Yi, Elder Wang, and the others, were merely resources for cultivation in Suze's eyes. He quickly calculated that these items alone could bring him over 10,000 years of cultivation. A flicker of excitement appeared in his eyes as he smiled inwardly. Apart from the healing pills, the rest held little value to him. He decided to convert them all into cultivation points. As for the materials from demon beasts, they would naturally be processed in the same way. Martial techniques were even less significant to Suze. He glanced briefly at the skills and found them to be mostly useless. The two rank martial techniques he had obtained in the Demon Suppression Tower, 9 steps of the Heavenly Rock, and 5 forms of the Flood Dragon, far surpassed the combined value of these skills. He had only begun to master these techniques, with 4 higher levels still awaiting his exploration. Suze made a swift decision. Aside from 1 or 2 exceptional skills, the rest would all be recycled. He estimated that reclaiming all these rewards could grant him approximately 40,000 years of cultivation, enough to activate 10 dragon elephant seeds. Considering the 24,000 years of unused cultivation he still had, adding these new gains would push his total past 60,000 years, allowing him to activate more than 10 dragon elephant seeds. As Suze immersed himself in his calculations, Wang Lin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Su, quickly put these things away. Hey, Miao Yi, stop staring. No matter how much you look, they're not yours. Wang Lin spoke with a smile. Lin Miaoyi pouted as she stood up, her large eyes still reflecting the glow of the treasures. Tang Yi, standing nearby, offered a reminder. Make good use of these items, but remember, don't bite off more than you can chew. It's better to focus on mastering 1 or 2 martial techniques. Suze nodded in agreement. Got it, I understand. Tang Yi continued. Keep your foundation solid while rapidly improving your strength. This time, you'll undoubtedly be our top representative at the 10,000 Races tournament. Our human race will be counting on you, and he swear. Suze smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. His excitement for the upcoming 10,000 Races tournament grew. He pictured the gathering of geniuses from all races, competing for the top spot in a spectacle that would capture the attention of all living beings. The thought of such a grand event ignited his fighting spirit. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Suze bid farewell to the group and returned home. With a light movement of his finger, he activated the spatial ring. Instantly, mountains of rewards piled up on the floor of his living room. A smile tugged at Suze's lips as he began the process of reclaiming the items, eagerly anticipating the imminent surge in his power. The Supreme Xian Yuan Pill, a crank low-tier beast core, and other rare treasures were rapidly converted into cultivation energy by the system, flowing directly into Suze's body. His eyes were fixed on the system interface, watching as his remaining cultivation years surged from 24,000, quickly surpassing the 30,000-year mark and continuing to rise. Before his eyes, the small mountain of treasures visibly shrank as the system absorbed them one after another. Moments later, the remaining cultivation years reached an astonishing 65,000. By then, the mountain had completely disappeared, leaving only a martial arts manual in Suze's hand-tai Chi collapse force. Although this middle-grade drank martial art wasn't the highest-ranked reward, it was the most suitable for Suze at the moment. It featured a unique power exertion technique, paired with a few seemingly gentle yet explosively powerful moves, perfectly compensating for his lack of refined hand-to-hand combat skills. With his beast-like physique combined with the Tai Chi collapse force, Suze was certain he could unleash incredible power beyond imagination. Carefully storing the martial arts manual, Suze's gaze returned to the system interface. With 65,000 years of cultivation energy, he could activate 16 dragon elephant seeds. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes, but was quickly replaced by composure. Activating so many dragon elephant seeds at once would create a significant disturbance, possibly alerting the entire community. Suddenly, he thought of the perfect location, the wild forest. Deep within that remote and rarely traveled wilderness, there were few inhabitants aside from beasts. Suze then remembered he hadn't checked on Xiongda and Erhu in quite a while. Were his 2 beastly underlings doing well? Was Xiongda still brewing monkey wine for the monkey clan? How was Erhu's bizarre cross-species love affair with the Monkey King's wife progressing? And what about the biology textbook he had given it last time had it studied diligently? Shaking his head, Suze brushed aside these random thoughts. After a quick wash, he went straight to bed. Though cultivators at his level no longer required sleep, he still retained this habit. The following morning, the familiar chill of scales woke Suze. Opening his eyes, he found Xiaoqing's dragon head right in front of him. Stretching lazily, he smiled and tapped Xiaoqing's head with his finger, infusing it with 500 years of cultivation energy. The system immediately notified him that the energy infusion cashback feature had been triggered, with a multiplier of 3 times this time, granting Suze 1,500 years of cultivation energy in return. Xiaoqing squinted its eyes slightly, enjoying the sudden warmth surging within. Suze sighed softly. Ever since Xiaoqing advanced to drank, its infusion limit had indeed increased 5-fold, but the cashback multipliers were often unimpressive. In contrast, Xiaohua frequently triggered critical multipliers, sometimes exceeding 10 or 20 times. making Su Zhe a little envious. In the next moment, a burst of flames lit up the room. Xiaohua chirped excitedly and flew out of the beast's space eagerly. It had been cooped up inside for several days and was finally free. However, as it took in the familiar sight of the living room, it froze in confusion. Questions filled its mind. Weren't we in that magical world? How did we suddenly return? What on earth happened over the past few days? With these thoughts swirling, it landed lightly on Su Zhe's shoulder. Su Zhe gently stroked Xiaohua's smooth feathers with practiced ease and began the infusion process. You've infused the flame bird with 10 years of cultivation. The cashback infusion feature has been triggered. Your cashback multiplier this time is 50x. You've gained 500 years of cultivation. The system notification rang out. After 2 rounds of infusion, Su Zhe's remaining cultivation skyrocketed to 67,000 years. He couldn't help but praise. Way to go, Xiaohua. Too bad your cultivation level is still too low. Su Zhe initially planned to return Xiaohua to the beast space, but the little creature seemed determined not to go back, as if it had been provoked. After a moment of thought, Su Zhe decided to bring it along. After all, walking around with a fiery red bird on his shoulder didn't seem too unusual. Before long, Su Zhe arrived at a temporary trading site. Wearing a hat and mask, he cautiously stepped out of the vehicle. These days, Su Zhe was a household name within the human alliance. But this fame came with its inconveniences. People would often gather to gawk when they recognized him, though they never dared to approach. It made Su Zhe feel like a zoo animal on display. Left with no other choice, he resorted to disguising himself to avoid the attention. Once he entered the forest, Su Zhe finally removed his mask and inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Xiaohua darted joyfully through the trees, moving so quickly it was hard to follow. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing transformed into a 3 to 5 long form and quietly followed by Su Zhe's side. Let's go check on Xiongda and Erhu. Hopefully, they haven't been taken out by the monkey troop, Su Zhe said, patting Xiaoqing. He then called out to Xiaohua above. Come on, let's head over to her host place first. Before his words had fully left his mouth, his figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. Su Zhe turned into a streak of golden light, zipping through the forest at an incredible speed. This trip to the wild forest wasn't just about activating the dragon elephant seed, enhancing his cultivation, or visiting Xiongda and Erhu. More importantly, he intended to venture deep into the forest to seek out the Qingyun eagle from before, have a little chat about life, and ask what it wanted to reincarnate as in its next life. Along the way, he also planned to investigate the flame bird's mysterious injuries and uncover why it had been gravely wounded out of nowhere. Most crucially, he needed to hunt a few high-level beasts to reap a significant boost in cultivation. Su Zhe calculated in his mind. I'm seriously short on cultivation right now. The dragon elephant body technique requires cultivation. The 5 moves of the flood dragon require cultivation, and even the 9 steps of the sky rock require cultivation. There are bound to be even more powerful techniques waiting for me in the future. I need to prepare ahead and accumulate as much cultivation as I can. With the 9 steps of the sky rock enhancing his speed, Su Zhe left a glowing trail behind him as he raced forward. Before long, a thicket of shrubs appeared ahead. Su Zhe knew that beyond the shrubs lay Erhu's home. With a burst of energy, he shattered the shrubbery into pieces and looked up. But his smile froze the moment he saw the scene before him. The sight was shocking. The familiar hill was gone, replaced by an enormous crater. The surroundings were strewn with shattered stones and broken trees, the ground scarred with deep marks. The area was in complete disarray, utterly barren. What worried him even more was the absence of his 2 companions. They were nowhere to be seen. Su Zhe furrowed his brows, carefully stepping over a piece of rubble as he approached the edge of the massive crater. His gaze swept over the ground littered with small pits and crisscrossing scars, as though the area had just endured a cataclysmic bombardment. He scanned his surroundings, his spiritual sense spreading out like a tide, capturing every detail around him. Yet, not even a single hair from Xiongda or Erhu could be found. Did my words come true? Su Zhe muttered under his breath. Did those 2 really get killed? The scene before him triggered a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen something similar before. He pondered silently, convinced that the group of monkeys could not possibly have such devastating power to flatten an entire hilltop. Suddenly, the image of a colossal figure flashed in Su Zhe's mind. Qingyun eagle. He recalled the moment when Xiaohua's mother had fallen. A height-year-drank beast had streaked out from the depths of the forest, unleashing a frenzied assault on the ground, as if it bore an irreconcilable grudge against the fiery bird. Could it be that creature again? Su Zhe murmured. And did it take out Xiongda and Erhu along the way? Against a height-year-drank beast, the survival chances of Xiongda and Erhu, who were only low-tier rank, were slim to none. They were likely already dead. Su Zhe frowned deeply, reasoning. It must have remembered Xiongda from when he fled with me back then. With a long sigh, Su Zhe's figure flickered and vanished from the desolate scene. Half an hour later, Su Zhe found a secluded mountain valley. The area was lush with greenery, untouched by human presence, an ideal spot. Without hesitation, he stepped into the valley, determined to activate the dragon elephant seeds here. Xiaoqing, guard me while I do this, Suze instructed solemnly. Xiaoqing nodded firmly, its body suddenly expanding as it let out a resonant roar. In an instant, a mighty flood dragon, over 10 meters long, materialized in the valley. The powerful aura of a golden core beast spread outward, causing nearby creatures to flee in terror. Xiaoqing stood tall, ascended into the air, and coiled itself high above, its large, piercing eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Xiaohu watched Xiaoqing's imposing presence with a look of envy in its eyes. By this time, Suze had already sat down cross-legged. The system panel appeared before him. Remaining cultivation, 67,000 years. A trace of nervousness flickered in Suze's heart. Previously, he had only ever activated up to 3 dragon elephant seeds consecutively. But this time, he planned to activate more than 10 in one go. He had no idea what might happen, only hoping it wouldn't cause too much of a disturbance and draw unwanted attention. Taking a deep breath, Suze's eyes gleamed with determination. Remaining cultivation, 63,000 years. A surge of heat suddenly erupted within him, a massive and pure energy filling his dantian before rushing like a breached dam into the 22nd dragon elephant seed. Crack! The crisp sound Suze had heard dozens of times before rang out once more. A brilliant golden light burst forth, and an overwhelming energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. Without pause, Suze continued to activate the next seed. Remaining cultivation, 59,000 years. Remaining cultivation, 55,000 years. Remaining cultivation, 51,000 years. The cultivation count plummeted rapidly as a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed one after another. Crack, crack, crack. Blinding golden lights bloomed like fireworks, and in an instant, countless beams of light illuminated Suze's body. The golden radiance surged outward like tidal waves, flooding the entire valley. Amid the undulating waves of light, a massive phantom began to take shape, gradually solidifying. The 9th dragon elephant seed, the 10th, the 11th. Pure energy surged through Suze's meridians, like molten magma, strengthening his body and amplifying his power. The newly activated dragon elephant seeds seemed to resonate, forming a unique connection that made the energy even more robust. Suze felt his body swell, a sharp pain coursing through his meridians, and an excruciating burn deep in his bones. Clenching his teeth, Suze pressed on, channeling 4,000 years of cultivation into the dragon elephant seeds. With a crisp crack, the 12th seed shattered. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he poured 16,000 years of cultivation into his martial arts. Crack, 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 crack. For consecutive breaking sounds echoed. A total of 64,000 years of cultivation had fully activated all 16 dragon elephant seeds. Boom! A deep, thunderous rumble erupted from within Suze. Blinding golden light shot into the sky, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out, painting the heavens in gold. Roar! A colossal elephant materialized, raising its trunk and letting out an earth-shaking roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. In the sky, Xiaoqing looked down at Suze with awe, and then at the awe-inspiring giant elephant, feeling a tremor that resonated deep within its soul. Suspended quietly on a protrusion of its head was the immortal slaying sword. The sword trembled, and a cool, distant-looking young woman with delicate brows like distant mountains emerged. The sword spirit stood atop Xiaoqing, her bright eyes fixed on the golden radiance filling the sky. Incredible, she murmured to herself. Xiaoqing, having little caution toward this elder sister, felt no sense of threat after all. Her true form was a divine sword. Her voice was crisp and clear, contrasting with her imposing frame, as she spoke proudly. My master is extraordinarily gifted. In just a few short months of cultivation, he's reached this level. Sister, my master will surely surpass even the level of your previous master one day, and perhaps far beyond. The sword's spirit froze, instinctively wanting to refute, but her gaze fell on the towering, world-dominating giant elephant, and Suze bathed in golden light. After a long pause, she softly replied, it is indeed possible. Boom! A muffled sound echoed from below. Suze's entire body was cloaked in golden light, his very skin radiating a golden hue. The surging energy within him continuously cleansed his bones and organs, purging impurities. Waves of searing pain nearly caused him to pass out, but he gritted his teeth and endured. His heartbeat was steady and powerful, his bones and organs glowing with faint golden markings. His overwhelming vitality surged outward, transforming into a vast sea of blood energy. The boiling blood energy shimmered, and his flesh gleamed like multicolored glass. This state persisted for a long time. During this period, some beasts were drawn by the commotion, but upon seeing the green figure in the sky from afar, they fled in terror. Those bold enough to approach were immediately struck by a flash of blood-red light, which split them in two, their blood energy entirely consumed. After a while, the golden light gradually faded, and the phenomena disappeared. Suze slowly opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of gold flashing in their depths. He exhaled deeply, sensing the changes within his body. 37 dragon elephant seeds radiated golden light, and immense power coursed through his flesh. Within his dantian, an enormous lake had formed, vast as the ocean, shimmering with golden waves. Late foundation establishment stage. Suze stood up, clenching his fists. He could feel the surge of power within him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The system panel displayed that he still had 3,000 years of cultivation remaining. Activating 16 dragon elephant seeds at once unleashed a torrent of energy that tempered Suze's body again. This power penetrated deep into his bones, even strengthening his most delicate internal organs. Quickly scanning the other information on the system panel, Suze decided to allocate some of his cultivation to enhance his martial techniques. In an instant, a new realization flooded his mind. Martial technique, Taiji collapsing force, perfected. Suze raised his hand and casually threw a punch. The movement seemed slow, but just as it was about to land, it erupted with astonishing force. Boom! A sharp burst of energy shot out, instantly reducing a large boulder in the distance to dust. This punch used no specific moves, merely applying the basic principles of Taiji collapsing force, yet it unleashed such incredible power. Though the technique wasn't of a high grade, its method of generating force was highly practical. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Suze's mind. What if he combined the collapsing force with the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon? However, before attempting this, he decided to first elevate the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon and the 9 steps of the Sky Rock to higher levels. Suze began channeling his cultivation into these tube-grade martial techniques in increments of 10 years. Perhaps due to his increased strength, the cultivation required for their advancement was less than he had anticipated. After investing 50 years of cultivation into each, both techniques reached the small accomplishment stage. With over 2,000 years of cultivation remaining, Suze gritted his teeth and continued to invest more. Moments later, after consuming nearly 500 years of cultivation, both techniques broke through to the great accomplishment stage, only one step away from perfection. However, Suze chose not to proceed further. Having learned from his previous experience in the demon-suppressing tower, he understood the importance of preserving some cultivation as a contingency. As his martial techniques advanced, a flood of insights surged into his mind. The fiery image of a flood dragon and the golden silhouette of a sky rock appeared, each demonstrating their unique martial techniques. A series of unprecedented realizations followed one after another. A flash of golden light flickered in Suze's eyes as he flicked his finger. A streak of golden light shot out like lightning. Boom! In the distance, dozens of ironwood trees, each requiring 2 people to encircle, were severed at their trunks and toppled to the ground. Suze nodded in satisfaction. Setting aside his identity as a beast tamer, with the boost from his 2 great accomplishment-grade martial techniques, his combat strength had surpassed even that of the Celestial Slayer's sword. His true power lay within himself. 37 Dragon Elephant Seeds. 37 Dragon Elephant Forces. A body of unparalleled strength, boundless spiritual energy, great accomplishment-grade martial techniques, and lightning-fast speed. With all these elements combined, Suze could now face that mid-tiered grade giant wolf again and crush it with a single punch, even without the Celestial Slayer's sword. Just then, a large shadow appeared on the ground. Xiaoqing descended slowly, carrying the sword spirit. The sword spirit seemed particularly fixated on the sword grid Suze had mentioned last time, and promptly returned to the Celestial Slayer's sword. Suze awkwardly scratched his nose. Suze stood atop Xiaoqing's head, gripping the immortal slaying sword, when a peculiar thought crossed his mind. If a sword had body parts, which part of the sword spirit would the hilt he was holding correspond to? Its rear? Its thigh? Or perhaps its head? Shaking off these odd musings, he patted the scales on Xiaoqing's back. Come on, let's explore deeper, Suze said with a smile, beckoning to Xiaohua, who was frolicking in the forest below. With a swift response, Xiaohua transformed into a streak of fire and landed on Suze's shoulder. Suze leaped lightly and stood steadily atop Xiaoqing's head. Xiaoqing let out a resounding roar, raising its head and soaring straight into the sky. The howling wind whipped past Suze's ears as Xiaoqing dashed forward at an astonishing speed. Suze had to channel spiritual energy to shield Xiaohua on his shoulder, lest it be swept away by the fierce gusts. The mighty dragon weaved through the clouds, its figure flickering in and out of sight. Sunlight poured down from above, and the sea of clouds shimmered with iridescent colors, creating a breathtaking scene. Standing atop the majestic dragon, Suze's robes fluttered gracefully in the wind. His handsome face, bathed in the gentle glow of sunlight, gave him an ethereal aura, as if he were a celestial being. Taking in the grand spectacle before him, Suze felt a surge of contentment, finally understanding the exhilaration of being a cultivator. The immortal-slaying sword trembled faintly in his hand, as though reminiscing about its glorious past. Xiaoqing let out a joyful hum and picked up speed. Mist swirled around its body, its dragon whiskers flowing in the wind. Water droplets glistened on its blue-green scales, reflecting a radiant light. It chirped gleefully, its wings wreathed in flames, occasionally spitting small fireballs into the clouds. Suddenly, at the edge of the sea of clouds, a massive figure emerged from the mist, bathed in sunlight. Suze's eyes narrowed as a smile crept onto his lips. The system instantly provided information. Azure Cloud Eagle, Tire High Rank, no special bloodline. Abilities, Cloud Soaring Technique, Azure Cloud Claw, Wind Elemental Spells. The notes included a detailed description of this sky predator's traits, even suggesting cooking methods. Suze mused to himself that he preferred sweeter flavors, perhaps cola-braised wings would be nice, though red-braised thighs might be even better. Xiaoqing, let's go have a chat with our old friend here, see if it prefers being braised or stir-fried. Suze joked half-seriously. Xiaoqing caught the hint and, with a roar of acknowledgement, transformed into a streak of green light, darting toward the Azure Cloud Eagle. By now, the Azure Cloud Eagle had noticed Suze and Xiaoqing. A trace of disdain flickered in its eyes. Tire low rank, courting death. As for Suze, it didn't even bother acknowledging him. To the eagle, a mere human who hadn't even reached the golden core stage could be wiped out with a single breath. That said, it was indeed curious how a Foundation establishment cultivator could stand atop a golden core beast. But then, the eagle's pupils suddenly contracted as its gaze locked onto the small flame perched on Suze's shoulder. The familiar aura radiating from Xiaohua instantly awakened Qingyun Eagle's unpleasant memories. That vivid crimson plumage and graceful demeanor left no doubt this hatchling was the descendant of the flame bird. Qingyun Eagle's sharp gaze immediately locked onto Suze, recognizing him as the human boy who had narrowly escaped its pursuit in the past. A fierce killing intent surged in its eyes, accompanied by a cold sneer. How foolish of a mere drank low-tier beast to venture into the depths of the forest. It has truly no sense of danger. With a piercing screech, Qingyun Eagle spread its massive wings, scattering the surrounding clouds. A white wave surged through the sea of clouds, revealing its colossal 30-meter-long body, far more imposing than Xiaoqing. In the next moment, its figure vanished, hurtling towards Suze and Xiaohua at breakneck speed. Sharp wind blades shot from its beak, slicing through the dense clouds with ease. Xiaoqing's eyes glimmered with fierce battle intent. Such a formidable opponent was exactly what it had longed for. However, instead of engaging Hedon, it dove swiftly beneath the clouds, transforming into a streak of green light and descending toward the lower skies. When Suze was still more than 10 meters from the ground, he decisively leapt off Xiaoqing's back. Boom! With a muffled thud, Suze landed steadily, dispersing the rising dust around him with a wave of his hand. He turned to Xiaoqing and instructed, "Be careful. If you can't handle it, let me take over." "I got it. I got it," Xiaoqing replied impatiently, twisting its agile body to evade the incoming wind blades. It then soared upward, charging into the skies with a bold roar. A flicker of surprise crossed Qingyun Eagle's eyes. It hadn't expected this young flood dragon to be so fast. For a mere drank low-tier beast, its reflexes were astonishingly sharp. As the eagle contemplated, its vision blurred, and a ferocious dragon head suddenly appeared before it. Xiaoqing, brimming with excitement, unleashed its full power from the start. Its 10-meter-long body twisted gracefully in midair, forming a breathtaking stance. The mighty and unstoppable 5-dragon techniques. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, as a tangible white shockwave swept outward, scattering the clouds in an instant. A vast hollow opened in the sea of clouds, where the two colossal creatures engaged in a primal and ferocious brawl. Clang! 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 The clash of claws echoed like the ringing of metal, sending sparks flying. Qingyun Eagle's gaze grew serious as it focused on Xiaoqing. To its astonishment, this young opponent had matched it blow for blow in their earlier exchange, even faintly gaining the upper hand. Yet Xiaoqing gave it no time to dwell on this, darting forward again with relentless ferocity. Boom! Green feathers fluttered down from the sky. On the ground below, Suze gripped his immortal slaying sword tightly, watching the earth-shaking battle alongside Xiaohua perched on his shoulder. Xiaohua's eyes burned with hatred, longing to join the fight, but it knew its strength was far from enough. Even the aftermath of the clash was beyond its endurance. A surge of self-loathing crept into its heart. If only it had trained harder, it might have had the power to avenge itself now. Noticing Xiaohua's emotional turmoil, Suze gently stroked its feathers in a gesture of comfort. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies grew even more intense. Qingyun Eagle flapped its wings forcefully, retreating at high speed. Several ghastly wounds had already appeared on its body, blood streaming from them and dripping onto the ground below. How is this guy so strong? Qingyun Eagle's eyes were filled with shock, but the astonishment was quickly replaced by a fierce and ruthless glare. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, chanting an incantation. Instantly, countless sharp wind blades materialized in the air. Swish, swish, swish. The wind blades shot toward Shao Qing like a torrential rain. Qing Yuan Eagle thought to itself, if close combat doesn't work, I'll wear this monster down with spells. However, Shao Qing's response was nothing short of astonishing. The dragon whiskers at the corner of its mouth fluttered slightly, and in an instant, its body transformed into a streak of blue light. The blue light weaved effortlessly through the storm of wind blades, like a nimble fish swimming through water, dodging every attack with ease. In the blink of an eye, Shao Qing reappeared in front of Qing Yun Eagle. Its body suddenly coiled like a steel whip ready to strike. Bang! A thunderous impact sent Qing Yun Eagle plummeting from the sky. One of its wings bent at an unnatural angle. This is impossible. Qing Yun Eagle roared in disbelief, its body racked with searing pain. It couldn't comprehend how it had been bested by a mere drank lower-tier beast. The world suddenly seemed foreign and incomprehensible as Shao Qing's prowess shattered everything it thought it knew. But in a life-or-death battle, even a moment's distraction could be fatal. Shao Qing seized the opportunity and dove swiftly. Extending its sharp claw, it pointed a single talon, releasing a streak of blue light that shot forth like lightning. Qing Yun Eagle's eyes widened in terror, but it was too late to evade. Uft! The blue light pierced through its body, leaving a fountain of blood in its wake. Boom! Qing Yun Eagle crashed heavily to the ground, the sound of bones snapping echoing from within. Blood spilled from its beak as it lay there, its eyes dim and filled with despair and confusion. Shao Qing landed before it, ready to deliver the final blow. Just as it raised its claw, Su Zhe's voice rang out. Wait! Shao Qing immediately halted and, in a flash, appeared beside Su Zhe. How was that? Impressive, right? It asked excitedly. Su Zhe smiled and nodded, offering a few casual words of praise. Shao Qing could sense the perfunctory tone and snorted in mild annoyance, but it was still clearly pleased. Striding toward Qing Yun Eagle, Su Zhe's approach reignited a glimmer of hope in the beast's eyes. Its heart surged with joy. This arrogant human dares to come so close? I may not be able to beat that monster, but I can still kill you. Without hesitation, Qing Yun Eagle launched a desperate final attack. As Su Zhe reached its side, it roared, Die! A massive claw, enveloped in swirling wind blades, lunged toward Su Zhe, aiming to shred him to pieces. But in the next moment, a flash of blood-red light erupted. With a sickening thud, the claw was severed and fell to the ground. Blood gushed like a fountain as Su Zhe sidestepped the spray. Holding the immortal slaying sword, he looked at Qing Yun Eagle with a calm, yet amused expression. Spill everything about you and the Firebird, and I'll grant you a swift death. Qing Yun Eagle stared at Su Zhe in utter disbelief, the agony momentarily forgotten. Its worldview crumbled alongside its severed claw. A mere human, still in the Foundation establishment stage, had defeated it? It gawked at its severed claw on the ground, its eyes filled with confusion. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a burst of fire appeared and landed on the wound where the claw had been severed. The flames seared the flesh, cauterizing the injury and stopping the bleeding. Ah! Qing Yun Eagle let out a heart-wrenching scream as the excruciating pain jolted it back to reality. Xiao Hui used flames to cauterize the wound, and a rich aroma of roasted meat immediately filled the air. Su Zhe took a light sniff and remarked with a hint of admiration. Smells pretty good. Though his voice was soft, it struck the Qing Yun Eagle's ears like a heavy hammer. The eagle suddenly felt that Su Zhe's gaze had turned terrifyingly cold. Raising the Zhanshin sword, Su Zhe spoke with a frosty tone. Stop stalling. Spit it out now. He glanced at the time and let out a cold chuckle. Good thing it's 11 o'clock now. The morning rush is over. Once you're dead, the road to the underworld shouldn't be too crowded, so you can reincarnate sooner. Before the last word fell, the Zhanshin sword had already pierced a small hole in the massive body of the Qing Yun Eagle. A trace of ominous energy emerged, beginning to devour its blood essence. The ferocious aura, enough to obliterate a soul, sent an icy chill through the eagle, as if it had fallen into a frozen abyss. It stared at the Zhanshin sword in horror, fully aware that if its soul were destroyed, it would cease to exist forever. Overwhelmed by fear, the Qing Yun Eagle dared not hesitate any longer. It hurriedly spilled the details of its feud with the flame bird like beans falling from a jar. As it turned out, the flame bird had discovered a blood pool deep in the forested treasure left behind by a high-level beast. The pool could help avian beasts refine their bodies and contain traces of divine beast blood. When the Qing Yun Eagle stumbled upon it, it drove the flame bird away, only to suffer retaliation, resulting in the destruction of its precious hoard. Enraged, the Qing Yun Eagle pursued the flame bird, gravely injuring it and chasing it all the way to the forest's outskirts. Is the blood pool still there? Su Zhe squinted his eyes as he asked. The Qing Yun Eagle nodded with difficulty and quickly added, Yes, it's still there. I was planning to leave it for my offspring. It then detailed the blood pool's location. Suze gave a slight nod and said indifferently, "All right, you can die now." As his words fell, a streak of crimson light instantly pierced through the Qingyun eagle's skull. Its body froze, its pupils dilated, and it fell lifeless on the spot. The Zhanxian sword greedily absorbed every drop of the eagle's blood essence. Without hesitation, Suze cut a small piece of meat from the Qingyun eagle's wing and stored it in his spatial ring. Then, he proceeded to reclaim the entire corpse, converting it into cultivation power. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Reclaimed drank high-tier beast Qingyun eagle feathers, awarded 1,000 years of cultivation. Reclaimed drank high-tier beast Qingyun eagle claws, awarded 700 years of cultivation. After reclaiming everything, Suze had gained a total of 4,200 years of cultivation, just enough to activate a dragon elephant seed. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to Xiaoqing. "Let's go check out that blood pool." Xiaoqing gave a slight nod, lowering its head so Suze could climb on. With a resonant hum, Xiaoqing soared into the sky, heading toward the blood pool. After some time, they arrived at a steep cliff. Hovering midair, Xiaoqing sent out a wave of spiritual energy, quickly locating the entrance. A burst of cyan energy shot forth, shattering the Qingyun eagle's camouflage. With a loud boom, debris scattered, revealing a hidden cave entrance in the cliffside. Shrinking its size, Xiaoqing carried Suze into the cave. Suze carefully surveyed his surroundings, faintly sensing a trace of scorching spiritual energy in the air. Xiaohua grew visibly excited, eager to leap into action. The energy enveloped Suze like a warm spring, making him feel incredibly comfortable. The trace of vermilion bird bloodline within him also became active. Extending his divine sense deep into the cave and confirming there was no danger, Suze quickened his pace and moved forward. In the darkness, a faint red glow gradually emerged. The spiritual energy in the air grew denser, and waves of warmth swept over him. Xiaohua let out a chirp and flew ahead eagerly. Moments later, the space opened up before him. A blood pool with a diameter of over 3 meters appeared in Suze's view. The liquid within was thick like blood, emitting a fiery red glow that illuminated the surrounding area. By now, the warmth had turned into scorching heat waves. The blood pool bubbled as if boiling, with bubbles constantly rising from its depths. The sword spirit girl materialized, gazing at the blood pool as she softly remarked, "There is indeed a faint trace of essence blood in this pool, though I cannot tell which kind of demon beast left it behind." Suze nodded and asked, "How do we use it?" The sword spirit furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before replying. "There is a method, but this blood pool is of no use to you or Xiaoqing. It's only suitable for Xiaohua." Suze chuckled and said, "You make it sound like I'm the type to take everything for myself. Of course, I know this thing is useless to me." He gestured for Xiaohua to return to his shoulder. "Since that's the case, let Xiaohua use it quickly. Time is tight. We can't waste it." The sword spirit nodded and pointed her finger, transmitting a secret technique into Xiaohua's mind. Suze patted Xiaohua and urged, "Go on, Xiaohua, and make sure to leave nothing behind." Xiaohua chirped in response and dove straight into the blood pool. Instantly, the pool began to boil violently, with threads of red light surging into Xiaohua's body, tempering its physical form. A surge of immense energy emanated from the pool, with dazzling red light illuminating the surroundings and scorching heat waves sweeping over Suze and Xiaoqing. Bathed in the pool, Xiaohua activated the secret technique, greedily absorbing the blood pool's energy. Its strength rapidly increased, and soon, an invisible ripple of power emerged. Before Suze's eyes, Xiaohua's information changed. Name, Flame Bird. Rank, a level lower tier. Special bloodline, 2 vermilion bird bloodline. Suze wasn't surprised, as Xiaohua had been on the verge of a breakthrough for some time. However, its advancement didn't stop there. The liquid in the blood pool continued to diminish, transforming into pure energy that surged into Xiaohua's body. This intense energy awakened the latent power of the flame bird's bloodline within Xiaohua, propelling its strength to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua advanced to a level mid-tier. Yet the evolution persisted, unleashing all the accumulation from the past days. As the blood pool neared depletion, another wave of invisible power rippled outward. Xiaohua's rank rose again, a level upper tier. Even Suze couldn't help but marvel. In such a short time, Xiaohua had leapt across an entire rank, advancing from level upper tier directly to a level upper tier. With the divine beast bloodline and the innate combat technique of a level demon beast, Xiaohua's strength now rivaled that of Xiaoqing during her primate, had undeniably become a true demon king. This meant that, aside from Suze himself, he now had 2 formidable golden core-level combatants under his command. Among them, Xiaoqing could even slay level upper-tier demon beasts. As for Suze's own strength, even he found it difficult to gauge just how powerful he truly was. The blood pool was nearly emptied, its liquid almost entirely absorbed by the small flame. The fire on its body suddenly intensified, glowing brilliantly as it transformed into a blazing fireball, radiating dazzling light and heat. Suze marveled at the sword spirit's secret technique, which had nearly drained the essence of the blood pool. He smiled and praised. As expected of a well-versed sword spirit, this technique is simply incredible. It seems you're the most knowledgeable and learned among us. The sword spirit raised an elegant eyebrow at his words, tilting her head slightly with a proud hum. Of course, back in the day, I wasn't someone to be underestimated. I've seen it all. Suze's interest was piqued, and he eagerly asked, "Oh? Do tell, do tell. Focus on martial arts techniques, preferably some grade A ones, but grade B will do. And if you know of any treasure troves, even better, especially the kind that might hold celestial artifacts or spirit treasures." Xiaoqing also turned her head excitedly and chimed in. "Sister, do you know any Dragon Clan techniques?" The sword spirit's expression faltered suddenly, and she awkwardly lowered her head. "Well, to be honest, after my blade was shattered and my spirit invaded by malevolent energy, my soul suffered some damage, so you've forgotten it all?" Suze interjected. The sword spirit lowered her head further and softly admitted, "Yes, I only remember bits and pieces." Suze stroked his chin and teased, "Wow, from a university professor to someone with memory loss in one fell swoop." "Watch your words. Memory loss? Really?" The sword spirit's delicate face darkened instantly. Without thinking, Suze added, "How about calling it a forgetful swordsman?" The sword spirit's brows furrowed tightly, her expression as dark as a storm cloud. Without another word, she retreated into the immortal slaying sword. Xiaoqing blinked, her lips curling into a smile. "Master, you've upset the sword spirit sister again." Suze shrugged, exasperated. "If she keeps absorbing blood energy, can the damage to her soul be repaired?" "Yes," came the sword spirit's voice from the trembling, immortal slaying sword. "Well, that's good news," Suze said with a smile. At that moment, the small flame completed its final absorption. A loud, clear cry echoed as the flames on its body flared up, instantly filling the entire space. The intense heat caused the surrounding rocks to glow red-hot, yet the warmth softened to a spring-like comfort as it neared Suze and Xiaoqing. The small flame bathed in the sea of fire, stabilizing its newfound strength. Moments later, all the flames surged back into its body like a receding tide, solidifying its power at the upper ear rank. Joyfully, it flew around before diving into Suze's arms, rubbing its body affectionately against his chest. Suze felt the warm, cozy sensation in his arms. The flame's heat caused him no harm, not even his clothes were singed. He patted the now much larger body of the small flame in approval. "Not bad, not bad. Let's go and let the little one get some exercise," Xiaoqing said with a hum, turning to head outside. With a low roar, her true form as a flood dragon appeared outside the cliff. Suze leapt onto Xiaoqing's back. This time, the small flame didn't follow immediately. It wanted to fly on its own. With its current speed, it could just barely keep up with Xiaoqing. The next moment, a streak of blue and a streak of red shot into the sky. As the wind howled, Suze stood firmly atop Xiaoqing's head, openly releasing his divine sense to search the mountain forest. Such an act, to the beasts of the wilderness, was nothing short of the gravest provocation. Deep within the jungle, a thunderous roar suddenly shattered the silence. A monstrous beast, its body covered in white scales, burst out from the dense foliage and howled toward the sky. It shot upward like an arrow, transforming into a dazzling streak of white light that pierced through the clouds. High above, Suze observed the scene with piercing eyes. In an instant, his system presented information about the creature: name, burrowing beast; rank, level, lower tier. His interest waned immediately, and with a casual wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go ahead, peak of fire." Little Fire tilted its head in momentary confusion before letting out an excited chirp and charging toward the burrowing beast. Sensing the approach of the seemingly insignificant a-level beast, the burrowing beast abruptly halted, its wary eyes scanning its opponent. Yet, an inexplicable sense of danger made its first stand on end. At that moment, the clouds parted slightly, revealing Suze and the massive figure of Xiaoqing. The burrowing beast's pupils contracted in terror as it caught sight of Xiaoqing's formidable and imposing form. A suffocating pressure enveloped it, leaving the beast frozen in place. But it was too late. Little Fire had already closed the distance and entwined itself around the burrowing beast. The creature attempted to flee but found itself firmly entangled, forced into a desperate struggle. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted instantly. Little Fire unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its mouth, each one roaring through the air like cannon fire. In moments, the burrowing beast was engulfed in a sea of flames. 30 seconds later, Little Fire chirped triumphantly and flew back to Suze's side. Simultaneously, the charred and aromatic body of the burrowing beast plummeted from the sky. Suze sighed and reminded, "Next time, Be more careful, peak of fire. You've burned off all the scales. With that, he descended to retrieve the beast's remains. The system promptly notified him. Remaining cultivation 1,200 years. Moments later, two beams of light shot skyward once again. Suze unleashed his divine sense without restraint, scanning the surrounding area for prey. Roars echoed intermittently, and whenever a beast appeared, little fire would dart forward, eagerly finishing the fight in mere moments. Almost every time, a single fireball spell would leave another beast charred and lifeless. Suze's remaining cultivation grew rapidly. Remaining cultivation 800 years. Remaining cultivation 1900 years. Remaining cultivation 2,300 years. When facing more powerful beasts, Xiaoqing would step in. A single streak of green energy would shoot forth, piercing directly through the body of a level mid-tier beast. Meanwhile, Suze remained seated steadily on Xiaoqing, only rising when it was time to collect the spoils. Remaining cultivation 1,600 years. After clearing the area, Suze glanced at his system panel. His remaining cultivation had reached 18,500 years. He sighed helplessly and said to Little Fire, "Little Fire, can you tone down your fireball spell a bit? You've already let the sword's spirit absorb most of their essence, and now you're burning off their fur and scales too. You're making things difficult for me." Shaking his head, Suze lamented, "It's tough. You lot have no idea how hard it is to manage resources. At least Xiaoqing gets it." He patted the protrusion on Xiaoqing's head, praising, "You're the best, Xiaoqing." Xiaoqing squinted its eyes in delight, its joy evident as it picked up speed. Seeing this, Little Fire secretly vowed to be more careful next time and to take down even more enemies. For a while, Suze's cultivation harvesting sped up significantly, and the total remaining cultivation soon surpassed the 20,000-year mark. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.